Jiang Pingan traveled across the Kanglan realm and, due to an accident, was forced to pretend to be a shield for Han Linger, the holy daughter of the Ice Cloud Palace, and joined the Han family. When he saw the Han family's magnificent old ancestor Nai Nai, he suddenly realized that she was exactly the same as his dream niece. It's a death sentence. Old ancestor has joined the family, and this is just the beginning. The dream of lowly, imperial sister, dark and cunning witch, cold and arrogant iceberg goddess, the moon palace fairy and so on, all appeared one by one. And so, the world is in disarray. Chapter 1: A good candidate for a son-in-law. Kanglan realm, human frontier. Yunzhou. Ugh, another wet dream. A young man rubbed his bleary eyes and slowly stood up. Glancing down at the still somewhat toe-curling robes, he sighed again. Hey, this brother should not stay for a long time. With his low cultivation nowadays, his fragile self-control, and that severe susceptibility to lust, sooner or later, he would have to get him into big trouble. The young man's name is Jiang Pingan, and he traveled from the Blue Star to this side of the world for just 2.5 years. Jiang Pingan in his previous life obeyed the law, was a social three-good youth that everyone praised, a single dog, and did not seem to be close to women. But really, his colorful heart, all guarded by poverty, is poor to make him good character. Excellent style, but where affluent, is not a good thing. I have no money, and I have failed the pretty girl in the alley. I was really hungry that day and had mapo tofu. The result was that the husband of the red-eyed mafia drove a dump truck and took advantage of him to help the beautiful young woman to cross the road, and crashed straight through, and died, and then crossed the road logically. After crossing over, Jiang Pingan was mediocre. His cultivation qualifications were even worse, and the only strange thing was that he dreamed every day. It's a dream. It's all about do whatever you want. In a word, just 2 words, life and death look down on it, and if you don't serve, do it. In reality I am coy. In my sleep I punch the chicken heavily, especially in the dream of the beautiful people are all stunning, dumping people, and most of them are the age of the first love. And so, Jiang Pingan let himself fly, and with the strength of not being afraid of death and shamelessness in his dream, coupled with the rich theoretical knowledge, poetry and songs in his previous life, he began the absurd journey in his dream. Most of them are just starting to strike up a conversation, and then they are slapped right in the face by the beauty and die a horrible death on the street. A few times even the demonic beasts have started in their dens, and before they could slide the shovel, they were swallowed in one bite. In short, people have how bold, the amount of production, miscellaneous down, the success rate of about also have a 0.5%. There are Lolitas, imperial sisters, flavorful mature women, dark and cunning magical girls, cool and arrogant iceberg goddesses, and seemingly unearthly moon palace fairies. In the dream, Jiang Pingan was in love with them, tied the knot, had children, and spent a charming time without shame. Of course, there are more flowers. There is no way to expand the details here. The follow-up will be one by one. However, good days are always full of all sorts of surprises. When his wife had just gotten pregnant, he was approached by his wife's family, who had clearly agreed to leave him alive. But in the end, after his wife had been taken away, a merciless swordlight flashed, ending Jiang Pingan's dog's life. Wedding night was not nowhere to come from the black man enemy's kill door. After being a knife cleanly chopped, the soul of the lingering, but found that usually weak cannot take care of their wives, fiercely lifted the red head. Eyeballs, completely blackened madness, degenerate into the devil's way. Even sometimes, I don't know if it is an illusion. Before dying accidentally found under the emotional excitement of the wife, some of the forehead vaguely dragon horns appear, some of the beauty of the eyes emanate a ghostly blue pupil light, and some even behind the back of the 6 fluffy tails revealed. There are also times when the end of life, but without exception, no matter how hard he tried in the dream, how many life-extending pills he ate, the life expectancy always stops at 100 years, as if 100 years is the limit. At the time of 100 years, he was dying of old age, lying on his bed looking at his children and grandchildren kneeling on the ground, and the heartbroken wife, passing away with a strong sense of resignation. When I think about it now, the dream is hazy, and I can't remember much of it, but the occasional flashes of it are extremely real and contradictory. Jiang Pingan shook his head and drove the distracting thoughts out of his mind, making an international friendly gesture towards the heavens and revealing a bitter smile. Thieving God, they're all travelers. Where's my gold finger? Dreaming counts for what? Goldfinger? A dream is a dream. What good is it if it's real? It's hard to believe that it can be turned into reality. Then he slowly stood up and looked around, muttering under his breath, "Hey, it's time to get back in business." Let's hope we can get something in today. That's right, due to his low cultivation and poor qualifications, he couldn't join the clan and had to take up a very promising profession. Mountain bandits. Listening to the footsteps coming around the corner, he leapt forward and jumped out, swinging a rusty axe and shouting, "This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If from this road," the voice came to an abrupt halt. Holy shit! In front of them, on the remote path, came 7 great beauties like flowers and jade, especially the 2 youngest and prettiest twins on the far side, holding hands and wiggling their eyebrows. Sexy yet innocent, those mesmerizing eyes, the flavor revealed between the eyebrows, that worthless look. It's like Ouyang losing his bias. But the prettiest was the white girl at the front, willow moon curved eyebrow, ice skin and jade bone, 3,000 green silk like waterfall, naturally hanging down the shoulders. A breeze whisked by, blowing the hair, but also blew that white long skirt, revealing a section of snow white, provoking reverie. TSK TSK TSK. This leg is longer than any of his lives, and more upright than any of his deeds. It's beautiful. Want to talk? Jiang Pingan was greatly shaken in his heart. Gulp. He couldn't help it, gulping heavily. Yo, this wild mountains. There are small handsome mountain bandits. Since the entry of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, I still see it for the first time. Giggle, a red-robed girl giggled. Her address caused Jiang Pingan to freeze, and then he reacted, his complexion changing drastically. They are people from the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace? Undoubtedly. This white-clothed woman who was so beautiful that she was bubbling in front of her eyes was the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's saint daughter of this generation, who had reached the peak of the Yuan Shan realm at a very young age, and with her unparalleled talent, she even had the reputation of being the #1 beauty of the younger generation in the Cloud State. Done. Barbecue up. Jiang Pingan wanted to cry, but after the panic, the doubt in his eyes flickered away. He always felt that this Han Linger's appearance was somewhat familiar, a feeling of déjà vu. Where have I seen it before? Jiang Pingan racked his brain, but he could never remember. Unbeknownst to her, Han Linger was shocked at the moment, and the waves of shock that had risen within her heart were no less than Jiang Pingan's, and even more than that. How does this person look so much like the old ancestor of their Han family? She had only seen the portrait of her old ancestor from the ancestral shrine, and although her white hair was gray and full of beard, in outline, it was generally the same as the young man in front of her, perhaps only in terms of temperament and age. There was a slight discrepancy. At the first sight of the other party, the trance even had the feeling of seeing the old ancestor when he was young, but there was just some resemblance. After all, the old ancestor was the old grandma who had gone down to the coffin to deliver the funeral in person, and it's even less likely that there are any illegitimate children or anything like that. Han Linger shook her head slightly, driving the distracting thoughts out of her mind. When she thought of that magnificent but unusually obstinate old ancestral grandmother, she was a little guilty. The old grandma is good at everything, is too much emphasis on the inheritance of children and grandchildren, but also often said that the old ancestor died early, cannot have many children to spread the branches just, but also must not break the Han family's flame. The Han family had been a single lineage for the past 800 years, and in Han Linger's generation, she was the only woman left. Therefore, finding someone to join the family became the top priority of the Han family. But Han Linger is what kind of person also? This life only want to prove the great road, to see the scenery at the end of the road. How would like to be young to live in the life of a husband to raise children? What's more, in the entire Yunzhou, there was no man who could fall into her eyes. But this time, the old ancestral grandmother gave a deadly order, and also widely distributed invitations to convene the entire Cloud State's pride of nature. Must be selected a man of his choice. Han Linger could not bear to disobey the old ancestral grandmother, which returned from the Ice Cloud Immortal sect. These days, it is even more painstakingly think about the method of cracking. Now that he saw Jiang Pingan, a flash of light and an excellent idea floated to his mind. This person, whose appearance and demeanor were so similar to the old ancestors, with the old ancestor's grandmother's infatuation and love for the old ancestor, would definitely be able to pass the old ancestor's grandmother's hurdle. Moreover, the cultivation is low, behind the probability of no forces. Good control, if then both parents are dead. It is really, what a great candidate to be a flunky. Chapter 2, Pretending to be a couple, joining the Han family. By using the other party as a shield, he himself could cultivate without fear, and he thought that the other party would not dare to make a move against him. If the old ancestral grandmother does not agree, the big deal is that when the time comes, he or she will say that he or she has already been married to the other party, or directly say that he or she is pregnant with the other party's child. Ha ha ha. It could drag on for another couple years. Perfect. Han Linger gave herself 100% for this perfect plan. With this in mind, Han Linger let out a long breath, and the haze that had enveloped her heart dispersed, her eyes once again falling on Jiang Pingyan's body. From the angry attitude of the senior sisters and the sudden appearance of the other party, she already had an idea of what had just happened. Only Han Linger's red lips gently opened, and the ethereal voice of the valley echoed in the air. This Taoist friend, you also don't want to rob this kind of unpromising thing, to spread out, right? Ha! The women of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were stunned in unison, looking toward eldest sister Han Linger with question marks hanging in their heads. This is a bit inconsistent with the style of the eldest sister. Shouldn't this kind of trash be stabbed to death with a sword? Even Jiang Pingyan was a bit confused. There is something wrong with this plot development. Ah, how does it feel like the other side is stealing his lines? Seeing that the other party didn't answer, Han Linger continued with a soft and gentle voice. If you pretend to be my Taoist couple and join our Han family, I will not pursue this matter any further. Ha, you're going to be a member of the family? Jiang Pingyan was once again confused. How can a man do something like marrying his wife? In principle, will never work, but after his eyes quietly glanced at the bumpy, perfect body, his inner mind was a little shaken. This doesn't seem to be a loss. One might even say, blood money. I just don't know how far this pretending goes. A hand, a hug, a kiss, or a more intimate exchange? Senior sister, this kind of chi-drawing realm waste has no qualifications to stand beside you. The red-clothed woman on the side was a bit indignant. They also knew about senior sister Linger's headache of joining the family these days, and instantly understood senior sister's intentions. It's just that dealing with it like that would be too cheap for this punk. As long as eldest senior sister casually shouted out, all the young talents in the entire Cloud State would rush to pretend to be door-to-door son-in-laws just to be able to stand by eldest senior sister's side. Alright, before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Han Linger. Let's not talk about this matter any further. As for him, I still have some use for him. So remember, he's my Han Linger's chosen son-in-law. Once these words came out, the women of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace were speechless and could only cast their angry gazes at Jiang Pingyan. The twin in the corner was even more open, with a threatening look in his eyes that meant, if you do anything to offend sister, you're dead. In response, Jiang Pingyan didn't care about it. Instead, he let out a long sigh of relief. As long as you don't die, it's all a minor issue. But having him, a titular male, join the family, even though it was only pretend, still slightly hurt his pride. He gritted his teeth and said, Fairy Han, suppose in case your old ancestral grandmother looks at it, should we sleep in the same bed at night? Should we take off our clothes? I'm a clean freak. What if you get beastly and defile my innocence and want a baby? I'm a yellow lad. I don't mind so much. But, speaking here, Jiang Pingyan paused, his tone aggravated by 2 points. Gotta add money, a fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. He has long thought about it. Do not dare to really expect to be able to hold the hand of this fairy, but at least have to get some cultivation resources, treasures and so on. Evening. This bitter days, he is over enough, and the other side is so. Face of reason. Shouldn't be bullying the weak and killing the innocent at will. P.S. This book is not to the realm of the long, the realm according to the general division of metaphysical fantasy, the introduction of gas realm, the latter-day realm, the innate realm, the divine hidden realm, the violet mansion realm, the realm of the gods, the cave ruins realm, the supreme realm, the realm of the saints, the quasi-imperial realm, the supreme great emperor realm. The boundaries of the human race are divided into market, Si, Ning, Lan, Wan, Cheng, Yun, Lei, and the holy land of the human race, Middle-earth divine state, totaling 9 states. Chapter 3, This is not bullying the honest man. What? Hearing these shameless words, Han Linger nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. The surrounding women were even more furious at him, itching to slice each other to death with a sword. In the world, how can there be such a brazen person? One must know that throughout the entire Cloud State, the number of proud sons of heaven who pursued eldest sister was as numerous as the rivers of Krushinkarp, and being able to stand together with eldest sister was enough to make the younger generation go crazy. Let the other party pretend to be the Tao couple of the big senior sister, and even delusion, to have a child, and they call themselves the Yellow Flower Boys. Yuck! What's more, it's a fucking. Plus, Han Linger took a deep breath, which suppressed the impulse of wanting to slap the other party to death, and coldly glanced at Jiang Pingyan, her voice curdling with coldness, saying, if it weren't for the fact that you share a few similarities in looks with my Han family's old ancestor, making it easier to pass the old ancestral grandmother's hurdle, do you think it would be your turn? Surprisingly, you still want to have children. Han Linger's tone stuttered, carefully sizing up Jiang Pingan, dropping her head and pondering. Having a baby doesn't seem out of the question. After all, what the old ancestral grandmother cared most about wasn't whether she had a Taoist partner or not, but whether or not she could give birth to an heir and pass down the scent to the Han family. If you can actually have a child, it would be a good way to get rid of it once and for all. After this, she could abandon everything and embark on the path of pursuing the great Tao without any attachments. This unusual scene caused the ladies of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace to be puzzled. They always felt that there was something not quite normal about eldest sister today, for a long time, only to hear Han Linger's eyebrows knit slightly, as if she were talking to herself. Having a child is fine, but just in case the child grows up and asks why he doesn't take his father's last name, for the sake of the child's upbringing you'll have to suffer a little bit, and you'll take the child's last name. Ha! The women were alarmed. Is this still the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace's holy maiden? Senior sister Fairy Han, who is as cold as water and doesn't eat earthly fire. What? Jiang Pingan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. If he's a member of the family, he's going to take the kid's last name? No, absolutely not. Jiang Pingan tilted his head and yelled with a big wave of his hand. Aren't you bullying an honest man? Don't get excited yet. You're not the only one to suffer. Han Linger's expression was flat, unable to see any fluctuations. What does that mean? Your father will have to change. Your grandfather will have to change. And the genealogy won't have to be changed because you're in our family tree. The women. Jiang Pingan. #add. It's a damn thing to get into. And you have to take a household book with you. This job. He's not taking it. You're going to be a member of the family? Oh, not in this lifetime. It's fine to disgrace the army of travelers, but never disgrace mom and dad and lose your last name. And so it was. Jiang Pingan cleanly lay down on the ground, and by the way posed a more comfortable G potential, very barefaced said, "Woman, do it, I'm afraid of pain, give it a shot, don't ink, come on, don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower." Several black lines popped up on the foreheads of the women. It's true that Chow Pai's old man doesn't talk, Jinji's dad is speechless. You're just begging for death. Why are you posing so voluptuously? Unknown. Thought you were begging for sex. A wave of surprise flashed under Han Linger's eyes, and her impression of Jiang Pingan changed. Originally thought that the other party is just a greedy and fearful of death villain. Did not think that it is also a bit of backbone, which strengthened her idea. The tone of voice involuntarily also eased some. Alright, this matter will be discussed later. As long as you can pass this hurdle in front of you, and coax my old ancestral grandmother to be happy, cultivation resources and whatnot, everything is fine. Hearing that he didn't have to change his last name for the time being, Jiang Pingan climbed up in a single bound, his face all smiles as he patted his chest and said, "Fairy, please don't worry. Coaxing grandmothers to be happy is what I'm best at. My nickname used to be Friends of Middle-Aged and Elderly Women." The corner of Han Linger's mouth twitched. When had she ever seen such a masterful Sichuan opera face change? And for a moment she had some doubts that letting the other party pretend to be a flunky was a reliable idea. Quieting her mind, Han Linger lightly glanced at him and said in a flat tone, "My old grandma is not a middle-aged woman. She has the skill to keep her face. She is a magnificent beauty, the first beauty of Yunzhou in their time, and deservedly so. Big beauty Jiang Pingan was stunned and scratched his head. This how to get along with a great beauty could really touch his intellectual blind spot. Can't pull out the straight to the point set from Spring Dream. Still a super old North Nose widow. This job is really a bit difficult. Let's go." After such a long delay, it's almost time to go. Before the words fell, Han Linger turned around and slowly walked towards the distance. Seeing this, Jiang Pingan hurriedly chased after him, stretching out his right hand and rubbing it gently, snapping, Fairy Han, I wonder if the cultivation resources you promised, such as spirit crystals and the like, could be prepaid in advance, just as a bride price." These 2 years of dislocation let him understand. Cultivation is about a wealth couple lawland. Wealth ranked first. It is not easy to come across a female rich woman heavy money to seek a child. He naturally can make more money. Just make more money. Being strong in yourself is the only way to be truly strong. What? Bride price? The women froze in unison. You're a door-to-door son-in-law and you want a bride price? What do you call this? I sold a man's dignity and body. What's wrong with a little bride price? Jiang Pingan was righteous. Besides, is that called a bride price? It's a compensation for my dignity in having a child. Bah! I want a sense of ceremony, a feeling of being valued, noticed, and loved, and the heavier the bride price is, the more it speaks to the status of the Han family, and the importance the Han family attaches to the legacy. So what do you want? The twins asked stupidly. Just a few saint and emperor level pills and a few tens of thousands of immortal crystals will do. But then again, the sugar that one reaches out for is not as sweet as the sweetness that someone else takes the initiative to give. The words were not yet spoken. Clang! Several jade swords were instantly placed on his neck, flashing with an icy cold aura. Humph! What a way to get an inch! It's just as well that senior sister Han doesn't hold you accountable for peeking at us. But you're still stomping on your nose? The woman in red said coldly. Hiss! Feeling the overpowering killing intent, Zhang Pingan raged a little in anger. That's all. Good men don't fight with women. One day, when I become an existence that can be Jia at will, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Alright, don't scare him. Let's go. Along the way I'll briefly introduce the situation of the Han family. Don't worry, as long as you can get through this, all kinds of cultivation resources, you won't be able to do without. Han Linger's head didn't turn back, and her pleasant voice came out from the front. Upon hearing this, the women also put away their ice swords and coldly glared at Zhang Pingan, then headed towards the front. Zhang Pingan was helpless and followed. Chapter 4 Ice Cloud Palace Master. Luo Bingyun's thoughts. In the meantime, Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Forbidden Land. On the cold jade bed, there stood a huge piece of 10,000-year-old metaphysical ice. In the center of the Xian ice, there was actually a little girl around 5 years old frozen in ice, wearing a delicate little dress, her eyes tightly closed as if she was having a sweet dream. Only the breath was very weak, so weak that it was barely audible and would be annihilated at any moment. A stunningly beautiful woman sat on the edge of the bed, her body exuding a bleak and gloomy aura as she looked at the little girl in the Xian ice with infatuation, her beautiful eyes full of love, icy skin and jade bones, cold and absolutely stunning, 3,000 green silk like a waterfall, along that perfect curve, pouring down, breathtaking beauty, a tight-fitting plain white dress, but also the slender and delicate immortal body reflected like a dreamlike beauty, just like the Moon Palace fairies who do not stain the earth's mortal dust. It was none other than the Lord of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, Luo Bingyun. No one knew where she came from or how high her cultivation was, only that she came out of nowhere 20 years ago in the Cloud State and established the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. One must know that even in the holy land of the human race, Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, there were not many supreme inheritances that dared to name themselves after immortal palaces, so the establishment of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace caused disdain, ridicule, and suppression from all the major forces in the Cloud State. But Luo Bingyun had only made a single sword strike, and had silenced all the voices in the entire Cloud State, and he had heard that even the true behemoth of the Cloud State, that supreme female emperor in the Feiyu imperial dynasty, was afraid of it for 3 minutes. The great disciple Han Linger, whom he personally taught, had even suppressed the young generation of Yunzhou in just a dozen years. At this moment, the personal maid next to him suddenly spoke. Palace Master, counting the time, the Holy Maiden should be returning to the Han family soon. Her Highness the Holy Maiden is the one who has the most hope of inheriting your mantle. Do you really let the Han family force Her Highness the Holy Maiden to marry and have a child? As long as you open your mouth and say so, I'm sure the Han family will sell you face, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Bingyun frowned slightly, a hint of fluctuation flashing through her everlastingly beautiful eyes as she glanced in the direction of the Han clan. It was a long time before he shook his head and the ethereal voice of the valley rang out. You don't understand. I have heard a little about the Han family. If I were that old ancestral grandmother of the Han family, I would also be so. Watching his favorite person die in front of him, the only thing he can do for him, is perhaps, only to let his legacy of incense last for eternity, so that he can rest in peace and rest in peace in the 9 springs. There are 3,000 diseases in life and death, but only lovesickness cannot be cured. Looking at the sky in the dawn and the clouds in the evening, I think of you even when I walk and I think of you even when I sit. Speaking of this, Luo Bingyun was a bit lost in thought. Palace Master, but I think that no one in the younger generation in the entire Cloud State is even worthy of the Holy Maiden. The maid still wants to continue to persuade. Alright, Luo Bingyun interrupted the maid's next words. Go down. I want to be quiet. Honor the order of the Palace Master. When the maid left, Luo Bingyun's gaze fell back on the little girl in the ice, trembling as she gently stroked her hands. The red lips lightly opened and a dreamy murmur escaped. My poor daughter. Tianjizi had said that your first line of life should be in the Cloud State, but this is 20 years past. Why the delay in waiting for a turnaround? Husband, sorry, I failed to protect you, and now even your only bloodline will not be able to keep. If we can save our daughter, I am willing to pay any price, even if we fall into the abyss and sink forever. And, husband, I missed you. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The teardrops were like water breaking the dike, filling the cheeks and falling slowly. The next day, the back of the Han family's mountain. The two young girls stood respectfully at one side, their eyes glancing from time to time at the beautiful young woman on the recliner in the center, their eyes filled with reverence. The young girl's posture was stunning, her features were exquisite, and her temperament was even better. But compared to that beautiful young woman, the whole person was dimmed by 9 points. The beautiful young woman was the old ancestral grandmother of the highest generation of the Han family nowadays, Nangong Waner. Speaking of her experience is legendary, just with more than 800 years. By virtue of their own strength will not be prosperous Han family crowded into the cloud state, one of the top 10 families. Their own cultivation is the peak of the supreme realm. From the saint realm is just a step away. Age never fails a beauty. As the number one beauty of Yunzhou in her time, 800 years instead of leaving traces of age, she has gained more charm. Nangong Waner languidly leaning sitting on the chaise longue, legs folded, outlined the extraordinarily provocative slender curves. A pair of white and rosy slender feet exposed from the bottom of the skirt, so that people cannot help but give birth to a trace of reverie. The gazes of the two young girls next to him were a bit mesmerized, and their breathing couldn't help but be a bit messy. As personal maids, they were well aware of the charm of the old ancestral grandmother. Not only did she have a worldly immortal face, but the perfect plump exploding body hidden under the dress was more than enough to make everyone go crazy. And I don't know what kind of person could be worthy of the old grandma. Maybe it's only the old Han family who passed away long ago. Although the old ancestors' cultivation is low, but it is an all-round talent. Is the spirit of the Han family symbol of eternal survival, forever living in the hearts of the children and grandchildren, but also left behind countless treasures and secret treasures. Lao Zong chiseled the wall to steal the light. Lao Zong smashed the jar. Lao Zong lit the pear. Lao Zong moved 3 times. Lao Zong lying on the ice. Lao Zong hanging from the beam. Lao Zong smelled the cock and danced. Lao Zong iron mortar and pestle sharpened into a needle. All of them show the wisdom of our old ancestors. Which story doesn't make the Han family deafening and inspiring to future generations at all times? At this point, Nangong Waner's jade hand gently lifted. A painting appeared in her hand out of nowhere. She stared at it for a long time, frustrated. This is the only painting he left behind. In the painting is a beautiful young woman, wearing black silk and high heels. And when you look closely, it is clearly her in her youth. The portrait probably looks like this. Old ancestral grandmother. Old ancestral is truly a wizard. Only old ancestral can think of it. And this seductive black silk, high heels and all, after you wear it, it really dazzles people and they can't move their eyes. The maid opened her mouth with a smile. Yes, Nangong Waner murmured in a low voice as she was lost in thought for a moment. Unfortunately, since his passing, no one has been able to make me wear this black silk anymore. Once these words came out, the maid also realized that she had said the wrong thing, bringing up the people and things that had saddened old ancestral grandmother, and was a bit jittery. Just then, a footstep came hurrying in from a distance. Old ancestral grandmother, Miss Linger has returned, only to see a young girl in a green dress panting and running over. At those words, the somewhat silent Nangong Waner's slender brows slightly knitted. Humph, this ungrateful grandchild is really hardening her wings. If she doesn't come back, I'm going to prepare to personally make a trip to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. Someone, have Linger come to see me at once. This time, make sure you elect a groom, and give birth to an heir in these years. No, this year. Chapter 5, First Visit to the Han Family. Jiang Pingyin's Hobbies. A cold voice resounded in the air, causing everyone around them to tremble, and in their hearts, they unanimously mourned for Miss Han Linger. Hey, old ancestral grandmother was good at everything, but she cared too much about the old ancestors' fragrance inheritance, and on this point, no one could be allowed to question it. Even Han Linger, who was usually the most beloved, had to be absolutely obedient. It is a pity that Miss Linger is such a delicate and big beauty, and I am afraid that it is difficult to find a man of your choice in a short time, and you can only find someone to marry in a haphazard manner. After all, those hermit families, supreme holy places, and so on, I am afraid that they will not allow the best first-line sons to enter the family. Even if Miss Linger is the number one beauty of the young generation in the Cloud State, the ones who were summoned this time were only the second echelon of celestial pride affiliated with the major powers. Old ancestral grandmother, Miss Linger, she brought back a. The maid stammered a bit. Bring back what? Nangong Waner's eyes moved slightly. Bring back a. Aunt. What? Nangong Waner directly stood up from her recliner in shock. Has Linger, her belly gotten bigger yet? Reacting, she directly opened her mouth to inquire. The women. The old grandmother's focus is just not the same. This Miss Linger is such a proud daughter of heaven. How could she be unmarried and pregnant? No. The maid shook her head. Nangong Waner sighed, seemingly a little disappointed, then ordered down. Go, let Linger come to meet. By the way, let that so-called aunt come along. I'll give a poem. Humph, although it's a member of the family, but my Han family isn't something that anyone can enter. After a pause, he continued. Besides, I've never heard of Linger falling in love with any man, so I'm afraid I'm not just looking for a random shield to fool me this time, right? Humph, but if it's really a love interest, then it's a happy ending for all, and a wish of mine has been fulfilled. She pondered for a moment and waved her hand at the other maid beside her, saying, Go, set up a room that's a bit more festive. If you pass my test, tonight, let Linger enter her cave, and continue my Han family's fragrance as soon as possible. Honor the order of old ancestral grandmother. The maid respectfully saluted and turned to leave. After doing all this, Nandong Waner looked in the direction of the back mountain ancestral hall, her heart filled with thoughts. Husband, I know your obsession with the fragrance inheritance. After all those years, you didn't care about anything but pampering me, but one heir has let you down and has only given birth to a child for you for decades. Now, as long as I'm around, the Han family's fragrance will continue. Husband, I miss you. A clear wind blew, and Nangong Waner's delicate body looked unusually silent and desolate in the wind. Love is as deep as a maggot and as close as a shadow. The other side. Zhang Pingan was also led by Han Linger to a room. Along the way, Zhang Pingan was as dazzled as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. This Han family is also too arrogant, worthy of being one of the top 10 families in Yunzhou. Even though it was only the tail end of a crane, it was enough to make him a chi-drawing realm bumpkin gasp in admiration. When you think about it, what else is there to pretend? Fake handbags, you can just join the family. It's better to be a mongrel ant than to be living on your own now. The only threshold at the moment was how to please that old ancestral grandmother of the Han family. Zhang Pingan passed the books he had read in his previous life, such as How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with You, On the 18 Words of Eating Softly, and The Gospel of Middle-Aged and Older Women, the Tiger of the Serious Crime Squad, in his mind a few times, and silently made a decision to go against his ancestors. After Han Linger looked up and down, her brows frowned slightly, and a faint voice rang out. You stay here, change your clothes and dress up. By the way, I'll go and report to the old ancestral grandmother before bringing you forward for an audience. If there's anything you want, you can arrange for Peachy to do it. Aha! Zhang Pingan nodded. Honor Mrs. Order. On the side, Little Peach Red also nodded her head. After Han Linger left, Zhang Pingan looked at Little Peach Red, who had a curious look on her face, and said politely, That Little Peach is it? I'm a little hungry. Is there any food? I'll deal with eating a couple bites first. I've just had breakfast, but if Auntie wants to eat, I'll just make another one. It'll just take some time. Oh, so, Zhang Pingan didn't care and continued casually. Well, let's start with a pot of tea to fill me up. Ha! Little Peach Blossom was stunned. Then she hung her head slightly, her gaze lowered, and her face swished red. Bah! Hooligans! Other people wash their hands before and after meals, but you do it, and pretty damn clean. Little Peachy spat viciously, rolled her eyes, and marched off. Only Zhang Pingan, who was full of confusion, was left behind. What did I say wrong? What kind of reaction is that from this little girl? Zhang Pingan scratched his head, unsure. Before he could react, Little Peach Red huffed over with a pot of tea and placed it fiercely towards the table, yelling impatiently, 98 degrees, just the right temperature. Flush yourself. The words fell, once again leaving Zhang Pingan with a dashing back, disappearing in the doorway. Hey! Faced with this rather disrespectful treatment, Zhang Pingan sighed deeply. It's hard to be a flunky. I thought it was a sensible big family, but I didn't expect that even a little girl would dare to treat a new aunt like herself like this. At this time, he did not know that after only half an hour, the new aunt's special hobby had spread throughout the entire Han family. Not long after, Han Linger went and returned. Maybe it was back to the family. At this moment, Han Linger had less of a coldness and more of a human touch, especially after changing into a white snow skirt. She was like a heavenly maiden in the banishment, releasing an indescribable beauty. Han Linger looked at the refreshed Zhang Pingan and was visibly stunned. She always felt that the other party after this dressing was a little more like the old ancestor she remembered, as if she had seen the old ancestor when he was young. The Duke's world is matchless, and the stranger is like jade. Shaking her head to drive out the odd feeling in her heart, Han Linger took a jade pendant from her white neck and handed it to Zhang Pingan. A light and elegant voice rang out. I have reported your presence. Come with me. Father and mother and the old ancestral grandmother and others are waiting in the great hall. This is my personal jade pendant, a sort of love token. I believe that my father, mother and old grandmothers will understand when they see this. Remember what I have instructed. Your cultivation is low, but you are talented and literate, and on a dark and windy night, we fell in love at first sight, and our love for each other was made private. If the elders are still against it, you will break the news that we have. I am pregnant with your child, and the love of this life is more than golden, so please fulfill the old ancestral grandmother, etc. When speaking of bad boys, Han Linger's cheeks fluttered a hint of redness, but she was still a bit uncertain as she instructed again. Do you hear me? Make sure you don't misremember those poems I told you. Old Grandma Zhu likes this. The corners of Jiang Pingan's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. What was all that poetry you told me about? Any random verse in my head is 1,000 times better. He didn't retort, though, and nodded anyway. Well, memorized it all. Okay, stay close to me, act intimate, and don't show. The next moment, Han Linger took the initiative to embrace Jiang Pingan's arm, and even Jiang Pingan clearly felt the other party's delicate body tremble. It was obvious that it was the first time the other man had been so intimate with a man. In order to cope with the ultimatum from the Han family's old ancestral grandmother, Han Linger had clearly gone out of her way. Thus, the two walked side by side, slowly towards the main hall. Chapter 6, Did you give it to him? Did you give him much? It didn't go very far. Linger, you're really back? A gentle voice drifted in, only to see a man with white clothes and a feminine face walking quickly with a surprised face. Night Cold Snow, why are you in my Han family? Han Linger's eyes were as calm as water as she said indifferently. This is not the Han family. Announcement said that these days to recruit a like-minded man for you to join the family. My heart for you, heaven and earth can be seen, will not let you marry someone else in a muddle. So I came early. These days have been living in the Han family guest room. Night Cold Snow stared unblinkingly at Han Linger, her voice trembling a bit. Night Cold Snow? Jiang Pingan's heart thumped. Done. I'm going to be humiliated and punched in the face. Cold Snow at night. He knew what the name stood for, even if he was a loner. Cloud State's third family, the Night family, this generation's most outstanding first eldest son, the middle stage of the cave ruin realm, transcendent out of the world. In addition to the Ji family and the Stone family's two unearthly demons, his cultivation is the crown of the younger generation, and he is an existence that ordinary heavenly pride can hardly reach. Thought I'd simply pretend to be a flunky, reap the benefits and withdraw. This is coming up hard. Hell of a difficulty. Who would have thought that the first son of the Night family would also come to snatch the place of a son-in-law? Even Han Linger frowned as her red lips lightly opened. Your Night family will allow you to join the family? Although she was not a fan of Night Colds now, she did not expect the other party to act like this. Of course, I have convinced my elders that in this life, you are the only one I will not marry. Linger, my love for you is unwavering. Night Cold Snow's voice was powerful and firm. Don't call me Linger, we don't know each other well, and besides, I already have a fiancé. Han Linger's voice was cold, rejecting people. What? Fiancé? Only then did Night Cold Snow realize that there was a minion standing next to him, and that the dirty arm was gently held by the goddess's delicate hand. Is yourself this being green? The heart soars and cools through the heart. The snowflakes are drifting. The north wind is blowing. The sky and the earth are pale. For some reason, a responsive soundtrack popped into his head. He only felt that his head turned into the Hulenbire prairie, green as far as the eye could see. A waste of the Qi drawing realm? Night Cold Snow lost her voice and exclaimed. The corners of Jiang Pingan's mouth twitched. The Qi drawing realm is the Qi drawing realm. What is the meaning of adding a waste suffix? What's wrong with the Qi invoking realm? Did you eat your family's rice? After Night Hanyu came back to her senses, she didn't dare to question Han Linger and spread all her anger on Jiang Pingan, directly ordering, You punk, a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Take your filthy, nasty arm away from Linger's hand, or else, you'll know the consequences. The words were like ice, with an undeniable flavor. If this wasn't the Han clan, he was afraid that he would directly move to abuse the other party. Holy shit! Jiang Pingan was instantly offended. Originally did not want to take care of the other party. Did not expect the other party directly want to ride on their head to shit. This can be tolerated? I've been living a rotten life for 2.5 years, and it's hard for me to climb up the ladder, so I'm still afraid of you, licking dog? Moreover, you are not surnamed Ji Shao Chu Qinlong, etc. A licking dog? Bullish what? Jiang Pingan straightened his body, the corners of his mouth quirked, and an evil smile floated up as he said faintly, Humph, dog's eyes. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. The words were interrupted. Only Night Cold Snow smiled contemptuously and mocked. There's no fooling the middle-aged poor. There's no fooling the elderly poor. The dead are the greatest. The tears of grave robbers, right? Oh, it's true that losers only show off their mouths. Jiang Pingan was stunned and could no longer say half a word. The other man made such good sense that he was somewhat speechless. In this world, there is no strength, and in the end, there is no backbone to even say a harsh word. However, he is a famously careful eye. How could he give up like this? Losing is not losing. Disliking and cursing angrily back. You wait for me. I'll fuck your ancestors. Have big talk. And day my ancestors. Night Cold Snow was about to continue mocking, when suddenly his gaze froze, his mind boomed and buzzed, and the blood in his entire body seemed to have rushed to the top of his head, and his entire body froze. Stretching out his fingers, he tremblingly pointed at the jade pendant hanging on Jiang Pingan's neck. He, who had spent some time with Han Linger in the secret realm of experiences, naturally understood clearly what this meant. The heart is in the right place and the fixation is in the right place. Or even, Night Hanshua raised her head incredulously, staring at Han Linger as she said word for word, "You gave it to him?" "Aha!" Han Linger casually replied. "I said, you gave it to him?" The tone of voice was heavily weighted. "Aha!" Han Linger nodded again after a slight silence. After a long period of silence, Night Cold Snow's voice was trembling a little, and she once again spoke with difficulty. "So, do you give much? Han Linger, Jiang Pingan, how this sounds more and more wrong." "Humph." After snorting coldly, Han Linger pulled Jiang Pingan and quickly walked away. Night Cold Snow looked at the two people's faraway back, eyes spitting fire, hands clenched straight, forced himself to grit his teeth. "Han Linger, you're mine. You can only be mine. Dog, boy and girl. I willingly joined the family for you, and you even committed to a loser. I'll make you guys pay. If I wasn't afraid of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, do you think I'd be like this? Soon, when the time comes, not only you, even your magnificent old grandma." "Humph." Night Cold Snow's chest rose and fell violently, his face full of grimace as he turned around and walked in the other direction. "Since you're no longer chaste." At this point, many people had long been seated in the Han clan's main hall. In addition to the old ancestral grandmother, Nangong Waner, the family head, Han Ling Tian, and his wife, Shangguan Qinger, as well as a few elders who were not in seclusion. After all, the Han family lineage, the matter of entering the family, is related to the inheritance of the flame, is the most important thing at present, not sloppy. Moreover, they also wanted to see what kind of man was the man who could silently take down that Han Linger whose heart was higher than the sky. I didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, the little girl who was glued to my side at the beginning also had a lover. Time flies. I'm getting old. The one who spoke was the 15th elder and Han Linger's own grandfather. Yes, but this matter is of great importance. Even though Linger has a demonic talent, she is ultimately young and is shallow in her dabbling in the relationship path, so she still needs us, the older generation, to give her the palm of her hand. The 8th elder stroked his hand over his beard and said with a smile, "Among those present, the one who had the hardest time was Han Ling Tian. If it wasn't for the sake of the Han family's fragrance inheritance and couldn't argue with his old ancestral grandmother, he wouldn't be willing to marry his woman off. Not to mention that he didn't think there was any man in the whole of Yunzhou who would be able to be worthy of his little cotton-padded jacket." Han Ling Tian's face was as hard as if he had eaten shit, and he could only be silently vicious in his heart. "Later, be sure to give that brat a hard time. I can't believe he took his precious daughter without a word. Damn it!" With a creak, the main door of the hall was slowly pushed open. Jiang Pingan and Han Linger, coming hand in hand, like a pair of divine lovers, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 7 Meeting each other. "I'm begging you, Grandma." The moment he saw Jiang Pingan's face, the entire hall became pin-drop silent all of a sudden. Everyone's gazes stared and were stunned in unison, and then their faces all changed drastically, their eyes in a state of shock and disarray. It was like something had hit my soul hard, and I held my breath completely. How is that possible? The young man's appearance was also too similar to the portrait of the old ancestor in the ancestral shrine. At that instant, they gave birth to an unusually odd feeling, as if it was a suppression in their bloodline, vaguely even wanting to kneel down and welcome the old ancestor's return. They had never seen their old ancestor young, but they just felt that this was how he should have looked when he was young. The one who reacted the most was Nangong Waner, who was sitting at the top. Nangong Waner, eyes stagnant, staring at Jiang Pingan. The blood of the body seems to have stopped flowing, as if by the heavenly thunderbolt body, was fixed there. The eyes can no longer leave. Completely breathless, heartbeat stops. The whole world is devoid of any luster and sound. Only the figure in front of the eyes that can only appear in dreams. as if completely falling into an unreal phantom dream. Is that him? Han Li. The others present hadn't seen the old ancestor's appearance when he was young, and their only impression of the old ancestor was limited to the portrait hanging high in the ancestral shrine. But Nangong Wanner is accompanied all the way, wind and rain for decades, through countless days and nights, ear to ear, naturally know each other when young. His silhouette, his voice, was etched in the depths of her heart for all eternity, and would not be forgotten for a single moment until she died. Nangong Wanner saw it at a glance. The man who was about to join the family in front of her was exactly the same as her husband was when he was young, not the slightest bit different, except for a slightly different temperament. After all, the husband in the memory is overbearing, colorful, and indifferent to anything, while the man in front of me is obviously a bit careful and feels a bit just. How can such similar people exist in this world? Even the walk, the subtle little gestures are exactly the same. However, her husband had passed away long ago, and even if she resembled him, she wasn't him after all. But why is my heart pounding? Nangong Wanner's jade hand gently stroked on her heart. Her brows frowned. How could she not understand? With her infatuation, that long dormant heart, how could it be revived to other men? Unbeknownst to her, at this moment, the shock in Zhang Pinggan's heart was no less than hers. I'm Chow. Zhang Pinggan called out several times in his heart, and 10,000 grass mud horses whizzed by in his mind. As soon as he entered, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to the figure at the top. After all, in the middle of a whole bunch of old men, there sat a stunning beauty of great beauty and splendor. Who wouldn't look twice? It's just that this is a great look. Nima, how does this look exactly like that fairy in the dream? No, sneak another glimpse. Zhang Pingdan didn't move and used his afterglow to take a few more glances again and froze completely. Muttered in a mental whisper. How is this possible? How can they be so similar? That chest, model are right, and that beauty mark at the base of the neck, and so on. Beauty mole. Zhang Pingdan woke up with a jolt. It was impossible for there to be things in this world with so many coincidences. Combined with the name of the old ancestral grandmother that Han Linger had told him earlier, a terrifying guess appeared in his heart. Nangong Wanner, the old ancestor of the Han family. Han Li. Right on. He remembered that in the dream he seemed to have just made up a random name, which appeared to be Han Li. After all, it's all about dreaming, and identities are self-given. Is it hard not to talk nonsense in the lighted world of dreams? Zhang Pinggan stiffened, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Could it be that my gold finger is? Dreams come to life. Boy, if that's the case, it's a lot of fun. He looked down at Han Linger, who was still holding his hand and pretending to be sweet, and shivered in fear. You've become a regular Stepan? He even thought of that scene later in the day, when Han Linger held the icy jade cold sword, bowed slightly to himself, and then bellowed angrily, please return to heaven. Old man, what the hell is this? Relationships are too messy too. If you really want to join the family, wouldn't that become the biggest joke in the heavens and the earth? The old ancestor of the Han family became a flunky for his own family's children and grandchildren. Thinking of this, Zhang Pinggan hastily pulled his hand away and moved a step to the side, pulling away a small distance. Han Linger gave Zhang Pinggan a strange look and didn't think much of it. Then she respectfully knelt down and pointed to Zhang Pinggan. Her beautiful eyes were full of love, and her ethereal voice resounded in the hall. Unworthy grandson Han Linger, greetings to old ancestral grandmother. This is my Taoist partner Zhang Pinggan. We fell in love at first sight, and wish to spend the rest of our lives together as white heads of hair. I hope that old ancestral grandmother will fulfill my wish. After saying that, he even pulled the corner of Zhang Pinggan's coat and urged in a small voice, what are you fuming about? Why don't you kneel down and greet old ancestral grandmother? Snap! Han Ling Tian, who was in front, slammed the table and roared angrily, Humph, polite little man, seeing the old ancestral grandmother, and so many elders, why don't you kneel down and ask for peace? If it wasn't for the fact that the other party looked somewhat similar to the old ancestor, and the fact that the old ancestor grandmother hadn't given her word, he would have blown the other party out of the room a long time ago, stealing his own little cotton jacket without saying a word. But also sightless elders, and I don't know what kind of family raised a wild boy. Even this basic common sense of etiquette does not have. At those words, the corners of Zhang Pinggan's mouth twitched. This is just too much to kneel. If his guess is correct, the one who used to kneel often was your old grandma. In the kitchen, on the windowsill, under the desk, in the grove. Besides, if you really kneel down, you ungrateful sons and daughters, aren't you afraid of losing your lives? The only problem at present is that time has passed for so long. I don't know if Nangong Wanner recognizes herself as her husband, and if the Han family recognizes the old ancestor. It was, after all, so bizarre. Although one had a 999,999,999% probability. But what if it wasn't? What's the difference between that and sending yourself to your death? But if you still recognize yourself as an old ancestor, then won't you later do what you want, sleep wherever you want? The moment. Han Linger couldn't care less about Jiang Pingan's rudeness, and as she watched her old ancestral grandmother remain silent, a hint of a bad premonition grew in her heart. No, old ancestral grandmother didn't seem to look at his cultivation, so he had to raise the stakes a bit more. Bay teeth gently bit the lower lip. Ruthless Heart once again performed a great salute. Clear and pleasant voice resounded throughout the hall. I'm in a private relationship with Jiang Lang, and I am pregnant with his child. I hope that the old ancestral grandmother will fulfill me. Boom! Jiang Pingan was struck by lightning and was directly dumbfounded. I'll rub it in. Little girl, peace, don't talk nonsense. Get it wrong. No, probability. You're a jockey scorn ancestor. What happened to seeing what happens? What a way to come up and just throw a bomb move. And a fucking self-destruct. Chapter 8, Nangong Wanner's heart and soul collapsed. What? Han Lingtian was furious, shocked and jumped straight up from his seat. Aha! I'm going to kill you, brat. Originally thought that the two people just love each other. I did not expect that even the child has a child. Unmarried first childbearing, which hit him this old Biden's face. This angry cry also made Jiang Pingan come to his senses, and he hurriedly waved his hand, denying it. Fake. It's all fake. I have nothing with her. It's purely a misunderstanding. No one noticed the moment Jiang Pingan spoke out. Buzz. Nangong Wanner froze on the spot. Her soul exploded all of a sudden. The world in front of her eyes was blank, and her whole body couldn't stop trembling violently. It's him. This is his voice. But what was Linger talking about just now? Pregnant with his child? Boom! Nangong Wanner's already chaotic heart and soul directly collapsed, only feeling the sky spinning and her body gently shaking, trying to lift his fingers to say something, but his body wouldn't listen, and it took a long time before he let out a dreamy murmur. Han Li. Immediately, with a major heavy blow, the eyes went black and he fainted straight away. Old grandmother ancestor, what's wrong with you? The quick-eyed 8th elder directly supported Nangong Wanner, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic. The suddenness of the scene caused chaos. Even Han Lingtian, who was about to strike out to teach Jiang Pingan a lesson, couldn't care less about everything and rushed to look after his old ancestral grandmother. Old ancestral grandmother was the backbone of the Han family, and they couldn't believe what kind of heavy damage would come to the Han family if something went wrong with old ancestral grandmother. 8th elder, you are well versed in the art of Qi and Huang. Can you tell why old ancestral grandmother fainted? The 13th elder asked anxiously. The 8th elder gently probed his pulse. His face was grave, and he said with some uncertainty, as you all know, old ancestral grandmother has been sick with longing and has been in a bad mental state. And now that she may have heard that Linger was unmarried and had a child first, her anger attacked her heart, and that's what led to the recurrence of her old illness. AI. There was still more than a hint of puzzled disbelief in his eyes when he finished. Although Linger was unmarried and had a child before she was born, which was against the family custom, but what the old grandma valued most was the inheritance of the flame and did not care too much about anything else, so she should have been happy. So how could she be angry and attacked her heart? Shaking his head, the 8th elder continued, quickly, shower, Xiao Xiang, you too, help old ancestral grandmother to rest in her room. Everything will be decided after old ancestral grandmother wakes up. He looked at Han Linger again and let out a deep sigh. Hey! A group of people then, assisting the old ancestral grandmother, went far toward the bedchamber. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the large hall, and Han Lingtian's anger finally couldn't hold back and completely erupted. Boo! The table in front of him instantly split into pieces. It's bad luck for the family. It's bad luck for the family. Regardless of whether the pregnancy was true or not, the fact that it had made the old grandma mad was a no-brainer. Sins. Han Lingtian opened his mouth and didn't continue to speak out. Not being able to bear to scold his most beloved little cotton jacket, he could only vent all his anger on Jiang Pingan. He raised his palm to give the other party a few big ears to scrape, but the moment he raised his hand, he only felt the great karma wrapped around him. His body was cold, and he could no longer fan down. Sensing this wrongness, Han Lingtian instinctively frowned and wanted to retreat behind the crowd. It took 2 steps back before he reacted, and only then did he retrace his steps with an embarrassed look on his face. In response, the Han family's subordinates turned a blind eye to this, as if they were already accustomed to it. Say, about the pregnancy, is it true or false? Han Lingtian adjusted his demeanor, feeling a bit embarrassed about his face, and once again shouted angrily, "Also, John Pingon, regarding the matter of Linger, should you give Han an explanation?" No one answered. Han Linger was in the midst of self-reproach and remorse for having made old ancestral grandmother dizzy, so she didn't even notice her own father's question. As for John Pingon, he was also annoyed to death, worried about Nangong Wanner's body and the shock of the dream turning into reality, and didn't want to take care of this unfilial grandson at all. Everything, one could only confirm the truth after Nangong Wanner awoke. Good, very good. Seeing that a flunky was so high and mighty, Han Ling Tian's hysterical roar resounded through the great hall. "Today, if I don't let you kneel for 3 hours, I'll fucking take your surname." The other side. "I don't know how long it's been." Nangong Wanner on the bed couch slightly moved her eyelashes and woke up from her stupor. It caused everyone around them to gasp. "You've woken up, old ancestral grandmother? How are you feeling physically?" The 8th elder came over. "Shower stays, everyone else goes out. I want to be quiet." Nangong Wanner waved her hand, signaling the other party to go out. "Alright, take care of yourself, old ancestral grandmother. Don't be angry with the juniors. We'll go out now." After the 8th elder finished speaking, he turned around with the crowd and disappeared into the doorway. Nangong Wanner reclined on the bed, closing her eyes slightly as she began to recall the past. Even after centuries have passed, those charming and happy times seem like yesterday, never fading and unforgettable. And the abnormality of her husband, Han Li, once again surfaced in her mind. Any medicine for residing face and prolonging life has no effect on husband, as if he is under a mysterious curse. Is there really any secret in husband's body? Maybe. A heavenly thought suddenly appeared in his mind. As soon as it appeared, it took root and grew wildly, quickly diffusing and filling her heart. The man who stirred her heartstrings and took over her body and soul. Back, thinking of this, Nangong Wanner's small heart beat violently, and she violently opened her eyes, a trace of disbelief flashing through her beautiful eyes. This unlikely possibility, maybe, is it true? Even the maid next to her, Shower, could feel the violent trembling of the old ancestral grandmother's body, and even on the surface of her body, a layer of abnormal crimson color surfaced. "Old ancestral grandmother, what's wrong with you?" Shower's voice was trembling a little. She had never seen such an abnormal old ancestral grandmother before. Go to the Forbidden Land." Nangong Wanner stood up. Ancestral shrine of the Han family, deepest part. This was a forbidden place of the Han family, and even Shower, who was a personal maid, was stepping into it for the first time. In the innermost chamber, a conspicuous bronze ancient coffin lay quietly in the very center. The ancient coffin was refined by Nangong Wanner after exhausting countless resources, which could ensure that her husband's body would not decay for ages, and would last forever, and she would come here when she had time, caressing the ancient coffin and talking about her longing for it all these years. Chapter 9, Heartbeat recognizes you before I do. As soon as she entered, Nangong Wanner's gaze fell on the familiar ancient coffin, and her heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Although the runes on that ancient coffin shone and emitted a faint glow, and the guarding formation was untouched, she just had an indescribable feeling. 1 step, 2 steps. Nangong Wanner walked slowly. Each step was like stepping on a heartstring, stirring up layers of ripples. Finally, her hand trembled as it touched the edge of the ancient coffin. As she slowly pushed open the lid of the coffin, an unspeakably ancient aura filled the air. In this moment, Nangong Wanner's heart was almost beating out of her chest. There was an expectant gleam in her eyes, but it was mixed with an imperceptible hint of panic. Squeak! The lid of the bronze ancient coffin was completely opened, and the situation inside was suddenly in front of the two of them. Empty. The body of the old ancestor of the Han family has disappeared. How is that possible? Shower covered her lips with both hands, her eyes full of shock and strife, and then her face changed drastically as she looked toward her old ancestral grandmother. Bad. The old ancestor was stolen. It's the only thing old Grandma Zhu has to think about. She could not believe how much of a blow this incident would cause to the old grandma, who was already sick with longing, plus this sudden bad news. The old grandma was afraid. The moment, Nangong Wanner stared blankly at the empty ancient coffin, her eyes glaring to their maximum, motionless as if her soul had been drawn away. Surprisingly, really, the suspicion in her mind was further confirmed. The formation on that bronze ancient coffin was laid by her personally. The runes were inscribed by her personally, to steal her husband's corpse without disturbing everything without a sound. Even a quasi-emperor powerhouse couldn't do it. I'm afraid that the only ones who can do all this are the legendary supreme emperor powerhouses. But why would such a powerful man steal his husband's body? There's only one truth. He is the husband. Your own heart doesn't lie. Even though hundreds of years had passed, his figure, his voice, and everything about him were deeply engraved in the deepest recesses of one's heart and soul. Never admit fault. Puff. Flop. Nangong Wanair's heart once again beat violently. She touched her heart, hot and tearful. Her body shook gently, and she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The original heartbeat recognized you before I did. Boing boing. I don't care what your secrets are, but I know. Yours and mine. Husband. Once a wife. Always your woman. Thinking of being able to smell his scent again and feel that domineering yet warm body. Nangong Wanair's delicate body softened and almost fell to the ground. Old ancestral grandmother. You have to hold on. Xiaoer at the side hurriedly held on, filled with panic. Although the old ancestor's corpse has disappeared, the old ancestor's spirit has always lived in our hearts. Old ancestor grandma. Think about the fact that there are still so many Han family descendants accompanying you. You mustn't do anything foolish. I'm fine. Nangong Wanair gently pushed the other party away, lifting her slender jade hand to wipe her tears, a hint of joy and determination in her eyes. Her red lips lightly opened, and a slightly relaxed voice came out. I feel better than ever. Go to the Great Hall again. I'm a little impatient for this. He. At this moment, Nangong Wanair no longer had the steadiness of the old ancestral grandmother of the Han family, and rarely presented a hint of a young girl's posture. Even her footsteps were much more relaxed. Done. Old Grandma Zhu is crazy. Xiaoer stared blankly at the fast-stepping back, her heart pulling out of her chest. It's only logical that the old grandma should be heartbroken and in pain. How it feels a bit like dead trees bloom. Old trees bloom? Han family. Pills In the meantime, inside the great hall of the Han family, Han Linger came to her senses and had long ago pulled Jiang Pingan to the side, whispering with some dissatisfaction. Why did you just say that it was a misunderstanding? Things have come to this. We can only go one way to the black. A bite to say that our love is more than gold. The groom and the concubine. At those words, Jiang Pingan lifted his head to look at the other party, his face odd. Being a son-in-law, which is not as fragrant as taking one step and going through 800 years of detours. He didn't open his mouth to answer, just shook his head. Han Ling Tian's roar continued to echo. Against. Han's flunky is going against. And Linger, can you just joke about this kind of thing? The inheritance of the Han clan's flavor is a big deal. How can you just talk about it casually? Brat, I didn't make a move on you for Linger's sake. Be self-conscious. Kneel down yourself and kneel until the old ancestral grandmother forgives you. If old ancestral grandmother is angered in any way, I'll execute your 9 clans. At those words, Jiang Pingan raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the other party with an odd expression on his face. Seeing that Jiang Pingan remained unmoved, Han Lingtian's patience finally wore thin and he angrily rebuked. Humph, today, you have to kneel even if you kneel, and you have to kneel even if you don't. With those words, a terrifying pressure radiated out from his body and pressed towards Jiang Pingan. Next moment, boo! Han Lingtian was directly slapped away by a resounding slap, in a large zigzag shape, and embedded hard in the wall 10 feet away. What a man! The crowd shouted angrily. How dare someone commit murder in the Han family and beat up the Han family head in public? Don't want to live? Only when he saw the silhouette that slowly walked in from the entrance of the Great Hall, he instantly caved in. Oh, it's old Grandma Zhu. That's okay. Beating is kissing. Scolding is loving. The old grandma is loving her children and grandchildren. Old ancestral grandmother, why are you hitting me? Han Ling Tian snapped, falling off the wall and limping over, his face full of confusion. Snap, another silky smooth slap. Han Ling Tian once again drew a perfect parabola, embedding himself accurately in the wall just now. After Nangong Wanair did all this, she didn't even look at the other party, so her eyes all fell on Jiang Pingan's body, unable to move away anymore. 1 step, 2 steps, straight toward Jiang Pingan. Coming. Sexual bliss is coming my way. Jiang Pingan was shaken and felt his heart begin to beat faster. No wonder my doctor said I have a weak stomach. Turns out, I'm just right for soft food. Looking at Nangong Wanair's jaw-droppingly straight gaze, Jiang Pingan's heart trembled. Even though he had forgotten many of the details of their time together in the dream, that kind of blazing heat, that implied affection, he couldn't forget. Finally, Nangong Wanair walked to a distance of 10 feet in front of Jiang Pingan and stopped. 4 eyes. She looked at him, he looked at her. At this moment, the world seemed to be frozen, without any luster, and the only thing in the pupils was the other party's reflection from what seemed to be coming out of a dream. Chapter 10. How are you? I don't know how long it's been. Nangong Wanair's lips moved, gently transmitting a touch of voice like a ghostly dream. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you? As if it was engraved in his soul to memorize the reply. Jiang Pingan blurted it out. As the words fell, both sides were stunned and fell into a long silence. The moment. Nangong Wanner's heart was in turmoil. Obviously in her heart, she was all but certain that the other party was her soulful husband, but for some reason, the ghost uttered such a sentence. Perhaps it was the affliction of always feeling like it was a dream that made them subconsciously talk about a secret that only the two of them knew. That was what husband himself had taught her, and no one but husband could answer correctly. After a long period of silence, Nangong Wanner's trembling voice sounded again. Odd change even? Jiang Pingan's entire body stiffened for a moment before he pursed his lips and slowly replied. Symbols, look at the quadrant. Palace Jade Wine? 181 cups. Wolf Smoke on Cybertron? Lin Daiyu captures Megatron in 7. The windmill squeaks and squeaks and squeaks. The scenery here is so beautiful. Love you walking alone in a dark alley? Love the way you don't kneel. Basketball? Chicken. Speaking here, Nangong Wanner's gaze became more and more tender. She suddenly thought of something. A hint of redness floated on her jade-white cheeks, and her voice became much smaller as she tentatively asked one last time. Jiang Pingan was speechless. As soon as these words came out, the blush on Nangong Wanner's face instantly spread to her neck, as crimson as blood and fiery. It's him. Definitely him. Even something so private. At this moment, Nangong Wanner once again dreamed back to the past, those crazy charming time, and at that moment, everyone else in the Great Hall was confused. You look at me, I look at you, and I can't figure out what's going on. What kind of code words are this flunky and old Grandma Zhu exchanging? Why can't they understand? Why does it feel like old folks meeting old folks with tears in their eyes? That's not right either. Old Grandma Zhu was a native of Yunzhou. How could there be a language they didn't understand? Some attentive maidservants even discovered Nangong Wanner's current state, and were immediately shocked, covering their lips and not daring to utter a single breath. What's the situation? In this life, they are still the first time to see the old grandma. Shy, like a young girl in love, the light in the beautiful eyes. So hot. So, hiss. The maids sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. Old Grandma Zhu, getting horny? They looked at the old straight men of the Han family, who didn't seem to understand anything, and were still there, wide-eyed. A maid's lips moved, but in the end nothing came out. After all, this is not a good thing to say. This is a great disrespect to the old grandma. A few breaths later, Nangong Wanner came back to her senses, scanned the grand hall, and with a wave of her big hand, she said in a domineering manner, "You, all of you, get out. Honorable order." The maids returned respectfully, and glanced meaningfully at Jiang Pingan before leaving. Sure enough, this kid, blessed. I can't believe that I'm being looked at by my old grandma. From a superfluous son-in-law, shifted directly into the old ancestral grandmother's concubine. That's hundreds of years off the beaten path straight away. One step at a time. Just the heart is heavy with doubts. So many years countless great powers and giants have pursued the old ancestral grandmother. But the old ancestral grandmother is as cold as ice to those people, refusing to go beyond the 1,000 miles. Now why would she treat a young man of the chi-inducing realm? Could it be that it was because the other party bore a slight resemblance to the old ancestor? Not scientific. Not at all. The elders, however, did not move at all, and their faces were a bit ugly. They all went out. There was only a superfluous son-in-law and the old ancestral grandmother left in this great hall. This lone man and woman. Although it was impossible for anything to happen, it was always a little bad to hear when it was spread out. Thinking of this, they frantically glared at the family head, Han Lingtian, who had just come down from the wall. The meaning obvious. Disobedience to the old grandmothers is on you. Hey! Han Lingtian sighed deeply in his heart, belly aching. These old men, from the family had abdicated into the elder hall, on the basis of all their own direct lineage elders, every day to their own boss. What dirty work all let themselves to. Live as fucking what they are. Who let himself have only a daughter and no son? Hey! Han Lingtian was helpless, so he once again stepped forward and advised. Old ancestral grandmother, the sins created by this brat and linger will be handled by me as a father. There is no need for your old man to personally teach you a lesson. The words were interrupted before they were finished. Get out. Simple and concise. Nangong Wanner looked coldly at Han Lingtian, the conspicuous bag, the cold color in her eyes clearly visible. She only wanted to be alone with her husband, only wanted to pour out her thoughts over the years to her husband, and was simply too lazy to take care of these ungrateful children and grandchildren. And even more so, she did not want to waste her words explaining that the other party was their old ancestor at this critical moment. This moment belonged only to the two of them, her and her husband. Hiss! Han Lingtian involuntarily shivered as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His instincts told him that if he didn't leave, he was in for a potentially devastating blow. "Yeah," he said and walked towards the door without looking back. Seeing this, the crowd didn't dare to continue to say anything, and retreated in silence. And by the way, they thoughtfully helped to close the door of the room. For a time, only Nangong Wanner and Jiang Pingan remained in the entire hall. Flop, flop, two hearts beat violently. Nangong Wanner took a step forward, stretching out her slender jade hand to gently caress Jiang Pingan's cheeks, and that sense of reality made her unable to hold back any longer, and her eyes were instantly blurred with tears. The tears in the corners of those eyes were tears of joy, more poignant and flawless than the brightest starlight in the world. "Husband, is you?" Nangong Wanner's beautiful eyes were hazy as she asked dully. Until this moment, she still felt like she was dreaming, but if this was a dream, she was willing to fall into the dream world forever and never wake up again. Go away for half a lifetime and come back as a teenager. The gray-haired, bearded, dying husband whom he had buried with his own hands was now miraculously transformed back into a teenager and stood in front of him. In a trance, as if returning to 800 years ago, a flamboyant young man stood in front of him, with an evil smile floating at the corner of his mouth, boldly saying, "Pretty girl, date?" That was the beginning of a misunderstanding, and more than that, the beginning of love between the two of them. Now that time has changed and the world has changed, he is still the same teenager he was. Looking at the nearness, that poignant and deep gaze, Jiang Pingan's heart trembled, feeling his heart broken, his heart and soul in turmoil to the extreme. This was the first time in his life that he had ever experienced a woman's unchanging attachment to him. For him, it was probably just a sleep and a ridiculous dream, but for the other party, it is true that they have lived with themselves for 100 years, and missed for hundreds of years. One air, "It's me." Jiang Pingan nodded heavily. "I don't know why." After opening his mouth, looking at the other party's pearly appearance, his tears also broke down in an instant. No matter how much he tried to contain them, he could not rest. "My maiden, turns out, I've long been a husband." Chapter 11, The Understanding. Nangong Wanner. Lily. Hearing this familiar name, Nangong Wanner could no longer contain her excitement, let out a cry, and directly pounced over, burying her head deeply in Jiang Pingan's arms. "Lily." The corners of Jiang Pingan's mouth twitched. It was too destructive to the atmosphere. Hiss. That cadre can stand such a test. He couldn't remember some of the details of the dream, but in reality, it was the first time he had come into contact with a stunning beauty of this caliber, especially from the other side of the body of the burst of fragrance, refreshing, in an instant, so that Jiang Pingan body throbbing difficult to control. Gulp. Couldn't help but gulp. Nangong Wanner's delicate body curled up slightly in his arms, and a faint pink color emerged on her fragrant cheeks. There were a few more hints of sweetness and delight in his heart, and the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed from rising. Deadbeat. Still the same lack of self-control after all these years. It seems that the old lady is still in style and is no less seductive to her husband. Next, Nangong Wanner was a bit intolerant, raised her forehead, gently bit her lower lip, and softly said, "Husband, do you want to? How about letting my concubine serve?" As he spoke, he was about to lightly undress. "No, no." Jiang Pingan was startled and hurriedly waved his hand to stop. He didn't expect the other party to be so accommodating. This is the council hall. What's more, there are a lot of things left unsaid. Nangong Wanner was stunned, and the movements of her hands stopped. She was a little strange. Husband returned this time how to feel some change. The past husband, but never regardless of any occasion, as long as the two people alone, are very colorful. She didn't care though. All she knew was that the other person was the husband she had longed for and dreamed of. Of that, she was beyond certain. Moreover, she actually preferred her current courteous husband to the earlier one. Jiang Pingan looked at the other party's reaction and thought of his overbearing and absurd behavior in the dream, and couldn't wait to slap himself hard with a few big slaps. What an animal! What a beast! At that time, I thought it was a spring dream, in addition to the beginning of the gentle and considerate, but after getting his hands on the other side of the infatuation, as well as the character of the rebellious, desultory, and even put forward a lot of shameless requests, Jiang Pingan could tell at a glance that Nangong Wanner was traditional to the extreme, and was the kind of woman that legends were made of. Even if you're out there flying the colors, you're still sulking and waiting for yourself to come home in the middle of the night. The traditional woman. She is a traditional woman who, once she falls in love, is devoted to her husband and marries the chicken and follows the dog. Such a woman should be loved and cared for, not just, hey. Jiang Pingan sighed and swore in his heart that he would make it up to the other party in this life. After a moment of silence, Zhang Pingan slowly said. "Wan heir, won't you ask me why I came back from the dead and was restored to my youth?" "I don't care." Nangong Wanner was stunned, then shook her head. "I don't care about anything. You have your secrets and I have my thoughts. All I know is that you are you, my husband, and that's enough." Boom! A short sentence, more sincere than any deep confession in the world. Every corner of Zhang Pingan's soul seemed to be bursting with countless warm currents. What more can a man ask for when he has a wife like this? Touched, Zhang Pingan once again hugged the other party tightly, and Nangong Wanner obediently leaned her head on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Wan heir, there are some things I can't explain right now, but give me some time, and later, I'll tell you everything without reservation." Aha! After the words fell, silence once again fell in the great hall. In this moment, there is no mindlessness, there is, just a long-lost tranquility. Suddenly, Zhang Pingan's heart stirred and suddenly thought of something. If this dream comes true, then the other dreams won't be damn true too. He was a little afraid to imagine how explosive the scene would be when the dreaming maidens touched together in the future. What's more, dream ladies have different personalities. Some of them are even fiery to the extreme. So they won't just karma him, right? Looking at Nangong Wanner, who was overflowing with happiness in her arms, Zhang Pingan decided to take a precaution in advance and opened his mouth. "Wan heir, that, I said if I had another woman, would you mind?" The words fell out of his mouth and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Although Wan heir is traditional, any other woman should mind if her husband has another woman outside, not to mention the possibility of having many heirs. What? Nangong Wanner was stunned, but then she lifted her head, smiling like a flower, her eyebrows open. "Great, husband, do I finally have a sister? Oh husband, you finally know how to feel sorry for me. You know previously I have advised you to take concubines, but you never look at the other sisters that I have selected, and you should know that husband your needs are so. That concubine alone is a bit too much to handle, and for all those years, I only gave birth to one child for you and failed to start a family for the Han family. It would be excellent to have a few more sisters to help me share the load." Ha! Zhang Pingan was completely confused. This is a little unrealistic, isn't it? I'm not still dreaming, am I? How in the world can there be such an understanding and perfect human wife? He pinched himself hard, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Looking at the still rambling Nangong Wanner, can no longer restrain the heart of that touching. In the other side of a cry of surprise, cupped the other side of the stunning cheeks, slightly leaning forward. Nangong Wanner instantly realized something, and her eyes became hazy for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes, gently stood on tiptoe, and her delicate red lips slightly tilted forward lightly. "My lady, the rest of your life, please teach me." After accompanying a true confession, Zhang Pingan leaned in for a kiss. Boom! Nangong Wanner was struck by lightning, and her entire body trembled violently. "Husband, gentleman," with a murmur, all those years of waiting and aggravation seemed to be answered and worth it. The strength that she had been pretending to be collapsed in an instant, and the tears came out uncontrollably, instantly flooding her cheeks. "Husband, come back." In the past, she thought that her husband was indulging in eroticism. That was also because he did not have the qualification to cultivate, and his depression could not be vented. As a wife, she of course tried her best to alleviate the pain in her husband's heart as much as possible, and satisfy any of his requirements. But now, that husband who was overbearing and lustful, but who was unusually considerate and gentle to himself on weekdays, had returned. Even though in 800 years she had fought her way through thick and thin and founded the huge Han family, and was even ranked among the top 10 families in Yunzhou, her original wish, just being a quiet little stepford wife. Raising children is the most beautiful dream she has ever had in her life. Standing, Nangong Wanner's beautiful eyes swirled with brimming light. Her jade arm raised and gathered around Zhang Pingan's neck, taking the initiative to come up. At once, the two embraced each other deeply, their lips entwined. Hiss! He sucked in a cold breath, also reacting to the fact that this was not in a dream. For an instant, perhaps sensing his movement, a pair of soft razor but suddenly pressed on his palm. At once, woo-woo, Zhang Pingan was moved to tears. What it means to be is understanding and reasonable. That's fucking it. Chapter 12. Shut up, keep your mouth shut. While the two were charmingly entwined, not far outside the Great Hall, the Han family members were also paying close attention to everything in the room. What do you guys say? How will the old ancestral grandmother punish this brat for wanting a father's child to be her son, and having Linger lie about being pregnant with his child? That's just too much of a shame. An elder blew his beard and eyes out. Well, still the old grandma's thunderous style. I'm afraid I'll slap this brat to death. Not necessarily. No matter what, This kid is also brought by Linger. Besides the matter of incense inheritance, the old ancestor grandma loves Linger the most. I think it won't be too difficult for him. I'm only afraid that I'll have to put this kid through some tests. But with this kid's qualification and cultivation, combining with Linger is really pulling down my Han family's grade. AI. It's difficult. Well, I also think so. After all, this brat and the old ancestor are somewhat similar. Under the love of the house, the old ancestor grandmother should not be chastised too much. You all talk about testing chastisement, but why do I have a bad feeling in my heart? You fucking only eat spirit fruits every day. Of course not, Xiang. And then a cultivation is low to eat white rice, white boy. The Han family still hair does not develop? The crowd was whispering and talking, and the picture was gradually going off the rails. Han Linger quietly stood by the side, her shell teeth lightly biting her lips, not saying a word, somewhat apprehensive. Although she didn't understand why Jiang Pingdan hadn't followed the plan, she still hoped to pass her old ancestral grandmother's test. Just then, look, the old grandma walks past, someone exclaimed, and it caught everyone's attention. Under the sunlight, through the windows and doors of that great hall, one could clearly see two dark figures in the room gradually approaching. Is this a walk? Why do I feel like pouncing? Someone questioned. Old 15. Watch your words. How could old ancestral grandmother do something so indecent? The eighth elder glared at the person who spoke with dissatisfaction. I also feel that the old grandma ancestor seems to be held in the arms of this brat. That's just a visual misalignment created by standing together due to the light and angle. It's by no means possible as you said. Look, old ancestral grandmother raised her hand. Another person exclaimed. Oh, I told you. The old ancestral grandmother must have gotten angry and raised her hand to slap this brat. It seemed to be developing according to his own speculation, and the eighth elder stroked his beard, his old mind relieved. But why do I feel that it's not a slap, but more like the old ancestral grandmother caressing that brat's cheek? At those words, the crowd's tigers shook, their eyes filled with shock. The slightest thought of a lone man and woman alone in a room, the woman with love and affection outstretched delicate hands, stroking the cheeks of the lover boy, lying love and concubinage, dry fire, hiss. The sound of sucking in cool air was unceasing. Snap! The eighth elder directly gave Han Lingtian a resounding slap on the back of his head, cursing angrily. You brat! Denigrate the old ancestral grandmother again. Believe it or not, my family law to serve. I see you as the head of the family. Floating, right? Han Lingtian touched his head, not daring to retort, and could only mutter in a low voice. The family law is also enforced by me, the head of the family. When the family rules were established, it was said that once you enter the Hall of Elders, you will be referred to as an elder, and everything will be at the disposal of the contemporary head of the family. And you guys never listen to me just as well, and you often rely on the old to beat me. How dare you talk back? Snap! It rewarded Han Lingtian with another big BB pocket. Looking at the beard-blowing eighth elder, Han Lingtian wisely shut his mouth. Baby's heart is bitter, but baby can't say, want to cry. Other families have unlimited rights of the head of the family. No matter what, there are also side branches can be instructed. But their Han family, a single line of succession, all the fucking direct ancestry. His Hall of Cloud State top 10 family head, in addition to commanding the housekeeper, deacon and so on, but also to do odd jobs, back black pots. It's also pretty damn suffocating. Look, two people's mouths, going to kiss. Another shriek rang out. What? Once again, the crowd's tigers shook, and they glanced sideways at it. Sure enough, through the doors and windows, it was obvious that the lips of the two men in the room, gradually approaching. At the moment of the kiss, the Han family members all winced in unison. No way. Never. The eighth elder bellowed angrily once again, glaring angrily towards the other person. Kiss your old man's ass. Old 13, why are you starting to talk nonsense just like this rabbit brat Lingtian? If you ruin old ancestral grandmother's reputation, I will never forgive you lightly. And how many times has it been said that it's just a matter of perspective? They're standing side by side, they're not kissing, and that old grandmothers are the ones who steal the men of their offspring? But, the 13th elder looked at the stormy 8th elder, and finally said it with some hesitation. But, old ancestral grandmother thus tilting her head back to embrace and enjoy the kiss. What's the explanation? Halfway through this sentence, everyone present was as if they were petrified, all frozen in place, completely frozen. There was a deafening silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Stunned, he looked at the two figures within the great hall that seemed to be kissing somewhat obliviously. Is there any other possibility? Is there any other reason in this case? It's hard to believe that they're collectively under an illusion. I don't know how long it's been. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No good. The eighth elder bellowed and lunged towards the door of the great hall in a fiery manner. Immediately afterward, he frowned and his body stagnated. In a flash of lightning, he swung Han Ling Tian, who was the closest to him, and slammed directly toward the door of the great hall. Live. Mouth. Down. Stay. People. The crowd followed, chanting loudly. Boom. With a deafening roar, the door of the great hall carved out of the 1,000-year-old clear heartwood was directly smashed open and split into pieces, and the scene inside the room was thoroughly presented to everyone. It was as if something had struck the souls of the crowd so hard that they held their breath completely, gasping for air. Holy shit! They've never seen an old grandma look like this. Dye eyebrows such as fog, beautiful eyes flowing, body without a trace of the ordinary Dayling. That between the eyebrows of the flavor is enough to let any man in the world for the crazy. And that movement. Old Grandma Zhu is too wild. Han Linger even covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes full of unbelief. Jiang Pingan is her chosen husband and son-in-law, the flunky son-in-law who was about to join the Han family. What is Grandma Lao Zhu doing? What is she doing with her body? Robbing the men of their offspring? Or test the ability of the flunky to resist beauty and enter the game with his body? But this cost is too great. When the crowd reacted from their shock, their eyes fell on Jiang Pingan, and in an instant, their eyes were glazed over. Gutsy brat, Grandma Lao Zhu looks at you. Just lie down. How dare you desecrate? Dead. Chapter 13, Nangong Waner, I can still give birth. The eighth elder raised his palm and was about to slash down with it. Nangong Waner also reluctantly separated from Jiang Pingan. Her eyes fell on the door of the room that was in tatters, and then she swept around the crowd. Her beautiful eyes slightly condensed, slowly narrowed, and a dangerous light glowed in the narrow slits of her eyes. This ungrateful bunch interrupted her moment of reunion with her husband. It seemed that he was still too lenient with them on weekdays. In a blink of an eye, a chilling icy aura instantly filled the entire hall. Without the tenderness of just now, in the face of the ungrateful descendants, Nangong Waner once again displayed her supreme cold might, transforming herself into that resolute, cold and icy supreme realm powerhouse. The crowd only felt a chill running from the center of their feet straight to the top of their heads. The eighth elder frowned and retreated behind the crowd. The 13th elder looked at it. No way. Why was he standing at the front? Again, he frowned and retreated behind the 15th elder. The 15th elder saw the situation and frowned, retreating behind the 9th elder, who, so repeatedly, in unison, retreated to dozens of feet away from the hall, looking at everything in the hall with a horrified face. In the blink of an eye, only Han Linger remained in the hall, along with Han Ling Tian, whose head was still buzzing from hitting the gate earlier. At the same time, Nangong Waner's cold voice rang out. Today, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, send them all out to mine. Han Ling Tian was stunned, thinking of the bitter days when he made a mistake and was sent down to digging mines, and the sun set in the west. That was his lost youth. It couldn't help but send a shiver down his spine and clear his head at the same time. Spin stammered. Back to old ancestral grandmother. It's none of my business. It's all the eighth elder in them. Han Ling Tian stretched out his hand to the side and the sound came to an abrupt end. Where is everyone? Boo! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Han Ling Tian flew straight out like a humanoid cannonball, slicing through the sky and disappearing into the vast starry sky. Hiss! The Han clan's crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cool air in fear. The old grandma of the ancestors was too hard on her. This is crazy about love, completely out of his mind and insane. It's over. It seems that old grandma ancestor is delirious with longing and treats this brat as an old ancestor. At this moment, Nangong Waner's hell-like voice came again. Han Fei, all of you get your asses over here. Han Fei, that's the name of the eighth elder. It was obvious that this time, she was really angry. This group of ungrateful children and grandchildren had not only spoiled the lingering reunion between her and her husband after a long period of time, but more importantly, just now, they had even raised their palms in an attempt to deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors. Seeing this, the group of eighth elder knew that they couldn't hide, and warily walked over and opened their mouths. Old grandmother ancestor, shut up. The words were interrupted before they were finished. Kneel down, kowtow to the old ancestor. Nangong Waner looked at the crowd coldly. The coldness in her beautiful eyes was enough to freeze the soul. The crowd was stunned. Kowtowing to the old man? But the grass on the old ancestor's grave is so tall, and it's not even time to honor the old ancestor, is it? In the next second, they reacted by kneeling and kowtowing to the little white boy in front of them. How can this Work? It's just a flunky who looks a little like the old man. It seems that old ancestral grandmother is indeed very sick and has reached her deathbed, which has led to this series of ridiculous actions. Old ancestor grandmother nah. You wake up. Old ancestor long ago karma ah. You open your eyes to see. In front of the eyes of this little white man just look a little like it. How can it be the old ancestor ah? If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about the old ancestors in the 9 Springs and the reputation of the Han family. A few elders hissed and persuaded. Snap! A chicken feather blanket had appeared in Nangong Wanner's hand at an unknown time, and it struck at a few gray-haired old men. Humph! Fame? You still know about reputation? The reputation of the Han family has been corrupted by you all. You don't move. You frown and retreat behind the crowd. You run faster than anyone else when you encounter danger. Do you know how to call the Han family outside? Old 6th family. Husband at first immortal are fearless of life and death. Gas cover mountains and rivers. How give birth to a group of you old 6? The more Nangong Wanner fought, the angrier she became, only occasionally glancing over Han Linger's body when her eyes softened slightly, somewhat pleased. Fortunately, this old 6 genes are passed down from male to female, and Ling heir has never inherited those bad habits. Jiang Pingan, who was listening to the side too, blushed slightly, when the subconscious thought that it was in a dream. Of course, there was no fear of life and death. In fact, he was still more meticulously sparing his life. So it seems that these guys kind of inherited him. Alright, seeing these old men who were all close to going into the ground wailing, Jiang Pingan was also a bit intolerant and opened his mouth to persuade them. Wan heir, forget it, don't fight. Children's words are reckless. They are just children. As soon as these words came out, the wailing came to an abrupt end, and the Han clan elders stared at Jiang Pingan with odd faces. Just a kid. Is it appropriate for you, a young white boy, to talk about a bunch of us old men like that? You think you're an old man? Also, it always feels like this kid is arching a fire with the old ancestral grandmother's temper. I'm afraid that they will not be killed. Which had thought that Nangong Wanner's delicate body trembled and instantly put away the chicken feather blanket, becoming gentle and virtuous and tender again, as if she was a completely different person from just now. Leaning her body slowly towards Jiang Pingan, she swept the hair on her temples behind her ears and whispered in a delicate and soft voice. Well, listen to your husband. Seeing old ancestral grandmother's petulant appearance, the hearts of the 8th elder and the others became a few points heavier. Done. Old Grandma Zhu was completely stupefied and fell. If we don't stop it, I'm afraid that tonight, no, later on, we will be upside down and experience crotch humiliation. The 8th elder clenched his teeth and said, Old ancestral grandmother, don't be fooled. There are still a lot of suspicions in this matter, and we need to think long and hard about it. Humph, blinded? Han Fei. Do you mean to say that my old eyes are blinded and I've recognized the wrong person? I tell you, even though 800 years have passed, even though I have lost sight and hearing, my heart will not recognize me. Nangong Wanner's voice was flat, but it carried an air of unquestionability. Without waiting for the 8th elder to respond, Nangong Wanner said again, Go, get Han Mei Mei and Han Lei Lei. Han Mei Mei and Han Lei Lei were the very names of the Han family's first elder and second elder, as well as Jiang Pingan's son and grandson. Ha! The 8th elder was slightly stunned and cautiously returned. The grand elder and the second elder, they don't have much life left. They are in seclusion seeking to break through the realm. At this moment, they are afraid to rush out of the gate. Afraid of what? Nangong Wanner coldly swept a glance. Humph. I'm afraid there's no chance of a breakthrough after being in seclusion for so long. So I might as well take this time to come out and pay my respects and see my husband one last time. What's more, old age and death is old age and death. My husband is still here. I'm still young. I can still give birth. Chapter 14, Hand-to-Hand Daughter-in-Law System? Crowd. Jiang Pingan. The 8th elder and the others even twitched the corners of their mouths, and they couldn't help but mourn for the first and second elders. She used to be the favorite pup of the old grandma, but nowadays the old grandma only sees the old ancestor, and there is no place for anyone else at all. Don't go yet. Seeing that the crowd didn't move, Nangong Wanner once again issued an expulsion order. That's going. That's right. Notify that in a quarter of an hour, all the Han clan's children will gather in the main hall. Yes, Your Honor. The crowd nodded their heads in response to the order, only to glance suspiciously at Jiang Pingan next to them. A quarter of an hour? Is there something to this? Is time enough? Arriving at the entrance of the great hall, the 8th elder and the others looked at each other and sighed to each other. Old 8th, do you think we really need to go wake up the first elder and second elder? The 15th elder frowned and asked hesitantly. Call? Of course we have to call. The first elder and the second elder are the only ones who have seen the old ancestor. Only they can expose this deception and make the old ancestral grandmother recognize reality. The eighth elder's eyes flashed with brilliance. Right, but you also know the temperament of the first elder and the second elder. Externally coy and meticulous, but internally, they are heavy-handed. If we go directly to wake up, I'm afraid that I will be brutally beaten. Seemingly recalling bad memories, the 15th elder was a bit frightened. The 8th elder had an idea after a little thought, and said to the steward at the side, Go find the family head Han Ling Tian who flew away just now and tell him to wake up the first elder and second elder. Buster. Wonderful. Ling Tian. He's leathery and resistant to beatings. It's perfect for him to go. Yes, we are also doing this for Ling Tian's good. Let him get closer to the first elder and second elder. When this idea came out, it immediately caused the elders to unanimously praise it. The 8th elder laughed, deep in his heart, carrying his hands behind his back and walking towards the distance. Even his footsteps were much more relaxed. Inside the great hall, Han Linger was still standing frozen, her cherry mouth wide open, digesting everything she had just seen. Even if she had a firm Tao heart, it almost collapsed at this moment, feeling like she was dreaming, and everything in front of her was a little less real. Obviously, she was the one she chose to be her partner. Why did she change into an old ancestor? At this moment, Nangong Waner lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly walked over, holding Han Linger's hand and softly said, Spirit, are you okay? Old ancestral grandmother. I am fine. Han Linger spoke a bit poorly. Don't call me old ancestral grandma. From now on, we'll call each other sisters. She was a bit squirmy, but there was nothing else to do when it came down to it. Besides, the bloodline has been around for 18 generations, so I guess it's not unacceptable. Sisters? Han Linger and Jiang Pingan were stunned in unison before they came to a realization. Just now, the other party fainted when Han Linger shouted out that she was pregnant with a child, and didn't even hear the words that followed. This is a big fucking misunderstanding. Even the thick-skinned Jiang Pingan felt his cheeks burning and wanted to find a crack in the ground. This is no more beastly, but it is impossible to lay hands on his own children and grandchildren. Even though the blood relationship has long been well beyond 3 generations, it was a direct fucking line. He thought about Nangong Waner's tradition and accommodating himself, but he also did not expect to even accommodate himself with this kind of unconscionable thing. No, old ancestral grandmother, you misunderstood. I have nothing to do with old ancestor. It's all fake. It's a shield I found. Han Linger stammered her explanation, the blush on her face instantly spreading to her neck, crimson as blood. What the fuck is this called? Spinning around, she let out a cry and covered her face as she ran towards the outside. Running to the entrance of the great hall, he suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, Old ancestral grandmother, now that the old ancestor has returned, what about recruiting a flunky? Humph, I am still alive with your old ancestor. Do I need you to pass on the fragrance? Just now I said that I can still give birth. Nangong Waner looked at the other party without a good mood. Upon hearing this, Han Linger let out a sigh of relief and ran off without looking back. Looking at the other party's distant figure, Nangong Waner tilted her head, lightly pursed her lips and asked, Spirit, is she telling the truth? Of course it's true. Wouldn't I be that kind of beastly person? Jiang Pingan said back with a firm voice. Oh, Nangong Waner nodded, and there seemed to be a loss of hope in her tone. The Han family was sparse, and her own stomach was uncontested, so it was indeed long overdue for her husband to take a concubine. If you don't take a concubine, then you should double your efforts yourself. Thinking of the crazy day, sun in the past, Nangong Waner's jade white cheeks couldn't help but emerge a trace of scarlet. Oh, my god. Jiang Pingan couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at Nangong Waner's sudden shy posture. Although the beauty is good, but with the current gap between his cultivation is far, this is afraid. I can't beat the strength of my back. Furthermore, with his qualifications, he was afraid that he would not be able to break through the chi drawing realm in this lifetime, making it difficult for him to stay with his wife for a long time. Just as he was frustrated in his mind, suddenly, a voice popped into his head. Ding! Detected the bloodline of good Chinese men. The lack of map navigation ends. The world of the heavens and the world of the reverse abundance of courier for your delivery of the system plugin has been delivered. Please host sign for it. Trouble to give a 5-star positive feedback. Pro. Holy shit. Looking at the dense mass of light in his mind, Jiang Pingan almost jumped straight up and burst into tears. 2.5 whole years. 2.5 years of practicing career. Do you know how hard I worked? Woo woo, the plugin has finally arrived. From now on, I can finally enjoy Jia jia jia. GGG. Zhang Pingan couldn't help but let out an oozing laugh in his head, causing that dense mass of light to frown. Was it sent to the wrong? This is not like a good person, nah. GGG still want a 5-star review? Did you time out? You don't want the timeout to be known by the system circle either. The corners of Zhang Pingan's mouth rose slightly as the Dragon King smiled. The host, please calm down. Recently the system circle is a bit chaotic, not only out of a few system hummers, and the system to our director to wear a few green hats, and as a good man of China, you should know that recently too many people crossing the other world are almost no locals, so this reverse abundance courier is too busy, and a little bit late is also really normal, the system patiently explained, and suddenly the words changed. No, fuck me, I'll explain everything. What's it to me about the express circle? What's more, so what if our system circle knows about the timeout? What else can you do but spit on me? Ha? Zhang Pingan was also dumbfounded. This system didn't seem to eat his PUA technique? It sounds pretty damn personalized. No way. For the sake of future sex life, a big man can bend and stretch. This anger, he still can afford. The tone of his voice eased for the moment, and he asked with a smile. System, brother Unity, don't care about these details. Can you introduce your functions? By the way, it's best to start with a newbie gift package. What opening Invincible Great Emperor or something like that? Cultivation is so hard. Zhang Pingan rubbed his hands together with a fawning face. I am the hand-to-hand lover system. For every daughter-in-law you knife, the realm automatically rises one level. A cold and icy voice sounded in his head. Chapter 15. I'm calling the police. There's a scam going on here. Ha? Zhang Pingan was struck by lightning, and his entire body was not well. This system, it's sensational. It's sensational. While shocked, his afterglow also sneaked a glance at the stunning beauty near him. His heart was mixed. Such a beautiful woman. It's just too bad. Blah blah blah. Zhang Pingan couldn't help but spit on himself a few times. How could he have that horrible thought? Damn it. This is the love of his life. Dagass. Ugh. No way. Even if he didn't want the system, even if he was GA tomorrow, there was no way he could hurt his lady who was devoted to him. With his mind made up, Zhang Pingan still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked uncertainly. Unity, you're kidding, right? You started the joke. Phew. Hearing this, Zhang Pingan then breathed a long sigh of relief. It is good that it is not true. You scared the shit out of me. Still, he was a bit undeterred and asked again. There really isn't an opening package? No. The voice was decisive. I'm all turned on. Can't I just take one step? Hee don't hold whimsical thoughts. Our system circle has its own rules. Although we are an auxiliary system that honors the host, all rewards are to be followed by law. Oh, Zhang Pingan returned indifferently. Respect the host? Then you're pretending to be a chicken with me. He couldn't help but straighten his back and his tone hardened. That Xiao Tong just now your tone of voice is crazy I as the host, very unhappy to hear. Come on, call the master to hear. There was a hysterical scream in his head. The system went crazy. What the fuck kind of host is this? Just now also coy, a fawning face, heard no big gift package, turn the eye to a Sichuan opera face, also too realistic. You've gone from Tingzi to Ting, to Little Ting? The harpies are not enough. The system took a deep breath and calmed its mind, paying no more attention to Zhang Pingan. Everything went according to the program, and the mechanical voice continued to sound. Ding! This system is a system of many children and many blessings. For every child or grandchild offspring born to the host, there will be different rewards. The more children and grandchildren there are, the more generous the rewards are. So please make more efforts to contribute to the diminishing fertility rate in the realms of the heavens and the earth. Ding! Now starting to query the host currently exists as a child. Ha! The voice in his head exclaimed with some disbelief. Ding! There was an error in the system. It's being requeried. Please wait. Upon inquiry, the host currently exists with descendants 1 and 2, 985,420,000,000. The voice in his head couldn't help but let out a burst of nationalism, and his voice was beginning to have a slight tremble to it. Ding! An error exists. The system automatically restarts. Restarted successfully. Is requerying. Upon inquiry, the host currently exists with 985,433,000,000 descendants. I Nima what a situation. Get me the system administration. No. Dial. Demon spirit directly. Hello? Is this 110? I want to call the police. There's a wire fraud here. Yeah. Scamming into the system is just plain ballsy. What? Everything normal? Impossible. It can't be. While the system was in a state of skepticism, another mechanical voice rang out autonomously. Ding! Detected the situation of the host's offspring and descendants. Started to distribute rewards. Rewards are being distributed. Distributed. The rewards are too unbelievable for the system administration to handle. Emergency procedures are being initiated. Replacement of the system in progress. Jiang Pingan looked at the babbling system and countless question marks popped up on his forehead. What's wrong with you, system? Don't play with me? Down. Looking at the program that was beginning to fall into self-destruction, the system let out a mournful scream. Don't! In the last moments of his life, the system used all its strength to manifest a huge finger and compare it towards Jiang Pingan. Ein yet. You. Foul. Beast. Everyone stop playing and give me. Bomb. Boo. Before Jiang Pingan could react, the mysterious system in his mind completely exploded into a cloud of fireworks. He couldn't help but cover his forehead, only to feel his brain buzzing and his entire body freeze. What the hell? The system blew up? My path to invincibility. It's going to be over before it even starts? Ha? Nope. When the smoke cleared, Jiang Pingan suddenly realized that a golden light cluster had appeared where the purple dense light cluster had just been. What's this? Could this be the new system? It only just teleported over and got blown up to just the core drive? Jiang Pingan carefully touched over. In a flash, 4 big words appeared suddenly in his mind: the everlasting space. Just how is this thing supposed to work without the system's voice announcements? Jiang Pingan fell into deep thought. Who knows? Just the moment he touched the everlasting space, at the end of the endless starry sky, a white-robed man with his back to all living beings, standing with his arms folded, suddenly turned his head, a pair of starry eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, the light of his eyes piercing through the heaviness of space and time and looking towards Jiang Pingan's side of the world. Upon seeing it clearly, the corner of his mouth floated up in an evil arc, and he said with a slight smile, "Ha, not scientific. Ha, my way is not alone. If it wasn't for this accident, even I wouldn't have been able to detect your presence. Worthy of. Jia, interesting. Be strong as soon as possible. That way, we'll be able to control." The white-robed man's voice seemed to resonate throughout the entire void, yet no one could detect it. And at this point, Nangong Waner also raised her forehead and looked at her husband, whose face was changing color, and worriedly said, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine. I just remembered the longevity issue." Jiang Pingan shook his head. Nangong Waner suddenly remembered something and reached out her hand. A pill appeared in her hand out of thin air, round like a pearl, colorful, as if it contained a hint of the supreme principle between heaven and earth, with 7 Dan lines lingering within. It was actually a rare 7th grade life extension Dan. The moment the elixir appeared, the fragrance of the elixir overflowed and instantly filled the entire hall, only to see Nangong Waner handing the elixir to Jiang Pingan, her beautiful eyes glowing with a slight color as she softly said, "Husband, at first I was not capable of obtaining a high-grade life extension elixir and couldn't allow you to prolong your life. Then I became successful in my cultivation and traveled to the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom to beg for this life extension elixir to sacrifice you with, or to give it to Han Mei Mei and the others when they ran out of gas. I didn't expect. You quickly eat this pill and try to see if it has any effect?" There was more than a hint of eagerness, a hint of hope in his tone. After experiencing a life and death separation, Nangong Waner no longer want to repeat the same mistake. This time, she will use her life force, but also to find a way to prolong the life of her husband, even if it is only a few decades. No, it's a pure waste to give this to me. It's better to leave it to your children and grandchildren. Jiang Pingan waved his hand repeatedly and refused. He was aware of the weirdness of his body, and this kind of elixir was simply useless to it. Jiang Pingan let out a light eep, his eyes shining. He clearly felt that the mysterious longevity space in his mind sent out a gust of longing for the 7th grade life extension pill. That longing is like a hunger. It's like a drowning man suddenly coming across a lifesaver. This, Chapter 16, Eternal Life Space or Scum Space. Jiang Pingan reacted furiously, the corners of his mouth unconsciously grinning as he let out a Dragon King smile. Could it be that the function of this everlasting space was to devour spirit pills to enhance one's cultivation? Jiang Pingan let out a wild laugh in his heart, his face showing deep joy. In Nangong Waner's uncomprehending gaze, he took the elixir in a swift manner, put it into the everlasting space with gusto, and then, nope, no response. Holy shit, telecom fraud. Jiang Pingan froze, with a slight feeling of being duped. Husband, what's wrong with you? Nangong Waner looked at Jiang Pingan, whose face was cloudy with concern. It's fine. Jiang Pingan shook his head, frowned slightly, and asked undeterred, Wan Air, do you still have this kind of elixir somewhere? There's no more life extension pills, but there's still an equivalent ranked pill, the 9 refinement returning pill, which enhances the speed of cultivation. As she spoke, Nandong Waner took out a reddish elixir and handed it over. Zhang Pingan took it and once again couldn't wait to place it in the everlasting space in his mind. Boom! A sudden thunderous boom like the sound of the great Tao resounded in his mind, and immediately after that, the everlasting space that had not been responding to the Tao rhythm filled the air, and a layer of subtitles appeared. 9 refining returning Yuan Dan single for 300 years, has long been in love, hunger and thirst. This day a sudden desire to dry the Dan clothes, accidentally smashed the drying rod to the head of the 7 products of life extension Dan, the 4 eyes relative. Love at first sight. 9 refining returning Yuan Dan's cheeks are scarlet, her beautiful eyes are covered with a mist of ecstasy, and her red lips gently open, sending out an invitation that touches the soul. Officer, come up and play. 7 products life extension Dan is 500 years of old cadres. How to withstand this test? Listening to the witch-like winks, Bones instantly soft, immediately ate a few Soul Palace elders, issued a jia 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 laughter. After a long time, the tiger's body shook and shouted, 9 refined rejuvenation Dan, dare you fight with me? So, the two Dawn hit it off right away, and they're in love, and they're in love with each other, and they're in love with each other. Half a minute later, due to the first fusion, 9 ninth grade life extension pills were born, and 500 years of cultivation remained in the air. Zhang Pingan. He looked at the 9 pills that had suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as a ball of purple light, and froze completely. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not have imagined that this everlasting space had given him such a show. My Goldfinger, who can fall in love and have babies, mainly this description. Is it a proper Goldfinger? Besides, why is it called Eldritch Space? Ugh, this is clearly scummy space. Everlasting life shouldn't be a person's name, right? But pretty good. No system voices to shred, and a way to improve your training and epiphanies. Perfect. Zhang Pingan calmed his mind and drove the distractions out of his mind, before he began to scrutinize the items in the space, gradually grimacing. If the 7th grade life extension pill could prolong life for 100 years, which only a Dan Zun could refine, and was considered rare in the Tsonglan realm, then the 9th grade life extension pill was definitely an astonishing treasure. The 9th grade life extension pill, which only the Dan Emperor had the ability to refine, could extend life by 1,000 years, enough to allow many people whose lives were about to end to break through to a new realm or live a second life. And unlike other elixirs, the life extension pill's potency weakened substantially with the number of times it was taken. Therefore, a 9th grade, high-grade life extension pill was enough to make the entire cloud state, and even the entire human frontier, go crazy with covetousness. Satisfied, Zhang Pingan put it away, and then his gaze fell on the purple ball of light, gently touching it. In a flash, a pure and huge heaven and earth spiritual chi, like a stream, continuously surged into Dao Zhang Pingan's body, and then spread out in every corner, silently strengthening every meridian, every cell. The breath was also climbing, breaking through as fast as a dike-breaking flood. Late stage of chi induction realm, early Hotian realm, early innate realm, mid-Shinzong realm. It only stopped when it reached the peak of the Yuanshan realm, just a step away from the cave ruin realm. Zhang Pingan's entire body was soothed. It smells so damn good. Everything is less than open. Heaven does not give birth to my Zhang Pingan, and the immortal path is as long as the night. Zhang Pingan felt the powerful aura and his heart was happy. 99% of the effort, plus 1% of the hanging. Now he can finally barely call teenage pride. Nowadays, in the entire cloud state, the strongest person of the younger generation was only at the cave ruin realm. Although Han Linger was only at the Yuanshan realm, it was only because she was younger and her cultivation time was still short, and her cultivation alone really wasn't enough to be ranked among the top 10 of the young generation of heavenly prides in Yunzhou. As for Junior Supreme, since the beginning of time in Cloud State, only that legendary female emperor had ever reached it. Other than that, only the holy land of the human race, the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, could give birth to a demon like the Junior Supreme. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhang Pingan giggling along with the demented man, Nandong Waner waved her small hand and asked with concern, Wan Air, I'm fine, and, well, the refreshing fragrance coming from the air instantly made Zhang Pingan wake up. By the way, Wan Air, are there any higher-ranked techniques in the family? The more the better. Zhang Pingan's eyes were somewhat eager. He suddenly thought, since the elixir can fall in love with the pups, then the kung fu is not also possible. 7 products of life extension pills can be fused to produce 9 products of pups. then wouldn't the supreme level of feats be able to give birth to saint-level feats? Or even quasi-imperial level, or furthermore, imperial level feats? Hiss. Jiang Pingan grinned, as if he had already thought of that bright future. Husband, what do you need the gongfu for? Wait, husband, you can cultivate? Nangong Wanner's beautiful eyes lit up. The words had just fallen out of his mouth, patted his own cicatrization, and whirled around. Look at this brain of mine, husband, although you are now only in the early stage of the chi drawing realm, but at least it is considered to have stepped into the door of cultivation, supplemented by a variety of heavenly treasures. It may not be unable to step into the innate realm, prolonging your life for 100 years. Ascendant realm. Jiang Pingan mouth twitching down, together in your eyes. I at best will mix a innate realm. However, it also allowed him to discover a blind spot. Wan Air, a peak of the supreme realm, was unable to see through his cultivation? Wan Air, in your eyes, I'm just a chi drawing realm? Yes. Nangong Wanner nodded her head, thinking that she had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly consoled. Husband, this is already very good. The matter of cultivation, just go with the flow. And you used to say, what a king's map, the world is invincible. The spring breeze is not as good as sleeping with me. Speaking here, Nangong Wanner's voice became smaller and smaller, silently hanging her head, a faint pink color covering both sides of her fragrant cheeks. A few black lines sprang up on Jiang Pingan's forehead. He couldn't remember many details of the dream, and listening to the other side, he really let himself go in the dream. However, Nangong Wanner's words also confirmed one thing, and that was that the cultivation gained through the longevity space could not be seen through by others. Looking at Nangong Wanner's shy and timid delicate fairy face, coupled with that revealing words, no matter how indulgent in the dream, but in reality he is a real chick. Where has he experienced such a battle? With a great deal of bravado, he released all of his Yuan Shen realm aura, wanting to prove himself. He's not the tiger of serious crimes. Man, be fierce. Chapter 17 Fusion of multiple books. Mixed void skill. Today, he is also primed with the power to guard everything. Ha ha ha. Wan Air, look again. Am I in the chi drawing realm? Jiang Pingan laughed out loud and reached out his hand, wrapping it around the other party's slender waist and holding her in his arms. Ah! Nangong Wanner subconsciously exclaimed in shock, but did not resist in any way, and obediently snuggled into Jiang Pingan's body. But then her eyes widened and she covered her red lips with her hand, exclaiming incredulously, husband, you actually reached the peak of the Yuan Shen realm? Humph, you're underestimating your husband, aren't you? Wanner, from now on, you are only responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower, and I am responsible for arranging flowers. Bah, responsible for growing the family. Looking at the astonished look of the beauty in his arms, Jiang Pingan's vanity gained a small satisfaction. Aha! Nangong Wanner watched in fascination, her beautiful eyes flooded with a trace of cloudy haze. Her smile was like a flower, brighter than the starlight that filled the sky. My husband, gentleman, literary and martial arts. Finally, don't have to worry about your husband's longevity. You can stay by his side for a long time. Half a day later, only then did Nangong Wanner take out an ancient scripture, a number of heart techniques, martial arts and other books from her violet mansion space and handed them over with both hands. Husband, this nameless scripture is something I happened to get from the secret realm, but for so many years no one in the entire Han family has been able to comprehend the mysteries of it, and the rest of it is the divine martial arts and so on that the Han family cultivates. After saying that, she just stood there quietly, looking at Jiang Pingan, a pair of watery phoenix eyes already filled with autumn water. She didn't know what her husband wanted so many feats for though, as well as the pills that had just disappeared in an instant. Maybe it has something to do with the husband's secret, but if her husband doesn't say it, she ask. She was sure that one day, her husband would take the initiative to tell her. The only thing she could do was to fulfill her husband's every need as much as possible. Jiang Pingan also instantly read the other party's mind. A warm current surged up in his heart, leaning the other party's cicatrization towards his arms, softly saying, I'm sorry, Wan Air. There are some things that I will definitely tell you when I find out more. It's not the right time yet. Trust me, okay? It's not that he's hiding it. It's just that the matter of the golden finger is too shocking and unthinkable, and I'm afraid that there is a great karma wrapped around it. Moreover, even now, those dreams were still hazy, and had not caused any impact on his memories in reality, as if they were really dreams. Jiang Pingan felt vaguely, there might be a shocking secret behind him crossing over, as well as the countless charming dreams, and the everlasting space in his mind. The only way to find out what's going on behind the scenes is to get strong as soon as possible. Aha! Nangong Waner buried her head in Zhang Pinggan's arms with a soft and tender feeling, smelling the fragrance that was more fragrant than all the flowers in the world. Zhang Pinggan's heart and soul rippled. But business is business. He calmed his mind and put the nameless scriptures into the eternal life space, then brainstormed all the remaining Han family's martial arts, secret methods, and other inherited books and put them in as much as he could. 2 broken pills to fall in love can give birth to 9 products. So many secret methods of divine powers should not be bad. Zhang Pinggan's eyes blazed with anticipation. Fruity. A few moments later, a few lines of writing surfaced in the everlasting space. The nameless scripture sits in the box, waiting for the 5-minute love session of today's portion. With a creak, the door of the room was slowly opened, and 9 graceful high-ranking scriptures smiled coquettishly, with a pair of soul-stealing beautiful eyes exuding a temptation like a devil or a demon, swaying and swaying one by one into the room. In unison, they bowed their heads and chanted, Nameless Geijai, good evening. The nameless scripture raised its head excitedly, its glowing eyes swept over, instantly disappointed beyond measure. Having traveled across several epochs, it really could not be interested in this small caramels. With a wave of its hand, changed the batch, looking at the 3 big golden words that appeared at the end, as well as the 9 scriptures that had been ostracized from the everlasting space. Zhang Pinggan was like being struck by lightning and completely froze. Change the batch. I'm a nympho. It's just a 5-minute Mr. Love, and you're picking a fight? This Han family's inherited divine secret method, although it was not up to the level of a supreme level secret method, at least it was considered a renowned existence in the entire cloud state. But it had become a small Kara M? I don't know if it's the limitations of this everlasting space, or if this nameless scripture has a high vision. After a little thought, Zhang Pinggan once again said towards Nangong Waner, besides these, do you have any other secret books of mind techniques and the like here that are a bit higher ranked? Upon hearing this, Nangong Waner's eyebrows knit slightly and shook her head after some thought. No more. What's left are the techniques I practiced. The vegetable maiden reincarnation technique. The frost technique. Oh, there's also a jade maiden sword technique. But they're all women's cultivation techniques, so they won't be of use to you, husband. No, it works. Zhang Pinggan's eyes lit up. Then, under Nangong Waner's suspicious gaze, Zhang Pinggan once again placed these 3 techniques into the longevity space one by one. The words of the everlasting space emerged again. As soon as the vegetable maiden reincarnation technique appeared, the dead heart of the Nameless Heart Sutra surged once again. Isn't this the cool and holy object it has been searching for so hard? A flash of the figure. The nameless heart has appeared in front of the other side, embracing that willow waist, gently exhaled. A wicked smile, long night, no intention to sleep. The girl, can we push Pai Gawa? Just at this moment, a silhouette appeared again at the door. It was Frosty Knuckles, her eyebrows knitted, her red lips slightly opened. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Nameless Heart Sutra is stunned, then reveals a smile of the Dragon King. No, you've come at the right time. Suddenly, the Jade Maiden swordsmanship floated down. Charming eyes flowed, seemingly smiling and not smiling, said, can you add me one? The Nameless Heart Sutra is thrilled and laughs, of course. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. And so it was that a sensational multi-sutra fusion seafood feast was officially unfolded. 5 minutes later, an accidental fusion gave birth to a pair of twins. The mixed void technique, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The air was also filled with a sense of the great Tao, as well as 200 years of cultivation. Mixed void skill, great emperor level skill, for the ancient unknown power created, has a mysterious and unpredictable ability. Set, kill, escape, concealment of the Trinity. The end is to kill people. Home travel, the wind tide pulling the necessary skills. All the practitioners are 5-star praise. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, great emperor level skills. Ancient unknown great man in the life and death of the epiphany created. Extreme killing art, but the requirements of the physical body is very high. A punch visible 2 milk. 2 punch reversal of the universe. 3 punch heaven and earth silence. 4 punch self-military. Use with caution. Historically, practitioners do not have the opportunity to play 5-star praise. Zhang Pinggan, are these fucking twins? 8 lifetimes of not hitting the same target. Well no, and God see day rendezvous. He felt more and more that the person who created this everlasting space was definitely not a decent person. Definitely not in the same category as Billion Hearts and Minds itself. Chapter 18, A Dear Son, Han Mei Mei. However, when looking at the 2 gongfu that shone with golden light, Zhang Pinggan couldn't stop his harangue from flowing downward. A great emperor level feat. What is this Nameless Heart Sutra in the end? Although it is a little short, but it is also too powerful. One must know that in this era where great emperors did not come out and quasi-emperors were the pinnacle, emperor-level techniques were the limit of those supreme holy places in hermit clans. Although there were rumors that there was still an immortal rank inheritance in the Middle-earth divine kingdom, but legends were legends after all, and it was not certain whether there was one or not. These two names were oxymoronic as soon as they were heard, so they must belong to the top batch of emperor-ranked feats. Without too much hesitation, Zhang Pingan once again received the attached Great Tao Sense and 200 years of cultivation. Instantly, he had shipped new comprehension of the two emperor-level techniques that were born in conjunction with each other. The so-called one method is universal. All methods are universal, and along with that, his sense of heaven and earth had risen by a level. 200 years of cultivation had also allowed him to break through to the middle stage of the cave ruin realm, truly standing among the top 10 of the younger generation in Yunzhou. And all of this had probably given him a preliminary understanding of the eldritch space, pills accompanied by a tendency to cultivate a little more, while the law is more inclined to the great Tao sense of understanding and so on a little more. The heavenly material and geomantic treasures, or divine weapons? Zhang Pingan muttered in a whisper in his mind, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Wan Air, do you have any more heavenly treasures or something like that here? Wait, I'll let you see the big treasure. Big baby? Nangong Waner froze, and then that delicate face swiftly turned incomparably red, and her speech was also clearly a bit sloppy. Humph, husband is still the same as before. What? Big baby? Bad. It's not like I haven't seen it before, and in a little while those children and grandchildren and their descendants will come and kneel, and the time is a little too late. Ha? Seen it? This time it was Zhang Pingan's turn to be shocked. Wan Air had once seen the mixed void technique and the six paths reincarnation fist? What time is too late? It's a mess. I still have 2 portions of the Tai Ching jade liquid here. It's excellent for quenching the body and refining the bones. Nangong Waner hurriedly took them out, a little flustered in her movements. Zhang Pingan didn't think much about it, and after receiving the Tai Ching jade liquid, he put it directly into the everlasting space. With a tremor, 8 large, golden characters emerged within the everlasting space. I'm tired. I won't take any more customers today. Pick up. What do you call the everlasting space? Just rename it Yichunyuan. But this also made Zhang Pingan confirm one thing. Everlasting space not only has the limit of the item's level, but also the limit of the number of times it can be used, and it also needs time to recover its energy. Moreover, the further back he went, the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures he needed to grow his cultivation and heaven and earth senses, unless he cultivated himself. As a hangman, what's the difference between making yourself miserable and practicing and going to work in your last life? Just what can be done to get as many treasures in as short a time as possible? Rob? No way. He himself was not a good person, but he was not one of those great evils that are not forgiven. Besides, even if you rob, you have to do it one by one, in case you run into a tough guy and risk your life. Zhang Pingan furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Husband, what are you thinking about? Nangong Waner asked with concern. I was thinking about how to obtain treasures as fast as possible. The more the better, Zhang Pingan said casually. Nangong Waner went silent for a long time, and seemed to suddenly get excited. Even Zhang Pingan could feel her heartbeat. Why don't we get married? His lips quivered, and there was a surge of hope in his tone. What girl doesn't want to have a grand wedding with her beloved, and doesn't want to show the world that she belongs to her love? 800 years ago, although she and Zhang Pingan were married, they never held a wedding, and privately she thought it was because of her husband's sensitive inferiority complex caused by his inability to cultivate, and his unwillingness to have contact with outsiders, so she never mentioned it. Will the husband agree this time? Nangong Waner was a little apprehensive in her heart. A word to the wise. Zhang Pingan instantly reacted. Yeah, marriage. What better way to get everyone to willingly send congratulatory gifts to your door than to have a gala wedding? The wedding of the grandmother of the old ancestor of the Han family. One of the 10 great families of Yunzhou and a peak powerhouse of the supreme realm. The congratulatory gift couldn't be too shabby, could it? As long as there were a few pieces that could enter the eyes of the elder space, it would be a blood moneymaker. The big deal is to get yourself an opening. Bah! Wedding big reward. Get a 9-product life extension Dan gimmick to the gift of the most generous. He did not believe. Set not the wolf? It doesn't matter if it's a major power that's just fooling around. It's the first wedding, so let's just save up for the experience. Besides, a raw, 2 times familiar, a wedding for later, maybe, much more. At that time, if one held 1,000 or so weddings, the entire human frontier, even the god race and the demon race, etc., all sent invitations, wouldn't this be lying invincible? Good. Jiang Pingan settled the matter with a big hand. The time? Let's set it for 3 months. No, 3 months from now. He had already thought about it. The big wedding time cannot be too early. One, to have to prepare for the preparation. The second, to have to send a few more invitations. The third, he vaguely feel that this wedding is not so smooth. After all, with Nangong Wanner's posture, it would be impossible if she didn't have some licking dogs for so many years. One had to take this time to go out and walk around, obtaining some heavenly materials and treasures as much as possible with one's own efforts, and raising one's cultivation level. Well, a very soft murmur, the sound of heartstrings being heavily plucked. Nangong Wanner's delicate body trembled and her heartbeat accelerated without limit. Staring at Jiang Pingan, her beautiful eyes rippled. Husband. Agreed. 3 months later, she was truly his wife. In the next few moments, the two of them spoke some more whispers one after another, and Jiang Pingan had a rough understanding of the Han family. Not much longer. There was a rush of footsteps outside the door and a sound of cursing. Bastard. You guys just want me to die earlier, right? In order to trick me out. What kind of lies are you telling me? And what old ancestor swindled? Popped up from the grave? Back then it was old me who personally collected the corpse for that old Biden. Okay? And what kind of little white boy poses as an old ancestor molesting an old ancestor's grandmother? I poo-poo. Do you guys think that peak supreme realm powerhouses are just for show? You guys are old and confused, but my mother won't be confused either. The person who spoke was none other than the Han family's grand elder and Nangong Wanner and Jiang Pingan's own son, Han Mimi. The corners of Jiang Pingan's mouth twitched as he looked up, only to see a group of people walking, and at the forefront were two old men with gray hair. Behind him was the bruised and swollen, limping Han Ling Tian, who had obviously taken more than a beating. The old man in the lead walked with some trembling, and vaguely revealed a hint of imperceptible decay, already in his twilight years, with his lifespan coming to an end. Chapter 19, Old Ancestor is a Scum. Seeing the other party in this state, Jiang Pingan's heart suddenly felt more than a little guilty. At first, he just thought it was a dream, so he didn't care much about this real son, and even often, moving is a beating. Even the name, it's just a throwaway. Hey, if a son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. The other party's problem of beating up his children and grandchildren without moving seems to have been influenced by his dream self. On top of that, there's something weird going on inside. In reality, he is obviously a handsome young man. How come there are so many more children and grandchildren all of a sudden? Asterisk 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 asterisk. As soon as she stepped into the main hall, Han Mei let out a gasp as if she had seen a ghost. It's so damn similar to that deadbeat old man. What the hell are you screaming for? Still not quick enough to kneel down and kowtow to your father? Nangong Wanner's face was covered in frost as she shouted coldly. Since these years after their own semi-retirement, these brats are getting less and less decent. How come they haven't inherited any of their husband's virtues at all? Cultivation qualifications in general is just, may follow the father, but poetry and sewn, sheen and chess, calligraphy and painting, in addition to Han Linger, Froze is not know anything. Nowadays, even basic manners are forgotten. Puff. Seeing Nangong Wanner's impending fury, Han Mimi directly and subconsciously knelt down. Seeing this, the crowd followed one by one and knelt down. At the same time, a divine thought intertwined and exchanged under Jiang Pingan's eyes. Lao Air. See if this little white boy is an old ancestor? Don't fucking call me Lao Air. Call me second ancestor or second elder will do. Old bastard. If you fucking call me Lao Air again, believe it or not I'll whip you? Second elder Han Lei glared at the other party. Then, second elder, you help identify it. You can't ruin the reputation of the old ancestral grandmother and the Han family. The eighth elder's neck shrank. Kind of. But I'm not sure. When I was 3 years old, my grandpa hiccuped on both legs. Crowd. The second elder said again. We have to ask Pops about this. He experienced grandpa when he was young. He should be clear. At these words, the crowd's eyes fell on Han Mei at the very front. Great ancestor, you speak? Facing the old man with the most violent temper, the crowd didn't dare to refer to him as grand elder and only dared to address the great ancestor. Han Mimi's brows furrowed. And only after a long time did a fluctuation emanate from her divine mind, saying, I'm also a little unsure. Exactly the same as when Dad was young. It's this temperament. Slightly different. You are not sure either? Haven't you accompanied old ancestor for several decades in one piece? When old ancestor was young, you should have remembered. There was a gasp from the crowd. Although I understood things at that time, but father never cared much about me, only knew and mother. Stayed in the house for 3 days and 3 nights at a time. You don't know. At that time our family was famous for lights out early. and it's also notorious for being noisy at night and showering as soon as the lights are turned on. The slightest protest on my part was met with a severe beating, and I vaguely remember that no one cooked for me, and I occasionally had to pick up garbage to eat. Just by naming his own son and grandson Han Mei and Han Lei, I know how perfunctory it is. I'm a big man called Mei. What's more, I was weaned in 3 months. Speaking of which, Han Nini clearly had a belly full of resentment. The crowd was silent. Sounds like Dazu is so miserable, and, even if he's real, I don't want to recognize him. Don't you know, your old ancestor is a scum. Ha, what is the meaning of this? Humph, you guys don't know that father. He's a domestic violence man. When I was little I used to hear mother secretly crying in her room. Then I got a little older and rushed in once, but all I got was a mixed double from my parents. And to this day I don't understand why my mother defended my domestically abusive father so much. Speaking of this, Han Mei hesitated a little, and there was more than a hint of trance in her eyes. The crowd was silent again. Great ancestor, are you sure? Old ancestral grandmother that is. Crying? The 13th elder stuttered and transmitted his voice. Crap, of course I'm sure. Han Mei's tone was decisive. Hey, the crowd sighed in unison in their minds. I don't know if I'm sighing for Dazu or for Dazu's grandmother. No, great ancestor, just this doesn't affect the old ancestor's glory and greatness. Why don't you want to recognize it? The deeds of the old ancestor that have been extolled to this day and have influenced our generations of smashing walls to steal light and sniffing chickens. Can it be that they are all fake? Another person asked suspiciously. Humph, of course it's fake. Han Nini burst into loud thunder once again. It's only an infatuated woman like mother, a lover's eye, who would see father as so wonderful. I don't know what my own father is like. As far as I'm concerned, Dad is an LSP. What chiseling the wall to steal the light, sneaking a peek at Widow Lee's bath next door is real. What old ancestor moved 3 times, that was caught peeping and had no face to stay, and smell the chicken dance. I saw with my own eyes. Father he got up early in the morning, go to the 10,000 Flowers building hook bar to listen to music went. Humph, it's just as well that might be true. That's why, all my life, I've always been uncomfortable with the kind of men who are literate and go around dabbling in poetry and song by knowing a little bit of poetry and song. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. The worldview that had always been there collapsed. The old ancestor in the mind that although the cultivation is not good, but the glory and greatness, leaving a valuable spiritual heritage to future generations. It turned out to be packaged by the old ancestral grandmother. I'm dead. After a pause, Han Nini's divine thoughts once again transmitted a fluctuation, saying, although I don't dare to confirm if he is my father, but what kind of person is mother? With mother's infatuation with father, even if she turns into ashes, she will never recognize the wrong person. Hey, this is my father, your old ancestor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This old Biden died 800 years even swindled. How did he climb out of the coffin? Han Mei's muttering filled the foreheads of the crowd with black lines. A great ancestor is a great ancestor, worthy of being the old ancestor's own son. This is really, it's a good father and a good son. Chapter 20, the crowd of Sichuan opera changers. But since the old ancestor has come alive, why didn't he come to recognize it first? Instead he somehow almost became a flunky and made a pair with Linger? Someone was puzzled. Bah! Of course it's the spermatozoa. This old Bidang. Surely see Linger is young and beautiful, skin white and waist thin, with his shameless and horny strength. What's the point of getting into a flunky? Just this time I didn't expect Linger to be his direct descendant. Han Nini grumbled. Hey, what a sin. Yes, fortunately it is a fake. Otherwise our Han family. Hey, the face has been disgraced. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. Then, do we recognize this old ancestor or not? With old ancestral grandmother's temper, the consequences of not recognizing. That is gray and serious. The 8th elder said worriedly. Humph, if you want to admit it, you admit it. I don't have a few years left to live anyway. Old me. I'd rather die than admit it. Han Nini's voice is powerful and resounding, and his eyes, moreover, are as firm as a rock and cannot be questioned. Enough of a pep talk. The crowd had their thumbs up in their minds. As the family lived for 800 years froze once without being injured, the most goes that great ancestor, finally hardened once. If father doesn't recognize it, I don't recognize it either. Han Lei echoed in a whisper. At this point, Nangong Waner lightly moved her lotus steps and quietly took a step back, her eyes looking infatuatedly at the figure in front of her. Now the husband has returned. She naturally retreated to the background, quietly becoming a good wife and mother, ceding the position of the Han family's spokesperson to her husband. It is the husband who is the backbone of the Han family, the old patriarch. Zhang Pinggan looked at the group of old men who were kneeling on the ground in a pressurized manner and was in a trance. Life, it's fickle. He was obviously here to join the family, but he turned out to be someone's old ancestor. But his senses told him that it was true, that these were indeed his children and grandchildren. Zhang Pinggan was still a bit squirmy and said with a big wave of his hand, "Earth cool, don't kneel, get up." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly got up. They had long since stopped wanting to kneel this scum old ancestor. Zhang Pinggan pursed his lips and continued, as an old ancestor, I haven't seen you for so many years, and I haven't prepared any big red packets or anything like that. So let's just take some elixirs to act as a meet and greet gift first. This is the 9th grade longevity extension elixir. As the words fell, a 9th grade life extension pill appeared in his hand with a movement of his divine mind. What? 9th grade life extension pill? Are you hallucinating? The crowd was stunned in unison, somewhat doubting their ears. Are you kidding me? 9 products that is the Dan Emperor can only be refined out of the top quality pills. As far as the current human race, there is no Dan Emperor is not certain. Even if there is, that is not the chi drawing realm cultivators can get. But the moment the elixir appeared in Zhang Pinggan's hand, the crowd was once again stunned. A fresh wind whisked by, the silk of the Dan fragrance around the tip of everyone's nose, only to feel refreshed. Seems to be a few years younger. The crowd looked on incredulously. 9 turns of the Dan line's haunt. This, I'm so glad you're here. This is a genuine 9th grade elixir, or the most difficult of them all, the life extension Dan. Next moment, puff, Han Nini heavily knelt on the ground again, hugging Zhang Pinggan's thighs as she cried bitterly and wailed like a ghost. Oh my God, Dad, kissing father, you see, I am your favorite and only son. Father, my dearest dear father, how I want to honor you in your old age, but unfortunately my days are numbered, and you don't want to send your black hair to your white hair, do you? A mouthful of a father, howling that is a real feeling of solidarity, voice and emotion. The crowd's mouths were wide open, looking at this sudden scene with disbelief. I've never seen such chutzpah. Is this still the same great ancestor from just a minute ago who badmouthed the old ancestor and would rather die than recognize him? Great ancestor, that's what it is. Once again, a deep lesson was taught to their children and grandchildren. Shameless. The corners of Zhang Pinggan's mouth twitched as he looked at the old man who was hugging his thighs and not letting go, crying so hard that he was about to break, and he said in a hurry, Here, take it easy. Whoosh, bring it on, you. Before the words fell, Han Nini pocketed the elixir with lightning speed and stood aside, smiling, in the face of the naked contempt in the eyes of the crowd, also ignored. Just kidding, this is a 9th grade life extension pill that can extend your life by 1,000 years. With this 1,000 years, although his qualifications were mediocre, he would be able to break through the Yuan Shen realm, cross into the cave ruin realm, and there was still a slight possibility that he could cross into the supreme realm, advancing to a new level of life once again. What's the point of recognizing a father? Watching that only hope being put away, Han Lei's eyes turned red. Although he was a few dozen years younger than Pops, he had been previously injured and, in terms of longevity, could potentially go to his grave earlier than Han Mei. So we're all going to have a reunion and I'm going to be the only one who gets hiccups? At that moment, Han Lei flung herself to her knees and hugged Zhang Pinggan's thighs and wept mournfully, mirroring Han Nini's actions just now. Open your eyes and see, I am your favorite cub, Lei. After all these years, I miss my grandfather. Alright, don't cry, there's more. Zhang Pinggan hurriedly stopped it, a hint of helplessness flashing under his eyes. These old men, with such poor acting skills, still fucking love acting more than one another. Hey, who made it all his seed? Ha, there's more? Han Lei's cries came to an abrupt end. He was just beating a dead horse, but he didn't think it was really there. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, with a flash of golden light, 8 identical 9th grade life extension pills once again appeared in Zhang Pinggan's hand. Hiss, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Old ancestor, this is the end of which dead ghost dandy's old nest. No wonder it's been over 800 years and you're still acting like a white boy. The crowd looked at each other for a few moments. 9th grade life extension Dan who does not want? This is not used now, but will certainly be used in the future It's just that the second ancestor takes another one, so the rest obviously need to compete. Next moment, puff, flop, puff. Aside from Han Linger, all the members of the Han clan fell to their knees in unison, followed by howls in the great hall. My dear old ancestor, not unworthy descendants, kowtow to you. Old ancestor, now you have always been the faith in my heart. Every time the ancestral shrine is in front of your spirit tablet, I cry until I faint. Ah, old ancestor, you don't know. Your elegance has always been deeply imprinted in my heart, and my admiration for you is like a mighty river, unceasing. You are like the brightest star in that night sky, guiding me whenever I can't find the meaning of my existence, whenever I am lost in the darkness of the night, and singing along. Jiang Pingan looked at the group of old men who were acting for each other, and resisted the urge to punch each other, loosening his clenched fists. That's all. Who made it their own seed? Chapter 21. Who is in favor? Who's against? After a moment's thought, he said slowly, let's give one to Lei. The others don't have longevity concerns for now, and let's give the remaining 7 to Mimi for safekeeping for now. No. As soon as the words fell, they immediately caused a gasp of surprise. This fucking fell into the hands of the great ancestor, and to take it out of its hands again would be harder than climbing up to heaven. After all, Daizu was not only short-tempered, he was also stingy. Don't? Han Mimi's sharp gaze swept around and she smiled coldly. Humph, my father has a golden tongue. How can I allow juniors like you to beep? Anyone with a different opinion, come up to my little dark room tonight and we'll talk alone? The crowd was dumbfounded by this statement. The family who does not know, Daizu is famously careful. If let him think about it, and have 100% certainty to beat, then this life is considered sleepless. Father, then I'll reluctantly keep it for you. Han Mimi smiled fawningly, and without waiting for Jiang Pingan to open his mouth, he directly pocketed the remaining 7 pills. At this moment, however, Jiang Pingan was frowning. It was only until now that he had the hindsight to notice that the others in the Han family seemed to be of average cultivation, with the exception of Wan Er, who was at the peak of the supreme realm. Being in the cave ruin realm, he was able to see through everyone's cultivation. The highest was only at the early stage of the cave ruin realm, just reaching the introductory level of the Cloud State's top 10 young celestial pride. Is it true that this 10 great families of Yunzhou are all supported by Wan Er alone? This Han family, it's a bit watery. Jiang Pingan finally understood how much gold it was for Han Linger to reach the peak of the Yuanshan realm at the age of 30-something. One didn't know if Han Linger's qualifications were too demonic or if the inheritance of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace was too heaven-defying. This Ice Cloud Immortal Palace Gong method has a mess. Jiang Pingan couldn't help but recall in his mind the twins' innocent and seductive posture in the lake early in the morning. Hiss. There is. Time to go to the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace. How to say that it is also Han Ling Er's division. Talk about life, talk about ideals, and communicate in depth should not be a problem. However, the strength of the Han family really should be upgraded, or else he wouldn't be able to touch the fish in the future. Although the qualifications of the Han clan's people were average, having a top-tier great emperor's inheritance like the mixed void technique was enough to make up for most of the gap. As for the 6 paths reincarnation fist, even if, with the physical body of these old men, I'm afraid that if I blast out the first punch, I won't wait for the enemy to meet the Taiwan, but I will go to meet the Taiwan myself first. Thinking of this, Jiang Pingan coughed lightly a few times, and in the gazes of the crowd of puzzled people, he spoke faintly. I've probably learned about your inheritance technique. It's too average. I just happen to have another emperor scripture here. From now on, everyone will cultivate this emperor scripture instead. What? The emperor's scripture? The crowd was like a heavenly thunderbolt as they stiffly turned their necks, shifting their gaze from the elixir in Han Mei's arms to Jiang Pingan, their eyes filled with horror. At this moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, and time seemed to stand still. The old man's surprise was a real, putting probes in women's bathhouses. It's just one thing after another. This shock and awe, completely regardless of people cannot stand. The emperor's scripture, this represented the godless race inheritance. It is the foundation for a party of imperial clans to be able to stand at the top of heaven and earth for a long time. The huge cloud state. It seems that since the beginning of time has not heard of the birth of a great emperor. Oh no! Rumor has it that the Ji family seems to have given birth to one, but it is not easy to say whether it is true or not. Furthermore, even great emperors were not necessarily able to create imperial laws, and there were very few great emperors in history who were able to leave behind the legacy of imperial scriptures. In the midst of the crowd's blazing gaze, Jiang Pingan lightly took out a scripture. The scripture was ancient and unadorned, with no decoration on its cover, but it exuded an ineffable and mysterious aura, made of materials other than gold or wood, stone or jade, and seemed to transcend the existence of all the material things in the world. The moment the scripture appeared, an invisible Tao rhythm escaped, and a faint pressure followed, filling the entire hall in the blink of an eye. All the people body aura slightly moving, actually run up on their own. Many years have not broken through the shackles. There is also a little loose. This is surprisingly the realization of the avenue. Original. The emperor's scripture was the original created by the great emperor who had condensed his life's feelings, not the usual topos. The crowd all looked joyful, looking incredulously at the scripture that was emitting heavy pressure. The Han family, it's going to branch out. With this emperor's scripture, within 10,000 years, the Han family might not be unable to go for that heavenly destiny, certify a great emperor, give birth to a true great emperor, and from then on become an emperor clan, prospering for 10,000 generations. The corners of some people's mouths had unconsciously grinned, as if they had already seen the scene in the future. As the Han clan crowd traveled, the major helmsman of the 10,000 clans greeted them with smiles. Obediently, fawning, pass the root wazoo, cool. Gigi Han Mei suddenly let out an oozing maniacal laugh. Jia, good for you Paki Zhou. When I was 6 years old you robbed me of a lollipop. In the past I couldn't beat you. When my kung fu was accomplished, I'll make sure you give Han an explanation. And you, Zhao Lao Air, when you were 15 years old you even glared at me. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. You wait for me. And Wang Lao Bai. Ha! At first, he wanted me to explain to him, but why should I need to explain to others when I've acted all my life? Han Mimi indulged in unrestrained thoughts, and her hideous face looked unusually horrible. All, especially those few youngest elders, they couldn't help but shiver coldly, going over the experiences of their lives in their hearts, lest they had offended the great ancestor somewhere accidentally. I've heard before that the great ancestor is notoriously careful, but I didn't expect it to come to this. Snap! Nangong Waner cleanly slapped Han Mimi back from her fantasies, her face covered in frost, and she coldly rebuked. Brat! Look at your demeanor. Those who don't know would think that our Han family is a devil's advocate who bullies people. In the future, you'll have to go through your father's permission for anything you do. Yes, mother. Han Mei came to her senses and answered coyly. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Jiang Pingon and smiled with a flattering face. Father, this gongfa should not be kept by me. Instantly countless strands of murderous aura attacked. Han Mei's heart was cold, only to see the eyes of the next tiger eyeing to kill, and hastily changed his words. Why don't we just put it in the ancestral shrine at the back of the mountain and we'll all enlighten ourselves together? Ha! These brats. It looks like they haven't been beaten up enough and want to revolt. However, he had already kept 7 pills, and then keeping this mixed void skill, it would be hard not to guarantee that the gang would storm out. So it was better to stabilize it first and think about it in the long run. Well, Jiang Pingon nodded. It's decided. Then suddenly remembering something, he spoke again. Previously I had to take the name Hanli for some reasons. My real name is Jiang Pingon. I see. From now on, the Han family will be changed to the Jiang family. Who's in favor? Who's against? Chapter 22 The Han family. So damn lewd. At this moment he was beginning to look like an old ancestor. Yes. At these words, a deafening roar of approval rang out. Only Han Mei raised her hands high, her eyes firm as if she wanted to join the party, and shouted, I, Jiang Mimi, raise my hands in favor. I, Jiang Lei, top that. Han Lei immediately followed in agreement. I Jiang, +1, plus 10,086. The matter of the Han family's change of family was just passed with 100% vote. In the face of all this, Nangong Waner's beautiful eyes flowed in anticipation, quietly standing beside Jiang Pingon, without many a word, just a burst of haziness in her beautiful eyes. Whatever her husband did, she fully supported it. Just then, a silhouette hurriedly ran over from outside the great hall, panting and shouting, not good, family master, old ancestors, guest room over there made a scene, said what the Han family deceived the entire Cloud State. Miss Linger has long had her heart belong to. The matter of recruiting a son-in-law is a scam to humiliate them. Subordinates really cannot stop it. After the butler mentioned it, the crowd remembered that today was the day to recruit a son-in-law for Han Linger. The people in the guest room were all the younger generation of the major clans and sects in the Cloud State, and there were even other heavenly prides from other states who had traveled from afar, all of whom had come early to wait for the start of the flunky competition. But now, is it still necessary? The crowd looked toward the figures standing together like golden children, then dropped their gazes on Han Linger in the corner, their faces odd. Han Linger was even more swish, and the blush on her face instantly spread all over her body, blushing incomparably. In her whole life, she had never been so embarrassed. Who the hell knew that pulling a random blocking boyfriend would be the oldest member of my own family? When she thought of her earlier swearing in front of everyone that she was pregnant with the old ancestor's child, she wanted to die, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Cough cough. Jiang Pingon's face was also slightly red, and he coughed at the right time to ease the embarrassment. In this case, Let them come to the Great Hall. Just to make it clear, misunderstanding a misunderstanding. We Han, Jiang family, do not recruit flunkies. Lingers matter. In the future, let her make her own decision. Jiang Pingan pondered a little and said to the housekeeper. Ha, the butler froze. What Han and Jiang families? Besides, you're a son-in-law. Who are you to talk here? Only the atmosphere at the scene was a bit weird. None of the family heads and elders spoke up, and the butler couldn't figure out the situation for a while. Butler Lee, are you deaf in your old age? Old ancestor gave the word. Why don't you hurry up and do it? Han Ling Tian. No, nowadays it should be Zhang Ling Tian. Jumped out at the first opportunity and angrily rebuked the housekeeper. His cultivation qualifications were actually very good, not even below Nangong Waner, and back then, he was also considered the second echelon of Yunzhou heavenly pride. But unfortunately, the family had not been able to have a decent gong method, which led to his cultivation being stuck at the early stage of the Yuanshan realm. Now that the family had the emperor's scriptures, he naturally became a hardcore fan of his old ancestor. Jiang Pingan. What old ancestors? Steward Li was once again confused. Humph. And what's all this about joining the family to pass on the fragrance? Talking as if I can't give birth. Nangong Waner's eyebrows slightly knitted, her red lips lightly opened, and there was some dissatisfaction in her tone. But it's good. I just transmitted my voice to have the wedding invitations made, so it's a good time for them to send them back to the clan and save some effort. Ha! Old grandma ancestor is having a baby? A wedding? Miss Linger and this son-in-law are getting married? The butler was completely confused. Why is it so hard to understand? However, he still bowed and returned. By the order of old ancestral grandmother. Spinning around, he headed toward the guest room. Not much longer. A group of young men led by the butler, accompanied by a clamor, came towards the grand hall in a great hurry. The Han family must give me an explanation. This flabby son-in-law competition hasn't even begun yet. How can it be internalized? You Lao San, am not convinced. That's right, we don't care about our reputations. We made the decision to go against our ancestors to come and join the family. But we were robbed by a little white boy? Humph. Listening to Mr. Knight, my spirit goddess. I'm afraid that has long been. No matter what, the Han family must give a statement. Right, give it a go. The crowd crossed into the Great Hall with a great deal of vigor. Just as soon as they came in and saw the bizarre scene in the Great Hall, the clamor came to an abrupt end. It's not right to be gray. For the people of the Han family in the Great Hall, they all had a rough understanding in the past few days. Except for Han Ling Tian, a middle-aged man. The others were all old men. Then that flunky little white man was the only one. But why that legendary old grandma of the Han family held his hand? That look of imploring, charming eyes looking forward is clearly looking at a lover boy? Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This Han family, so fucking kinky. The old grandmothers just met and stole the men of their offspring? Or is this a rumored ancient marriage practice in the Kanglan realm? Graying? It's a little exciting to think about. Many people's hearts were ecstatic. If the Han family bought one and gave one away, they couldn't help but fight for this son-in-law even if they had to fight for this old man's life. Especially for the first time so close to see this year's Cloud State First Beauty. Race Snow Frost, curved moon willow eyebrow, sheer water pupils, beautiful beauty like poetry and picturesque. Her appearance was 3 times similar to Han Linger's, but the charm, the mature femininity under the immortal face, was far superior to Han Linger's for some reason. If you can press such a beauty under your body, the taste, TSK, 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 beauty. The night cold snow who walked at the very front was the one whose gaze condensed, his whole body shook violently, and his feminine face did not have a trace of blood color under the extreme shock. How is that possible? Unlike the others, as the firstborn son of the current generation of the Knight family, he had a relatively deep understanding of this old ancestral grandmother of the Han family. This is a famous chastity. On the dead husband infatuation incomparable. On the surface looks gentle and virtuous, but that year that Supreme Mighty Ling let the whole Cloud State are trembling. One person a sword to create the Han family, although only the peak of the Supreme Realm, but let all the great clans of the Saint Realm of the old ancestor are scornful of it. In those years, facing the fierce pursuit of many great powers was even more unapologetic, and even drew their swords against each other. Nowadays, how is it possible to be so intimate with a young white boy? Murphy, really, 100-year-old tree has blossomed, and 1,000-year-old barren field is to be opened? An old cow eating young grass? An old-time target trying to take a new-time wooden barn? Thinking of this, Night Cold Snow's face was cloudy, and the color of salivation in the bottom of his eyes increased by a few points. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't comply, but now it seems that you're just a slut who desires a young man. When my night family ancestor breaks through to the peak of the sage realm and comes out of the gate, I will make you. GGG. Chapter 23 Midnight Massacre. Zhang Ling Tian. Only after night cold snow had a hearty and unrestrained thought in his mind did he walk out, pointing towards Zhang Pingan and saying grimly, "Humph, your Han family put out the word that they want to take a son-in-law for Linger. I even went so far as to fall out with my family. And this is the result? Linger was privately betrothed to this little white boy long ago. This matter, won't the Han family come out to give a statement? Oh, what kind of argument do you want?" Zhang Pingan's expression was flat, and he lightly returned a sentence. Nowadays, he has a hangover and is no longer the same person he was half an hour ago, so he naturally speaks with extra confidence. Night colds now froze. He always felt that this little white man in front of him was a little different from when he had just encountered him. His temperament was very different. You've drifted away by hugging Grandma Han's leg? It was only a little strange that none of these old codgers in the Han family said a word, letting this son-in-law blabber on. A local chicken is a local chicken. Can't it become a phoenix by flying to the branch? The corners of Night Cold Snow's mouth revealed a sneer, and he was about to taunt, but was interrupted by a somewhat renal voice next to him. "We're conversing with the Han family, and you, a soft eater, have your say? Also, anywhere you little white boy touches Miss Linger all over your body, I'll cut it off for you and feed it to the dogs." The person who spoke was none other than the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Peng, the legendary playboy. At this moment, he was staring at Zhang Pingan with a grim smile on his face, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. Han Linger was his goddess, a fairy that was unattainable for a dude like him, and only by going into the family could he pluck this first beauty of the younger generation that was famous throughout Yunzhou. But this chi-drawing realm waste, but shortcuts. Toad ate the swan meat. This led him how to swallow this breath. Holy shit! Upon hearing this, the Han family members were offended. It would have been fine if this was before the old ancestor took out the life extension pill and the mixed void skill. But now, a dude insulting their most respected and beloved old ancestor in such a way. Could this be tolerated? Old ancestor, please allow me to fight him one-on-one. As a hardcore fan of the old ancestor nowadays, Zhang Lingtian was the first to jump out. He has long been looking at this Zhao Peng is not good. Playboy A. Every day looking for flowers and willow. Do not know how many good women. That lecherous eyes do not know in the body of the spirit scanned a few times, but also fucking want to be his son-in-law Zhang Lingtian? 20 years ago, he had a resounding title in Yunzhou. Midnight Massacre. Revenge is never overnight. Although in the daytime goes a horse, but the dark and windy night is his home turf. For those who can beat Neversoft. By the way, to the surrounding 10,000 miles within the poor women alone in the room to send some warmth. Today, he's going to do the people a favor. Old ancestor? The crowd, however, was stunned in unison, somewhat doubting their ears. This Han family, just because of a little white boy who was favored by the old grandma, collectively recognizing a thief as their father, don't even have a face? Granted. Zhang Pingan nodded slightly. Next moment, clang, a blade light flashed, and Zhang Lingtian stood with his sword in a single motion. Zhao Peng only felt a coldness in his lower body and lost the most important thing in his life. Before he could react, his cousin on the side directly pounced on him, his eyes sad and howling. Peng, what's wrong with you? Peng, speak up, Luna-san? How will your sisters-in-law live after such a sudden disaster? Sister you, don't worry, thy wife, I'll raise her, we'll live together in the future. Just watch from the sidelines. Brother, you're so miserable. Oh ha ha ha. Hearing his cousin's name, Zhao Peng then reacted and hurriedly lowered his head, only to see blood flowing. Obviously, having been subjected to palace torture, he has long perceived that his cousin has a coveted heart for his wife and concubine, still underestimated his cousin's shamelessness. Zhao Peng pointed at Zhang Lingtian and then at his cousin, and with a sharp pain, he completely fainted. Although my Zhao family is not as good as your Han family, but you are so ruthless, I will report this matter to the family head truthfully. We'll see. That cousin put down a harsh words, then in all the dumbfounded, dragging Zhao Peng unconscious body, toward the outside. Along the way also came intermittent, seemingly laughing, seemingly crying non-crying voice. Crowd, people are not dead yet. This is originally missing a leg. This drags on. I'm afraid all 3 legs are gone. Zhang Lingtian coldly watched the other party go far away, then swept his gaze in an awe-inspiring manner, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "See, this is what happens when you offend our Jiang clan's old ancestor. If anyone commits another offense, I, Zhang Lingtian, will not spare them lightly. Once these words came out, the crowd's faces once again changed drastically. The Jiang family? Jiang Lingtian? If they had suspected something was wrong with their ears a moment ago, it was now solid. The Han family, which has changed its name, especially when he saw Han Lingtian, who was somewhat complacent and even proud of it, he couldn't help but feel more than a little contempt in his heart. Good you Han Lingtian, looks like a thick eyebrows, iron bones, the results of less than half a day. A mouth an old ancestor, shouted that a sweet, not afraid of your real old ancestor of the Han family from the coffin climbed out of the anger of the ungrateful grandson? You're a fucking midnight manhunter. Why don't you just change your name to Midnight Liquors? Ugh. However, some people were in a state of awe and had some bad premonitions, looking at Jiang Pingan with some hidden scorn in their gazes. Although the Han family are all group of old six, but always filial piety, for the recognition of ancestors, inheritance and other things are valued more than life. This a little white man, even though it can make the Han family in love with the old grandma, lost her mind. But this group of old six is absolutely sober. It is not possible to be so groveling, the small mouth with smeared with honey, unless this little white boy had a heavenly origin, and the power behind him was in existence far beyond the reach of the Han family. But the two most mysterious big families in Yunzhou, the Ji family and the Shi family, the Ji family is now burnt out, and the Shi family, and has been low profile. And rumor has it that the highest seniority of the old ancestral grandmother has always disliked the Han family. It's hard to believe that this white boy is from the central state? If that's the case, it makes sense. With this in mind, the crowd frowned and stopped speaking. Although they weren't the best sons in the family, they weren't stupid either. There was no need to offend a behemoth that didn't know its depths just to fight for a flunky. At this point, Nangong Wanner lightly moved her lotus steps and slowly walked up, her pleasant voice coming out. Everyone, it's a guest from afar. Today is also considered my Jiang family's big day. I have some wedding invitations here. Please pass them on to the family elders. 3 months later, welcome to come and join the Jiang family's big wedding. Chapter 24, The Old Ancestor, a Great Emperor's Talent. As the words fell, a single invitation flew out and fell into the hands of the crowd with precision. The big wedding? You decided to have a wedding so soon? A wedding? When the crowd thought of this possibility, and thought of the scene of that spirit goddess being ravaged by this little white boy in front of them, they only felt their hearts drilling pain. Pain. It hurts too much. There were also people who rushed to open the wedding invitations, only to be somewhat dumbfounded when they saw the names of the two wedding parties. The groom, Jiang Pingan, is, unsurprisingly, the name of that little white boy. Just this bride, Nangong Wanner? Who's this? Isn't it Han Ling? Most of the people present did not know the real name of the Han family's old ancestral grandmother. After a few moments, there was an uproar and heads began to turn. Ha! Why is this bride Nangong Wanner? Who is this? I don't know. Shenangong Wanner is the magnificent Han clan's old grandma in front of us. Ha! What kind of international joke is this? Is this recruiting a flunky? Isn't this recruiting an old ancestor? What about the spirit goddess? According to this situation, surely you can't grab the right wife with the old grandma ancestor. Maybe as a common roommate. This Han family relationship is so messy. Yeah, it's too messy, but I like it. Looks like I'm going to walk around the Han family more in the future. Throw out trash when I'm not doing anything. Maybe I can come across a different harvest. Should keep it down. You're not afraid of being killed. Although the voice of the crowd is small, but word for word all by Nangong Wanner heard in the ear. But Nangong Wanner does not care. More do not want to explain. The matter of her husband's resurrection was too bizarre, and she didn't want anyone with an axe to grind to know about it. All the gossip, just let it go. Ha ha ha. Night Cold Snow, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed up to the sky. Humph, what a Jiang family, what a big wedding. The world says that the Han family values the fragrance inheritance the most, and that Nangong Wanner is an infatuated and strange woman. But now it seems to be nothing more than a group of people who are greedy and fearful of death. Nothing more than an adulteress. To even change the sect because of a wasteful little white boy from the Qi drawing realm is truly the biggest joke in this era. At this moment, Night Cold Snow did not care about the gap in cultivation status, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally erupted. Others were afraid of the Han family, but he wasn't. The old ancestor of the Night family had now successfully broken through to the peak of the Sage realm, only one step away from the Quasi-Emperor realm, and unless the Quasi-Emperors of the Ji family or the Shi family stepped in, he, the Night family, had the final say in the entire cloud state. What's more, the real Qilin Zi that the Night family had been hiding was worshipping under the mysterious Taoist lineage in Central State and would return soon. which was why he didn't wimp out on the ice cloud immortal palace behind Han Linger. Now he was being ridden by a little white boy. Not only was he previously straddling his goddess Han Linger, but now he was even going to marry this long-famous absolute beauty, which made him feel like a clown. How could he not be angry? The Jiang family? Humph. There is simply no great clan surnamed Jiang in the entire human frontier. If he didn't have the shelter of the Han family, he could crush this mole at any time. You want to die? A voice like hell came out, words like ice, making the hearts of everyone in the hall vaguely chilled, like falling into an ice cave, only to see Jiang Pinggan's expressionless face. He slowly moved in front of Knight Hanyue, staring at the other party with a deadly stare. It's okay to insult him, big deal. He'll get his revenge tomorrow. Can insult his woman? No. Ho ho ha ha, what a laugh. Knight Cold Snow looked at Jiang Pinggan, who walked up and let out a maniacal laugh once again. A waste of chi attraction realm. To ask me if I want to die? Ha ha ha, can you break defense? Oh, speaking of which, I suddenly remembered. You, a chi drawing realm. Can you break defense when you cave in? Ha ha ha. I am the first son of the current generation of the Knight family. How dare you make a move against me? Come, I just want to die today. I'm standing right here. Come kill me. Knight Cold Snow laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, and tears almost came out of her eyes. Oh, in response, Jiang Pinggan smiled contemptuously, the corners of his mouth floating in an evil arc as he said flatly, never heard of such a request, so I'll begrudgingly fulfill you. Die. With the word death, Jiang Pinggan slapped his palm out. A bright light erupted from the center of his palm, carrying a terrifying aura that swept towards the other party. He did not have the slightest retention. Kill a young pride of heaven only. The Knight family pursued the big deal to raise the family to run away. With the mixed voice skill, the world where to go not. As for the face, for a gooby like him, there was no psychological burden at all. Knight Colds now was shocked. He could feel the terror of this power, and tried to dodge, but realized that it was as if he had been locked in, and the other party's attack even vaguely contained the power of space. Shasta. Knight Cold Snow felt like his chest was hit by hundreds of thousands of pounds of hammers, arcing through the air like a kite with broken strings, and finally smashing into the pillars of the Great Hall, spitting out blood from his mouth, obviously already deeply and seriously injured. No way. Knight Cold Snow stared at Jiang Pinggan with an unbelievable expression. He was one of the top 10 heavenly prides of Yunzhou, and his cultivation had even reached the early stage of the cave ruin realm, so how could he not even be able to resist? Moreover, the other party looked even younger than himself, revealing even more aura of the chi drawing realm. How did he burst out with such a strong aura? If it wasn't for the fact that the body protector on his body had blocked the majority of the force, I'm afraid that he would have directly perished on the spot just now, and this scene reinforced the suspicions of most of the people present. Sure enough, this little white boy has a heavenly background. In public even took without fear to the first son of the Knight family, but also so ruthless. This is obviously to put each other to death. For their part, the Jiang family members were completely stunned, their eyes glazed over. Not bad for their oldest ancestor. Sure is an old cunt, obviously an expert, but pretending to be in the chi drawing realm, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Their Jiang Jiago's genes had finally found their source. Follow your roots. However, this exposed cave ruin realm cultivation should not be the old ancestor's true cultivation either. The old ancestor who possesses the emperor scriptures may be a quasi-emperor. My family's oldest ancestor has the qualifications of a great emperor. Grrrrrr. Today, your XX family must give me, someone Jiang, an explanation. Thinking of this, the hearts of a group of old men in the Jiang family fluttered like deer, their eyes glowing with gold. In the future, the Han family. Pooh, the Jiang family can ask for tape everywhere in the whole Yunzhou? Hiss. Don't dare think about it. Don't dare think about it. Chapter 25, the sky of Yunzhou is about to change. As for the old ancestor being a supreme emperor, this was something they really didn't dare to think about. After all, once one carries the mandate of heaven and proves to be a supreme emperor, influenced by the rules of heaven and earth, the bloodline of one's offspring will show a qualitative increase, which is also the origin of those emperor clans, as well as the everlasting lineages that are rumored to have given birth to immortals. Only with the inheritance of the bloodline, it gradually thinned out, but there was also a probability of presenting a returning bloodline, once again giving birth to an offspring with the qualifications of a great emperor, or even a juvenile supreme being. Their Jiang family's qualifications pulled a mile, especially the great ancestor Han Mimi, who hadn't even stepped into a cave ruin realm in his entire life. It would be a hell of a thing if this old ancestor was a supreme emperor. When Han Linger in the corner saw this scene, She suddenly thought of something and a scarlet blush flew up on her cheeks. Old ancestor. It's really loaded. Ugh, old immodest. It seems that the old ancestor in the early morning pretended to be a mountain bandit, pretended to be a small cultivator of the chi-inducing realm, robbed his own master and sister, and then it was even more logical to want to join the family, and also hold his own little hand. God only knows what ethically taboo stories would have happened if they hadn't run straight into the old grandma of the ancestors to identify with her. Han Linger couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that horrifying scene. But what kind of bad taste is this from the old patriarch? The story of what almost happened is irreparable. Jiang Pingan frowned. He didn't expect a golden light to emerge from his opponent's body, but he blocked his surefire strike and made himself return without any success. Comprehending the mixed void skill, combining the true meaning of the six paths reincarnation fist, the external hangings, plus surprise, so many buffs superimposed, but didn't second the night cold snow, whose cultivation was comparable to his own. Wasn't it hitting his own face? But it was normal for a direct descendant like Night Cold's now to have some protective treasures. Jiang Pingan did not care, raised his hand. Want to do it again? A palm cannot, then another palm well. Smooth things. The moment he was about to strike again, Nangong Wanner suddenly stepped forward and stopped him. Husband, forget it, today is our Jiang family's big day. Let's stop here and spare his life. Nangong Wanner's lips pursed lightly, her beautiful eyes staring at Jiang Pingan with a hint of pleading in her eyes. The Knight family was powerful. They had just been reunited and the wedding was imminent. It really wasn't appropriate to completely turn their backs on the Knight family at this moment. More importantly, she was worried that she would cause her husband to be injured or even perish as a result, which was something that was absolutely unacceptable. Everything would be discussed when she recultivated the mixed void technique and stepped into the Saint realm. Okay, listen to Wani. Jiang Pingan nodded. When a beautiful person asked for help, he naturally respected the other party's thoughts. Spinning around, he once again looked at Night Cold Snow, who was spitting out blood, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he angrily rebuked. Don't get out yet. Meet a crazy person. Night Cold Snow looked at Jiang Pingan with some trepidation, and was vaguely still a bit afraid. Judging from the attack and killing intent just now, the other party actually wanted to kill himself. Was he really not afraid of the Knight family's monstrous wrath? Very well, Jiang Pingan, I'll remember you. After putting down a sentence of painless cruelty, Night Cold Snow lowered his head and limped out of the Jiang family without looking back, fearing that the other party would suddenly change his mind. Only no one realized the monstrous hatred contained in those deep eyes. As the first son of the Knight family's generation, when had he ever been so humiliated? After Night Cold Snow walked out of the Jiang family, he looked back. His teeth were clenched, his hands were bruised, and his face was even more hideous. Almost there, almost there. All of my humiliation will be reclaimed later on you. Hanling Air and Nangong Wan Air, wait for me. After Night Cold Snow left, Jiang Pingan once again swept his gaze over the remaining crowd and immediately changed his smile to a smiling one. Everyone, coming from afar is a guest. These days in my Jiang family good food and drink. We have also done the landlord's friendship. But the matter of Linger, right, it stops here. You take the wedding invitation to go back to report. Ha, we are each other's human race, are considered friends and relatives, should support each other. The wedding time people do not come does not matter. The gift arrived on the line. Ha, the heavier the better. Of course, in return, our Jiang family also prepared a heavy gift at the wedding to the person with the heaviest gift, which is absolutely satisfying. Jiang Pingan tentatively decided to put out a stunt now to arouse curiosity or goodwill so that the gift would be a little heavier. The most important gift is the 9th grade life extension pill. Naturally, he couldn't say it explicitly in case someone made a move in advance. After all, the 9th grade life extension pill was a treasure that even the quasi-emperors coveted, and he took advantage of these 3 months to see if there was a way to raise his cultivation to the sage realm or even quasi-emperor as soon as possible in order to cope with everything. By then, with the addition of the 9th grade life extension pill, this wedding will surely be able to attract a lot of eyeballs, and so on if his next wedding, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the gifts will get heavier and heavier. GGG. Without going out of his home and lying in the arms of a beauty, he could collect all kinds of heavenly treasures in the world, and go to the peak of his life, certifying a great emperor, or even becoming an immortal, which was not a dream. Just thinking about it makes you excited. Looking at Jiang Pingan's leering expression, the crowd despised him in their hearts. Ugh, do you really think this is your home? And the Jiang family? It's nothing more than a second generation who bullies men and women and takes from them by force behind his back. This Han family is also a group of soft bones. that the so-called infatuation species Nangong Waner is a joke, said that the focus on the inheritance of the fire, in the blink of an eye will be with someone else's name, on someone else's bed. Oh, although this was what he thought in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face at all, but instead, he hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted. Who dares to make trouble when even night-cold snow was almost killed on the spot? Then we'll leave first, and make sure to deliver this wedding invitation to our family's old ancestor. With a burst of pleasantries, the crowd laughed. Only the backs of those who left were all obviously a bit worried. The sky is about to change in Yunzhou. None of them dared to imagine how much of an uproar this invitation would cause once it was spread in Yunzhou. After all, if that little white boy and Han Linger got married, it would be just that, and it would only affect the younger generation. But the bride on this invitation, it's Nangong Waner, that's 700 or 800 years ago, the first beauty of Yunzhou who was so colorful that she overwhelmed the current generation. I do not know how many rejected the heavenly pride demon at the time, and those heavenly pride demon now has long become the oldest ancestor of each family or the backbone of the force. If it has been to maintain a deep love, pining for her late husband's persona is just, but now it is to be married to a young white boy. Once it festers, God knows what will happen. At this point, inside the Zhang family's great hall, however, there was a calm and joyful atmosphere, although most of them wanted to continue to live in secrecy, unwilling to be exposed to the eyes of the world. For the sake of the mixed void technique and the 9th grade longevity extension pill, they were naturally very willing to make a small contribution to the old ancestor's big wedding. Suddenly, Zhang Nini thought of something and stammered. That, father, mother, you two big wedding, should I notify Han Run Run? No, Zhang Run Run. Chapter 26, Husband, I want to, Han, Run. As soon as this name came out, the crowd's looks were odd, and the atmosphere was immediately grave. Humph. Don't mention this sinful animal to me. Nangong Waner even let out a cold cry, her stunning immortal face slightly shrouded in cold light, as if the mention of this name made her anger hard to dispel. Ha, River Run? What's going on here? Zhang Pingan instantly became interested. It's not often that one can make one heir so angry. Could it be a tenfold loser? Hearing her husband ask, Nangong Waner's slightly frowning eyebrows only slowly stretched. The whole body that makes people shiver with the ice-cold breath such as ice and snow melting like a silent dispersal. A pair of beautiful eyes were no longer icy cold, and his voice became pasty. Husband, listen to me, this matter has to start from that rampant Sher family. Nangong Waner narrated. It was only after a long time that Zhang Pingan completely understood what was going on. Originally, the Zhang family is not a single lineage. To the 10th generation of the birth of a pair of twins, Zhang Running is one of the twins. Talent is unparalleled in that era, but also the courage to win the Cloud State Tianjiu list first, breaking the monopoly of the Stone family and Ji family. Nangong Waner naturally delighted, thinking that Zhang Run for the Zhang family to open up. Mighty, but 1,000 should not be. That Zhang Run even fell in love with a person who should not love. The second in the heavens remarks ranking at the time, the first daughter of the Sher family, Sher Qingxian. The two fell in love at first sight, and even defied the strong opposition of the Jiang and Sher families. Both eloped and disappeared from everyone's view, living in seclusion in the mountains. The Sher family, that had always been a thorn in Nangong Waner's heart, the Jiang family's archenemy. It was not possible to talk about archenemies. After all, the Sher family was mysterious and unpredictable, and did not put the Jiang family in their eyes at all. As for how the feud was formed, to this day, the Jiang family was still confused and did not understand where exactly the Sher family had been offended. It is said that the Stone family, that the highest generation of the old ancestor, happened to pass by the Jiang family, and then saw the stone statue of the old ancestor of the Jiang family, stagnant for a moment, and then burst into a fury, ordering the Stone family to smash all the statues. The mouth is also chattering about what even have a few points of resemblance. You don't deserve it, and so on. Smashed the statue of the husband, which can directly touch the reverse scale of Nangong Waner, directly flying out to fight for her life. But that Sher family crone just took one look, and it made him fall into an ice cave, no longer able to move. Only after that did Nangong Waner realize that the old ancestor of that Sher family was terrifying, and I'm afraid that his true strength was not below that long-famous Feiyu imperial dynasty's female emperors. And the moment he saw the other party, for some reason, a strong hostility welled up in his heart. That old ancestor of the Sher family was similarly stunned and seemed to have the same feeling. Then he shook his head and left. It was impossible to resist. But the seeds of hatred had been planted. The entire Jiang family, moreover, had made the Sher family an imaginary enemy, thinking that one day, they would definitely go to seek justice. That Jiang Runrun fell in love with the daughter of his enemy's family naturally aroused the unanimous opposition of the Jiang family from top to bottom. The Stone family is that Jiang Runrun abducted their family's pride and joy. On the Jiang family all sorts of difficulties. If not, the Stone family has always been low profile, the Jiang family also meticulously a match, afraid of the early blood flow into the river. Husband, when my mixed void technique is complete, I will make that old crone pay the price in blood. Nangong Wanner's red lips slightly opened, and a clear and icy voice came out. When she thought of the Shi family's old ancestor that day, and the smashed statue of her husband, she couldn't help but feel hatred in her heart. Crone? Jiang Pingan instantly grasped the point. Yes, the old ancestor of the Shi family is incredibly pale and always presents herself as an old crone. Nangong Wanner returned, with a trace of doubt in her eyes. With the other party's cultivation, it was so profound that she even suspected that the other party had reached above the sixth heaven of the quasi-emperor. A Tong Tian powerhouse like that, especially a female cultivator, many times used a portion of their cultivation to maintain their youthful appearance. They shouldn't even be able to keep their youth forever. And is she a widow? Also, what's her name? Jiang Pingdan frowned slightly and asked again. At those words, Nangong Wanner gave her husband a suspicious look. For some reason, she always felt that her husband was particularly interested in widows. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said, "This I don't know. Although the Shi family is a large family with many children, it has always kept a low profile, especially this kind of long-ago-old generations matters. I am not aware of it." Oh, Jiang Pingan nodded and stopped talking. He always felt that the other party could be one of his dream wives, and that the Stone family could be his own seed. This would be a lot of fun if it were true. That elope with Jiang Runrun Shi Qingxian, but also damn likely to be the other party's aunt-grandmother. Not right. Jiang Runrun is the other party's great-grandfather. Hiss. No eyes. However, this is still not yet a thing, and for the time being, I can't talk to Wan Er about it, so I'll wait until I have the chance to confirm it in the future, just in case it isn't. Next moment, Nangong Wanner's beautiful eyes were icy cold, and her gaze, like a sharp blade, swept toward the crowd as she coldly said, "The old ancestor has also been worshipped, and the matter of Linger has come to an end, so why are you all staying here if you don't seize the time to cultivate?" Ha! The crowd froze. He only felt the temperature around him plummet a few dozen degrees and couldn't help but shiver. But they were all people who had been there before, and then they reacted with a meaningful smile on their faces. Understand. They get it. A little farewell is better than a wedding. Jiang Mimi even bowed her waist and said with a fawning smile, "Father, mother, understand. We all understand. You too. Continue." We're rolling, spinning his buttocks and leading the crowd out, but also thoughtful to quietly close the door of the room of the Great Hall. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Pingan and Nangong Wanner were left in the large hall. Puff, flop, both seemed to realize that it was finally time to get down to business. The sound of a heart beating violently was unusually clear in the empty hall. In his previous life, he knew Aben at the age of 5, Bai Jia at the age of 8, and at the age of 12, he familiarized himself with the Golden Lotus, blending all the theories together. Now, the theory of the past, the reality, finally. Jiang Pingan was torn in his mind. What should I say myself later? Wainer. Jiang Pingan was about to speak, when the snow shadow shifted, and the breathtakingly beautiful and stunning face was already close at hand, and in a flash, the fragrant wind hit his nose, causing his heart to throb. Nangong Wanner's head came closer, gently tiptoeing on her toes. Her eyes had a few more hints of moving to the extreme haziness in them. In Jiang Pingan's days, Nangong Wanner's jade arm lifted up, gently gathered on his neck, and exhaled in her own ear in a small voice like an orchid. "Husband, I." Misty immortal sounds, soft and tender, seductive and low, drifted continuously in Jiang Pingan's heart and soul, bringing about an almost devastating impact. As a husband, how can he refuse the goodwill of a beautiful woman? Gulp. Jiang Pingan swallowed hard. Looking at the touch of the stunning beauty, the mind cannot help but some of the apathy. Chapter 27, Dreams Come True. Breaking through the sage realm. Jiang Pingan's voice was trembling a little. "To my room then? Go! Hold me!" Inside Nangong Wan Er's boudoir, Jiang Pingan sat on the bed, looking at the room door closed change room, crossing his fingers. "This Wan Er change clothes, why so long?" Squeak! The door to the changing room was gently pushed open, and Nangong Wanner's pair of soul-stirring eyes just stared straight at Jiang Pingan, her footsteps light as she walked towards him. In that instant, Jiang Pingan's eyes lit up, his gaze irresistibly fixed firmly on the other party, completely holding his breath. A tight-fitting halter dress, with a layer of cicada-like light veil draped over the outside, vaguely outlining the perfect curves that were enough to make any man go crazy. Long round and white legs, wrapped in black silk, 3,000 green silk just casually hanging down on the shoulders, slender waist like a willow, fragrant cheeks winning the snow, especially the young woman's flavor between the eyebrows, but also people cannot move their eyes. Beauty, it's so beautiful. I'll go, Master Greenback. Whoa, this life will finally say goodbye to the child body, although the dream is charming, but always hazy, which is so real today. Zhang Pinggan was so excited that he almost cried out. It's been 2.5 years since I traveled over here, and aside from the still somewhat illusory dream world, the reality is that I've finally seen what I wore in my previous life once again. Husband, does it look good? Do you like it? This was your favorite style before. Nangongwaner walked to Zhang Pinggan and spun around a few times, displaying her stunningly beautiful and delicate body. Ha ha, good kidneys, good kidneys. Zhang Pinggan laughed 3 times. At Nangongwaner's cry of alarm, he pulled the other party into his arms. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a very dangerous smile as he laughed. Wan air, do you know what a man, facing a great beauty like you, would want to do the most? Nangongwaner pondered for a moment, stared at the somewhat confused Kazran's big eyes, lightly shook her head, and said, can't think of one. Bingo, right answer. Nangongwaner instantly understood the other party's meaning. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks instantly reddened, and she unforgivingly waved her small fists and slapped Zhang Pinggan's chest. Hate it. Husband, you're bad. Ha ha ha, it gets worse. Sorry, the next episodes are not available to the public. All adults. I don't need to remind you. Close your eyes. Meditate. If you want to see it, move to the paid app and find your own reference. I'll see you in 3 minutes. There was no talk all night. It went on until the next afternoon. Boom! A loud bang suddenly appeared in the sky, as if it was the roar of heaven and earth, or a celebratory salute. Immediately after that, colorful auspicious clouds gathered from all directions, enveloping the entire Jiang family in the blink of an eye. An extremely terrifying aura shot straight up into the sky, causing the souls of the living beings in the surrounding 10,000 miles to throb and tremble. The knot in her heart had been dissolved, her Tao heart was clear, and Nangongwaner's long-troubled peak of the supreme realm had finally broken through once again. The people of the Jiang family who had originally been in seclusion together to study the mixed void skill instantly vacated the air and looked at this sudden and abrupt change with disbelief. It's a vision of heaven and earth. A great power has broken through. When their gazes landed in the center of the vision, they looked at each other and instantly understood. That's the old grandma's room. It's natural to see who's in the room today and what's going on. Their Jiang family, too, had a saint. From now on, let's see who dares to say that their Jiang family's top 10 families of Yunzhou is in vain. Old ancestral grandmother. Awesome! Zhang Ling Tian shouted. How can it be old ancestral grandmother who is powerful? It's clearly old ancestor who is powerful. The 13th elder muttered. Yes, after all, a Pao blasted out a saint. This looks at the entire epic. There are only a handful of them, in the history of a heavy stroke. Congratulations! Ha ha! The 8th elder stroked his hand over his beard, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than even AK. Ha ha! With the old ancestral grandmother's qualifications, 500 years ago, she broke through to the peak of the supreme realm. These 300 years have made no progress. Earlier I was worried that it was the potential that had been exhausted, but it turned out to be held back. At these words, a group of old men nodded in deep thought. Snap! A loud ear-scratching sound resounded throughout the void, only to see great ancestor Zhang Nini angrily rebuke. Old 13, have you drifted? Dare to slander your elders like that? Believe it or not, I'll break your dog's legs. Great ancestor, you're going to hit the 13th elder. Why are you hitting me? Zhang Ling Tian covered the back of his head and retorted in a small voice. Oh, sorry, hit the smooth hand. Who made the back of your head so tantalizing? Zhang Nini took a look at the wrong person and blurted out. However, immediately afterward, he felt that this was detrimental to his majesty as a great ancestor, and his aura changed once again as he coldly drank. Humph, who let you get so close to me? And you're no good. Do I need a reason to beat you? Zhang Ling Tian cried out and dared to be angry. These years the great ancestor and the second ancestor did not have much lifespan left and were mostly in seclusion, and he thought that the good times were coming. Who knew that it came to this? The 9th grade life extension pill and the mixed void skill. Wouldn't this be a dark day for him as the head of the family in the future? Zhang Ling Tian made a silent decision in his mind. Find a chance to sneak in a snitch about slandering and libeling the old ancestors as scum before the great ancestor. Goods like Dazu, who punches hard on the inside at the drop of a hat. should be treated well by old grandma and grandpa. That said, Jiang Pingan sighed. Until early the next morning, a sliver of daylight poured down from the room's skylight, reflecting on the pair on the bed and couch. In the hazy red gauze tent, Nangong Waner was half kneeling, serving Jiang Pingan to dress, just like a newlywed couple, eyes rippling, with a big dream waking up like lazy charming, giving their husband the most extreme tenderness. At this moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. 800 years of longing, finally a dream come true. Husband, do you have any plans for the future? After being dressed, Nangong Waner snuggled into Jiang Pingan's shoulder, her eyes hazy like fog, and asked. Jiang Pingan gently twisted the other party's 3,000 green silk with one hand, and gathered the other party's willow waist with one hand, smelling the fragrance that was more fragrant than all the flowers in the world, which went straight from the end of his nose into his heart and soul, and gently said, cultivate hard, prove yourself a great emperor, become bigger and stronger, and venture into glory. Well, I believe in my husband. Nangong Waner was no longer the icy goddess who had created the huge Jiang family with one person and one sword, raising her cicatrices and staring at Jiang Pingan with unblinking eyes, living like a young daughter-in-law who worshipped her husband. Whatever her husband said, she believed. Jiang Pingan scratched the other party's agitated nose and continued with a smile. Of course, the most important thing is to have a few more children. With my little daughter-in-law, I want to give birth to 10 daughters. Nangong Waner wrinkled her agitated nose. Obviously, this single line of men in the Jiang family had completely disappointed her, and not having a daughter had always been her regret. Okay, so let's continue. Aha! Chapter 28 Reactions of the Great Families. At the same time that Jiang Pingan was falling into tenderness, the news that Nangong Waner was going to get married instantly spread throughout the entire Yunzhou as if it had grown wings, causing an uproar. What? That Nangong Waner, the number one beauty who was so colorful that she overwhelmed the cloud state a few hundred years ago, has robbed her grandson's son-in-law, and fucking openly wants to organize a wedding? Holy shit, blatant pickpocketing? I like it. My goodness, the goddess of my ancestor, my father, and my grandfather is getting married? Where's the promised smitten fairy? No, my youth, my dream, is over. An old cow eating young grass? Ugh, shameless, but I'm tender grass too. Why don't any fairies covet it? So Lady Wan Air likes this tune. I should have known I'd dress up and go for more walks around the Han family. TSK. This can be lively. We must know. Once that Nangong Waner fairy's suitors were as numerous as the river of Krushinkarp, but now it is committed to a young white boy. This can be hit the face. Yes, those heavenly prides who pursued the craziest back then are now all pivotal big shots. There's a good show to watch. No, I'll definitely go and hold a show. Ha ha ha. For an occasion like this, our Flying Sky Gang will definitely go on a journey. Me too. In short, the entire Yunzhou was full of different opinions and discussions, even spreading to several neighboring states. The night house. The two old men sat on seats carved from 10,000-year-old wood. Although his face was covered with traces of age, his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness from time to time, and his aura was extraordinary. Obviously someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was none other than the current Knight family's family head, Knight Shanghai, and the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, why would you agree to Han Shui joining the family? Although he's not as demonic as Frost Child, he's still clearly the most talented person in the younger generation of the Knight family. Han family? If it wasn't for that Nangong Waner, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 50 in Yunzhou. Knight Shanghai slowly opened his mouth, a hint of incomprehension in his expression. The Grand Elder shook his head and said with a faint smile, the Han family naturally not on the stage. But Han Linger in Nangong Waner is the top of the beauty. Han Linger is burdened with the inheritance of the Ice Cloud Palace of Immortality. Just 10 years will be promoted to the peak of the realm of the Yuanshan. If it is not the Han family attaches great importance to the inheritance of the flame, I'm afraid it is not the turn of the cold snow that kid. Into the family is only to obtain the first step of the trust is only as far as the Nangong Waner. It is more charms still exist. TSK. Speaking of this, a hint of lechery appeared in the Grand Elder's eyes, clearly salivating for a long time. Yes, mentioning Nangong Waner, Knight Shanghai nodded as well. Youngsters don't know that young women are good, and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. A young woman is a plus. GGG. Great Elder, if it is possible in the future, you and I will form a hand, and we will definitely make its head and tail not be able to take care of each other. Quasi. Jia. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door, and Night Cold Snow stumbled and flew in, throwing out an invitation. Breathlessly, Grandpa, something big has happened. The Han family, has changed. What? Knight Shanghai even directly hugged Knight Hanchue and asked angrily, Cold Snow, who hurt you like this? Jiang Pingan. Knight Cold Snow spat out a name in a breathless manner. Jiang Pingan? The two frowned at the unfamiliar name. Next, Knight Cold Snow gave a rough account of the whole thing. After hearing this, the Grand Elder was even more that the invitation was spread out, and his face rose into a pig's liver color. The Han family is to hold a wedding is good, but the bride from Han Linger changed into Nangong Waner. This, you were just having a spirited fantasy yourself, and you didn't think you'd be shortchanged? The thought that he might have to eat the leftovers of a bimbo in the future made him feel sick inside. It's not true that he likes young women, but he doesn't like three-handed young women. Just this Jiang Pingan can let the always infatuated Nangong Waner put down, but also let the entire Han family name change. In the end, what is the origin? The Grand Elder's heart vaguely had some bad premonitions, and his anger was briefly suppressed. After thinking for a moment, he directly pinched out a spell and spoke into the void. Check. Find out everything about this Jiang Pingan for me. Also, don't startle the snakes. Everything will wait until the old ancestor breaks through the peak of the Sage Realm and comes out of the gate, as well as Frost's return from the central state. Your honor. A buzzing sound came from the void and vanished. The Sun family. It's no good. Third ancestor, that Han family is going to have a big wedding. A middle-aged man panted and ran into the ancestral shrine. In the ancestral shrine, an old man glanced at the other party faintly and said with dissatisfaction, Humph, what kind of behavior is this? Who exactly is the big wedding in the Han family that has you making such a fuss? Back to the third ancestor. It's Senior Nangong Waner. What? The old man stiffened, as if struck by lightning. It was only after a long time that he slowed down and stared dead at the person in front of him, his voice trembling a little. Impossible. There is no such thing. Wan Air is such an infatuated species. I have not been able to win a smile from a beautiful woman after 100 years of hard pursuit, and that old man woo an old man Qian. Not to mention, how could they possibly marry someone else? Say that again. Is it a fake? Speaking here, the old man's tone became stern. Back to old ancestor. It's true. This is the wedding invitation. The middle-aged man respectfully handed over a wedding invitation. The old man opened the invitation and saw the bride's name at a glance. In a split second, his eyes glared to the maximum. His pupils dramatically enlarged and contracted, and in the end, his whole body began to tremble, and he opened his mouth to say something, but it was as if he had been strangled, and he could not emit a single syllable. Boom! An incomparably strong aura poured out uncontrollably, and the entire ancestral shrine shook for a while, and there were even spirit cards that fell to the ground. The old man was not the least bit moved by all of this, looking into the distance, his mouth constantly muttering, Wan Air. Looking at the disappearing back of the three ancestors, the middle-aged man sighed deeply. Hey, Sin. Spinning around, he looked at the token that had fallen to the ground and even had a corner knocked off, and when he saw the font on it, his pupils instantly shrank and howled. Aya, my child is unfilial, my dear grandfather. Chapter 29, The Stone Family. Shueqian Qian's Thoughts. Mysterious Land. The Stone Family. A stunningly beautiful figure was lazily reclining on an ice chair. 3,000 green silks were casually draped behind her like a white veil, her icy muscles and jade bones. Her beauty was unrivaled. The hem of the skirt was gently lifted by the jade legs, emitting a skin light that was more crystalline than a room full of ice flowers, making it impossible to take one's eyes off of it. It was just strange that the woman was dressed in a way that was out of place on this side of the world. Obviously looks like a wonderful woman, but is a head of white hair, and slender legs, seems to be wrapped in black silk. The end of the strange clothing. It was none other than the oldest grandma of the Yunzhoushi family who had the highest seniority nowadays, Shueqian Chen, snow luxuriant growth. The maid next to him, however, was just staring at the silhouette with infatuated eyes as if she was used to it. Some of them do not understand. The old grandma is obviously gorgeous. Face and body are not under the Feiyu female emperor. Cultivation is above. Why go out in the world has been disguised as a crone look, but when they arrived home, it was as if they were a different person, dressing themselves up beautifully, especially when it came to the time of honoring the real old ancestors of the Shi family. They even wore strange clothes and stayed in the ancestral shrine for 3 days and 3 nights. In this regard, in private, there had been a personal maid who had asked in disbelief. An old ancestral grandmother had only said so lightly, I look my best just for him to see, and he loves it. The maids clearly remember that when the old ancestral grandmother talked about him, the color in her beautiful eyes was clearly visible. Her eyes were dense, and her charming eyes looked forward, as if the old ancestor who had long been dead for 3,000 years still flowed in her heart and never faded. The phrase "he likes it." It speaks of the infinite infatuation of the old grandmothers. They looked down at the old ancestral grandmother who was caught up in remembrance, and a trace of sadness rose in their hearts, only to see Xue Qianqian took out a portrait out of thin air. The person in the portrait was exactly her when she was young, but the inscription was the old ancestor of the Shi family. Sure how? Xue Qianqian watched for a long time. Her eyes swirled with a hint of brimming, and she let out a dreamy murmur. I see all living things as grass and trees, but I see you as a green hill. Brother Hao, Qianqian misses you. The laws of heaven and earth are incomplete. The long river of time is not apparent. Rumor has it that becoming an immortal can open the long river of time again, but the road to becoming an immortal has been broken. When will I be able to reopen the path of immortality, into the long river of time? See you again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A line of tears flowed down the stream and landed on top of that snowy hill. Xue Qianqian didn't care. She just stared at the portrait and the inscription obsessively, for a long time. Only then did she put away the portrait, once again reverting to her languid appearance, and asked casually, Xiao Chui, is there anything new in Yunzhou recently? Tell me about it. Back to old ancestral grandmother. Speaking of which, a rare and interesting thing really happened recently. At the mention of gossip, the maid Xiao Chui's eyes were glowing. Old ancestral grandmother, do you still remember that Han clan? And that Han clan's old ancestral grandmother, Nangong Waner? Remember. Xue Qianqian nodded. The figure of that Nangong Waner appeared in her mind. Although her cultivation was not high, her face and figure were not inferior to her own, worthy of being the number one beauty of Yunzhou back then. It was just that for some reason, a faint hostility rose at the thought of the other party. Thinking of the day when she was so excited and out of control that she smashed the statue of the old ancestor of the Han family and put down the harsh words that she would not be allowed to rebuild the statue, Xue Qianqian was still a bit apologetic, but she has no regrets. One more time, and she remained the same. Who let that statue and the husband have a few similarities? Not even 1 point of resemblance. The cultivation world is the strongest of the weak and the weakest of the strong. A small, broken down family is just a small family. Even if it has entered the top 10 families in Yunzhou, it is just a dangling family, and she doesn't care about the other party's thoughts at all. It was only later that Shi Qingxian, a junior she quite liked, unexpectedly fell in love with that flying immortal sacred body of the Han family. Han run run, and only then did the Han family once again come into her sights. Of course she won't allow it. She has heard of the Han family's virtues, and the biggest characteristic of the Han family is go. Although the Stone family members are low profile, but always have a heart of invincibility, never retreat when it comes to things, so they simply do not look at the Han family group of old six. Han run run, although the qualifications of the heavenly, but when it comes to things to run faster than anyone else, I do not think there is any great success. That's why she and the Stone family expressed strong opposition at the outset, just didn't expect that Han Run Run was even more capable than they thought, and even eloped with Shi Qingxian, so that none of the Shi family's eyes could find any traces. Thinking of this, she casually asked, and how is the Han family today? Back to the old ancestor grandmother, that the Han family since that day has been regarded as our Stone family as a great enemy, just the other side is really too meticulous a little bit, also had a small clash in the outer trial. Died some subordinates just, the direct lineage of the children is from no casualties. Moreover, although the other party is meticulous, it is still acting quite decently like our Stone family, so there has been no reason to exterminate the other party. Xiao Chui respectfully returned. The children of the Shi family have always been filial, since they knew that the old ancestral grandmother smashed the statue. Coupled with the matter of Shi Qingxian, they were quite dissatisfied with the Han family, and have always wanted to find an opportunity to destroy the other party. But the other party is really a batch of go, and they have not been able to find a suitable reason. Oh, Xue Qianqian didn't care. In her mind, there was nothing that could concern her too much except her husband, old ancestral grandmother. I haven't even told you about that new thing that's been boiling over lately? Xiao Chui continued. Oh, go on. You may not know, that Nangong Waner is about to get married, and it's still a young white boy. What's his name? Jiang Pingan. Not only that, the whole Han family, I heard that the name has been changed to the Jiang family. You say, this thing, is it rare? What? Xue Qianqian, who had wanted to lie down, sat up directly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. It's more than rare, it's like it's never been done before in all of eternity. It is not surprising that the old cow eats young grass, but it is 1,000 times strange that even the whole family is following someone else's surname, and that Nangong Waner has always had a reputation for infatuation. But now, it's ridiculous. Oh, Xue Qianqian sneered. a hint of sarcasm flashing under her eyes. Even the little apology that was left in his heart instantly disappeared without a trace. He thought it was some kind of chaste martyr, and once had a high opinion of it, thinking that the other party's experience was similar to his own. Slightly some empathy. Today it seems that, ugh, one bitch with a dog. The sky's the limit. Dog man and woman. That Jiang Pingan is not a good thing. Marrying a widow is just a matter of course, but also demanded that other people's families with their own surnames, bullying men and women of the second generation of one, like Jiang Pingan, such a little white boy, dare to stand in front of their own, have to send him a pain. The Han family is even more all soft bones, whereas their Shar family, everyone is a strong iron bone. If anyone dares to forget their ancestors, change their surnames, she will not live to split each other. The more Xue Qianxian thinks about it, the more angry she gets, thanks to her thinking that Nangang Wan Er and herself are the same person. Now that she thinks about it, it's simply an insult to herself, to the Shar family, especially the insult to that old ancestor of the Han family who had taken on a slight resemblance to her husband and died 800 years ago. Adulterers and adulteresses. Spinning around, he nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Go, frame these words, frame them beautifully, and give them to the Han family. No, the Jiang family as a wedding gift." Chapter 30 Jiang Pingan in Pain and Happiness. Ha! Xiao Chui was stunned. Old ancestral grandmother. This is a little bad, isn't it? What's so bad about it? I just can't stand to see certain people being a bitch and setting up a house of cards at the same time. Xue Qianxian's eyes narrowed slightly with some disdain. Honor the order of old grandmother ancestor. Xiao Chui respectfully bowed, then turned around and retreated. Looking at Xiao Chui's disappearing back, Xue Qianxian's heart was suddenly empty, as if she had missed something very important. Why, my heart suddenly aches, she mumbled. It was only after a long while that he was able to drive the strangeness out of his mind and return his gaze to the portrait in his hands. The Wu family, the Zhou family, and so on. For a while, most of the Saxon families in Yunzhou were in an uproar and discussion over the Han family's wedding. As for the Jiang family at the center of the vortex, they began to get busy for the wedding 3 months later, and even the great ancestor and the second ancestor, in addition to practicing the mixed void technique, personally took to helping out. Jiang Pingan, on the other hand, had a fulfilling and charming time. Mezzo, intermittent hesitation, persistent muddling. Day 1, I have nothing to do today, so I'm looking for one heir to talk about life and ideals. Day 2, Jiang Pingan's heart was full of grandeur. I want to cultivate. I want to work hard, prove to be a great emperor, and guard everything. A few breaths later, hey, too tired. Cultivation. It's so boring. How about a talk to Weiner? Day 3, Jiang Pingan constantly cheered himself up. 3 months after the wedding there will be many storms. Time is running out. To go out as soon as possible to look for resources to enhance the cultivation, but cannot all rely on external forces. Iron still needs to be hard. 10 minutes later. Forget it, it's still early. Why don't we go to Wan Er, to discuss the future development of the family? Day 6. No, definitely can't continue to fall. Have to practice hard. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. Ha, the lady actually wore black silk. GGG. Day 7. I Huang, Jiang Mao, and gambling and drugs do not share the same day. Day 8. Day 9. Day 15. Jiang Pingan looked at his haggard face in the mirror. I've been so wounded by drink and sex that I've pined away. No, from today on, abstinence from alcohol. Day 20. Jiang Pingan looked at the radiant Nangang Waner, and a dining table full of 100-year leeks, 10,000-year tiger whip, etc. His heart trembled, and he said with a straight face, Waner, as an old ancestor, you have to set an example by practicing hard and strive to be able to shelter everything at an early date. Where in Yunzhou are there any secret realms, heavenly treasures, or some secret techniques of the mind or something like that? Nangang Waner was stunned. Jiang Pingan. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Mother, be serious. I'm serious this time. I need to go out and raise my cultivation. Jiang Pingan once again said solemnly. These days, he also took the time to go to the Jiang family treasury, but the Jiang family is ultimately too shallow. Able to enter the longevity space of the treasure is too little, but also only let his cultivation increase to the late stage of the cave ruin realm. From the supreme realm is far away. Moreover, he also researched the loophole of the everlasting space. That is, the handwritten copy of the secrets of the technique seems to be possible, only the reward is slightly weaker, which is enough to make Jiang Pingan ecstatic. You know, in this world, for that kind of high-level gongfu, The most precious is the original Gongfu that condenses the true meaning of the cultivator's Tao, and it is difficult for the topography or handwritten copy to let a person comprehend the initiation. So the general inheritance is to personally teach or based on the original epiphany of the Gongfu. And this everlasting space ignored everything and was able to give birth to even more powerful feats, so it was clear how heaven-defying it was. Accordingly, Zhang Pinggan guessed that it was highly likely that in the rules of the everlasting space, used Bentley, is also a Bentley. The only unfortunate thing is that each feat can only be used once. Visible, this long life, jagged space, never eat back grass, only recognize fresh goods. Oh, Nangong Waner subconsciously nodded, her tone seeming rather disappointed. But then he reacted and exclaimed with some incredulity, "Husband, are you for real this time? Husband, what virtue she this pillow but know clearly, whether it is once upon a time, or now. Husband, how to see is not a person who can work hard to cultivate. Well, mother, just tell me where I can obtain heavenly materials or secret techniques." Zhang Pinggan once again said solemnly. Hearing this, Nangong Wana realized that the other party was not joking. Her eyes turned and began to think carefully. Half a day later, it was only then that Nangong Waner narrated the story. Husband, the major secret realms and caves in the current world of Yunzhou have long been searched countless times, and I'm afraid that it's difficult to find heavenly materials and treasures, and most of the rare resources are in the hands of the major clans, so the only thing that can be directly accessed is the secret of the Kung Fu technique. Husband, as you know, our Kanglan realm's recorded history only goes back to the desolate ancient period, and there are no records of the even more ancient immortal ancient period, and it can only be mentioned occasionally from unearthed secret realms. The secret techniques unearthed in the secret realm, maybe it's been too long since the laws of heaven appeared to change, or maybe it requires a special bloodline. In any case, some of the top techniques have always remained unattained, and over time, they have become mascots. Husband, if you want to delve into Gongfu, I recommend you to go to two places. Which two places? Zhang Pinggan asked impatiently. Yuelu Academy and Bingyun Immortal Palace. Nangong Wana returned with a grave expression. Ice Cloud Palace? Zhang Pinggan's heart stirred. He has not heard of the Yuelu Academy, but he is familiar with this Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, especially the 6 immortals of the Ice Cloud besides Zhang Linger, the pair of twins who transformed at will in purity and femininity. Hiss, want to go? It's just that his identity today, shifting into Zhang Ling heiress old ancestor, is always a little awkward. Without waiting for Zhang Pinggan to choose, Nangong Waner's soft and delicate voice continued to ring out. Ice Cloud Immortal Palace is the Spirits Clan. The palace owner Luo Bingyun is even more unfathomable. 10 years ago in front of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace had set down 2 wordless Jade, which recorded 2 kinds of overwhelming feats, calling the world's celestial pride demon to go to comprehend. Said that if it is able to understand one of them to help it to save a person, then Luo Bingyun will unconditionally agree to the other side of the request of a person who is able to do so. Unfortunately, in the past 10 years, countless people with extraordinary enlightenment have traveled there, but none of them have comprehended half of it. Husband, if you want to obtain a top-notch technique, you can give it a try, but rather, it's Linger's clan there, so you can be guaranteed in terms of safety. Any request will do? Zhang Pinggan's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. That Luo Bingyun no one got to see its immortal face, but rumor has it that just from that glimpse of the back, that ethereal and unparalleled temperament, it is enough to show that the other party is definitely a magnificent great beauty. If, GGG. Chapter 31, A Shocking Change, The Empress Announcement. Humph, what are you thinking about? Nangong Waner beamed her little mouth, seeing through Zhang Pinggan's dirty thoughts with a single glance. That kind of high and mighty figure is not something that mortals can covet. If they dare to mention some unreasonable demands, die without knowing how to die. I even suspect that Luo Bingyun is a great person from the Holy Land Central State, with a cultivation that crowns the Cloud State, and is even related to the legendary Luoshan, who has disappeared from the human race for a long time. Speaking of the word Luoshan, Nangong Waner's tone was a bit more grave. Lo Han. Legend has it that it is a supreme great emperor of the human race, a stunning appearance in the history of the human race, unparalleled combat power, only it seems to want to save someone, had broken through the core hinterland of the demon race, the god race and other major races, snatched some of the healing holy medicine, caused dissatisfaction of the major races, and then it was even more mysterious disappeared. And even the human race emperor's resting place, the Taichu Forbidden Land, have not been there. It was a pity that Luoshan was always shrouded in a white veil, and no one could see her true face. What the crowd unanimously decided was that Luoshan had long since fallen. because of the restrictions imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. Except within the 1,000 years of the birth of the heaven's destiny great emperor, great emperors could come out of the forbidden land, and during other times, great emperors were not allowed to appear in the world, and this was an iron law that had been in place since the beginning of the millennia. Luotian had never entered the forbidden land of the human race, and had probably already suffered the backlash of heaven and earth, and her soul had been dispersed. I advise my husband to die of that heart. It's enough to be able to comprehend the techniques and obtain some rare heavenly treasures. Nangong Waner paused and continued, where do I have any mind? Zhang Pingan scratched his head and died without admitting it. In this regard, Nangong Waner did not care, although she supports her husband's concubinage. But Luo Bingyun that such a cool fairy how will share a husband with others? Not to mention the gap between the two sides of the cultivation is too far to see the husband. There is no such possibility. After driving the ridiculous thoughts from his mind, he continued, however, what I would most suggest to husband is to go to another place. The Yuelu Academy. Yuelu Academy? Zhang Pingan let out a light eep. Previously, his cultivation was low and he really didn't know much about some of the forces in the cloud state or even the human race. Yes, the Yuelu Academy was founded by the Flying Feather Empress Mu Qingcheng. When she said this, the ever-eyed Nangong Waner couldn't help but have a trace of admiration. A trace of admiration flashed through her gaze. If Nangong Waner was a female heavenly pride that would be encountered once in 1,000 years in the cloud state, then the Flying Feather Empress Mu Qingcheng was a peerless demon that would be encountered once in 10,000 years in the cloud state, and even in the entire human race territory. In just 1,000 years, he had broken through from a mortal body to a quasi-emperor, and had become a well-deserved idol for the women of the entire cloud state. To know, Saint Realm and quasi-imperial although only a realm difference, can be like a rift valley. The ancient times until now do not know how many amazing talent and arrogance blocked. Even in that central state where there was an abundance of demons, it was recorded that there was only that peerless female sword immortal who practiced Tai Shang Oblivion, and that legendary taboo figure who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm within 1,000 years. Just puzzling. That Mu Qingcheng is clearly considered the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. Why is it targeting the Ji family's children everywhere? Although it is rumored that Mu Qingcheng was on the day of his initiation, that Ji family husband, the then lord of the Feiyu imperial dynasty, suddenly and inexplicably collapsed. However, Mu Qingcheng stood firm in the Feiyu imperial dynasty by virtue of the child in her womb, and even more so, in the following decades, she rose to prominence and became the first female emperor of the Feiyu imperial dynasty with a stance of suppressing everything, then single-handedly founded the Yuelu Academy, widely recruited the world's strange and extraordinary people, heavenly pride, aspirants. Just a few hundred years, will be Ji family control of a small imperial dynasty, developed into today's behemoth, Feiyu imperial dynasty. Nowadays, it is vaguely in a position to compete with the Ji family. Yuelu Academy is known as the first academy in Cloud State. The academy's hidden gold pavilion, encompassing everything, contains countless secret methods of the divine. The top layer is placed in the top of the most from the secret realm of the most top secret techniques unearthed. The key thing is that anyone can refer to it. It just requires a contribution value. Dumping. After hearing this, Zhang Pingan kept muttering repeatedly in his mouth. He always felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Was it a name that had come up in the dream or not? He was a little unsure. After all, in the dream, he only looks at the other side of the face as good, the body top or not. As for the name, it does not matter. Moreover, although his cultivation level was a bit higher, and the scenes in his dreams were clearer than before, most of them were fragments of that kind, and the rest was always a mist, hazy, unreadable, and undefinable. But, standing in front of each other, face to face, is probably something you can think about. If you add in the fact that the other party was unarmed, then naturally they were instantly recognizable. One heir, is that Mu Qingcheng? A widow? Zhang Pingan once again had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "Humph." Nangong Waner glared at the other party without any good humor. This husband, more and more excessive. How to be so interested in the widow? Ah, is this what husband used to say? The bones of Jianan are still there today. Wei Wu's legacy lives on. Old immodest. The Nangong Waner who wanted to perform the life-snatching 18 screws was not willing to do so after all, and in the end, she just clenched her small pink fists and gently whacked the other party's chest with a slight hint of dissatisfaction. If you say anything else, I'll hammer you to death. Oh look, just now you did not listen carefully. That Mu Qingcheng was once the emperor queen, naturally had a husband. Ah, there are rumors that is pregnant after being then the lord of the Flying Feather imperial dynasty. Love at first sight, enthroned as a consort. In short, a wide range of opinions. Speaking here, Nangong Wanner's eyebrows knitted slightly, and her tone was somewhat uncertain. However, on the first night that Mu Qingqing joined the harem, the lord of that imperial dynasty died a strange and violent death, which is indeed a bit strange. Knock! The words were interrupted by the sound of a majestic and heavy bell. Dang! 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 Before anyone could react, there were 8 more consecutive knocks. It's Royal Road Bell. It was rumored to be an ancient treasure, and after it was obtained by the Feiyu Empress, it was hung above the imperial dynasty, and would only ring out when the Feiyu imperial dynasty faced a major change. But today, the ancient bell rings 9 times. This is the number of 99 that has never appeared before. Even a few hundred years ago when the demon race invaded in a big way, it only rang 7 times. Could it be that there was a major event that could lead to the upheaval of the imperial dynasty, or even the survival of Yunzhou? An inexplicable premonition welled up in the hearts of everyone in Yunzhou that something amazing was about to happen. Many of the power holders of clans and families put down their hands and frowned as they looked towards the center of that imperial dynasty. Haven't heard anything big? The demon race in that north was even more honest, showing no signs of invasion. What had happened that could make that empress make a world of noise? Didn't wait for the crowd to speculate. Immediately afterward, a cold and chilling voice came out, resonating throughout the entire cloud state. I have waited for this day for too long. 3 months from now, the Feiyu imperial dynasty will officially change its name to the Great Yan imperial dynasty. At the time of the great ceremony of the change of dynasty, a ceremony will be held for my son to recognize his ancestor and officially change his surname to Shao. Welcome, everyone, to this historic moment. Chapter 32. Rumors of cuckolds running wild. In a blink of an eye, the entire Cloud State, and even the adjoining regions outside of Cloud State, became silent, and a pin could be heard. Everyone's brains buzzed and their mouths opened wide enough to swallow 10 eggs in disbelief. Big news! What an explosive scandal! The tidbit of information that has been criticized and despised by many, is surprisingly true. That supreme female emperor Mu Qingqiang, who was decisive and thunderous, and who had single-handedly created the Feiyu imperial dynasty, had actually put a green hat on the Ji family, and from the words enough to see that the change of dynasty is only incidental. Mu Qingqiang, most important, surprisingly just let its son recognize his ancestor, especially when mentioning the word Shao. Many people can vaguely feel out that always cold empress voice, even with a hint of trembling, a hint of choking. What were the strengths of the man who could cuckold the Ji family, the number 1 family in Yunzhou, and the lover who could make the supreme empress unforgettable? TSK, TSK, TSK. The love-hate relationship of such a big man, the right and wrong, wanted to hear, see, and poke around. However, many people secretly frowned, and a voice bubbled up in their hearts in unison. Yunzhou, it's going to change. There's a storm coming. Chaos is on the way. Unlike the Han family's Nangong Wanner wedding, that was just a small fight that merely involved a number of family forces in Yunzhou. But this time, Mu Qingqiang might sweep through the entire Yunzhou, or even the land of the 9 states. The great emperor does not show. The prospective emperor is the strongest battle force that can be seen on weekdays. The fight between prospective emperors is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Qianquan reversal, and at this juncture when the fate of the heavens will be out to know. The entire Cloud State, in addition to the low-profile Stone family, and the Lord of the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace who came out of nowhere and didn't know the depths, there are only 2 quasi-emperors out in the open. A female emperor, Mu Qingqiang, and the second for the Ji family's old ancestor. This was also the reason why the Ji family had been sitting firmly in the first place in the Cloud State. The Feiyu Empress. No, nowadays, she should be called the Great Yan Empress Mu Qingqiang, being able to spread her voice throughout the entire Yunzhou. It was obvious that there had been a new breakthrough in her cultivation, and it was highly likely that she would be promoted to Quasi-Emperor Triple Sky or above. Was it not possible that that was her bottom line? And also announced to the world, do not take into account the face of the Ji family. The Ji family entrenched in the Cloud State for tens of thousands of years. The legend is that the ancestors have been out of the Great Emperor, which openly gave a cuckold. The Ji family can tolerate? So, the day of the change of dynasty and the recognition of ancestors will most likely be the time when the Great Yan dynasty will be destroyed. Even though Mu Qingqiang was no longer a demonic talent, her cultivation time was too short, and she did not have enough substance. That Ji family's old ancestor was the only late-stage quasi-emperor in the Cloud State, and when he was running across the Cloud State, he had even overthrown countless Taoist systems, so he was the first expert in the Cloud State in a real way. The 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor, 1 heavenly rift. At every heavens, there was an absolute gap that could not be crossed. being able to cultivate to the quasi-imperial. None of them are amazingly talented, and the later it gets, the more difficult it is to cross the border to reverse the logging. Everyone couldn't figure out why Mu Qingcheng had suddenly made such a decision. What's the difference between that and getting killed? With her talent, if she were to live for another 1,000 years, it would be enough to easily uproot the Ji family, so why couldn't she wait a little longer? LOL. Countless people lamented in their hearts, but a silent anticipation was born. The battle of the paramount emperors is here. Unlike 30,000 years ago, the human race today is in a time of storm. Because of the shocking change 30,000 years ago, there was a crack in the relationship between the human race and the 10,000 races, vaguely becoming the public enemy of the 10,000 races. So the human race has been recuperating. The battle of the Paragon Emperors hadn't been seen for thousands of years. Now it's coming. This battle had undoubtedly caused the Cloud State, which was at the bottom of the 9 states, to once again gather the gaze of the entire human race. And for most of the people in Cloud State, after a short period of stunned silence, an outcry that swept through the entire human race immediately erupted. What? Am I dreaming? Am I hearing things? I woke up and my goddess had collapsed. Is there no such thing as a pure fairy in this world? Haha, it's really like the rumors. The Empress Lord's son's appearance is not like the Ji family at all. He didn't inherit the Ji family's bloodline. He can't perform the Ji family's bloodline mastery Kuan Shanlei. In order to cover up the ears of the people, he even sent his son to practice in central China even earlier. It's a really big game of chess. That's right. I have seen the son of the Empress when I was a child. Do not like to comb the center parting, singing, dancing, rapping all sorts of sparse, with the Ji family young generation out of place. Hey, I have long known that it is not the Ji family's seed. The Ji family is used to being high and mighty, boasting of being the only transcendent family in the Cloud State. It's really been given a resounding slap in the face. Cool. Damn it. Why doesn't the goddess consider me if she's cheating on me? Ha ha ha. Great joy. Great joy. Ji Fei Yu, the wife that you couldn't forget and couldn't even touch before you died. I didn't expect it, but she was ravaged by someone else's wantonness early on, and even got pregnant with someone else's child. Ha ha ha. An old man looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had a deep grudge against that former imperial lord Ji Fei Yu. In that case, the violent death of Ji Fei Yu, the former lord of that Fei Yu imperial dynasty, was the work of the female emperor? Someone immediately thought of what was once fishy. Of course, the most poisonous woman's heart. For the sake of her lover, she went so far as to poison and kill her husband who brought her heavenly glory. The list is endless. Come on. Maybe that Ji Fei Yu used special means to break up a loving young couple? My goddess Qingcheng isn't that kind of person. Someone offered a different opinion. I see you are the 3 views follow the 5 senses. No matter how, that Mu Qingcheng is Ji Fei Yu notarized the world. Personally set the imperial consort. Now she not only dove into the magpie's nest, but also openly hit the face of her late husband. Put the Ji family in the wrong place? I think you're the one turning black and white upside down. Empress Qingcheng has personally and widely recruited talented people to develop a small Fei Yu imperial dynasty into the behemoth it is today. What does it have to do with the Ji family? Without the Empress, there would be no great Yan dynasty today. I don't want to argue with you. I am a traditional person. A woman. The most important thing is to raise eyebrows. Mutual help. Husband and mothering. From one to the end. But in doing so, how is Empress Qingcheng not being obedient to the father of her child? You falsehood. In short, there were many different opinions on the streets of the entire Yunzhou, and it even caused many armed fights. The Heim family. Boo! The tables in the conference hall directly turned into pieces, and a huge sound resounded throughout the hall. Deceitful! Deceitful! Ji Wolfwanyuan, the current head of the Ji family, roared in rage, and his old face even rose to the color of pig's liver. The reaction of the Ji family members present was also the same. That Mu Qingcheng's voice was like a thunderbolt that exploded in their ears, causing their entire bodies to quake dramatically and their faces to look horrified. This is a declaration of war, a naked slap in the face. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the authority of the Ji family. Chapter 33, Fei Yu Empress, Mu Qingcheng. But the crowd was ultimately accustomed to seeing big waves and quickly calmed down. The third elder of the Taishang from above even snorted coldly, his low voice resounding. At first I said that I would bury Mu Qingcheng and the child in her belly to Fei Yu, but you guys insisted that it was the bloodline of the Ji family, plus the thought that Mu Qingcheng was gifted with a demonic talent and was still the daughter-in-law of my Ji family, and that in the future it would be a face for the Ji family. A long face, right? Also, some years ago when she broke through the Supreme Realm and started targeting my Ji family's children, I suggested once again that she be grilled. But what about you guys? Once again being indecisive and raising a tiger. I seriously suspect that the strange deaths of G family children out and about over the years, as well as the inexplicable disappearance of several elders, are all related to this demoness. Alright, old third, it's useless to talk about it now. It's better to think about how to take this demoness down, so that the world won't think that my G family is afraid. The second elder of the Taishang, who had always been known for his steadiness, waved his hand, interrupting the third elder's words. Once these words came out, the great hall once again fell into a dead silence. They'd like to take it, but can't beat it. Many of them were also the best of their peers, and even once reigned at the top of the heavens' remarkable ranking, but without exception, they all collapsed above the peak of the supreme realm or the sage realm, and were unable to set foot on quasi-emperor. The only one who can take down Mu Qingcheng is the old ancestor of the Ji family who has been in seclusion. Or, thinking of this, the crowd looked in unison at the old man at the very top of the conference hall, who was resting with his eyes closed. Ji family's supreme elder, Ji Dancheng. As the core personnel of the Ji family, they were naturally clear that, unlike what was rumored in the outside world, not only was the old ancestor of the Ji family a quasi-emperor, but the grand elder, likewise, was a quasi-emperor. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, the supreme elder moved slightly and opened his eyes, scanning the circle, faintly. Just as well, the old ancestor is seeking the opportunity to break through the seventh heaven of the quasi-emperor. So let's not disturb his old man for the time being. Only the old man can make a move. He 8,000 years without a fight. It's time for the crowd to once again recall this honored one's hefty reputation. Do you really think that the old man can't lift his sword? Just a 1,000-year-old little girl, ultimately too young, thinking that breaking through to a quasi-emperor would be enough to break away from my Ji family's control. Naive. At the time of the change of dynasty, in public, it will be the anniversary of her death. After saying all of this, the grand elder closed his eyes once again, as if what came next had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, the crowd bowed slightly and saluted, then once again discussed the specific matters. The Stone family, lying on the ice chair, Xue Qianxian suddenly froze and looked towards the direction of Feiyu Imperial Palace, swept the white hair at her temples behind her ears and smiled. I can't imagine that the little girl who was unmarried and pregnant back then was carrying her lover's seed. The Ji family is not as simple as one might think, especially that old monster. Alas, the same is a woman. The gap is so big. Pinch. Mu Qingqing, even if she has become the empress, still cannot forget the child's father. On the contrary, that the infatuation persona known as Nangong Waner, how a large number of children and grandchildren are still fucking remarried to a little white man. Cut. Shame on you. Ethical corruption. Xue Qianxian's face showed a hint of disdain. Just this bit of crap still have the nerve to send out invitations, especially since her late husband still has a few similarities with her own husband. There is such a shameless woman in the world. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and her chest burst into a violent heave as she couldn't help but shout towards the door. Come on people, frame that adulterous couple plaque a little bit bigger for me, and by the way, go to the black market and buy a big funeral bell, the big wedding scene of that pair of dogs from Nangong Waner, and send it over to me. After doing all this, Xue Qianxian's mood was suddenly much better. Her delicate red lips curved slightly and her beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of cunning. Maybe, Mu Qingcheng, that girl was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Old mother, I was able to save its life. In return, to my Sure family as a daughter-in-law, should not be too much, right? Surely it's not too much. I don't even mind that she's a married woman. How dare she disagree? The combination of my Sure family's son and Mu Qingcheng, a proud daughter of heaven that is rare to see in all ages, will definitely give birth to an amazingly talented and unique offspring for all ages. And at that time, my husband should be laughing his mouth off in the Yellow Springs. I'm getting more and more excited for that day. I'm sure the big show will be wonderful. The words were not yet spoken. For some reason, Xue Qianxian thought of something and her complexion suddenly dimmed. The lips moved in a dreamy murmur. Hey, you're not here. Anything fun becomes tasteless. No one will ever be able to accompany me. Watch the big show with me. How? I miss you. While more family power holders had their faces changed drastically and hurriedly gave orders. Quickly, have all the sons and daughters of my family's Yuelu Academy evacuate from Feiyu Imperial City. Obviously, the great battle between Mu Qingqing and the Ji family was imminent, and no one knew how widespread it would be. The only way to reduce losses was to keep the family's children away from the center of the battlefield. One time, the entire Yunzhou, especially the surroundings of Feiyu Imperial City, was suddenly busy. Flying spirit vehicles, which were rare to see on weekdays, were constantly whizzing by, all coming to take people home. After all, those who were able to enter Uelu Academy were the elite sons and daughters of some small and medium-sized families, or even the core sons and daughters of the first line, so how could they give up so easily? But to everyone's dismay, at least half of the Uelu Academy scholars had rejected their families and steadfastly stayed in Feiyu Imperial City, vowing to live and die together with the Feiyu, Great Yan, Imperial Dynasty. There were even countless more children of the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty, swarming in from all directions. Even though their cultivation was low and they couldn't help much, they just wanted to support and stand on the side of the Empress. It was the call of Empress Mu Qingcheng. Ever since it took over the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty and then promoted to the Imperial Dynasty, what it had done for the people of the Imperial Dynasty over the past 900 years or so was there for all to see, and the heavens and the earth could see it. No matter who it was, they would never allow anyone to harm the perfect Empress Sama in their hearts, even if Lord Empress is cuckolding the Ji family. That's also the where. Please put it on. Please put it on straight. These are the values of the people at the bottom of the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty. The center of the storm, the Imperial Palace. A white figure stood above the Imperial Palace. Dye eyebrows such as fog, ice muscle jade bone, a long black hair natural gorgeous pouring in the shoulder jade back, like nine heaven goddess, banished to earth. Temperament is even more ethereal, a powerful and mysterious cold breath around its body, as if everything in heaven and earth are to submit to its feet. That supreme might was enough to make the entire cloud state tremble. It was the contemporary female emperor of the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty, Mu Qingcheng. No one had expected that the Empress Lord, who had just spread her voice across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, had completely changed her stance, her entire person exuding a gloomy aura of loneliness and sadness as she stared blankly at a portrait in her hands. On the portrait was a woman who was devoted and independent, with a face that bore a slight resemblance to Mu Qingcheng, but on closer inspection, what Mu Qingcheng was staring at was not the woman in the painting, but the inscription at the bottom right of the portrait, Xiao Yan. Aside from the marriage certificate, which had not yet had time to take effect, it was the only thing he had left behind. Chapter 34, Son of the Empress, Xiao Dachuan. After being frozen for a long time, Mu Qingcheng whispered softly to herself, not knowing if it was dreaming or calling out, 1,000 years of life and death. Do not think about it, since the unforgettable, 1,000 miles of lonely graves, nowhere to talk about bleak. Yen, in 3 months, it will be the anniversary of your millennium. I wonder how you are doing down there. I'm sorry, husband, for not letting Dichun recognize his ancestor until now. Although I'm not sure I can defeat the Ji family, I don't want to wait. The worst outcome is nothing more than soon. After my battle with that old monster of the Ji family, no matter what the result is, I will go down there to accompany you. Just can't bear to part with our child Dichun. But I couldn't care less. Squeak. The sound of a room door being pushed open interrupted her thoughts. Mu Qingcheng hid the portrait in her hand as if it was a treasure. Then with a flash of snow shadow, she appeared in the room. Looking at the person who pushed the door in, there was more than a hint of doting in his eyes, and more than a hint of hatred. The visitor was none other than her and Xiao Yan's only child, Xiao Dachuan. By the sound of the name, you can tell it's a big smart. I don't know if it was the reason that the fetus was moved. She and her husband are obviously both extremely intelligent people. The birth of the child is a little, extremely average qualifications, age more than 900 years old, but in the beginning has been sealed in the divine source by himself. The actual cultivation of more than 200 years, into the top of the central state sect, only to be able to cultivate to the peak of the cave ruin realm. In the cloud state is also considered a top heavenly pride, but looking at the 9 states and the whole of the human race, it is not worth mentioning. Most of all, some, keep a heart of gold, have a mediocre IQ, and feel good about themselves. At this point, when Xiao Dachuan saw Mu Qingcheng, his eyes lit up, revealing a little bit of clear stupidity, and he bumbled over, smiling, Mother, are you finally going to officially take on the Ji family? In that case, if you want to focus on cultivation and matters in the Imperial Dynasty, can you let me be a Crown Prince supervisor and practice in advance? You can handle the complicated imperial politics? Mu Qingcheng held his hand to his forehead, somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dachuan was a bit displeased and immediately said with great bravado, Mother, you're really underestimating me. These days I've familiarized myself with a lot of imperial techniques, and now it seems that I also have the potential to become the world's bright king. Oh Haru, there is no such thing. Mu Qingcheng shook her head decisively. No one knew her own son's virtues better than she did, pure by nature. Even though he has been practicing for many years in the central state, he always maintains a heart of the heart, hobbies of chivalry and charity, and to put it nicely, he is a kind-hearted person. To put it bluntly, it's an ingrate who doesn't know when he's been sold. How can such a one-dimensional person handle the complexity of dynastic affairs? But Xiao Dachuan, the only thing that reassures her is, listen to the advice. As expected, after being mercilessly mocked by Mu Qingcheng, Xiao Dachuan scratched his head and said, Mother does not allow. Then forget it, but since it has been made known to the world for me to recognize my ancestor, then Mother always tell me some of the great and glorious deeds of my old father. In the past, you said that the time was not right, and you were always reluctant to tell me. A glorious deed? Mu Qingcheng was stunned. She'd like to say it, but the point is, no, in my memory, my husband does not have the qualification of cultivation, a scholar, literary and elegant, just extremely thick skin, all day no indulge in tenderness, tricks are still damn much. It was a breezy afternoon when a somewhat good-looking scholar walked straight up to himself and said the words he would never forget in his life. Pretty girl, date? Even though she couldn't understand the meaning of the words, from the lechery in the other party's eyes, her first reaction was definitely not a good one. Moreover, as the eldest miss of the Mu family, the number one beauty in 100 miles, how could she casually strike up a conversation with a denizen, and immediately beat the other party severely? But who would have thought that the backstory would develop beyond her imagination and affect her life? The other party does not care, and even ran to his own every day to chant poetry. Sweet words, of course, will not be able to get a beating, but their own year 29, the first love sinus, which can carry this fierce attack. One thing leads to another, gradually becoming familiar with. Then, on a dark and windy night, the two were betrothed to each other for eternity, and a few years later they were expecting a child, and the other had already drawn up a marriage contract and was just waiting to marry him in style. May later, Mu Qingqing's heart ached as she snapped out of her contemplation, a flash of gloom flashing under her eyes. Those days were the happiest and most joyous of her life. There's nothing sensational, there's just plain and simple. There's poetry in faraway places, there's the metal of life, and there's the wildness of bed. What glorious deed! She doesn't care, just having him around is enough. Mu Qingcheng looked at Xiao Dachuan, who was still blearily waiting for an answer, gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Your father, he is not interested in cultivation. There is nothing to brag about the war record, although good color. Bah! Obsessed with Mother a little bit, but in the heart of Mother, your father is the best person in the world, and in the literary talent together, far more than the ancient great sages, can be said to be the text presses the million ancient. The world's literary talent totaled 1 stone. Your father monopolized 12 buckets. The world owes your father 2 buckets. Ha! Xiao Dachuan completely froze. He thought of countless layers of identity. Just didn't he realize that his father was still a literati troll? Still sounds like the world's first-class tart. But why hasn't he inherited any of the genes of the literati? Is he his own? That's not right. Father is only a man of letters. So why has he feuded with the Ji family? Xiao Dachuan was a bit puzzled. You don't need to care about this matter. Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of color. Currently the most important thing for you to do is to go out more and try to make friends. Since you have little interest in cultivation, then go and make friends with the literati more often to inculcate them. As well as, Mu Qingqing's tone paused, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. It's best to take advantage of this time to find a daughter-in-law for Mother, so that after Mother's absence, there will be someone around who can take care of you. Oh, Xiao Dachuan buzzed back and nodded. Since his mother didn't say anything, he didn't ask, and the main fight was a heartless one. Then, Mother, I'll go down first. There's another volume of Imperial Heart Art I need to go back and study. The corner of Mu Qingqing's mouth twitched, and she could only helplessly wave her hand. Forget it, go down. After the other party left, Mu Qingqing looked at the other parties disappearing back, once again resuming his usual cool and blandness, and stood for a long time. Da-chun, my son, she said to herself as the foggy light in her eyes was like a dream, and her red lips opened slightly. I just want you to grow up happily, then find a virtuous daughter-in-law, and live out this life peacefully. Don't blame Mother. Mother, before she died, everything was arranged for you. The Mu family's 156 lives, as well as the husband. This bone-deep hatred, let Mother carry it alone. It hurts too much. It's too bitter. You shouldn't know. Cough cough. P.S. Dachun is here again. GGG. Chapter 35. The truth about killing your husband and destroying your family. Mu Qingqing suddenly coughed violently, and even coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Her delicate body even shook and almost collapsed to the ground. No one could imagine that the Flying Feather Empress, who was resolute in killing and suppressing the cloud state, actually had such a soft side. The backlash of the gong method is getting more and more powerful. Fortunately, there is still time. Enough! Mu Qingcheng wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and muttered to herself without caring of her own body. She clearly hated it. Everyone said that the Feiyu Empress was gifted with a demonic talent and amazing talent, but no one knew how much effort she had put in behind the scenes, heart filled with hatred, in order to obtain a stronger power. She defied all the desperate cultivation. How many times the scales of the body cannot remember the dying, did not let her stagnate for half a minute, accidentally awakening the 7 orifices Linglong's sacred body. Although her qualifications were unparalleled, it was a pity that she could never find a suitable technique, and forcing her to cultivate a crippled emperor-level technique had long ago caused her meridians to revolt and injured her foundation. There are also supreme sects in the central state that offer fitting feats, but the conditions, she flatly refused. Rather than die, she would not let another man touch her. I was born as my husband's man, and I will die as my husband's ghost. Over the years, if it weren't for her unavenged revenge and her attachment to her son, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Every time she closed her eyes, the misery of that night replayed in her mind. The screams of loved ones, the sneers of enemies, the husband was even casually chopped to the bones, and the despair of that final fire. Ji Feiyu came late at the last moment and saved himself by pretending to be a man, but he didn't know that under the endless grief, he awakened the 7 orifices sacred body, and the moment he awakened, he perceived everything. It turned out that Ji Feiyu was the black hand behind the scenes. Those men in black were all from the Ji family. Everything was just because Ji Feiyu took a glance at himself during the day, in order to get himself, and still not harm the Ji family's reputation. This is why he acted out this hero-saving duty by any means necessary. That moment, she, who had chosen to go to the Yellow Springs with her husband, changed her mind, for the sake of the only bloodline of her husband in her belly. For the sake of this monstrous hatred, she stoically endured and vowed to make Ji Feiyu, make the entire Ji family pay the price. Falsely agreeing to Ji Feiyu, he poisoned the other party on the first day of his entry into the Feiyu imperial dynasty, and even more so, in the days that followed, he silently exterminated countless Ji family descendants. From the beginning to the end, he didn't let Ji Feiyu touch himself. Thinking of this, Mu Qingcheng violently raised her head and looked in the direction of the Ji family, her pupils radiating a terrifyingly appalling hatred and resentment, a hellish sound that resounded throughout the room, sending shivers down one's spine. Not enough, far from it. I, Mu Qingcheng, will definitely kill all of you Ji family with my own hands, completely destroying you old dogs. Father, mother, husband, you watch from the Yellow Springs. This time, I will let the Ji family die slowly in despair. Husband, wait for me. We're almost going to be reunited. The voice grew fainter and fainter, dissolving into a cloud of bone-deep thoughts. That said, on the Jiang family's side, Jiang Pingan fell into deep contemplation. He always felt in the dark that this Feiyu female emperor should have a leg up with him. It's just that although the voice was ethereal and pleasant, it was a little too cold to really be heard. If the other party made a delicate and flirtatious mmmmao, my god and other similar sounds, he would be barely able to recognize if it was a fairy in his dreams. It seems the only way to be sure is to see it face to face for a few moments, but even if he didn't dare to recognize him. After all, not every dream fairy is like Nangong Wainer this good temper. For fear that the past so many years, things are not the same. In case they have long forgotten the love of the past, a slap to death their own what to do. Just in case it isn't. Death is worse, lol. The cultivation level is still too low. Jiang Pingan sighed deeply, and at this point, Nangong Waner on the side also snapped out of her shock. She really hadn't thought that a woman with that kind of talent really had such a shocking big melon. It's too hard to believe. Fearless of the world's gaze, fearless of the Ji family's pursuit, proclaiming to the entire world, she had her heart in the right place. Her child, not a child of the Ji family, was born to someone else. She is hard to imagine what kind of man can make all the idols of women in Yunzhou unmarried for it. Want to talk? Ugh, it's to see. However, Nangong Waner suddenly thought of something, and then her complexion changed greatly, and her eyebrows slightly knitted. Husband, you should not go to this Yuelu Academy. After this, the Feiyu Emperor city where that Yuelu Academy is located will definitely become the center of the storm vortex, and I'm afraid that all the good people in the world will go there to sit and watch the battle of quasi-emperors. It's only a little over 2 months until our wedding, and I don't want you, husband, to be caught in the middle of an unknown danger. The tone of his voice was full of worry and dismay. Obviously, after a long goodbye, She was 10,000 times unwilling for Jung Pingan to be involved in danger. At that time, the fish and dragons would be mixed there, and fights would inevitably occur, and even she, an early stage of the sage realm, wouldn't dare to say that she could defend herself, let alone her husband who was only in the cave ruin realm. Don't worry, Mama. I have a special physique. Others can't see my cultivation. I don't think they will bother with a cultivator of the chi drawing realm. Besides, there's also the mixed void skill in the evening, so be careful. Nothing will go seriously wrong. Jung Pingan was so relieved. Not going? How does that work? How can you get the techniques, get the treasures, improve your cultivation and protect your family without going? How to verify the conjecture in your mind? Drunkenly. Go. It has to go. He decided. Just go to the Feiyu Imperial Palace, next to the Yuelu Academy. As for the Ice Cloud Immortal Palace, what does that have to do with himself? Husband, you don't want to sneak off to see that magnificent Empress Lord, do you? Seeing Jung Pingan's resolute attitude, Nandong Wanner's heart stirred and asked with some suspicion, which is not how could that be? My heart for my wife can be judged by heaven and earth. Jung Pingan smiled sarcastically, somewhat vain. Really? Absolutely not. Oh, Nandong Wanner didn't think much about it. Since her husband decided to go, as a wife, she naturally obeyed. She pursed her lips and her beautiful eyes turned slightly with a serious face. Then I'll accompany my husband as well. It's always safer to have me to protect him. No. Jung Pingan was anxious and flatly refused. If Nandong Wanner follows, how else can he contact the Feiyu Empress? How can he hook the fence to listen to the song? Chapter 36, Lingering Before You Go. Moreover, with Wanner's stunning face, it will not fail to attract bees and butterflies, even if it is easy to disguise the temperament of that bone, this graceful body. I'm afraid that it will also cause a lot of trouble, and it will definitely be impossible to act in a low-key manner on this trip. Seeing the other party's watering face, Jung Pingan hurriedly explained, Wanner, I also want to take you together, every day to get tired of together, but this trip is to enhance the strength, the need to act in a low profile, by virtue of your immortal appearance. To that station, let all the men lost their souls, that still do not look for me to fight for my life. Besides, you are by my side, I always cannot help but want to kiss you. The words were not yet spoken. Suddenly reaching out his hands, he wrapped them around the other's slender waist and held them in his arms. Nandong Wanner let out a cry of surprise when she was caught off guard, but there is no resistance. Obediently snuggled tightly in the warm embrace of Jung Pingan, the heart is filled with sweetness. Am I really that beautiful? Keep your husband's soul in his hands and keep indulging. Still won't let me go out with him. Is he worried that I'll be taken by someone else? He. Husband, it's so cute, XX. But husband does have a very good point, and a good bit of upward mobility shouldn't be discouraged. Besides, only when my husband's cultivation has increased will his life expectancy further increase, so he can stay with me for a long time. This moment's Nandong Wanner, sweet happiness plus 888. IQ-8888888888. After thinking it through, Nandong Wanner raised her head. A pair of watery Kazrin big eyes had long been brimming with light, staring at Jung Pingan with affection, and softly said, well, then I won't follow. I'll listen to my husband in everything. Next moment, as if she suddenly thought of something, in Jung Pingan's dumbfounded gaze, Nandong Wanner pushed her palms together and pressed him against the wall next to her, and her perfect and delicate body, which was like a demon, leaned over, slowly lifting up a delicate jade hand. The crystal-clear fingertips like tender bamboo shoots just gently pointed on Jung Pingan's chest, and then drew a circle. Mother, son, what do you want? For, Jung Pingan's body shrank. Nervous asked. Aha! Nandong Wanner nodded heavily. Subsequently, Nandong Wanner's head was close, her red lips lightly opened, her lotus fragrance lightly spat out, exhaling like an orchid brushing against Jung Pingan's cheeks. Her beautiful eyes flushed with a hint of beautiful winks. Husband, since you're going away, why don't you? Misty immortal sounds, like immortal words in a dream world, floated above Jung Pingan's heart and soul, smelling the refreshing fragrance in the air. Looking at this stunningly beautiful face that was close at hand and within reach, how could Jung Pingan stand such a test? A beautiful woman invites me. How can I let her down? The young woman is 3 times drunk and flirty to the point of heartbreak. 3 parts fascinated by the silhouette. 7 parts confused. I am not afraid of a young girl who is 18 years old, but I am afraid of a young woman who is 800 years old. Jung Pingan picked up Nandong Wanner and took in the other party's red lips. Mother, 3 days later, taking advantage of Nandong Wanner's sleeping efforts, Jiang Pingan secretly called out all the people of the Jiang family who were in closed-door cultivation, ready to instruct them to prevent any accidents. Not long after, a group of old men came towards the council hall with great vigor. Great ancestor, second ancestor, do you think something big has happened when the old ancestor suddenly gathered us together? Zhang Lingtian muttered in a small voice. He had almost touched the peak of the Yuanshan realm and had just had an epiphany when he was woken up, so naturally he had some minor complaints. Snap, snap. Before the words left his mouth, the back of his head was cleanly hit with two big biker pockets. Great ancestor, second ancestor, why are you guys hitting me again? Zhang Lingtian rubbed the back of his head, a little dissatisfied. Zhang Mimi and Zhang Lele glanced at each other and instantly read the meaning in each other's eyes. Everything was in the air. Zhang Lingtian, it's time for a good lesson. If you don't learn your lesson, you're about to lose the fight. None of them had expected that the current family head Zhang Lingtian, who had always been unassuming, had a demonic talent, and after switching to cultivating the mixed void technique, he had broken through 2 realms in a short span of 20 days, and was now on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the Yuanshan realm. If you don't fight, you might not really have a chance later. Humph. Zhang Mimi snorted coldly and lectured with a stern face. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Everyone else didn't fucking ask. You're the one with too much to do. Is this your attitude when you're going to see your ancestors? Ha! Zhang Lingtian was stunned. What's the point of having a crime? Ha! Is that a fucking reason? He always felt that the great ancestor and the second ancestor simply wanted to beat him up. These 2 old Bidens, leaning on the old man. Zhang Lingtian heart secretly vicious. From now on, he must work harder to cultivate. When his cultivation is high, GGG, when you get beat up, at least it doesn't hurt. In the blink of an eye, the group had pushed open the door and stepped into the main hall. As soon as you enter the door, they then saw old ancestor Jiang Pingan sitting at the very top, the golden plaque of Zhang de Guangming above his head, glowing. Father, dear father, you called us here. Is there something you want? Zhang Mimi had a fawning smile on her face. He found that since he ate the 9th grade life extension pill and practiced the mixed void technique, his legs didn't hurt anymore, his waist didn't get sore, and his daughter-in-law was happy and smiling again. More importantly, beating up the virtuous sons and dutiful grandchildren is more energetic. That's a hell of a cry for dad. That's not old Biden. That's clearly his old northern nose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pingan turned around, sighed, and said leisurely, I'm leaving. Ha, going away, gone. The crowd froze in unison. When it was too late, a figure ran straight to Zhang Pingan's thighs with lightning speed, then fell to his knees and howled. I drop an old ancestor nah. I have not yet had time to fulfill filial piety. Old ancestor, you life will be over. I can't let go of you. Hiss. Zhang Mimi and Zhang Lele, who hadn't had time to move yet, once again looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cool air. A great enemy, Zhang Lingtian, this unfilial son and grandson, is going to rebel. The great ancestor and the second ancestor are still alive. There's a part for him to cry and mourn? It seems that not enough punching has been done lately. It was necessary to let Zhang Lingtian, this junior, know what it meant to convince people with virtue, and what it meant to say that a gentleman was not powerful if he was not heavy. The 2 who reacted silently made a mark in their minds, then unanimously pounced on them, accidentally kicking Zhang Lingtian 3 feet away in the process. My most respected grandfather nah. My dear father son can't bear to part with you you leave in a hurry. Can there be any treasures immortal pills the extreme Tao emperor soldier and so on, in advance to give the most loving your own son to account for it. Chapter 37, being lenient with oneself and strict with others. The crying was so real and so tragic, the corners of Zhang Pingan's mouth twitched. These little, old boys can damn well act, but at the same time also let him put down his heart. On the basis of this group of old boys' shameless strength, this period of time should not be out of the accident. The only worry is the Nangong Wainer. After all, to Wainer's character. Looking at the old man who still hugged his thighs with a handful of snot and tears, Zhang Pingan couldn't hold back any longer, and swung his arm round to directly call out on it, hitting and cursing at the same time. Asterisk. I'm going on a long trip, not dying, crying, just know how to cry. The family is almost broken up by you old bangers. It had to be said that over this period of time, Zhang Pingan was getting more and more adapted to the identity of the old ancestor, and beating up the ungrateful grandchildren. He was used to being a grandson in his last life, and being an old patriarch. It's fucking awesome. Young people should suffer more. More exercise. Go, give me a pot of foot washing water too, and so on. One word. Cool. Don't fight. don't fight. I misunderstood Zhang Mimi and the two of them didn't dare to fight back and held their heads. Humph. Zhang Pingan snorted coldly, no longer paying any attention, turning around and pointing to the gold plaques on top of his head and on the other side of the room, saying slowly, do you think that these 8 big words, righteousness, virtue, are suitable for our Zhang family's family motto? Ha! The crowd's hearts chilled. Could it be that the old ancestor was going to rectify the family's style? After all, they themselves know very well what kind of virtues these people of theirs have, and they don't fit in with this octogenarian. Zhang Mimi and Zhang Lele even frowned, protecting the crowd in front of them. At the same time, their cold eyes looked toward Zhang Lingtian, who had just been kicked to the ground on the side, and their lips moved. The meaning was obvious. You're on. Facing the hopeful and encouraging gazes of the great ancestor, second ancestor, and many other ancestors, Zhang Lingtian almost cursed. A bunch of old stuff. Isn't he just the youngest in the generation? Let him do all the dirty work. Alas, one has to bow down under the roof. Thinking of the great ancestor's careful eye, and the fact that the mixed void skill containing the Tao rhythm was originally still in the great ancestor's hands, Zhang Lingtian could only walk up and bowed back to the old ancestor. This 8-character gold plaque was made by the old ancestor's grandmother herself, and is meant to inspire the sons and daughters of the Zhang family. We're just a little bit meticulously. Morally there's absolutely no flaws at all, and are working towards these 8 big words of efforts. Okay, no need to explain. Before his words fell, Zhang Pingan interrupted Zhang Lingtian with a wave of his hand. Done. Hearing this, Zhang Lingtian's heart snapped. Sure enough, the old ancestor is getting a little displeased with the way the family's children are acting. He won't make an example of me, will he? Just as the crowd was getting jittery, Zhang Pingan's voice continued to ring out in the hall. I don't need to say much about our Zhang family's reputation outside. Commonly known as the old 6 families, our cultivation isn't great, right? And we haven't even had a few injuries after so many years. What's more, some people still have some kind of midnight manslaughter title, net of not doing anything on dark and windy nights, which is something, I think. Puff. Zhang Lingtian directly fell to his knees heavily. His voice was trembling a little, accusing with tears in his voice. Old ancestor, slander, slander. I simply love the night. The heart was a dead weight. It's over. The old ancestor is really going to take him on. It's all by name. After all, this Midnight Man Butcher title is rarely known. Just before he finished speaking, Zhang Pingan's remaining few words Su came into everyone's ears. Very good. Everyone froze. Zhang Lingtian's cries came to an even more abrupt end as he raised his head, unable to believe his ears. What the old patriarch seemed to be saying is, this, very good? Phew, can you speak without such a big gasp? Scared the hell out of the baby. I thought I was going to get beaten up again. 9 times in 3 days. No one can bear it. At this point, Zhang Pingan looked at the crowd's puzzled eyes, smiled slightly, and continued. This kind of superficial vastness is enough to show your old ancestral grandmother. Remember, Go is the king. The one who survives to the end is the king. The narrow way is brave. But why do you have to fight to your death in person? Get out of the way to backhand and stab him again. Isn't it a pleasure? Of course, it can't always be go. When we are strong enough, we can ask for an account all over the world. Fight if you can, run if you can't, and then strike a fatal blow when you're strong enough or when your opponent is alone. In the face of the enemy, there is no need to be too ethical. The robbery, the kill, the black hand, what poison, aphrodisiacs, underhanded tactics, can be used as long as you can use it. In short, it's all about putting aside personal qualities and enjoying a life of lack of virtue, rather than torturing yourself and making things difficult for others. How about simply, be lenient with yourself and strict with others? This is the true family motto of our Jiang family. The crowd was deeply shocked by this, half unable to say a word. At the scene, there was a deathly silence. Half a day later, woo-woo, the crowd hugged and cried, seemingly venting all the aggression of the years in one brain. That's what they are. The old ancestors. It turns out, it's genetic. That's a legacy. No wonder they always felt that they didn't get along with this, righteousness, thickness and virtue. Over the years being educated too well by their old ancestral grandmother, they still often feel guilty for their underhandedness and so on, discrediting the Jiang family's reputation. Now it all seems to be, goes with the roots. The old ancestors, the ones who understood them best. Now with the golden words of the old ancestor, they are finally relieved to retreat behind the crowd. Life is your own, morality is someone else's. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Zhang Pingan nodded comfortably and said, of course, as a child of the Jiang family, Filial piety comes first. When I'm not around, try to have as few conflicts as possible. And when you encounter an unbeatable opponent, make sure to advise your old grandma to run away as fast as you can, and leave the green hills without fear of being burned. Also, the cultivation world is supposed to be about the weak and the strong, and the fist is the hard way. So during this time, you guys utilize all the heavenly materials and treasures in the family to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Don't care about wasting resources or anything else. And remember one word: I'll stock up on guns if my neighbor stocks up on food, and my neighbor is my granary. Chapter 38. Love starts with the bell, but the bell stops is uneasy. As long as oneself or one's family is strong, everything is our spare cultivation resource in this weak and strong cultivation world. The words came out as if the crowd had been enlightened. What the ancestors said makes too damn much sense. One's moral standards are still a bit high, and in the future, one must look more to the old ancestors. Drop the personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. Make it bigger and stronger. Let the Zhang family stand at the top of the 10,000 clans. At that time, who dares to say that the Zhang family is morally flawed? Who dares to criticize the Zhang family? Applause. Zhang Nimi waved her hand. There was roaring applause and a warm cheer for the new family tradition. When it was all over, Zhang Mimi looked at her old man happy as a child, and only then did she gather her courage and carefully said, "Father, dear father, as for me, son, I have a little suggestion, and I don't know whether I should tell it or not." "Speak." That's it. Father, you go out this time. How to wave. Do the younger generation it also have nothing to say? But, you old can't not enter the family again. Zhang Mimi was a little apprehensive in her heart. After all, he knew better what kind of virtue Pops had, in case he meets a fairy who is more beautiful than the old ancestor's grandmother. I don't know if the old ancestor will be in the family again, or even take someone else's name is very likely. At that time, wouldn't your own Jiang family have to change their last name again? It's always a bit unpleasant to be called a third-caste slave by others. Zhang Pingan was speechless with dislike, and his chest was aching. I told you it was a misunderstanding. Why are these ungrateful sons and daughters holding on to the matter of joining the family? He raised his palm to shoot down, but looking at the white-haired oldest child is still a little intolerant. Always feel some bullying of the widow and orphan old man, which is resentful to put down his hand. Angrily, "Get out," said that was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I, Zhang Pingan, am a man of the heavens and the earth. How would I do that thing of joining the family? I'm going out on business this time. It's for the Jiang family to improve their strength and prepare for the big wedding. Upon hearing this, the people looked at each other and then nodded their heads in a hurry. Got it. I got it. Old ancestor. We understand. It's urgent. The old ancestors are in a hurry. It seems to have really poked the old man in the heart. After all, if you call a hot guy ugly, the hot guy will just laugh it off and ignore it. But when you call an ugly person ugly, the ugly person will explode and even try to hit someone. No, it's like the old ancestors in their current state. Old ancestor, all evils are obscene. You go out this time, take it easy. Zhang Lingtian thought for half a day, but still decided to say what was in his heart. Humph, you know nothing. Lasciviousness is the first of all evils, and there's no such thing as a perfect man in the world when it comes to deeds, not hearts. But, old ancestor, this sign of yours aren't great either. A gust of wind blew by, and Zhang Pingan was a bit messy. Next, snap, Zhang Lingtian flew out of the Zhang family in a freefall position. Asterisk. You're the only one who beeps a lot of crap. Zhang Pingan cursed and put down a sentence before going to find Nangong Wanner to play without looking back. Oh, my god. Looking at the old ancestors departing back, the crowd sighed in unison. The old ancestors are good at everything, but it's this lust. It's easy to go astray. A flunky, not so much. Can't help but sell some dignity or something? And rumor has it that there's some kind of flower language for wire balls, which stands for stoicism and wealth. Old ancestor, he is one of the outstanding representatives. After all, with old ancestors' cultivation, it's surprising that even Linger, a Yuan Shen realm beauty, could put down her stature to join the family, which, a repeat offender at first glance. If you can't get it right, this mixed void knowledge and this 9th grade life extension Dan are the bride price money for the old ancestor to sell her body. Woo-hoo-hoo. The old ancestors were just too great, spending other women's money to support their Zhang family line. Moving, this time out, it is obvious that it is for the wedding with the old grandma, to go to make another profit. Old ancestor. Awesome. Voice breaking. The days always fly by. In the blink of an eye, it was another 3 fucking days later. Zhang Pingan held the wall, limping, in the Nangong Wan air intention not yet finished. Bah! is fond of the gaze. Step 3 back, slowly left the Jiang family. When the distance was beyond Nangong Wanner's line of sight, whoosh, Jiang Pingan was as if he was fleeing, whistling past at a speed that exceeded the cave ruin realm by 10 times. I can't beat the strength of my back. I can't beat the strength of my back. The last few days have been really crazy for Nianko. Good people are good, but they should be in moderation. Phew, that's what freedom tastes like. Jiang Pingan let out a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but begin to float up in an evil smile. After traveling through this world, because of his low cultivation, he had been struggling so hard that he hadn't even had the time to take a good look at the world. Titus, the hooker, I'm coming, woohoo, take off. With that, he turned into a bolt of lightning and once again headed towards the Feiyu imperial capital. All the way, Jiang Pingan's mastery of the mixed void technique had once again risen a notch. And although it was said that the great Tao comprehension attached to the everlasting sky could allow him to instantly integrate the technique and even reach perfection, he still needed to familiarize himself with practicing it more often in real combat. The Feiyu imperial capital, located on a vast plain, surrounded by rolling mountains with clouds and mist in between, as if it was the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. Inside the imperial capital, it is even more prosperous. The streets are bustling and lively, worthy of being the first city in Yunzhou. It was just that compared to the past, there were obviously more outsiders, all of whom were obviously here for the matter of the Feiyu imperial dynasty's change of dynasty. After all, the battle of the paramount emperors was a heavenly gimmick. One of them, in particular, was the magnificent Feiyu Empress Lord, Jiang Pingan, who had just stepped into the busy streets of the imperial capital, couldn't help but blurt out. Spinning around, he rubbed his eyes to double-check that he wasn't hallucinating. Is it that I've been so uncontrolled lately that I'm getting old? Into the eyes, is a standing 7-story attic. From the windows of the pink light, soft and ambiguous confusing, so that people cannot help but want to explore in the end. What attracted the most attention were the large words on the signboard that emitted a burst of spiritual light. Red romantic footpath. There are also a few small characters in seal script underneath, foot washing and massage, full of Chinese style. I'll go, Master Greenback. What a familiar, affectionate word. I didn't expect to see that scene that only happens in dreams in this other world. Looking at this familiar scene, Jiang Pingan burst into tears, unable to contain his excitement. It was his sunset youth, missed his 88. That was the first time he saw no 88 in his previous life. When it was drizzling, she stood there obediently carrying her suitcase. Softly, surprisingly, there was a hint of shyness. Perhaps the night was too charming, and he was a little heartbroken. In that dimly lit little room, they talked to each other. Even, alas, the creation of the world. 88's life is extremely tragic. Good gambling dad, sick mom, school brother and broken her. The only thing left to do would be to leave an inconsequential light painting of 88 at her best age. That's the softest woman Jiang Pingan has ever seen in his previous life, and has been persuading him that it's not easy to make money, save up to get a wife, and don't go to that kind of place all the time. But, who will help her if he doesn't? Then, he heard that no, 88 had gone back home and married an honest man, and he was sorry for a time, until a prettier no, 99 came. Love starts with the clock, and the clock stops, even if there is the intention of parting, plus the clock to comfort the sadness. LOL. Jiang Pingan wiped the tears that filled his eyes and sighed deeply. It's all in the past, and it's time to look to the future, but with that comes deep doubt. Isn't the world all about hooking up and listening to music? What's with the foot massage? Jedi has traveler seniors. Woo-hoo-hoo. The old folks are just great, leaving such a large amount of non-heritage cultural heritage in this world on their way out. Today, if you don't go to the 3rd floor to add a clock, I am sorry for the homesickness in my heart. As for who the traveler's hometown is, it doesn't matter. Anyway, when the cultivation level is high, all the fog will be cleared. And now, it's important to wash your feet. After all, it's a bit tiring after such a long walk. Just as he was about to enter the building, a movement from the doorway caught his attention instantly. Amitba Buddha little monk Dharma name empty sky, first arrived in your place, came to the light of day. Chapter 39 Red Romance. First encounter with Big Spring. A young monk stood in the red romantic doorway and courteously made a bow. What? Standing in the doorway, the plump bod had a face of incredulity. Other monks are all about the fruits of their lives, and you turn them into sunshine? Amitba Buddha the monk didn't hear correctly. The young monk enters the world to cultivate, need to experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires, in order to achieve great enlightenment. Everything is empty. The monk, One good deed a day is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Ha! In response, the pimp laughed coldly, showing disdain as he stared at the little monk with a playful face. His meaning clear. Make it up. Keep making it up. She has been so many years. What all kinds of people have not seen. This year, there are more and more liars, but still play the old set of posing as a monk and turning day. And the Dharma name is empty. I see you're empty-handed. You want to whore yourself out. No way. You flower monk. Breaking the precepts like this. Aren't you afraid of the Buddha's chastisement? Zhang Pingan couldn't help but step forward and speak. Upon hearing this, the little monk once again made a bow. Amit ba Buddha wine and meat go through the gut. Buddha stays in the heart. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. If the poor monk has Buddha in his heart, it's not considered breaking the precepts. The so-called Taoism is the law of nature, and the way of maneuver is also the law, and the way of foot is also the Tao. Good, good. There was a pause, and his eyes were once again firm for a minute as he chanted in a low voice. Not to mention, Zhang Pingan, this little monk, is so damn awesome. What a Taoist law. Good one. Enter a fossilized one. Does his master know? Does Buddha know? Does his family know? To be able to talk about such a thing with such an air of austerity is the first of its kind from ancient times to the present day. Just then, a young man dressed in fancy clothes slowly walked towards this side. His clothing was exquisite. The material was embroidered with gold and silver threads. It seemed to be a supreme spiritual artifact. He looked either rich or noble. Handsome face, with an extraordinary temperament between the eyebrows. Only the large eyes, full of wisdom and stupidity, look a little out of place. Seeing the visitor, the pimp immediately changed his face. The smile on his face blossomed like a spring flower, and he quickly stepped up to welcome him, saying in a respectful yet enthusiastic tone, Mr. Xiao, you're here? Mr. Xiao was a big client who has come out of nowhere in recent days, and the pimp doesn't dare to treat him lightly. Well, is Miss Rulin convenient today? I want to order her. Xiao Dachuan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. These days his mother has been urging him to go out more, make friends, find a daughter-in-law, but his IQ is so low, he doesn't have any women's affection. Until that day when he stepped into the red romance with curiosity, and then, uncontrollably in love, especially Miss Rulin, the gentlest girl he'd ever met in his life. Upon hearing this, the pimp had a difficult look on his face. Mr. Xiao, Miss Rulin is free. It's just that today is different from the past. It's our red romance once in a decade flying flower order poetry meeting, and today's order for the wine is wine. So you have to compose a poem related to wine before you can enter. Wine-related poem before you can enter. Ha! Xiao Dachuan was confused. It's okay to make him spend money, but to compose poetry, that's a no-no. These days, he had also made friends with some so-called literati, but none of them could catch his eye. Hardly today. This foot is going to stink? Zhang Pingan, who was on the side, saw this and his heart stirred. An opportunity had come. This so-called Xiao Gongzi look is a dog-big family. Cultivation even let the whole market realm of the middle stage of their own cannot be detected. Only to feel a horror of the power embedded in the body. Obviously cultivation above their own. Behind the power cannot be underestimated. The key thing is not too smart-looking and good at fooling. He was new to the country and was not familiar with the place, and it was difficult to enter the Yuelu Academy Scripture Pavilion. So if he could get acquainted with this Mr. Xiao in front of him, it might be 3 times easier. When is the fastest emotional progress and the strongest relationship between men? Of course we went to school together, carried guns together, and whored around together. It would be great to wash feet together. Thinking of this, Zhang Pingan slowly stepped forward, made a slight bow and smiled. My name is Li Feiyu. This Mr. Xiao has a very good face now. If you don't mind, how about this poem about wine is done by me? You know how to compose poetry? Xiao Dachuan was overjoyed. If you can help me get in, all of today's spending is on me. Slightly. The corners of Zhang Pingan's mouth turned up slightly. Immediately, his deep gaze looked towards the wine bottles placed in front of the door. Lightly shaking the feather fan that had appeared in his hand at an unknown time, he softly chanted, It's wine and it's not wine. This is to persuade you to drink a cup of wine. The west out of the Yangguan without an old man of the depth of love. This is 10,000 miles of sadness in the autumn often as a guest of the sadness. This is the world no one does not know the king of a bold. This is the yellow river water from the sky of the vastness of the yellow river. This is the drunken sands of the gentleman do not laugh. The ancient conquests of the few people back to the death of the home. Drinking in the wine is last night's rain and wind. Thick sleep does not consume the residual wine of the flowers hurt spring. When the bright moon will come, the sadness and joy of the wine to ask the sky, life must be happy, do not make the golden bottle empty to the moon in the present, and happy to be alive before the cup of wine. Why do not you need to be behind the 1,000 years of the name of the libertine, the path of cultivation, and walk and cherish? We have to report to invite the bright moon, to the shadow of the three, in time to be happy, fast life. After chanting, Zhang Pingan smiled faintly, deep in his heart, he was even more secretly pleased. You're not going to die of shock, are you? In his previous life, he graduated with a master's degree in ancient Chinese literature, and this crossing over to compose poetry is considered a professional match. Heaven does not give birth to my Zhang Pingan, and the way of literature is as long as the night. Fruity. The surroundings suddenly became pin-drop silent and completely breathless. Anyone who heard these poems all had their scalps tingling, and a wave of vastness went straight to their heads. That's the power of poetry. It shakes one's soul no matter what time period one is in. These lines are poems that have been passed down through the ages. Even the young monk, Empty Sky, was energized and chanted a low Buddhist cry, Amat Ba Buddha. Good thee is truly a great talent. Xiao Dachuan was even trembling, no longer able to maintain his composure, looking straight at Zhang Pingan as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Brother Knight, a great talent, a talent of the heaven and earth. Brother Knight, my name is Xiao Dachuan. I love to make friends with literati in my life. If you don't mind, how about you and I become brothers? In the future, your business is my business. Xiao Dachuan pulled Zhang Pingan's sleeve and burst into tears. Finally, there are a few outstanding poems. You can stand in front of the mother to show off a bit. To save the mother, always say that he made friends with some of the foxes and dogs. Moreover, Brother Knight is so talented, there is a chance to introduce him to mother. After all, with this literary talent, it is enough to be ranked at the top of the university scholars of the Feiyu imperial dynasty. This is a talent that must be pulled together. More importantly, as soon as he saw the other party, he had an inexplicable affection, feeling like a blood brother. Chapter 40, Bonding with Oaken. Sudden change. Good. Zhang Pingan nodded slightly and agreed to the other party's request to become sworn brothers. You're recognizing your big brother now? Things went smoother than expected, and the other party was better fooled than expected. Besides, it's a fake name anyway, and having more brothers might be helpful for this trip. Big brother. Seeing the other party's promise, Xiao Dachuan couldn't wait to speak out. Second brother. Big brother. Second brother. The two men are in brotherly love at the same time. The pimp, who had long since collapsed to the ground, only knew to mumble, I, Red Romance, am finally going to make a name for myself. With these lines of poetry, it's enough to compete with that hooker listening to music. 10,000 immortals. Ha ha ha, let you guys always say that our Red Romance is vulgar and filthy. This time I want to let all the greenhouses in the Kanglan world know that my footpath is elegant. Although the old pimp is not highly educated, but so many years have heard countless poems made by talented people, and today want to compare. The difference between mud and the resonance that went straight to her soul was enough to make her realize the weight of the verses. Spinning around, he excitedly climbed to his feet and pointedly shouted at the inside of Red Romance. Quickly come someone, Roland, Ruoshon, Ruoyu, you all come to serve the two gentlemen. Quick, two male guests. The sharp voice brought the brotherly two back to reality in a flash, and Zhang Pingan couldn't help but shiver. Two male guests, so damn friendly. No brothers, no foot washing, let's go. Big brother, what are you waiting for? Today we'll wash a heavenly and a drenching. Xiao Dachuan excitedly pulled Zhang Pingan to go upstairs. Just then, a Buddhist cry interrupted Xiao Dachuan. Amat Ba Buddha, meeting is destiny. Can we add a little monk to the list? I'm washing my brother's feet. What's a little monk like you talking about? Xiao Dachuan was about to speak, when he raised his eyes to look at them, but suddenly, as if struck by lightning, his eyes glared to the maximum, and even his whole body began to tremble violently. Pointing his hands at the young monk, he opened his mouth but did not make any sound. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Zhang Pingan frowned. It was just a little monk. Why would the De Chun brothers react like this? Empty. It was only after several breaths that Xiao Dachuan slowly spat out two words. What? The two short words caused Zhang Pingan to react as well, his face suddenly changing. Earlier, it had not occurred to me that this empty sky little monk was related to that demonic young man who was renowned in the human race. And now, combined with Xiao Dachuan's violent reaction, the only person who could make even a Xiao Dachuan whose cultivation exceeded his own almost unable to say anything was that one, the contemporary walk of the great Thunderbolt Monastery. No one knows his real name, only the Dharma name Empty, a true teenage supreme being, maybe even a teenage saint. After all, since its emergence. In just 3 years visited countless sects and families in the central state, without a single defeat, and no one has ever been able to force out his bottom card, and was known as the first pride of the current world's people. Of course, those demons from the Eternal Life family in the Supreme Holy Land did not make a move. However, even if they did, they were not sure of victory. Just let all the big surprises that, always strict rules of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, cultivate the world walk, surprisingly take the cool love hook rail listening to music, wash feet massage. Unexpectedly, he had come to the remote cloud state. Could it be that he had also come for the flying feather Empress Mu Qingcheng? Seeing the reaction of the two, the little monk Empty also understood that the other party had recognized him, and with his hands clasped together, he chanted a low Buddha's name, Amitabha Buddha. It's none other than the young monk. Has this monk ever seen me before? I've seen it in Central State. Xiao Dachuan nodded with a grave expression. Although this is known as the contemporary Buddha son, usually warm as the wind, gentle and elegant, but his hands thunderous, decisive, just a few years, has destroyed 4 or 5 demonic sects, and the previous Great Thunder Sound Temple heir is very different. This god of killing had come to the Feiyu imperial dynasty. How could it not make him worried? Is it for the sake of my mother's battle with the Ji family? Or is this imperial capital mixed with people from the devil's sect? Since it's fate, let's go together. Zhang Pingan answered with a casual wave of his hand. For one thing, get acquainted with a demonic heavenly pride does not lose, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple is rich in oil. There may be a use for it in the future. Secondly, he thought that this eyebrow-raising little monk was very pleasant to the eye. Thirdly, it's not like he's spending money. Okay, since Big Brother gave the word, Xiao Dachuan could only agree to come down. Not much longer. Oh, the three of them let out a strangled sound in unison. It is worthy of the footpath that opens throughout the human frontier. The way the girls here wash their feet. So white, so big, and after the deep friendship of washing feet together, Zhang Pingan and the three of them gradually became familiar with each other, talking and laughing. What people didn't expect was that the empty sky little monk, who had suppressed the younger generation of the human race and was known as the living Yama of the Devil's Path, was actually so nice to be around in private. Zhang Pingan was even more eloquent, and even composed a few superb poems for Rulin, Ruosheng, and a few other girls, causing the young monk, Empty Sky, and Xiao Dachuan to give them frequent side glances. Brother Knight, what a talent! It didn't take long. The young monk's empty eyes gurgled a few times and murmured a low Buddhist cry. Amitabha Buddha, I heard that you still have the mysterious 5th floor here. Only VIPs can. Suddenly, the sound came to a screeching halt. The crowd subconsciously looked up. Rumble. A world-destroying thunder suddenly resounded throughout the entire void. Immediately afterward, the sky was suddenly flooded with roiling black clouds that tumbled and swirled, quickly obscuring the sky in darkness. What's going on here? Xiao Dachuan muttered and murmured, but could no longer utter a single syllable. A terrifying to the extreme pressure instantly filled the entire imperial capital, causing most of the cultivators in the imperial capital to go limp and tremble in their souls, like larvae facing the vast heavens, prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Only those above the supreme realm could barely stand, but they were also trembling all over, their faces white as they stared into the void, their eyes full of unbelief. With such a devilish aura in the sky, which devilish powerhouse is traveling? How could such a monstrous figure condescend to come to a tiny Yunzhou? Feiyu female emperor Mu Qingcheng is a vertical leap, standing in the void above, staring at the black clouds in the sky. The eternal ice eyes are full of gravity, such as a great enemy. She didn't want to have any accidents at the juncture when she was about to face the Ji family. A few breaths later, the black clouds were getting closer and closer, and Mu Qingcheng also saw the figure in the darkness through the thick darkness. In the midst of the black clouds was the figure of a slender woman, bathed in them, her face hazy and dreamlike, although you cannot see the face, but only by that exquisite and incomparable side face, slightly close to the body outlines enough to make the world mend for the crazy titillating curve. Mu Qingcheng then concluded that the other party's appearance was not below her own. Chapter 41, The Rakshasa Demoness. Yu Ran Meng. The woman's 3,000 green silk so casually hanging down on the shoulders, and wearing a plain white mourning clothes, giving people the feeling seems to be filled with endless sadness and helplessness. Pearly, I've seen it all. Only in those most attractive eyes, there was only a dead silence, the kind of despair that is so extreme, dead. What could have happened to make a woman exude such despair? And the most strange thing is that the woman's behavior is strange. Hands open, has always maintained a position to hold the child, and from time to time have to shake, seems to be really in coaxing the child in general, but its hands are empty. while Mu Qingcheng's brows were furrowed. The woman's red lips gently opened, and a chilling voice, as if coming from hell, resounded throughout the entire imperial capital. My poor children, where are you? Hearing this, Mu Qingcheng shuddered violently, as if she had been stabbed by a needle, and her pupils suddenly contracted. It's her! In a flash, she thought of the legend. Rakshasa Demoness Yu Runmeng, Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens, one of the 9 absolute peaks of the human race, once the holy maiden of the heavenly devil sect, the head of the devil sect. Tired of the rights and wrongs of the Jianghu, she married an ordinary man incognito, but unfortunately, she was approached by the heavenly devil sect's men on the wedding night, and casually annihilated the bridegroom. In desperation, she breaks through the long-lost mastery of the heavenly devil sect, the eternal night devil code, and kills the attackers, and is then repeatedly hunted down by the heavenly devil sect, and she also discovers that she is pregnant, and successfully gives birth to a child. Unfortunately, in a flight, accidentally lost his child. From then on, completely into the devil, cultivation by leaps and bounds, but also in the demonic achievement, the overthrow of the heavenly devil sect. Perhaps because the cultivation progress is too fast, root instability. Perhaps its husband and child is too much of a blow to her. Yu Runmeng sometimes awake, sometimes crazy, in the process of searching for the sun, but also overthrew countless clans, even once caused the righteous devil and the two paths to join forces, vowed to bring this female devil to justice, but 9,000 years passed. Yu Runmeng, instead of being put to death, but stood at the top of the human race. At this point, no one can shake it anymore. After all, the human race is now in the midst of a storm. The gods and demons are eyeing each other, and the demon race is even turning against each other. So an absolute top combatant who can be awake has a pivotal position for the human race. The other party hadn't appeared for thousands of years, but he didn't expect to come out again. Mu Qingcheng stared at the other party dead on, her brows knitted tightly, not daring to relax in the slightest. After all, Yu Runmeng's state nowadays was abnormal at first glance, and she could have a seizure at any time, in case she went on a killing spree in this imperial capital. Even she was afraid that she would be annihilated in an instant. Luckily, the other party didn't stop, but traveled all the way north towards the direction of Liezhou. Phew! Looking at the other party's distant figure, Mu Qingcheng let out a long breath of relief as a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. The destination of Yu Runmeng, it won't be the Great Thunderbolt Temple, right? But it's none of her business. Lightly shaking her head, Mu Qingcheng withdrew her eyes, the sense of crisis in her heart a few points heavier. Now that the manifestation of the heavenly destiny is imminent, the covenant of the 4 tribes of gods, devils, demons and humans is in vain, and with the 30,000 years of that shit, this time the human race wants to compete for this heavenly destiny, and I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. And even now, the human race has already had quite a lot of figures of the gods, devils and demons within its boundaries. The storm is coming, the great war is coming, the aftermath of the incident, need to arrange the arrangements as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Mu Qingcheng said towards the maid who was still in shock at the side, "Go, bring De Chun to me, back to your majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince." The maid stammered a little. "What's wrong with him?" Mu Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "His Highness the Crown Prince. He's still at red romantic foot wash and massage." "What? Sinful son!" Mu Qingcheng was furious. This child has only just been picked up for a short time, and he's been brought up by that group of foxes and dogs, not following his father at all. Bring him back to face the wall. "No, I'll do it myself." In the meantime, the 3 Jiang Pingon who had survived the robbery were panting heavily, stunned. That pressure just now was too terrifying. Was this the strength of the Kanglan realm's topmost powerhouse? Scary as hell. Only, Jiang Pingon frowned, although he could not see the figure in the black clouds, but the voice just now always felt somewhat inexplicably familiar. Shouldn't. Hiss. He sucked in a cold breath. This kind of existence, if it was a dream maiden, if the other party still recognized himself, wouldn't it be a step to heaven with 10,000 years less to go through? Ha! Don't dare think about it. The little monk, empty, however, uncharacteristically stared at the disappearing back, and after several breaths, he whispered, "So it's her, you know?" At these words, Jiang Pingon and the 2 of them looked over in unison. If the young monk's guess is correct, she should be the legendary Rakshasa Demoness. Yu Runmeng, the young monk, empty sky, frowned. Then, amidst the doubts of the 2 of them, Yu Runmeng's deeds were briefly introduced. "She's a widow?" Jiang Pingon blurted out. "Of course, I heard that my husband hiccuped on his wedding night, and died an old, tragic death. Amit Babuda." "Good. sorrowful. Empty chanted a low Buddhist chant. Ha, brotherly, looking at you, you're interested in widows? Xiao Dachuan, who was on the side, suddenly noticed Jiang Pinggan's abnormality. Jiang Pinggan smiled sarcastically. Just want to know more. Nothing else, hee. Do not pretend. See, you just that monkey look. I know, you are quite attached to the widow. Taste is not ordinary. If Brother Knight really do not mind, I here is to know a few. Xiao Dachuan scratched his head and could no longer speak. It was only because he suddenly realized with hindsight that his own mother seemed to be a widow too. Can't introduce my mother to Brother Knight. Although Brother Knight is a brilliant writer and mother is extraordinarily fond of poetry. It's a generation away. Moreover, although Brother Knight is a good person, but it is really too flirtatious. On the red romantic foot washing and massage process and so on, know it like the back of his hand. Lightly familiar with the general, is obviously a veteran, and almost talked a couple of headliners out of it. You know, my mother hates this kind of womanizing and double-minded people in her life, and she washes her own feet, all of them sneaking around and hiding from my mother. But he has to learn from Brotherly to pick up girls. After all, after such a long time he has not seen Roland girls smile so happily. Brotherly, just a few words will make them flutter. That a dazzling Snow White, in the trembling jump almost overflowed the lapel. Let Xiao Dachuan dazzled, envious. Just then, the young monk, Empty, however, whispered with a skeptical face. Strange, the young monk is responsible for getting rid of all the devils in the world, but when I hear the voice of this Rakshasa devil woman, why do I have a vague sense of affinity? What? When these words came out, the gazes of Jiang Pinggan and the two of them were instantly drawn over. Swish swish, all together, they landed on Empty, with a meaningful look on their faces. Chapter 42, They Call Me a Deadbeat. Why are you guys looking at me like this? Being stared at by the two people a little hairy. The little monk Empty Sky couldn't help but open his mouth. Xiao Dachuan came up and said with a wink, Empty, you're an orphan, aren't you? Yes, I grew up fatherless and motherless, and was picked up by the old master. Empty nodded. That's right. Xiao Dachuan stomped his foot. He was really smart. He guessed it at once. Then, fellow Daoist Empty Sky, do you remember anything from your childhood? Like breast names and stuff? What's the name of the breast? It's the name people call you when you drink milk. Jiang Pinggan, who was on the side, explained. Upon hearing this, the young monk, Empty Sky, suddenly blushed in his old face and became squirmy, and only then slowly whispered in the puzzled gazes of Jiang Pinggan and the two of them. They all call me deadbeat. Crowd. The movements of Ruoff Frost and the other women who were pressing their feet stalled, and they were all a bit speechless. If it weren't for those heirloom poems, the tart monk would have been thrown out a long time ago. It's so tawdry. No, what I meant then, is that have you ever suspected your origins? Such as, you are the lost child of that Rakshasa demoness or something like that? Xiao Dachuan's tone was a bit anxious. This guy, why can't he hear? Upon hearing this, the little monk Empty breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought, what were you guys trying to say? So it's this. I'm telling you guys, that's not possible at all. Rakshasa, which are 9,000 years ago characters, children are more than old. The little monk this year has just turned 28. It is the flower of the year. Oh, Xiao Dachuan and Jiang Pinggan nodded. It seemed that they had misunderstood. It was followed by a howl in unison. What? The two men's eyes were wide and unbelievable as they looked at the little monk as if they were looking at a monster. 28. What a horrible number. Originally thought that the other party pushed the demonic pride of the central state horizontally. At least there was 100 years old or so, or even 70 or 80, but didn't expect that it was only a mere 28. Although it is said that cultivation slows down the later one reaches, and there is even a huge chasm between the sage realm and the quasi-emperor, stopping an unknown number of astonishingly brilliant heavenly prides. But I've never heard of a teenage saint in his 20s either, although it was only the early stage of saints. This would most likely break the record of Mu Qingcheng and the one in the central state who practiced the Tai Shang emotionless sword Dao, advancing to quasi-emperor in 500 years, and even that legendary taboo 100-year-old quasi-emperor could not help but challenge it. Xiao Dachuan touched his face and couldn't help but sweat a little. He was over 900 years old and only a peak of the cave ruin realm by now. He didn't even mix up with a supreme being. Shame on him, but it's not his fault. Who let his unseen old man is immortal, ancestral bloodline diluted. Can't all expect to follow his mother. Blame it on that old Biden. As for Jiang Pinggan, he was only slightly shocked for a split second and quickly calmed down. After all, there was a universe of difference between a gifted monster and him. Moreover, in the chat just now, Xiao Dachuan had already promised to help him enter the Yuelu Academy's hidden scriptures, and with any luck, A 20-year-old saint would not be impossible. Suddenly, a ripple rippled in the void, and in the crowd's shocked gazes, a slender jade hand reached out from the void rift, and along with a refreshing fragrance, a clear and icy voice rang out, "Da-chun, get your ass back here. Holy shit, it's over, it's my mother." Xiao Dachuan cried out in shock and was sucked into the void rift without any resistance. About to disappear, he threw out a token and shouted, "Brotherly, with the token can freely enter the Yuelu Academy collection of reading. Later we brothers again about." It then disappeared, and the void rift slowly closed. Jiang Pingan subconsciously took the token that was thrown to him, but did not show any joy. All his attention was attracted by the Miaoli immortal sound just now. It made him as if he was bombarded by heavenly thunder, and all of a sudden he was fixed there, staring blankly at the place where Da-chun had disappeared. Sounds familiar. If I'm not mistaken, it's the same as the voice of the Empress that resounded through the cloud state that day. Was exactly the same. Last name, Sha. Yuelu Academy for Mu Qingcheng single-handedly founded, and Xiao Dachuan and can take out the token to enter the hidden scripture cabinet at will. Then its identity calls out, "Son of the Empress," and most likely his own son. Thinking of this, Jiang Pingan wanted to cry. What the fuck is this called? You're married to your own son and you're getting foot massages together? But, Jiang Pingan thought of Xiao Dachuan's great cleverness and hesitated a little. Maybe I'm overthinking it. That Mu Qingcheng might not be the maiden of his dreams, and Xiao Dachuan has nothing to do with himself. After all, with his intelligence, how could he give birth to such a great fool like Dachuan? This is a matter that needs to be considered in the long run. Looking at the token in his hand, the corners of Jiang Pingan's mouth curled up slightly, and the slightest hint of a smile emerged. I didn't expect this trip to go so smoothly. He really is a person of great fortune. The young monk at the side, empty sky, even tensed his entire body. His eyes flashed with deep scorn, and he whimpered out, "Flying Feather Empress, Mu Qingcheng." Within the imperial capital, the only woman who could tear through the void with her hands was the one from the imperial palace. I heard from my master that that person is a truly amazing talent. Unlike himself who was burdened with the top inheritance of the Kanglan realm, Mu Qingcheng had stepped into the level of a quasi-emperor with only a fragmented emperor law, and his cultivation speed was ranked among the top 3 in the history of the human race, which was enough to show that his talent was incomparable. If the other party was not so stubborn, casually agreeing to the demands of any Holy Land or Eternal Life family, he was afraid that he would have long since stepped into the late stage of the quasi-emperor stage by now, becoming a true giant of the human race. It was just that the heir born to such a stunningly talented Feiyu Empress, why was she only at the peak of the cave ruin realm after so many years? The little monk empty couldn't think of it even if he thought about it. The big and silly Xiao Dachuan was actually the son of that peerless female emperor. It doesn't match. Who's paying for it now that O'Hara's gone? Jiang Pingan suddenly realized a rather fatal problem. As a rule, poetry is just the ticket to enter red romance today, but the whoring still has to be paid. In a flash, the two were looking at each other, wide-eyed, for a long time. Amit Ba Buddha, murmured the little monk. Empty. Little monk is a monk and never carries such extraneous things as spirit stones. Besides, if he spends money, what's the difference between that and prostitution? That's why the young monk never gives money. Good. I'm good at what you do. Jiang Pingan's heart slandered, but there is nothing to do. Who let just now as he said to come in together? Oh, my god. Wan Er was afraid that she would have to consume most of the inventory she had prepared for herself. After all, 1 girl on 1 foot, plus the one by the shoulder. 3 is 9 girls, and they're all basically fucking headliners. Seeming to see that Jiang Pingan was shy in his pocket, the little monk's eyes rolled back in his head and he got up and made a bow, saying, Amit Ba Buddha, the young monk suddenly has urgent matters, so he will leave first, and once again, I thank you for the hospitality of Daoist Knight today. Goodness gracious. Fellow Daoist Knight has performed this good deed, and the young monk has nothing to offer, so let's send a blessing, wishing fellow Daoist Knight a long life and 1,000 years of wives and concubines. Farewell. With those words, he turned, and walked towards the door without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Pingan was stunned by the other party's shamelessness. Eat, drink and run? And wish me a long life and many wives and concubines. What about cursing? Hey Kong Kong I see that your robe is still worth some money. The little monk's empty footsteps stalled, and then, with a whoosh, the silhouette shifted and completely disappeared without a trace. Jiang Pingan, what a guy. When my cultivation exceeds the sage realm, I'll make sure you spit it out with interest. As for no money, let your parents pay it back. Chapter 43, Mu Qingqing shock. At this time, Inside the imperial palace, Mu Qingcheng sighed quietly as she looked at Xiao Dachuan, who had been captured over, and the coolness on her stunningly beautiful cheeks faded a few points. Dachuan, this child, dad died early, under their own sadness, and moved the fetus, and then it is for revenge day after day practice. On Dachuan really care less about some. Who would have thought that, only to pick up just a few days, even made a group of fox friends, but also to go to the Red Romance foot wash massage. Hey, with his dad, totally opposite extremes. After all, back then, his father was clinging to his bed every day. How could he possibly go to a place like that? Thinking of this, Mu Qingcheng's tone softened as well, and earnestly taught, Dachuan, don't go to places like that in the future. I'm afraid that your father will die in peace when he sees how depraved you are in the 9 springs. Also, in some days I give you a marriage, after mother is not in. After you become a family, you have to be more stable. Those fox friends are even more to break the relationship earlier. Brother Knight is not a fox friend, although my attainments in the literary path are not high, but Brother Knight's poetry makes me feel like a soul-shaking roar. It's an unearthly talent, Xiao Dachuan muttered in a small voice. Brotherly? Mu Qingcheng's eyebrows furrowed, her breath then plummeted cold, and the sound between her lips was like ice. How dare you talk back? Wouldn't that filthy place give birth to soul-booming poetry? Dichun, have you learned to lie? Xiao Dachuan's body was chilled and his neck shrank, but he continued to speak with a stiff upper lip. I'm not lying, so tell me what kind of poetry? Just say it. Brother Knight is a man of many words. For example, he inscribed a poem to Miss Rulin. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of faces, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick, oblivious to the fact that the moment he opened his mouth, Mu Qingcheng's delicate body trembled as her breath appeared to fluctuate violently, and then her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Next, Mu Qingcheng directly lost control and grabbed Xiao Dachuan's arm. Her tone was urgent and her voice was a little hoarse as she asked, Dichun, this verse, where did you heard it? The other party's fierce reaction and somewhat out-of-control voice stunned Xiao Dachuan, and for the first time in his life, he saw his mother lose her temper like this. After a long time, before trembling back, just now did not say that. It was made by Big Brotherly. No way. As soon as the words were spoken, they were met with strong opposition from Mu Qingcheng. This verse was written by your father. Ha! Xiao Dachuan completely froze. He didn't realize that the talented Brother Knight was stealing other people's poems. And Mu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes rippled with a layer of ripples as she continued to let out a disoriented, self-talking murmur. If I hadn't met at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met under the moon at Yaodai. At first your father stole my heart with this poem. I never thought that after 1,000 years, I would hear it again. After all, Mu Qingcheng was the supreme female emperor who had single-handedly created the Feiyu imperial dynasty, and in just a few breaths, she figured everything out, her breath once again regaining its flatness. In the beginning, she had even bragged about it to her little sisters, and it was only natural for it to be circulated. Just hearing the verse again was in a completely different frame of mind. After all, he's not there anymore. Things are different, and without him, even the best poetry is tasteless. After a pause, Mu Qingcheng glanced at Xiao Dachuan and lightly shook her head and said, This poem is your father's heart and soul. 7 steps under the moon to form a poem, and I never thought that it would be given to a man of the wind now. Humph. If I were to run into it, I would not be lenient. And you, 10 days in confinement. Reflect. Go away. I want to be quiet. Oh, Xiao Dachuan didn't dare to retort and honestly retreated. And the room was once again calm. For a long time. Tick. A huge tear fell down that stunningly beautiful cheek. Mu Qingcheng's icy eyes closed. Her 3,000 green silk gently brushed behind her. Her red lips gently opened. And her empty valley ghost-like voice echoed in every corner of the room. Husband. Am I very useless? After all these years of accomplishing nothing, your great revenge has not been avenged. Dachuan, too, has not been educated well. I miss you so much. Today, heard your poetry, and remembered that day. You and I made a private vow under the moon in that grove. If only you were still, it would be so nice. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent coughing fit, the sound subsided to silence. The next day, the glowing Jiang Pinggan headed towards Yuelu Academy, only feeling that his footsteps were much lighter. Surely it is not the feet that are washed, but the mud of the world. Not long after, Jiang Pinggan was already standing at the entrance of Yuelu Academy, greatly shocked. The main gate of the academy towered over the clouds, carved out of unknown ancient wood, with strange runes carved on the lintel, emitting a faint glow. The outer wall of the academy was even covered with a layer of halo, which was a guardian formation imposed by Empress Mu Qingcheng herself. making it possible for the Academy to maintain a tranquil and harmonious cultivation atmosphere under any circumstances, without any interference from the outside world. The main thing is, with the major clans, families, holy places and other different, Yuelu Academy for Mu Qingcheng personally created. No selfishness, there is no class, regardless of whether you are a commoner or the children of the family, are treated equally, only you have a contribution value, everything in the academy as much as possible to refer to. Therefore, Flying Feather Empress Mu Qingcheng's popularity among the folk of Yunzhou was unusually high. Now Feiyu Imperial Dynasty, more than 80% of the middle and senior management are graduated from the Yuelu Academy. Cohesion is super strong. This is also just a few hundred years' time. Yuelu Academy rapid rise, and even vaguely with the Ji family stand against the reason. Big deal. Zhang Pingan let out an emotional sigh. It was worthy of being the #1 academy in Yunzhou, and even the human races from several neighboring states came from thousands of miles away to pursue their studies. However, he didn't forget the purpose of his trip and didn't delay for too long, rushing straight to the top floor of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. I have to say, Big Spring's token just works, and the whole way is unobstructed. Ha ha ha, the road to invincibility. Here I come. Zhang Pingan's heart is happy. His mind has begun to fantasize about his own cultivation greatly increased, so that Nangong Waner called out husband is so powerful. Scene. Chapter 44, This World. There's a big problem. 10 families at the end of the river family's heritage can let it step to the whole market realm in the middle. A collection to gather the world's countless techniques of the Yuelu Academy of the Tibetan Scriptures. How to also let it across a large realm. At least a supreme realmate. With a bit of luck, advancing to the sage realm wasn't out of the question. After all, it was rumored that the Empress Mu Qingcheng had traveled all over the boundaries of the human race in order to create the Yuelu Academy, and had even set foot in the land of the demon region, collecting countless techniques, including many techniques of the supreme and saint classes, and even 3 exceptional techniques that could reach the level of a quasi-imperial emperor. But the most Let Jian Pingan coveted is 300 years ago Mu Qingcheng from a mysterious secret realm brought back 3 unknown level of secret books, but unfortunately so many years no one has been able to penetrate the half. Over time it will be tied up on the shelf. As soon as he stepped into the top floor of the hidden scriptures, a strong scent of books came to his nose, a scent that contained countless avenues of truth. Obviously, the secret books of feats that could be placed on the top floor were extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhang Pingan's gaze was drawn to a book in the first row and he could no longer move away. Eyes wide, the whole thing was completely dumbfounded. Diary of the Wind. Asterisk. Zhang Pingan came back to his senses and couldn't help but blurt out. The reason why this book seemed to be mediocre, but was able to attract Zhang Pingan was, note in simplified Chinese characters. Could this be the legendary traveler senior who started the trend of foot massages for the human race in the Kanglan realm? With deep doubts and curiosity, Zhang Pingan quickly stepped forward and slowly turned over the first page of the Wind Diary. Just a single glance caused Zhang Pingan's heart and soul to tremble once again. It's hard to cross the love barrier, who is sad to be a single dog, and to meet each other in plain water. All of them are other people's wives. Several black lines sprang up on Zhang Pingan's forehead. This traveler homie doesn't look like a decent person, nah. But yeah, decent people. Who writes a diary? Patiently, Zhang Pingan continued to read on. Kanglan Realm Day 1, Jime people. Family people. Who understands? 1 second I am still in the Blue Star Beauty young lady Simmons' big soft bed. The next second fell to this bird not shit place. Also do not know is the family that old Biden, or my dear mother's, trick or treating. Ugh, missing the first day of my black silk missy, baggy skirt young lady. Kanglan Realm Day 2, come all the way here. Always do something practical. He, I am really a person of great fortune. The next day I met a very small fairy, although living alone, but from the style in the eyebrows, the swings between the flow of the eyes, I know that it is definitely a person's wife. Jia is my dish and looks pear flower with rain. I see pity, more provoked my desire to protect. Vertical across the flower field without a single defeat eye. To this small beauty, naturally, is the hand to capture. Ouch, she can't believe she won't eat me. What a ruthless chick, almost killed me egu ouch. I can't, I have to practice. Kanglan Realm Day 3, I summarized. That fairy has no vision. The heavens did not let me down. I met another fairy with even more wildfire. That imperial style made me want to stop. This kind of young woman I usually never miss. So, ouch. This chick is even more ruthless. Hunted me down for a whole month. Oh, I didn't even dare to sleep. I'm a lover. It shouldn't be. Kanglan Realm Day 35. There is something not quite right about the ethos of this world. I decided to start with the beauty that looks gentle and lovely or charming and seductive. That old ancestor of the nine-tailed sky fox is not bad. Just one glance and I fell. Lightly swept a May eyes containing spring, cherry mouth without pointing and red. Dainty is the old man's dish. I just took a look at it and haven't had a chance to act on it yet. As far as that goes, it hurts. Something's wrong. The world is quite wrong. Obviously they are all human wives and young women. Why is it completely different from that open culture on the blue planet? Kanglan Realm Day 40, I've decided to think differently and not mess with those hot-tempered widows. But of course, I'm not afraid of Kanglan Realm Day 45, GGG. It's true that I'm back on the track I'm familiar with, and I've never missed a beat again. Alas, only a pity. Red face thin life, the most beautiful batch are dead husband. No competitors, cannot stimulate my good heart. Kanglan Realm Day XXX, Jia finally met a superb, called what Lu Man Man. I heard that the Demon Lord's main wife, magnificent, mother of the world, Jia the Demon Lord killed also cannot imagine. He dealt with the political affairs of the demon race. Lu Man Man and I hid in the closet. Unfortunately, it's been a long time, but not long enough, and the moment I was pulled out, I knew that I couldn't hide loving someone. When the Demon Lord and I met eye to eye, I knew that the love between a man and a woman cannot be explained in words. When the Demon Lord's fist came swinging, I knew that loving someone, sooner or later, I would get hurt. Alas, in order to pay tribute to this great love of mine, I have made a special lyric. Lu Man Man, its cultivation far away. I will go up and down to seek, gasps at this turtle. Seeing this, the corners of Zhang Pinggan's mouth twitched and he was speechless. What the hell kind of people are these? You, a traveler, don't cultivate properly, and every day, you make things happen. Write some messy diary, a big thick diary, 90% of which are love affairs. He was too embarrassed to read it out. It would easily be audited by the heavenly Tao. I've never seen such chutzpah. What do you call it? Why don't you just rename it, Diary of a Succubus? Himself, ashamed to be associated with. No way. Keep criticizing some more. Finally, when he reached the last few pages of the diary, Zhang Pinggan's pupils suddenly shrunk. That jaw-dropping look, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. There's something wrong with this side of the world. There's big problem. It's not just about young wives and wives. It's about avenue. I don't know if it's my illusion or if the laws of heaven and earth are missing, but I always feel that the mandate of heaven. Maybe it's a conspiracy. Oh, cultivation is against the sky. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, fusion of heavenly destiny to merge with the Tao is also just an ordinary way of proving to become an emperor. But it has become the most powerful method of proving. And this historical fault is also too bizarre. Immortal ancient times and before, as if by an invisible hand hard to erase, those immortal ancient secret realm and the Gongfa magic, no longer able to practice. But the people here are not cuties either. Maybe some of those old nobodies in the Forbidden Land have already sensed it, but it's none of my business. I'm just here for a trip, a gold plating, and to find some young women to send warmth. Forget it, go find my little sweet. Was sealed cultivation is so difficult. Jia voice are not dare too big. Chapter 45, Tathagata's self-realization, breaking through to the peak of saints. For a long time, Zhang Pinggan slowly put down the diary, his expression somewhat grave. It seemed that the trace of abnormality that flashed through his inner mind when he received the Nameless Heart Sutra given by Nangong Wana earlier was not a coincidence. This side of the world, there is indeed a problem. Most likely, someone forced to change the rules of heaven and earth, forbidding some ancient avenues. It seems that they do not want the people of this world to be so powerful as to become immortal, but to be able to change the rules, to intervene in the heavenly destiny to prove the way, to play the whole world in the palm of one's hand. How powerful should that person be? But then again, it's none of my business. The old man's got hang-ups, although the hanging was half blown up and somewhat incomplete, but just by virtue of the fact that the everlasting space was able to conceal the heavenly Tao fusion to give birth to even stronger techniques, heavenly materials and treasures, as well as cultivation, etc. The everlasting space's rank definitely far exceeded that of this side of heaven and earth and reached an unimaginable level. Even if there are any people behind the scenes for the time being is not a small whole market realm he can consider, such as later cultivation is high. All the mystery of the natural water to the solution. Right now, raising cultivation was important. Thinking of this, Zhang Pinggan could no longer suppress the high corners of his mouth as he walked towards the bookshelf. Unfortunately, a gentleman loves money and takes it. If it is a stranger's treasure trove, even if it is, but he is borrowing the light of Xiao Dachuan to be able to enter, and it is likely to be his own mother. Mu Qingcheng's lifelong efforts to gather. He can't do the move of emptying the bookshelves. Furthermore, if these secret books disappeared out of thin air, it is very likely to trigger alarms, formation sensing and the like, and the loss is not worth the gain. It seems that the only way to transcribe it is to do it by hand. Although it was said that the secret books that were copied did not have the Great Tao Sense bonus and were a few steps less effective, there was nothing that could be done about it. 5 days later. Ugh. Jiang Pingan sighed deeply. The reproduce techniques were not augmented by the Great Tao Sense, and only a handful of 10 were recognized by the everlasting space, and only 3 quasi-emperor level techniques were born, and the cultivation level was barely mentioned at the early stage of the supreme realm, which was far from one's own goal. Sure enough, the further one went, the slower the progress of cultivation became. Jiang Pingan's gaze landed on the row of bookshelves in the very center of the bookshelf, a large bookshelf. At the moment there were 3 secret books of feats lying alone. Xian Nu Sutra, Great Diffraction Technique, Purple Mansion, Immortal Sutra. Upon closer inspection, there was still a trace of the true meaning of the Great Tao remaining on the book that was faintly visible. Listen to the name, no powerful boom boom, but unfortunately in the hearing is not useful. So many years, also only heard only one enlightenment against the sky teenager, from which to realize a half style. If one were to forcefully perceive the Great Tao within it, one would lightly go off the deep end. And if one were to vomit blood and die, over time, these 3 secret unearthed feats have become mascots. Hey, this thing should be with me. Jiang Pingan heatedly smiled and reached out towards the 3 feats, about to touch the merit law at the same time. Directly whoosh sound, the 3 books of merit law into a stream of light, with the rapidity and speed of the trend directly be sucked into the space of longevity. Jiang Pingan blurted out, how the hell does that work? In broad daylight, the everlasting space is still fucking robbed? How can he explain to Big Spring in the future? How can he stay in the circle? Just as he was caught in a tangle, a few lines of handwriting surfaced in the eldritch space. LSP Purple Mansion, Immortal Scripture, was imprisoned for billions of years, has long been hungry and thirsty. This day out on the occasion of the wind, ran into the billions of years of the old leftover women Xian women's scripture. Great diffusion, divine skill, 3-way love at first sight, passionate, indescribable things happened. 5 minutes later, the fusion gave birth to the emperor-level technique Zhou Tian Xian Nu Jing, the immortal emperor-level technique He Hua Zzz Xian Jing, and in addition, there was also an ectopic pregnancy, the accidental birth of the Great Emperor Experience card, as well as a number of cultivation, the Great Tao Sense, etc. Zhou Tian Xian Female Scripture, Top Emperor-level function, a certain absolute female immortal lonely and lonely cold when created, has a mysterious and unpredictable power. Not limited to the physical quality, the woman cultivation of the best, cultivate to the great success, can be against the sky to prove the road, and even against the logging. Fairy, Tathagata Self-Realization, Immortal Scripture, the top immortal emperor level Gongfu, immortal ancient taboo emperor in the 9th life cohesion life Tao fruits created, is located in the top of the immortal road. Only the enlightenment of the heavenly people can cultivate. Cultivation to the pinnacle, can be transformed into everything? Can be transformed into gods and demons? Can be transformed into the years? Can be a person to transform 10,000 ancient times? The evolution of all the heavens? The evolution of the future? And the dictatorship of the ancient times. Great Emperor Experience card, a strange thing out of the control of the Great Tao. Current usage progress 0/3. After using it, you can obtain 1 hour of Great Emperor level Great Tao comprehension and peak Great Emperor battle power. Side effects will produce a 5-hour weakness period. Use with caution. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Sent. Looking at the tip of the eldritch space item, Jiang Pingan's eyes glowed and his harumphs flowed out, instantly leaving behind any hint of guilt that he had just felt. Go to ethics. It was all the work of the everlasting space, and it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Pingan, the big deal, is to compensate Big Spring and Mu Qingcheng. Anyway, the techniques were gone. It was a waste to put them aside. If Mu Qingcheng was really the maiden of his dreams, not to mention the 9 heavens Xian Nu Sutra, it was also natural that the Tathagata Self-Realization Immortal Sutra could be practiced together. I didn't expect that this time the luck was so good that it was able to give birth to a top immortal emperor level technique, which if it couldn't do invincible at the same level, or even transgress a few realms to reverse the logging, it could all go to hell. Ah, the Tathagata Self-Realization Immortal Scripture, transforming the heavens, transforming the ages, and soloing the ages. It sounds like 2 words, invincible. Other than that, there was no bigger surprise than the greatest experience card. What's this? That is 3 lives. It's the biggest guarantee that allows him to develop perfectly. But, Jiang Pingan muttered in his heart, should we use the Great Emperor Experience card once now? looting the entire Kanglan realm of heavenly materials, supreme techniques, and so on, and then find a place to let the everlasting space slowly merge, so that we would be invincible when we leave the mountain? Just as soon as this thought arose, it was immediately rejected by him. Although it is said that the great emperor cannot come out for the time being, but it is not possible to guarantee that the great clans in holy places have cards that can fight against the great emperor, and those long-lived families have been born into the existence of the immortal. It is better to take it easy. Besides, he didn't want to make an enemy of the world. After thinking about it, Zhang Pinggan once again looked at the light mass of cultivation and great Tao sense on the side. Still, obscene development is the main focus. Next moment, boom! A majestic to unimaginable amount of pure spiritual energy swarmed in, and the supreme realm that had just broken through once again showed signs of a breakthrough. The breath kept starting to climb. Mid-supreme realm, late supreme realm, peak of the supreme realm, early sage realm. It only stopped when it reached the peak of the sage realm, just one step away from the quasi-emperor. In that instant, Zhang Pinggan felt a wave of transformation in himself, and that extremely sublimated pleasure made him almost cry out in relief. He clearly perceived that his entire physical body had undergone a radical change, and every bone, and even every cell, had completely metamorphosed, filled with a power far superior to the previous one. The five senses were further strengthened, and the divine idea was even more enhanced at an epic level, so that even two ants meeting out 10,000 miles away could be seen clearly. Cool. Practice a ball, which is cool to open. That wasn't all. Immediately afterward, an incredibly powerful and unbelievable sense of the great Tao surged into Zhang Pinggan's mind as if it had been enlightened. Zhang Pinggan's eyes were tightly closed, and his breathing became slow and deep, as if the entire person was isolated from the world, entering a state of epiphany and transcendence. This is the great Tao sensation of the Tathagata self-realization immortal scripture. As time passed, it was as if his soul had traveled through countless hours of space and time to the place of the origin of the universe. He saw a white-robed man with his back to all beings, sitting in the center of the universe with a graceful and transcendent posture. The white-robed man seemed to be in a state of epiphany, and after a long time, he violently opened his eyes, and the sound of the brilliant great Tao resounded throughout the universe. Tathagata is self-evident and transformed. Boom! At that moment, Zhang Pinggan seemed to see the life of the white man, transforming gods and devils, transforming the years, transforming the heavens, a man alone in the ages, walking alone at the end of time and space. Chapter 46 Mother, great joy, great joy. While Zhang Pinggan was caught up in his epiphany, the outside world had once again exploded. The Lord of Lai Zhou, the great Thunderbolt Temple, was attacked, and the person who struck out was not someone else. It was one of the 9 absolute tops of the human race that hadn't appeared for thousands of years in the legend. The Rakshasa Demoness, Yu Run Meng. Yu Run Meng with monstrous demonic gas descended on the great Thunder Sound Temple, some fuss, and finally defeated the Buddha's most precious treasure, seriously injured far away. At a time when the human race is now in a state of turmoil, the Buddha and the devil are at war again? But strictly speaking, the Rakshasa Demoness wasn't considered a member of the devil's way. After all, in those years, she had exterminated many more members of the devil's way than the Buddhist sect. Big question marks floated up in countless people's minds. At this point, the great Thunderbolt Temple, the former golden splendor was gone. Only the crumbling silhouette was left swaying in the wind, and the doors of the temple were shattered by a powerful force, scattering the doorways all over the place. Inside the temple, it was even more of a mess, with broken walls everywhere. Countless Buddhist disciples stood amidst the ruins, bowing their heads and silently chanting the Buddha's name. Damn it, elder brother, why don't you sacrifice the Buddhist imperial soldier to exterminate that demonic girl? In the outside world it's not even a problem, but inside this temple, with the countless years of my great Thunder Sound Temple's heritage, it's easy to exterminate that demonic girl. The person who spoke was the Yuan San Gufwa of the great Thunder Sound Temple, one of the 6 great Gufos. At this moment, his eyes filled with resentment and incomprehension looked at the figure that stood in front of him, which was none other than the current Buddha Lord, Empty Sky's master, Amitabha Buddha. Inviting out the supreme treasure of the Buddha sect depletes the Buddha sect's chi. Furthermore, the human race is now in a state of turmoil. The 3 races of gods, devils and demons are watching intently. At the time of the heavens mandate, it can't afford to have any more losses. Although Yu Run Meng is a devil's woman, when she is spiritually awake, she is enough to block the 2 tops of the outer race. Moreover, Yu Run Meng isn't that simple. If she really wants to fish out of water, the great Thunder Sound Temple is afraid of suffering heavy losses as well. Lord Buddha's brows lowered as he sighed languidly. Humph, Then senior brother is just going to stand by and watch the demonic girl make a big fuss before she goes away? Yuan-san ancient Buddha was still indignant. Alas, Yuan third senior brother. Don't blame senior brother. You also know the inside story. This matter is really we are unjustified. Another ancient Buddha discouraged. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's expression suddenly changed, and then they folded their hands and hung their heads to recite the scriptures. For a long time, an ancient Buddha spoke again. Lord Buddha's senior brother once said that the devil's way has been weak for a long time, and it's very likely that the devil's way will rise greatly in this world. An empty sky carries most of the devil's way's fortune on him, and that's why he purifies it day and night with supreme Mahayana Buddhist law. But can this act really suppress it? Amitabha Buddha. Things are what they are. How can we know the result without trying? Moreover, the Buddha emphasizes the word of karma. An empty sky is already karmically related to my Buddhist sect. The Lord of the Buddha murmured. Humph. Yuan-san ancient Buddha snorted coldly once again. If it is not senior brother these 9,000 years, in the Buddha's golden lotus, day and night to the supreme Buddhist law to purify the empty space, that the magic heart of the devil bone completely transformed into the Buddha heart of the Buddha bone, but also by the invasion of the devil's gas wounded, otherwise by virtue of the qualifications of the senior brother, enough to be ranked in the absolute top of the human race, and even become the first master, which will be like today, with the help of the Buddha's most valuable treasure to be able to barely repel the Rakshasa devil woman. Amitabha. Before the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by a Buddhist cry from Lord Buddha. Goody goody, who will go to hell if I don't? Besides, the poor monk feels that to spend one lifetime ferrying the world is exactly the same as to spend one lifetime ferrying one person. At these words, all was silent. All the Buddhist disciples raised their heads and stared at the figure in a daze, their expressions divine. In a blink of an eye, the entire great Thunderbolt Temple's Buddhist light flourished. I don't know how long it's been. Amitabha. The deafening sound of the Buddha's trumpet resounded throughout the entire void. In the blink of an eye, days go by. Jiang Pingan slowly woke up from his epiphany, only to open his eyes and see the large, staring bullseye faceplate that was almost in his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Jiang Pingan subconsciously kicked out. Boom! Xiao Dachuan was heavily blasted against the wall of the Tibetan scripture pavilion like a cannonball, and if he hadn't been blocked by the guarding formation, I'm afraid that he would have already crashed out. After doing all this, Jiang Pingan reacted with hindsight and hurriedly went up to assist, saying with an apologetic face, Dachuan you're scaring me without saying a word. Night big brother is you scared me you are here in the Epiphany for almost 2 months. If it is not the hidden scripture cabinet to monitor the 3 ancient scriptures are missing. What? Almost 2 months? Before Xiao Dachuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by a scream that went straight to the sky. It's over. It's over. It wouldn't be long past the time of his wedding to Nangong Waner, would it? It clearly felt like only a moment of epiphany. Why had so much time passed? What day and time is it now? Jiang Pingan asked in a hurry. May 18th, 7 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Dachuan casually responded. Phew, okay. Jiang Pingan took a long breath of relief. Just in time. There were still 2 hours before the big wedding started. With his current cultivation, it was enough to rush back to the Jiang family. Bye. Dai-chun. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and flew towards the Jiang family with a burning heart. Hey big brother Knight, where are those 3 immortal ancient technique secrets? Xiao Dachuan hurriedly shouted. Sorry, it was eaten by me. For the time being, I'll compensate you for a copy of the Emperor's scriptures, and I'll explain the rest of the time later. By the way, don't call me big brother Knight, my real name is Jiang Pingan. Besides, it's possible that I'm your pro. Jiang Pingan's voice came intermittently in the wind, getting smaller and smaller. What the hell? Xiao Dachuan looked at the other party's disappearing figure in a daze, confused. What did Brother Knight say? Is my pro? What? Pro? Brother? It shouldn't. I'm the only child my mother has. However, he did feel that Brother Knight was very kind, as if he was connected by blood. Could it be that they were really half-brothers? No way. I'll have to ask my mother sometime. Maybe Brother Knight is really my half-brother. Snap. Xiao Dachuan was in deep thought when a secret book of feats fell on top of his head. What's this? Xiao Dachuan casually took it in his hand, looked at it without thinking, and was completely dumbfounded. The 9 heavenly mysteries, the true meaning of the great Tao manifested on it nearly froze his soul, and he hastily dispersed his divine thoughts before looking at the gongfu in his hand in shock, gasping for air. The Emperor's scripture? Could it be that Brother Knight wasn't joking and that this really was a genuine Emperor-ranked technique? Holy shit! Where did Brother Knight come from? Xiao Dachuan didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly rose up in the air, heading towards the imperial palace. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the Feiyu imperial palace. Xiao Dachuan's loud voice instantly resounded throughout the palace. Mother, great joy, great joy. Chapter 47, The Wedding Day. What great joy, you found a daughter-in-law? How old are you and still so hairy? Mu Qingqing sat sideways on top of the ice chair and opened his eyes with a hint of favor and helplessness. No, mother, Xiao Dachuan shook his head. It's the Emperor's scripture, the real deal. After saying that, he handed over the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Sutra in his hand. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing narrowed her eyes slightly inside. Alas, you, a cave ruin realm knows what an Emperor's scripture is. Have you been tricked again? You're just too warm-hearted and trusting. He then carelessly took the scripture in Xiao Dachuan's hands and casually glanced at it. Next moment, swish, Mu Qingqing directly stood up from the ice chair, her beautiful eyes full of horror, looking at the scripture in her hand with disbelief. The white crispy snow mound was even more trembling, showing the shock she felt inside. How is this possible? The Emperor's scripture was an untold secret of the great clans, and even she, who had great fortune, had only obtained a mutilated copy of the Emperor's scripture, which had also caused irreversible damage to her body. As for this one of De Chun's, it was mysterious and unpredictable, and with just a glance, she was able to conclude that this Emperor's scripture was by no means an ordinary Emperor rank inheritance, far exceeding her own cultivation techniques by an unknown number of times. If one were to change to this technique, when facing that quasi-Emperor's 6th heavenly layer G-clan ancestor, it would be unavoidable that he could not fight head-on. The chances of overthrowing the G-clan were increased by another 30%. Is there any other great cause and effect for this inexplicably appearing Emperor's scripture? Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing could no longer hold back, her gaze sinking slightly as she spoke out with a grave expression. De Chun, where did you get this imperial scripture? Ha, this is really the Emperor's scripture. Ah, it was compensated to me by my big brother knight. Xiao Dachuan scratched his head. Brother knight? Compensation? It's that big brother knight from Red Romance earlier. He accidentally lost those 3 immortal ancient techniques on the top floor of the scripture pavilion, and compensated for this imperial scripture. Oh, Mu Qingqing nodded. Those 3 immortal ancient techniques were useless things, gone and gone. But I didn't expect that the so-called brotherly to be so generous as to take out an Emperor's scripture as compensation. Could it be that those eternal life families in the central state have re-entered the world? Just as Mu Qingqing frowned and gazed in thought, Xiao Dachuan suddenly thought of something and added once again. Oh yeah, that brother knight said his real name is Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan? Mu Qingqing's petite body steeply shook. Mother has heard of this name? I told you, I've always felt close to him. Are we related? Is he my half-brother or something? Xiao Dachuan was overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing but her moon brows were slightly knitted, her eyes full of incomprehension. How could you feel that way? You have only one relative left in the world for your mother, and as far as I know, your father doesn't have any siblings or anything like that. So as far as half-siblings are concerned, how could you make such a guess? Speaking here, Mu Qingqing's tone took on a hint of sternness. Even if it was her own son, she would never allow half a word to be slandered against her husband. Your father was devoted and loyal to me, and he was even with me day and night during those days, so there could never have been any foreign mistresses, and such nonsense should never be mentioned again, or else the family law will be served. Looking at the decisive mother, Xiao Dachuan shrunk his neck and did not dare to say more, and Mu Qingqing's voice continued. As for this Jiang Pingan, I've never seen it, but I've heard of it, so mysterious and still able to take out the imperial scriptures. It should be the one from the Jiang family, and it's been making a lot of noise lately, and if I don't remember wrongly, today's the day of his wedding to Nangong Waner. The big wedding? Xiao Dachuan was instantly energized again. This night, Jiang big brother is also really. No wonder just now so hurriedly ran away. So today is the big day of the big brother and sister-in-law. He didn't even invite him. Xiao Dachuan. He really didn't treat him as a brother. Yes, the big wedding. Mu Qingqing nodded slightly, a hint of incomprehension in her eyes. That Nangong Waner age and you are similar, like a flower like jade. Talent is also good. I originally also regarded it as a daughter-in-law candidate. After all, although she is a young woman, but with you is still more than enough. But then heard her and her late husband's deeds will be eliminated this idea. I can't imagine that. Now she has reneged on her vows, entrusted to a person with unknown origins of the Jiang Pingan. Mother! Xiao Dachuan didn't think that much and directly interrupted Mu Qingqing. Then, big brother Jiang gave me an emperor scripture, so shouldn't we, the Feiyu imperial dynasty, Also show our appreciation for his wedding? Oh, right too. Mu Qingqing nodded, and after a little contemplation, he pointed to the rear and said, then, De Chun, you should take a few heavenly treasures from the imperial palace's treasury and send them over as congratulatory gifts, and wish the couple a long and happy life together for me. Ha, aren't you going, mother? Xiao Dachuan was a bit puzzled. That was the imperial scripture after all. In all reason, mother should have made the trip herself. Mu Qingqing rubbed the 9 heavenly mysteries scripture in her hand and shook her head slightly. I have more important things to do. Time is running out. I need to reform this technique as soon as possible, so I'll leave it for now. Just deliver my thoughts. Oh, Xiao Dachuan buzzed in response, then turned around and bumbled towards the treasure vault. LOL. The kid. Finding a daughter-in-law wasn't even that much of a priority. Looking at the back of the person who quickly disappeared in the doorway, Mu Qingqing sighed quietly, then walked to the window, her icy eyes looking towards the endless starry sky, and let out a murmur that was like a dreamy murmur. Jiu Tian Xian Nu Jing, husband, in the underworld are you blessing us mother and son, as long as I can avenge you, no matter what conspiracy this imperial scripture has, what karma it has, I'll take it. Husband, you are all alone in the 9 springs, no one to serve, very bitter, right? Soon, cough cough, the Jiang family. Today is the Jiang family wedding day. Early in the morning has long been bustling. At a glance, the entire Jiang family area was decorated with lights and red carpets, and the color of fire red filled every corner. Each street is even more crowded by the crowd of people. Turnaround is difficult. A little careless, pregnant is not impossible. The Han Jiang family is really something. Someone whispered a curse. No other. The reason why there are so many people flow. All because the Jiang family this big wedding. Invitations were sent to all the large and small families and clans in the Cloud State, and also specially instructed the word congratulations, especially those forces that had never had dealings with the Jiang family on a regular basis were dumbfounded when they received the invitations. Never seen such a brazen family, but although the Jiang family is only the end of the top 10 families in Yunzhou, it is not a small family that can be touched, and the Jiang family's group of old sixes still have such a bad reputation. Worried about being secretly worn shoes in retaliation, they had no choice but to bring heavy gifts to attend. At this point, Jiang Lingtian, who was the contemporary head of the family, was the one to pestle in front of the main gate and greeted the guests with a smile on his face. Thunderfire Sect Master Lei Ren and Supreme Elder Lei Lom have arrived. Vast Pavilion Master Chui Life has arrived with the Pavilion Master's wife. The Zhao family head with his youngest, Yuck, with his third wife has arrived. The Li family's oldest ancestor, Li Changmin, has arrived with his 8 flowery daughters-in-law. The 2 masters of Yihong Lu, Pei Yuhan and Fairy Bai Jia, have arrived. The blow-up gang, with Zhang Ling Tian's shout, the smile on his face grew wider as he looked at the guests with large bags. The guests were also flattered, not expecting the Zhang family head to personally act as the master of ceremonies to greet them, and there was still some doubt in their hearts. Family head, shouldn't he be the person with the highest status other than the old ancestor? But being so giving, it also made the only trace of complaint in their hearts dissipate. Only no one noticed that Zhang Ling Tian's eyes drifted into the air from time to time, flashing with a hint of worry. It's getting hot in here. Why hasn't ancestor come yet? He hasn't responded to all the messages he's sent. It's not dying in some old baby's bed, is it? This congratulatory gift has been received. Cannot return it. Chapter 48 Wedding. Mu Qingqing's arrival. Inner courtyard. Nangong Wan'er stood in front of the vanity mirror, staring shyly at herself in the mirror, dainty and unbelievable. Next to them, 4 young maids with pretty faces were changing their clothes. After the coat is removed, that usually hidden in the long skirt under the slender and delicate immortal body is undoubtedly revealed. Willow waist is full, swan neck under the skin overflowing with ice and snow like fluorescence. Even though the several personal maids had seen it countless times, their gazes couldn't help but fall on Nangong Wan'er's body, their breath catching for it. This figure, this face, which man in the world can resist such a temptation? In a short time, it had already been changed into a cape. Nangong Wan'er, who usually does not apply powder, at this moment, her pink lips lightly point rouge, her beautiful eyes are full and curved, and she is 100 times more stunning than before. Instantly, it once again made the several maids stagnate for a long time before they came back to their senses. The mind was even more secretive. What a bargain for the old man. After all, listening to Little Peach Red, the old ancestor is not a decent person, and there is an indescribable hobby in the back. A maid suddenly spoke up. Old ancestral grandmother, your side is ready. Just waiting for the old ancestor. But listening to the family head and the elders, countless messages were sent. The old ancestor never responded. Should this wedding be postponed? No, I trust him. Nangong Waner shook her head, her demeanor somewhat hazy. If he says he'll marry me today, he'll be here. The tone was full of unquestioning and longing for the wedding they were about to embark on. That's their deal. She had a feeling he was coming. Suddenly, Nangong Waner jerked her head up, her eyes lit up, her sight looking towards that sky. A smile blossomed on her delicate face, visible to the naked eye. He's coming, my Nangong Waner's husband. In the meantime, Jiang Ling Tian, who was standing at the door to welcome the guests, only felt a flash in front of his eyes as a silhouette appeared in front of him, and was instantly overjoyed when he saw the visitor clearly. Old ancestor Na, you can come back. Almost missed the time. Jiang Pingan just coldly glanced at the other party and said in an old-fashioned manner, what? I have a habit of arriving early? Jiang Ling Tian's breath stagnated, half speechless from the dislike, only daring to whisper in his mind, awesome. Your old man is awesome. It's okay to be late on weekdays, but today is your wedding day. It's also just a matter of getting in my face and bragging about how great it is. If you have the guts, you go to the old grandmothers and blow. Humph. Jiang Pingan once again glanced at this meddling family head, snorted coldly, and headed towards the inner courtyard. The moment he stepped into Nangong Waner's boudoir, instantly, his eyes went wide and he couldn't look away, projecting a fascination he'd never felt before. Beauty. It's so beautiful. Fragrant cheeks win the snow, beautiful nightmares like a painting, the delicate red lips, crystal jade-like collarbone under the light trembling. Jiang Pingan waved his hand, and the maids in the room all sensibly left, and thoughtfully closed the door. Next, in Nangong Waner's cry of surprise, her entire body had been completely embraced in Jiang Pingan's arms. Jiang Pingan lowered his head and blew a hot breath on the other's ear, speaking softly, ma'am, you're so beautiful in this outfit, I want to kiss. Nangong Waner's jade-white cheeks, swish, instantly floated a layer of flirtatious and charming pink color, looked around for a moment and stammered in a small voice, now, but there's a wedding coming up, I'm all made up, don't worry, it'll be quick. Jiang Pingan smiled faintly, living like a big bad wolf who wanted to eat a white rabbit. At those words, Nangong Waner once again looked out the door, her hands' fingers nervously twisted together, her face crimson as blood, her head hanging down to let out a barely audible sound. Well, listen to your husband. GGG. With an oozing, maniacal laugh, Jiang Pingan moved towards the other party's cheeks, kissed down. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 hours had passed. The guests had already waited a little impatiently. After all, the gift money has been paid. Always want to meet the bride and groom look, especially that Nangong Waner is still the #1 beauty of Yunzhou hundreds of years ago. It's always okay to feed your eyes. Finally, welcome the bride and groom. With a shout from the MC, Jiang Pingan slowly walked onto the stage with Nangong Waner. At those words, the crowd looked away. In a flash, the noisy wedding scene all of a sudden became a pin drop, and everyone looked like they had been hit by something hard on their souls, completely dumbfounded and even a little disoriented. The groom is just that, a little white guy, handsome and mediocre. At best, a drop more handsome than them. Ken bride, hiss, a luxurious to the extreme phoenix cape, skirt gently trailing the ground, waist tightly girded, willow waist was perfectly outlined, posture as immortal as a dream. The moment she came out, it was like an incomparably bright haze reflecting in everyone's pupils, masking all the luster in the world. So beautiful. This woman should only be found in heaven, and people don't get to hear about her that often. Is this the fairy that came out of the moon palace? Available at. Many people had ugly faces, especially Nangong Waner's former suitors, who were even more uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. How can not figure out, once to them not false to the goddess, how to willingly committed to a small white man, the marriage. They don't agree. Just then, big brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful. A greatly grinning voice resounded through the scene, interrupting the crowd's thoughts and causing Jiang Pingan to freeze. How come this too? Big Spring is also here. Then, Mu Qingcheng won't be here as well. Jiang Pingan's heart trembled with a hint of a bad premonition, vaguely seeming to smell the flavor of the shura. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Dachuan became even more excited and yelled, Big brother, as the crown prince of the Feiyu imperial dynasty, I have come here on behalf of my mother, who has asked me to bring a message to help you have a happy new marriage, grow old together, be eternally united, and give birth to a son early. When he finished, he looked around the room in a fussing manner, his meaning clear. Today, He is here to hold up the fort for his big brother. Big brother's wedding. Come or some small family. Yunjo top 5 families did not come. Not putting his big brother in his eyes is not putting him Xiao Dachuan in his eyes. Crown Prince of the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty. A few short words caused the guests to be stunned in unison, followed by a sudden change in color and an uproar. Could this be the son of the female emperor who will recognize his ancestor at the time of the change of dynasty in a month's time? I can't imagine that a Jiang family wedding, but that the empress who has never been in contact with any power has sent her congratulations. What exactly is the origin of Jiang Pingan? Just as the crowd was shocked, no one noticed that not far away, a white-clothed figure floated down. It was none other than the Feiyu Empress, Mu Qingcheng. Originally, she had no intention to come, but for some reason, she was never able to quiet her mind to participate in the 9 heavenly mysteries scripture, and her heart was so painful, as if had lost the most important thing, going out with the mindset of taking a break. I didn't expect to come to this part of the Jiang family without realizing it. Strike that, too. Just take a look at what kind of person this big sworn brother, who gave away the emperor's scriptures and made Dichun worship him, really was. Thinking of this, Mu Qingqing's divine thoughts instantly poured out, probing towards the Jiang family. Just one glance, boom, as if being bombarded by heavenly thunder, Mu Qingqing's soul exploded completely with a bang, and the blood in her entire body rushed to the top of her head like crazy. The whole person was spinning in the sky, swaying gently in the wind, and opened his lips, but realized that he could no longer make any sound. It's him! Surprisingly, it was him. Chapter 49 Marriage Certificate. Mu Qingqing's despair. Mu Qingcheng stared at the figure dead on, her pupils contracting violently as if they were being stabbed by needles. The whole thing seems to be plunged into a cold abyss, without sound, without color, without everything. In the sight, in the soul, there is only the figure that walks out as in a phantom dream. Xiao Yan. No way. How is this possible? How is he still alive? Also decorated and joyful with others, for a grand wedding. Back then, she had watched the other party being split by a palm with not even a crumb left. Even though 1,000 years had passed, even though the seas had changed and the world had been destroyed, she could not possibly recognize her mistake. After all, he had long been etched into her soul. No. Mu Qingcheng, who had always been cool and aloof, suddenly let out a scream, panicked beyond measure, as if she had seen the most terrifying scene in the world. Not him. It shouldn't be him. It could never be him. One must have been thinking about it and misreading it. He was so in love with himself that he couldn't get off of himself for a second. Day and night, ear to ear and lingering. He also drew up a marriage contract, just waiting to marry himself. How is that possible? Married another woman? No way. Take another look at. Mu Qingqing took a deep breath and with great difficulty suppressed the heartbeat that was about to go out of control, before she once again emanated her divine thoughts and looked towards the other party. And at this point, Jiang Pingan, however, frowned and looked at Xiao Dachuan with a few more hints of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that he had really guessed wrong? And Empress Mu Qingcheng had nothing to do with him at all? After thinking about it, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Did your mother really wish us to grow old together and have a son early?" Of course. Xiao Dachuan nodded heavily. Not only that, but I've been asked to bring a lot of congratulatory gifts. Oh, Jiang Pingan nodded slightly and didn't think much of it. Turning to the blackened guests below, he arched his hand and smiled. Today is my wedding day with Wan Air. I did not expect to come so many people but also with so many congratulatory gifts. Ha ha ha, it seems that my Jiang family's popularity is still quite good. When this statement was made, the guests looked different, and some even secretly skimmed their mouths. Is the Jiang family well liked? These old sixes of yours from the Jiang family are close to putting a knife to our necks, especially that midnight man butcher Jiang Ling Tian. In the middle of the night, all dressed in white, hanging around the door of our family's female relatives. Dare not come? Ugh, doggone it. Think of it as a dog bite. A hemorrhage is a hemorrhage. Anyway, this wedding is only so one time. While the crowd despised it in their hearts, Xiao Dachuan suddenly began to coax. Big brother Jiang, sister-in-law is so beautiful. It's really a match made in heaven. It's already this time. Why don't you give me a kiss? Ha ha, a kiss. Give me a kiss. The crowd was silent, and only Xiao Dachuan's lone voice echoed throughout the hall. The goddess was originally upset. Who still have the mood to coax? Seeing this, Xiao Dachuan was not happy and turned around, sweeping a circle around him and said, "What? Not giving face?" The crowd was helpless and did not dare to openly offend the emperor's son, so they could only follow suit. "Give me a kiss. give me a kiss. Zhang Pingan listened to the uproar from below, and the smile on his face became 1 point thicker as he looked down at the stunning face near him and said softly, Wan Air, look, the crowd's outcry is so high. How could Nangong Wan not understand the other party's meaning? She gently nodded her head. A layer of dainty reddish haze rose on her absolutely beautiful pretty face. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be rippling with spring waves, charming and moving, tenderly glancing at her beloved. She then raised her head slightly and shyly closed her eyes. Her body tensed up all of a sudden, and her thin, cicada-like eyelashes trembled gently, emphasizing the excitement within her at this moment. This is the first time they have been public, the first time they have manifested their love in front of the world. Boing boing. Shy individuals la. This moment of Nangong Wan Air. No longer that one person and a sword to create the old ancestral grandmother of the Han family. Living like a love affair to be married to a young girl. Seeing the other party agree, Zhang Pingan also no longer hesitate, reached out and gently cupped the other party's cheeks, his body slightly tilted down. My lady, the rest of your life please. After accompanying a deep confession, Zhang Pingan bent his head to kiss. Dash. Nangong Wanner's delicate body violently trembled, her beautiful eyes widened, and a long, soft sound came out of her mouth, smelling that familiar scent, panting and panting, delicate eyebrows quivering slightly in tension, then slowly relaxing and responding more enthusiastically. Just as the two of them were caught up in the flirtatiousness, all of this fell intact in the eyes of Mu Qingcheng, who was not far away, especially at the moment when their red lips intertwined and entwined. Mu Qingcheng's eyes were wide open. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Mu Qingcheng's face was white, her hands covered her chest, her body shook gently in the wind, and she forced herself to hold on to the willow tree on the side, so that she could barely stand. Pain! It hurts too much. I don't know how long it's been. Liars! All liars! The biggest liar in the world. Mu Qingcheng muttered, her pupils losing color, as if she had lost all her soul, like a walking corpse. Oh, why? Why is that? The person standing there to get married should clearly be me. Oh, what a bunch of bullshit about never changing your mind. It's all fake. False. What a Xiaoyan. Good one. Zhang Pingan. The moment Zhang Pingan uttered his voice, she knew. It's him. Although she didn't know why he wasn't dead or had come back from the dead. Her beating heart told her. The other person is the man who occupied his entire heart back then. Xiaoyan. You said you would marry me, but now you've turned around and married another woman. And you kissed her so deeply, so hard, as it was in the beginning, the grove we. Tick-tock, tick-tock, deadly staring at the scene of intertwined mouths and tongues, Mu Qingcheng could no longer support herself and slowly fell to her knees. Her shoulders could not stop trembling. Between the 3,000 green threads that hang down, huge teardrops break out and rustle down, and no matter how hard she tries, she can't rest. Suddenly, she thought of something and reached out her hand. And the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Sutra appeared in her hand out of nowhere. This imperial scripture. Could it be that you are giving me compensation? I don't. But just as Mu Qingcheng was about to discard this emperor's scripture, she suddenly paused. Nope, he shouldn't know my true identity. Otherwise why would he be married to De Chun? Ridiculous. A man who was a father has become a brother to his own son. And he even takes his own son to foot massages and hookahs to listen to music. But it doesn't matter anymore. Mu Qingcheng changed her mind after a little contemplation. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Even with the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Sutra, her body has long been injured in the origin. I'm afraid that her days are numbered. So why bother to recognize each other? Adding to the troubles in vain. Perhaps the result of such maybe, pretty good. Although he didn't die, the Mu family's 156 lives still needed to be repaid by the Ji family. With the 9 Heavenly Mysteries Scripture, the certainty of destroying the Ji family was 1 point greater. As for him, Mu Qingcheng's aura changed. The poignant sadness from just now was instantly gone. Completely gone. And in its place was a chilling pressure that made the entire Yunzhou tremble with supreme cold might, since he was unfaithful. Then, Mu Qingcheng's snowy hand lifted, and a perfectly preserved marriage certificate appeared out of thin air and was held in her hands as if it was a treasure. The ceremony has been completed. A good relationship has been established. And the love and affection of the couple will be honored as if they were guests. She stared dead in the face at the last 2 names that had been signed and sealed long ago. Groom, Xiaoyan. Bride, Mu Qingcheng. The marriage certificate has been finalized, representing that they are already husband and wife. Only on the eve of the upcoming wedding, they were met with a great change and separated from each other forever. Mu Qingcheng just kept staring as if she was taking one last look, and deep down in the bottom of her eyes, a deep reluctance remained. Chapter 50, Plaque and Gift. adulterous woman. For a long time, she slowly closed her eyes and stood for a long time, as if time had stood still. I don't know how long it's been. Mu Qingcheng opened her eyes again, only to see her 5 fingers close together. The void twisted for a while, sending up a layer of ripples, and when it stabilized, a bizarre vortex appeared. With trembling hands, she placed the piece of paper of marriage within it. When the vortex disappeared, Xiao Dachuan's congratulatory gift included another congratulatory gift without a sound. Since the karma is over, it's time to give it back to you. From now on, you and I are severed from each other. Mu Qingcheng looked at the Jiang family. Her red lips lightly opened and she muttered. The whole person once again resumed the previous bland coldness, bland like a dead lake, even as if it had been. At this very moment, the bustle of the wedding scene, and Mu Qingcheng's lone person on this side, scene 2, were 2 worlds. After doing this, Mu Qingcheng once again looked towards the Jiang family. Only this time, her gaze landed on Xiao Dachuan, and her gaze was instantly cold. At this time, Xiao Dachuan apparently did not notice the danger coming. The entire wedding site, only he screamed the most joyful, the loudest. The mouth is so sweet with made in heaven and have a son soon. Next, a chilling voice appeared in Xiao Dachuan's ears. De Chun, come out. I'm northwest of the Jiang family. I have something to find you. Ha, mother is here? Xiao Dachuan was overjoyed, and not caring to continue the coaxing, he ran his ass out. As soon as he was out of the gate, he could see Mu Qingcheng's figure that made heaven and earth lose color from afar, and hurriedly ran over to him and shouted, Mother, you're here. You don't know. Sister-in-law is so flow. Snap. Before the words were out of his mouth, he was met with a big, silky, incredibly smooth BB pocket. Mother, why are you hitting me? Xiao Dachuan covered the back of his head with a puzzled expression. Why do I beat you? It's you I'm hitting, you ungrateful son. Thinking about the scene of the kiss just now, Mu Qingcheng's heart hurts, especially when she sees Xiao Dachuan as the initiator. She is even more angry. With a move of her jade hand, a chicken feather blanket appeared in her hand, and without the slightest hesitation, she swung toward Xiao Dachuan, scolding as she hit. I'll let your big brother and sister-in-law. I'll make you a match made in heaven. I'll make you an early baby. I'll let you have a kiss. Kiss. Just know that kissing to kiss. Kiss your mom. Xiao Dachuan reflexively covered his face, but he also instantly discovered the blind spot and buzzed back. Mother, you talk dirty. I didn't. I heard you loud and clear. You said, kissing your mom? That's not a dirty word. I'm not smart, but I'm not stupid, either. That is. No, that's it. Sinister son. Looking for a fight. While Xiao Dachuan was ghostly crying. Boo! A deafening roar came and resounded between heaven and earth. The crowd looked in unison, only to see that a large hole had been smashed out of the roof of the Jiang family hall. A huge plaque traced a graceful curve in the air and landed firmly in the center of the hall. Adulterers and adulteresses. When they read the 4 big words on the plaque, the crowd's hearts were shaken. Good show to start. Here comes the smasher. Hey, 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 let you Jiang Pingun this little white man fool. This time red into white. Right. Very 5 plus 1 ah. Now you can eat for 6 whole days. Many people even smiled coldly in their hearts. They had already received the news from the Knight family, and were working together inside and outside, just waiting to wipe out the Jiang family today. Maybe if the Knight family's old ancestor is happy, they can even line up to taste that Nandong Waner and Han Linger's fresh. When they thought of those beauties that they normally wouldn't even dare to think about, pearly, icy pity, being pressed underneath themselves and ruthlessly ravaged, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It was only when everyone looked at the figure that slowly floated down, they were stunned in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Surprisingly, it's him, the head of the Stone family, Shikran. It shouldn't. The Shur family has always kept a low profile. Most of the clansmen have gone to the border battlefield. In the past, I did hear that there were some conflicts with the Jiang family, but it has never erupted for so many years. So why did they suddenly make a big fuss about the wedding? Why did they suddenly make a fuss about the wedding and send such a humiliating plaque? You know, it's a no-win situation. Shithead. How dare you? Today is my Qin family's big day. What is the purpose of your behavior? Zhang Ling Tian shouted angrily and flew to meet him. If it was a normal day, he would naturally frown and hide as far away as he could. But since he changed his cultivation to the mixed void skill, coupled with exhausting all his resources at all costs, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and he had already advanced to the early stage of the Supreme Realm, so he naturally wanted to touch base with the Shur family head. Humph. Following the order of my Shur family's old ancestor, a special plaque was made to present to the newlyweds. so just accept it. Sir Kalang coldly grunted and coldly said without changing his color. Originally, he still had some guilt, never understood what the old ancestral grandmother was thinking. Why must go against the Jiang family, but did not dare to disobey the orders of the old ancestral grandmother, but still privately did not take out that funeral bell. Now that he heard Jiang Ling Tian call himself by his harmonic nickname, he was naturally a little angry and felt a little less guilty. Shithead, if there was a next life, he never wanted to be named Sure again. Seek death. Jiang Ling Tian shouted once again, his gun coming out like a dragon as he attacked towards his opponent. Sure Kalang did not dodge and was about to meet the battle, but with an inadvertent glance, he saw Zhang Pingan in a groom's suit, accompanied by a sound of nationalism and a whoosh. Shikran quickly retreated, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared into the sky amidst the crowd's puzzled gazes. Although they, the Sure family, had an invincible heart, they weren't little darlings either. With that glance just now, he only felt a chill run straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his intuition told him that if he didn't leave, something horrible might happen. Moreover, he always felt that the groom's face was somewhat familiar. Looking in the direction where Sher Kalang had disappeared, Zhang Pingan was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to flee so decisively, so dryly, when he was hesitating whether he should see blood on the wedding day. Boo! In the next second, the plaque of the adulterous couple turned into pieces. Zhang Pingan's face was unusually ugly. Such a blatant provocation was simply a strange shame. After today, the Stone family will not exist. He glanced in the direction of the Sher family and said coldly, "Humph, what a Sher family, what an old grandma of the Sher family. I, Zhang Pingan, swear that today, after this day, I will definitely make you die of lust." What? As soon as these words came out, the crowd swished and looked towards Zhang Pingan in unison, unable to believe their ears. This little white boy, it seems to have an average level of culture. The corners of the Zhang family's mouth also twitched, half speechless. Ancestral training has always said that the old ancestor of the literary talent, but now look at it. Cell name and reputation of the generation. Even Nangong Wanner couldn't listen anymore and reminded in a low voice, "Husband, that's not how lust for immortality is used. It should be begging for death." "Oh, yes, it's my husband's fault for being angry and mouthy." Zhang Pingan nodded. Immediately, a sound like hell resounded throughout the hall once again. The old ancestor of the Sher family? Humph, I'll make sure you. Chapter 51 Mu Qingqing vs. Shuanshanshan. Guests, this guy doesn't seem like a decent guy. Nangong Wanner, Hanlinger, Omega, added #%UN and the Zhang family members glanced at each other, all of them reading the meaning in each other's eyes, and nodded with a tacit understanding. It seems that the great ancestor was right. The old ancestor is a scum. Put all the skill points of learning and literature in his life, all the points in picking up girls, which makes the old ancestor grandmother in the eyes of the lover, mistakenly think that the old ancestor is very talented. LOL. If there's an old man in the family, there's a LSP, uneducated. It's scary. After today's wedding, I will make sure that the Sher family disappears completely. Zhang Pingan added with conviction. But the Stone family, Nangong Wanner wanted to speak, although she was also indignant and hated to kill that old crone of the Sher family by 1,000 cuts. She knew that with the strength of the Zhang family today she could not shake the Sher family in the slightest. Nowadays, in her mind, nothing was more important than her husband's safety, and she was absolutely unwilling for him to be involved in danger. Seemingly seeing through the other party's thoughts, Zhang Pingan waved his hand and said with great bravado, "Don't worry, I'm sure." "Ha, how sure are you?" Nangong Wanner was overjoyed. She couldn't see her husband's cultivation. Could it be that this time when she went out, her husband's cultivation soared again? #9 open bar. Zhang Pingan gave an answer after a little thought. He has a great emperor experience card. Take a small Stone family naturally in no way, but everything is not absolute. In case the midway pooped his pantsit. Ha? 19 open? Nangong Wanner was dumbfounded and quickly shook her head. No, it's too risky. Can't go. The Zhang family members were also confused in the wind. You're so sure of yourself and so proud of yourself, but you only have a 10% chance of winning? There were also quite a few people who laughed continuously in their hearts, a hint of sneer appearing at the corners of their mouths. Still waiting for the wedding to be over? I'm afraid that the Knight family will soon arrive, and the day of the wedding will be the anniversary of your Zhang family's death next year. Oh, at this point, Mu Qingcheng, who was violently beating Xiao Dachuan, but her beautiful eyes were staring, a little lost in thought, Everything in the wedding scene had always been under her surveillance. The Shi family? Shui Qian? She frowned as a crone with a head full of silver hair came to mind. Even if the two of them are adulterers, it's not your turn as an outsider to tell them what to do. Looking for death. Although she had just decided to cut ties with Zhang Pingan, for some unknown reason, seeing him being humiliated by others in such a way gave birth to a nameless rage in Mu Qingqing's heart, and more exuberant, wanting urgent, outbursts. In a flash, an unsettling icy aura instantly filled the air, lowering the surrounding air by dozens of degrees. Xiao Dachuan couldn't help but shiver. Taking advantage of Mu Qingqing's lapse in concentration, he whooshed and scurried out. By the time Mu Qingqing realized it, Xiao Dachuan had long since blended into the Zhang family wedding scene again. In response, Mu Qingqing did not care. Strike that, too. Just one last thing for him. Think of it as putting an end to that illusory romance. Back in the day. The next moment, she gently turned around and looked toward the stone house in the southeast. The red lips lightly opened. The breath on his body suddenly chilled, and a cold voice rang out. Shi family Shui Qian. Even if he is no longer good, that was once. My man, will not allow you to trample on him at will? The second family of Yunzhou? Today, I'll learn a lesson. Immediately, the snow shadow shifted, and his body disappeared like a mist, leaving only a refreshing fragrance in its place. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the Shi family. Without a hint of hesitation, Mu Qingqing swung his sword down, and a brilliant to the extreme sword light crossed the sky like a meteor, carrying the sound of breaking air, and slashing straight into the Shi family's main hall. Boom! The Shi family's guardian formation was instantly activated, and a stream of light flowed, forming a huge light shield that blocked the sudden strike. What kind of person dared to attack my Shi family? Seek death. With a clear scolding sound, Shui Qian appeared in the void with an angry face. I don't know how many years it had been, but no one had ever dared to be so reckless in the Shi family. In an instant, two beautiful shadows faced each other across the air. One is as cool as a moon palace fairy, and the other is as charming as a wicked witch. Even the white moon in the sky had dimmed a few points. It's you? Mu Qingqing. And you are? Shui Qian? The two women froze at the same time, both quite surprised. Mu Qingqing didn't realize that the usual crone image was a disguise for Shui Qian, whose real identity was actually a great beauty not inferior to his own in the slightest. Highly rumpled breasts, slender waist unbearable to hold, compared to their own, and even Judea over. Ugh! Mu Qingqing. Ah! Mu Qingqing. It's not like you're competing for a man. Why are you suddenly up in arms over your figure and looks at this point in time? Mu Qingqing was stunned before she reacted, her pretty face slightly reddening. Only Shui Qian, with a slight frown on her brows, flashed a trace of incomprehension in her pupils. It was about to be time for the Feiyu imperial dynasty to change, and at this critical juncture, Mu Qingqing, this little ninny, instead of practicing properly to deal with the Ji family's accountability, even attacked the Shi family for no reason at all? Did something happen? It simply doesn't fit the logic of the other side's actions. Mu Qingqing, why did you attack the Shi family? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Unable to figure it out, Shui Qian took the lead in asking. You know in your heart what you've done. Mu Qingqing's voice was condensed and cold. Words like ice. What did I do? At this moment, Shui Qian's forehead was filled with question marks. She could never figure out where exactly she had offended the other party. Facing the other party's icy eyes, she still suppressed her anger and wanted to ask what was going on. After all, she still admired this talentless empress from the bottom of her heart, and the other party might become her own daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law. Family and all things prosper. After a pause, Shui Qian spoke again. Mu Qingqing, I can't understand. Speak more clearly and give me a reasonable explanation. If not, in response, Mu Qingqing did not utter a single word. The ice sword in her hand was raised high, bringing up a glint of dazzling sword-ons and stabbing straight towards the other party. You are unbelievable. Shui Qian's eyebrows raised in anger, and the pressure of a quasi-emperor's sixth heaven surged out instantly. What? Paramount Emperor's sixth heaven? Mu Qingqing's face suddenly changed, and under the heavy pressure, she couldn't help but transport the 9 heavenly Xianwei scripture that she had just started. Just as the two women were fighting, the wedding in the Jiang family continues. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time for the most exciting moment of all. Let's witness it together. Zhang Pingan raised his arms like a marketing guru in his previous life and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 52, The marriage letter reappears. Everyone is shocked. At those words, the guests were puzzled. This husband and wife worship are finished. only to send into the bridal chamber. What else do you need to witness together? Could it be that in front of everyone? TSK, TSK, TSK. This Jiang family, going down. We love it. I'll honor my previous promise and choose the Taoist friend with the heaviest congratulatory gift this time. And present this time's gift, the 9th grade longevity extension pill, which is enough to extend your life by 1,000 years. And I, Jiang, promise once again that every future wedding, event, the Taoist friend with the heaviest congratulatory gift will be gifted with a treasure even more precious than the 9th grade life extension pill. Jiang Pinggan's voice was not loud, but it carried an infinite penetrating power that resounded clearly in everyone's ears. Like a shocking thunderbolt, it instantly sent the wedding venue into an uproar. What? 9th grade life extension pill? Impossible, right? That can only be refined by a Dan Emperor. There are no Dan Emperors alive in the human race today. And even that peak Dan sage in the central state only accidentally refined 3 of them in his lifetime. But this Jiang Pinggan swears with conviction. It doesn't look like he's lying. Extending my life by 1,000 years. It's enough for me to advance 2 great realms again. And even breaking through to quasi-emperor is not impossible. With your qualifications, it's futile to live another 10,000 years. Whether it's true or not, we'll see in a moment. Still, there are a significant number of people who are convinced. After all, at his own wedding, Jiang Pinggan had no need to tell this lie at all. Originally thinking that it was just a gimmick, he didn't expect that the Jiang family would actually take out treasures such as the 9th grade life extension Dan in return, especially for those old men whose cultivation had reached a bottleneck and whose lifespan was not much. They even revealed a greed and desire that was hard to hide, and the blaze in their eyes was clearly visible. Seeing the murmuring crowd, Jiang Pinggan gave a wink towards the MC. Jiang Ling Tian would understand and then stepped forward, shouting, "Silence! Next, in the spirit of fairness and impartiality, let me read out the congratulatory gift lists of the great clans and sects." Cough cough cough. Jiang Ling Tian cleared his throat and continued to read from the small book in his hand. Thunder Fire Sect's congratulatory gift, 500 spirit crystals and 3 gene of red blood copper crystals. Green Cloud Sect's congratulatory gift, 3 tails of Bijou secret milk and 2 genes of returning Shin crystal. The Li family's congratulatory gift, 5 psychic flowers and 10 snow jade lotus. Fairy Pei Yuhan's congratulatory gift, Yin Yang Dao melting grass, harmony scattering. Every time one more congratulatory gift is read out, some people rejoice and some people regret, rejoicing that their own family's congratulatory gift is currently ranked number 1, regretting that they have missed a great opportunity due to their stingy ways. While the crowd's demeanor varied, Jiang Ling Tian's voice continued. Congratulatory gifts from the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty, 8-9 transformation golden pills, 30 snow dragon spirit saliva fruits, 50 pounds of star manna, and 5 tails of dragon marrow immortal liquid. Hiss. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This Feiyu Imperial Dynasty is crazy. As a giant power in the cloud state, he even took out such a heavy gift, especially the star manna and dragon marrow immortal liquid in the back, which were unattainable treasures, and he just casually sent them out as a wedding gift? This time the 9th grade life extension pill was completely out of their reach. There's another volume of congratulatory letters. Jiang Ling Tian let out a light eep, and then he picked it up with a big smile and laughed. It seems that Empress Sama of the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty attaches great importance to our old ancestor's wedding and also specially wrote a newlywed congratulatory speech. Let me read it. The first ceremony is completed. A good marriage is made. Love and affection. May we honor each other as guests. Jiang Ling Tian's face looked odd as his vocal recitation came to an abrupt end. That's when everyone heard something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be a wedding greeting, rather it seems like a marriage contract. Should not Jiang family wedding, should not need to fly Feather Emperor Dynasty female emperor adults to personally draw up the marriage certificate. Can it be that this Jiang Pinggan is the bastard son of the Empress Lord? Some people's eyes lit up and they instantly figured out the key point. Solid hammer. No wonder this female emperor's son Xiao Dachuan will be so affectionate to call the white boy his big brother. So it is originally a brother. Nangong Waner, on the other hand, suddenly seemed to have thought of something, gently biting her lips and signaling Jiang Ling Tian, continue reading. Oh, Jiang Ling Tian nodded and responded. I hereby certify the promise of a white head, written to the letter of honor, to be eternally married to a Wan, and to be allied with a duck and a butterfly. Groom, Xiao Yan. Bride, Mu Qingcheng. What? As soon as the bride's name came out, the whole wedding scene was once again in a frenzy. It's the wrong delivery, isn't it? Or are my ears hallucinating? Why do I hear that this is Empress Sama's wedding letter? You heard it right. This is the marriage certificate of the Lord Empress. According to my Conan projection, the son of the Empress is surnamed Shao, and the groom on this marriage certificate is also surnamed Shao, so there is only one truth. Ha, obvious. Then the question arises, why would such an important marriage certificate be sent to the wrong person? And also, who is Xiao Yan? He who cares who Xiao Yan is, but he was able to crush the magnificent Empress Lord under his body and gallop to his heart's content, and also brought a big green hat to the Ji family. This life is enough. Sure, keep your voice down. It's better to say less about that kind of big shots gossip. Jiang Pingan, on the other hand, had long since grabbed the marriage certificate in Zhang Ling Tian's hand, staring dead on at the familiar handwriting, his complexion changing drastically. This marriage contract is written in his own hand. At the same time, a stream of dusty dream memories surfaced in his mind one by one like a walk in the park. Mu Qingcheng crouched her head on Jiang Pingan's chest, her hands caressing the slightly bulging belly with a motherly smile. Yan, De Chun is almost 3 months old. I'm almost showing my pregnancy. When are you going to marry me in the house? Soon. You see, I have drafted a marriage certificate. Just waiting for the auspicious day. Can marry you over the door? Jiang Pingan embraced the fragrant and soft jade body in his arms, his demeanor somewhat infatuated. Yan, you are so nice. That day I believe I will be the happiest woman in this world. Mu Qingcheng murmured softly, like a dream. Well, in that case, want to reward me? Jiang Pingan's eyes became dangerous all of a sudden. Well, listen to you. Well, phew. Jiang Pingan took a deep breath and slowly awoke from his memories. It seems that Mu Qingcheng is the maiden of his dreams, and Xiao Dachuan, his biological son. At this point, Xiao Dachuan came up and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. That Jiang big brother. I don't know what's going on. I may have made a mistake. That marriage certificate is my mother's most cherished object. Please return it to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingan became rare and serious, staring at Xiao Dachuan and saying word for word, don't call me big brother, call me father. Things had come to a head. He decided to show his cards. Besides, with the Great Emperor Experience card, it was enough to deal with all crises. It's a showdown. No more pretending. I'm your father. Ha! The crowd was shocked at this statement. No way. The Empress just sent the wrong congratulatory gift. So you really stomped your nose and took yourself as Xiao Yan? Xiao Dachuan's eyes were even staring like bronze bells, his mouth wide open, looking incredulously at the good big brother in front of him who had been smiling a second before. I treat you as my own big brother and you want to be my father? As for the Jiang clan's crowd, they were shaken. A terrifying truth appeared in their minds, and they all shouted furiously in their hearts in unison. Combined with the previous case of the old ancestor taking the name of Hanli, they already have a number of things in mind. First taking the name of a girl, and then marrying their own son. It's something that only the old ancestors could do, but that's Her Majesty the Empress, an existence that was enough to level with the Ji family, the number one family in Yunzhou. Nothing more to say. Old granddaddy, awesome. Just then, a loud, rampant laugh came from outside the door. Ha ha ha, what a laugh, old man. I really can't understand the brain circuits of young people nowadays. It's just a matter of sending the wrong congratulatory gift. To think that you really think of yourself as the Empress husband. This is such a strange, unthinkable, unheard of thing. Chapter 53, The Knight Family Attacks. The show begins. The guests all of a sudden looked in unison towards the direction from which the voice came, their spirits shaken. The Knight family, here we come. Good show. Right off the bat, only a line of people were seen slowly, unhurriedly coming towards the hall. The leader is not the familiar Knight family elder, but a young man with an unimpressive appearance. Ordinary, thrown in the pile of people cannot be found that kind. Just its face of arrogance and pride. Seems to think that everything around him tainted his eyes. Who is this man? Shouldn't the Knight family's first heavenly pride of this generation be Knight Cold Snow? Why was Knight Cold Snow respectfully following behind him like a little follower at this moment? The youth at the head scanned the circle contemptuously. The corner of his mouth tugged, revealing a trace of undisguised contempt, and said indifferently with his hands behind his back, bunch of trash. I heard that my indisputable brother had been aggrieved here just in time for a special. The voice ended abruptly. It was only because a beautiful white girl suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Under the white swan neck, the towering snow mound hidden in the dress was faintly visible, and a small section of snow-white calf was exposed from under the skirt, flowing with crystal skinlight. Innocence, the ultimate innocence. In particular, the coolness was a maddening desire to conquer, causing the fairy to reveal a contrasting look of shyness and love. To know, even in that beautiful woman like clouds in the central state, he rarely stumbled upon such a superb little beauty. and with his experience, he could tell at a glance that the other party was still a virgin. Ha ha, the trip was not a mistake. Just as Night Cold Frost was about to open her mouth, she suddenly froze once again, her mouth wide open, her entire body completely frozen, staring dead on at another figure on the stage dressed in a phoenix crown and shoppy, her eyes almost glaring out, willow leaf curved eyebrows, ice skin and jade bones, delicate features, revealing a noble temperament that cannot be blasphemed, especially the body, like a ripe peach, charming and charming, charm still exists, young women, the ultimate young woman, compared to that, the white girl just now was even as dispensable as a chicken rib. Being a man of the past, he naturally knew, teenage girls, which has the scent of a young woman. Night Cold Frost's harumph was coming out, his chest rose and fell violently, and his heart let out a maddening roar. I'm going to get her. For sure, if I could crush this beauty under my body, night after night. Jia jia jia. Snap. A loud slap startled the crowd and snapped him out of his reverie. Who? Night Frost covered his reddened cheeks and growled frantically. He didn't expect a lapse of concentration to result in a sneak attack. It's me. Zhang Pingan slowly stepped down from the stage, his expression flat, unable to see any emotional color. But only he knew how heartbroken and angry he was at the moment, and all he wanted to do was to vent hard. It just so happens that the other guy knows so much and rushes to his death. After all, from Di Chun's words, from the faint body scent just now on the wedding book, it is evident that that wedding book is the most important thing that Mu Qingqing carries close to his body, and it was still warm. Obviously Mu Qingqing saw everything at the wedding and recognized herself, which was why she temporarily made the move to return the marriage certificate and break off her love. The memories that just surged out. Mu Qingqing is gentle and lovely, tender, and even more loving to himself. He dared not imagine how heartbroken the other party was. LOL. It's a sin. It was just that all of this was indeed somewhat unclear to Jiang Pingan. It can't be said that everything they experienced, in his memory, was just a dream, a hazy dream. Who would believe it? Now, it's just a matter of taking one step at a time and explaining things slowly. Little punk, looking for death. Night Cold Frost's face was hideous and incomparable. With a roar, a long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. A strong pressure enveloped the entire field, and he slashed towards Jiang Pingan in a lightning-fast manner. Even in that central state where demons were everywhere, he had never been so humiliated. In the midst of his rage, he had already struck out with all his might, wanting to overthrow this trash in front of him who had slapped himself in the face with a single blow. Old ancestor, be careful. The Jiang family members were horrified and subconsciously reminded out. This scene also caused everyone to be shocked, and those with slightly lower cultivation levels were trembling. This is supreme might. The plain-looking teenager in front of me was a junior supreme. The Night family came out of the dragon. One must know that nowadays, the number one heavenly pride of the younger generation in Yunzhou was only in the late stage of the cave ruin realm. From today onwards, I'm afraid that the Night family will no longer be the third family in the cloud state. With this teenager, it will be enough to be ranked second, and even after 10,000 years, surpassing the Ji family will not be impossible. It seemed that there was a need to adjust the family development strategy as soon as possible to please the Night family. Many people's eyes fluttered, and their hearts were silently calculating. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the most outstanding genius of my Night family for 10,000 years. No one in the younger generation of Yunzhou can stop this blade. My son, Cold Frost, has the qualifications of a great emperor. Night family head, Night Shanghai, laughed out loud, very pleased with himself. The Night family's grand elder next to him also nodded slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. Tonight, are we going to start with that Han Linger first, or Nangong Waner, or together? Jia jia jia. The Night family's grand elder's voice came to a screeching halt, his eyes glaring out. Everyone's whispering also stopped all of a sudden, and one by one, their mouths were wide open, looking at what was in front of them with disbelief. The caricatured smile of the person in question, Night Cold Frost, was also completely solidified, and upon closer inspection, his pupils became larger, and the hand holding the long knife even showed a slight tremor. How is that possible? Only Jiang Pingan stretched out two fingers and lightly clamped the long blade that carried a terrifying might, making it difficult for Night Cold Frost to move anymore. That's it? Who do you think is a loser? A calm face, the corners of his mouth floating slightly, seemingly mocking, seemingly disdainful. Next moment, humph, with a cold snort, an incomparably strong force surged out from the two fingers, crashing into the long blade in his hand with a loud bang. Boo! That supreme artifact long blade unexpectedly split apart with a loud bang, Night Cold Frost even felt that his chest was like being hit hard by a million tons of heavy hammer. His whole body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood furiously, just like a kite with broken strings, and smashed fiercely on the far wall. Boom! It took a while before he fell off the wall like a dead dog. No way! Never! Night Cold Frost's eyes were filled with panic as she let out a mournful cry. He couldn't believe it, and he couldn't accept it. He was the pride of heaven, the first demon in the entire Cloud State. Even in the Central State, he was considered a supreme genius. How could he have lost so miserably, and lost at the hands of an unknown nobody? Although he didn't know Jiang Pingan's age, he could vaguely sense from his breath that the other party was definitely not an old monster who was residing in his face, but a solid young man. Nope, someone definitely took a shot in the dark just now. Nangongwan Air. It must be the Supreme Peak Nangongwan Air. After figuring everything out, Night Cold Frost wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pointed at Nangongwaner on the stage, full of resentment. Ha ha ha, what a Nangongwaner! How dare you disregard the morals of the Jianghu and sneak attack one of my juniors in order to defend a young lover? I'll be sure to pamper you in front of your little lover boy later. Night Cold Frost once again let out a pig-killing scream. Click! Only to see that Jiang Pingan had arrived in front of him at an unknown time, and violently raised his foot, ruthlessly stepping on his left foot, hard enough to break it. Ah, you dare to touch me. I am the personal disciple of the great elder of the Prosperity Holy Land in Central State. You're dead. Ah. Jiang Pingan faced the other party's threat as if he hadn't heard it, and even popped up D on its 3 legs, and every time he popped up and then leapt down, there was the force of 10,000 pounds, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Chapter 54. What? The Knight family ancestor was seconded. Easy sanctuary? Hiss. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a hegemony in the Central State. The Holy Land was filled with experts, and the Lord of the Holy Land and the Grand Elder were even great powers above the 7th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor. No wonder the Knight family was so emboldened, daring to forcefully try to overthrow the Jiang family and dominate the two beauties in front of most of the families in Yunzhou. This is someone behind it. What's more, he didn't expect that Jiang Pingan would ignore the easy Holy Land and blatantly invalidate Night Cold Frost. Cool. The Jiang family, completely cool. Even the Ji family, the #1 family in Yunzhou, was just an ant in front of the easy Holy Land, let alone a small Jiang family. LOL. It's just a shame that I'm afraid I'll never see the money back for the congratulatory gifts I sent out today. Frost, stop. It was then that the Knight family head and the Grand Elder reacted, stunned by the scene in front of them. It happened so suddenly that they didn't even think that the Jiang family would dare to make a direct move, and it was so fast that they couldn't react. Stop. If you dare to touch a single hair on Frost again, I'll leave your Jiang family with no chickens or dogs left, and even the earthworms will be split vertically. Jiang Pingan, I've checked, there is no Jiang clan in Central State at all, much less someone like you. All of your backbone comes from Nangongwaner. You're nothing but a little white boy raised by her. Quickly tie your hands and surrender. I can keep your whole body. A cold to the extreme killing chance flashed through the depths of the Grand Elder's pupils. Night Cold Frost was at Jiang Pingan's feet. Such a long distance. He did not have full certainty of a fatal blow, and was a bit of a throwback. Just then, a ripple rippled in the void, and an old voice resounded throughout the room. Humph, withhold me around. Who dares to touch my Knight family's unicorn child? Seek death. An immortal old man descended from the air while manifesting a giant fist shadow towards Jiang Pingan. The speed was as fast as lightning. Ha ha ha, my Knight family's old ancestor is here. This wave is stable. Yes, the old ancestor has finally broken through to the peak of the Sage Realm. A tiny little white boy is just a little white boy that can be crushed with his hands. Knight Shanghai and the Grand Elder were overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down to greet them. Just the next second, their jaws dropped and their entire body froze in disbelief. The Night Cold Snow in the back even pinched her thighs vigorously, somewhat doubting that she was dreaming. Boom! Only to see the invincible old ancestor of the Knight family in their minds fly out backwards at a speed 100 times that of the previous time, completely disappearing into the sky without a trace like a cannonball. Ha! What's the situation? The old ancestor comes out. The old ancestor strikes. Old ancestor gets a second. No way. Illusion. It's all an illusion. It wasn't just the Knight family. Everyone present subconsciously rubbed their eyes and double-checked. That was a Knight family ancestor at the peak of the Sage Realm. A lifetime of crisscrossing the Cloud State. Unrivaled at the same level. Just punched away by a young man? The world is crazy. Harpies. How dare you? While the crowd was in a state of shock, the Knight family ancestor flew back again. Only at this moment he was a bit wretched and no longer had the appearance of the immortal wind and Taoism just now. The Knight family ancestor coldly stared at Jiang Pingan and said, "Humph, surprisingly, you were able to block a casual strike from Lao Fu and rebound all of Lao Fu's power, so you must be relying on a treasure on your body, right? This kind of counterattack treasure should be your bottom card, and it can only take effect once. It can't scare me, kid, your good luck ends here. I'm going to break you into pieces before I can relieve my heart's hatred." When these words came out, the crowd reacted. So it is. This Jiang Pingan was strong on the outside and only relied on disposable treasures which barely repelled the Knight family ancestor. So that would make sense. Phew. The Knight family's crowd also let out a long sigh of relief. Scared the shit out of them. Thought that this Jiang Pingan was a hidden big brother and that the old ancestor had been seconded. Old ancestor, quickly help me waste him. I want to cut him alive one by one. Seeing the return of the old ancestor, the Knight Cold Frost on the ground immediately gained strength and pointed at Jiang Pingan with a fierce face. Upon hearing this, the Knight family's oldest ancestor smiled faintly. A trivial matter. Wait for me to take him down right here. The words fell. The pressure of the peak of the Saint Realm was instantly in full force, completely enveloping this Jiang family. This time, he will not hold back. Seeing this, the Jiang family members frowned and subconsciously were about to protect the crowd in front of them and bail out alone. Especially that Jiang Mimi, who had never been injured in 800 years, had one heel already stepped on the threshold of the gate. But then he saw the motionless old ancestor Jiang Pingan and Nangong Waner, and only then did he react. This is the Jiang family. The old ancestors are still around. The people of the Jiang family hurriedly flew to Jiang Pingan's body, making a gesture to meet the enemy, and Jiang Lingtian even asked in a small voice with a worried look on his face, "Old ancestor, how many degrees of strength between you and this Knight family ancestor?" 2 by 8. Jiang Pingan spoke slowly, giving an unpromising answer. "Ha, that low?" The Jiang family's crowd looked deathly pale. Even with the addition of the old ancestor grandmother who had just broken through to the early stage of the Sage Realm, she would never be a match for this Knight family's old ancestor. Done. The Jiang family is considered completely finished. Alas, it's just that, after a lifetime of living, let's lay down our lives to accompany our old ancestors and die with a bang. 2 breaths, kill him 8 times. Jiang Pingan added another sentence. The same as the peak of the Saint Realm. He not only cultivates the Emperor's scripture mixed void knowledge, but also has just realized the immortal Emperor level technique Tahua self-existence immortal scripture. If you can't do the same level of invincibility, you really have to look for a piece of bean curd headbutt to death. Anyway, in a word, beheading a powerhouse of the same rank is like killing a Kuan. What? The Jiang family members were once again stunned, followed by great joy. So it's such a by 80. Next time don't speak so loudly, okay? Almost scared the baby to death. They are convinced. Although the old ancestor was sometimes not very reliable, it was impossible to lie to them at this critical moment. There was no doubt that the old ancestor was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Ha ha ha, arrogance. This is truly the funniest joke I've heard in my life. The Knight family's old ancestor laughed up to the sky. Even some of the guests down below puffed and laughed, looking contemptuous. This trash who relied on treasures had no idea what the peak of the Saint Realm was. When the Knight family's oldest ancestor was crisscrossing the cloud state, I'm afraid that his grandparents were still breastfeeding. Humph, old thing, times have changed. Jiang Pingan didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore, and directly swung out a fist, and behind him, a mysterious vision unexpectedly emerged. This was the first time he had ever performed the Tathagata self-realization immortal scripture. Boom! At this moment, the entire void trembled. No, no way. This is Immortal King proceeding to the 9 heavens. No. The Knight family's old ancestor suddenly looked as if he was having a seizure, pointing at that rear vision as if he was seeing the most unbelievable thing under the sky. His entire body's aura erupted and he even burned his origin as he tried to escape. Unfortunately, the chi was completely locked, the void was blocked, and it was impossible to even move under this mysterious vision. Not. In the last moments of his life, he let out an unwilling roar, and his divine soul was destroyed. Quiet. In the entire Jiang family, there was a silence, completely holding their breath. Jesus, what did they see? The peak of the Sage Realm, the Knight family's ancestor, was seconded in a single move? This Jiang Pingan, could it be that he's really dressed up as some unearthly old monster? Knight Cold Frost was even more directly scared to pee, his eyes full of panic, trembling. Don't kill me, my master is the great elder of the Easy Holy Land. Pust. Jiang Pingan then slapped it into a bloody mist. Humph. Not to mention the Grand Elder. Even if the Holy Lord of the Easy Holy Land personally came, you'd still have to die. Bang, bang, bang. After that, he slapped the remaining Knight family members to death. After being so messed up by Mu Qingcheng's marriage certificate, he was no longer interested in beeping with them more. Just, a Knight family is clearly not enough. He was on fire and in desperate need of venting. And, the Stone family. Zhang Pingan stood with his arms folded, staring into the distance, his eyes filled with a cold color. The Stone family. I'm coming. Today. After today. There is no need for the Stone family to exist. Chapter 55, The Stone Family. Reunited with Xue Qianxian. HM. Adulterous couple? I don't know that trouble comes out of the mouth. You have messed with the wrong people, provoked my anger, and it's time for you to take the heat off of me. Ling Tian. Bring a few clansmen with me to go forward to the Shi family to quack and kill indiscriminately. I'll be in charge of the indiscriminate killing. You guys will be in charge of the quacking. Mimi. Lei. This side you temporarily preside over it. Don't worry, it won't take much time. I'll be quick. Zhang Pingan's voice was like thunder, and he arranged everything with a calm face. Zhang Ling Tian was overjoyed at his words. Sure enough, he was the old ancestor's favorite cub. This kind of extermination matter, by oneself, is responsible for cleaning up the aftermath of the battlefield. The oil water is greatly have awe, coupled with the mixed void knowledge. It won't be long before the cultivation will skyrocket, become a talker, marry a white rich beauty, and storm, on the peak of life. GGG. Just as Zhang Pingan was about to take off into the air, Nangong Waner suddenly pulled on his arm, her stunningly beautiful cheeks covered in worry. Husband, that your family crone Xue Qianxian is most likely a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Trust me. Zhang Pingan stroked the other party's hair with a doting face. A mere quasi-emperor of the district, or a great emperor, would have to die today. Xue Qianxian he is sure to eat. Jesus cannot stay. He Zhang Pingan said. Then he lowered his head and came to Nangong Waner's ear, whispering, don't worry about it. Wash up at night and wait for me on the bed. Feeling the hot air that came to her face, Nangong Waner's pretty face reddened and gave a cry. Aha! I'll wait for you. The voice was soft and delicate, and a flirtatious pink color floated on her jade-white face. As a wife, she naturally supports her husband in a million ways in any decision he makes. It's just that, she can't afford to lose her husband again. But, Nangong Waner's heart grew stronger. If something happens to your husband, just go with him. Then I'll leave first. Wait for my good news. I'll definitely take out this bad anger for you. This bad anger that has been pressed in my heart for hundreds of years. After saying that, Zhang Pingan no longer hesitated and took Zhang Lingtian and the others up into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. And at this point, the scene still showed a deathly silence. Everyone tilted their heads high, looking at Zhang Pingan's disappearing back in the void for a long time. Some people were even struck by lightning, their whole bodies shaking violently, their faces without a trace of blood color under the extreme shock. The cloud state has changed. There's going to be a big shuffle. The third family, Knight family, was destroyed as iron plate. Look at the other side of the chest. Look, Stone family, I'm afraid it's hard to escape this disaster. If the Ji family and Mu Qingchun lose both, then, the Zhang family had unexpectedly jumped to become the #1 family in Yunzhou. Holy shit, the winds are changing. The world is changing. Even if they had offended the Easy Sacred Land, before the Easy Sacred Land made its move, they could never afford to offend the great god of the Zhang family. Thinking this way, many people sat back and began to reflect on it constantly. Did you offend these old sixes of the Zhang family somewhere? Did you not send a heavy enough congratulatory gift this time? Xiao Dachuan also opened his mouth wide and did not react for a long time. That big brother Zhang who wants to be his father, is so strong? 1 strike seconds at the peak of the sage realm? I do not know who is stronger between Zhang big brother and mother. If Zhang big brother uses force, mother, what should be done? By the way, brother Zhang's favorite. Widow. I'm dying. What am I going to do then? Each to his own? I call you dad, and you address me as brother Xiao? Moreover, in a month's time, it will be the time of changing the dynasty and recognizing my ancestors. Whether I change my name to Xiao Dechun, or Zhang Dechun, Xiao Dachuan was in deep thought. It was at this moment that a loud cry interrupted his musings. I Frying Sky Gang Master Xia Dongmei once again deeply apologize. The previous congratulatory gift a moment of negligence to send the wrong. In the next to send is not a wall calendar. Rather, 7-colored immortal gold hardware, 10 pounds of Tai true water, and yin and yang precious liquid. Boom! This statement instantly opened everyone's mind, and for a while it was once again lively. The Stone family. Humph, that Mu Qingcheng is really strange. Inexplicably running to fight and inexplicably running away. Could it be that her great aunt is here? Causing me to sweat. Xue Qianshan lazily lay on the ice chair, her charming eyes lightly knitted. With that, he shook his head and looked towards the door as a flinty. bone-chilling voice came out of the room. Oh little shitball, have the things been sent to the Jiang family yet? The corner of Shi Kalang's mouth twitched, kneeling outside the door half unable to speak. This old grandma is good everywhere. Just love to make fun of him this name. After weighing the wording, this was respectfully returned. Back to old ancestral grandmother. The congratulatory gifts have been delivered. Hee that adulterous couple's faces must have been crooked with anger. Isn't it wonderful? In my life, I can't stand people like that who act like bitches. Inside the room, Shui Qianqian seems to have thought of something funny, laughing and trembling, the plumpness under the snowy clothes trembling and jumping endlessly. It's just a pity that no one can feast their eyes on it. I didn't dare to look at it much, and Grandma Laozu, I noticed something very strange, that the groom's face looks a bit like Laozu's. What's so strange about that? There are so many people in the world. It's not a big deal if they just look alike. But, Shi Kalang was about to speak when he suddenly looked toward the void and his face changed drastically. Boom! A shocking sword chi arrived out of nowhere, easily splitting the entire Shi family gate in two. Shui Qianqian, get your ass out here. Zhang Pingan stood in the void, his faint voice resounding in everyone's ears. What a man! Looking for death. Shi Kalang became furious and leapt up with his long sword in hand. At the same time, the rest of the Shi clan were all like enemies, rising up in the air to confront Zhang Pingan's group. Only, the Stone family walks the invincible killing road. Most of the clan members in the border battlefield to cut down the demons. The remaining clan members in addition to the highest generation of Shui Qianqian. The other to Shi Kalang as the honor. The cultivation is not really high. Zhang Pingan frowned and did not find the figure of the suspected old crone Shui Qianqian. Then his divine mind spread out and instantly found a room in the innermost part of the room as brilliant as the great sun-like fluctuation of spiritual energy. So strong, but so what? Brother has to hang. If you don't come out, then I'm going in. Zhang Pingan snorted coldly, and with a sway of his figure, he flew towards the room. Seeing this scene, Shi Klang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Although he didn't know why old ancestral grandmother hadn't made a decisive move. This little white boy dared to enter old ancestral grandmother's boudoir, so naturally he was dead. That's a forbidden place, no man has ever set foot in it, except for the old ancestor who hiccuped long ago. Will he be slapped to death, or skinned and boned, or spurned to death? Why do I associate the word exhaustion with it? Shi Kalang shook his head to drive away the trace of alienation within his heart, and then he coldly glanced at Zhang Lingtian on the opposite side of the room. If you dare to trespass in the boudoir of the old grandma, the Jiang family will be removed from the list as of today. Seeing that Shi Kalang didn't make an immediate move, Zhang Lingtian was happy to do so. The enemy doesn't move. I don't move. Anyway, he was just coming over to beat the bushes and act as a battlefield observer, shouting for his old ancestor in the meantime. The Shi family is surnamed Jiang from today. Both sets of people were confident in their old ancestors, waiting for the battle between the two that would truly determine the winner. It's just a shame. The outside of the room was covered with guarding soundproofing and other formations, so with their cultivation they couldn't even peek into the slightest, and could only wait quietly. Inside Shui Qianqian's boudoir, in the moment that Zhang Pingan uttered his voice, Shui Qianqian, who was supposed to make a move, was as if she had been bombarded by heavenly thunder, and all of a sudden she was fixed there. The voice fluttered and drifted through her mind and soul like a magic spell. How is that possible? It's his voice. Am I overthinking and hallucinating? But when she looked through the formation to the direction of the source of the sound in the void, she once again trembled, completely petrified on the spot. It's him. The figure had long been etched into the marrow of her bones, and there was no way she could be mistaken. He was such a rakish man, so distinct, so out of place, with that sparse scruff. Those lustful eyes. Can't go wrong. Chapter 56, Sexy Wildcats. Cheer for the granddaddy. But, that's not possible. How could her husband be resurrected and return again when she buried him herself? It was a cold winter, when it was still a mortal town, and the husband, in order to buy himself a New Year's gift, met a little girl selling dynamite, and then, was blown to pieces. And at that moment, Zhang Pingan also barged in. Off the cuff. Gulp. Zhang Pingan swallowed heavily, his eyes glazed over for fear of missing a single detail. So big, so white. Instead of the imagined white-haired crone, there was a large, petite beauty, a head of silver hair. Instead of emphasizing the old age, there was more than a hint of a different kind of charm. The water mist on the petite body seems to have just finished bathing. A layer of thin as cicada wing light veil draped over the body. hot delicate body hidden, dye eyebrows such as fog, charming eyes fluttering, every inch of skin on the body, are exuding enough to make all men in the world are difficult to resist the temptation. But what makes Jiang Pingan puzzled is that the other party not only did not scream, a pair of soul-stirring eyes instead stared at himself, eyes also filled with teardrops, gently moving lotus steps, slowly walking towards himself. What the hell? Throw yourself at me? I, Jiang Pingan, am not the kind of person. With a gulp, he gulped again. Ha, it's not right. Why is there a sense of déjà vu? Jiang Pingan was shocked. His pupils suddenly shrunk. This cannot be. And so on. Come a little closer. I'll take another look. When the other cicatrices close, smelling the familiar fragrant fragrance. Boom! Jiang Pingan's mind shook violently, and a wave of memories hidden deep in his soul surfaced one by one. Memory! A sneaky figure tiptoed behind himself. Slender jade hand holding a black ribbon blindfolded his eyes. Exhaled like orchids. Susu brushed on Jiang Pingan's cheeks. Pinched voice pouting. Boulder, guess who I am? My sexy little wildcat. Of course. Jiang Pingan backhanded the other party and pulled them into his arms. Humph. It's no fun to guess every time. How do you know it's not those maids? That's because the body sent on your mother's body. I can't get enough of it for the rest of my life. Really? Shui Qianqian's moon brows lightly curved, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. The stealing joy in her heart simply could not be hidden. Spinning the black ribbon over her beautiful eyes, she raised her hand to Jiang Pingan and said, He, my turn. Ugh, why do you always like to be blindfolded? Jiang Pingan was somewhat helpless. I just love being blindfolded, not being able to see, not being able to touch, a feeling of helplessness at your mercy, being touched, just, hello say oh ah, humph. It's all because of you. GGG my lady, don't turn around. The memories seem long, but in actuality they are a moment. Jiang Pingan came back to his senses, looking unbelievably at the jade body close at hand, and blurted out, Are you a little wildcat? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hearing this long-lost and familiar name, Shui Qianqian trembled, and huge tears broke out, completely blurring her vision. No matter how hard she tried, she could not suppress them. Little wildcat. It's a nickname unique to the couple. I never thought that in my lifetime I would be able to hear my husband standing in front of me once more, calling out this name that was sealed in the depths of my memory. Shui Qianqian just stared at each other in a daze. All the luster in her beautiful eyes turned into a cloudy haze. Her red lips gently opened, sending out dreamy murmurs. How? It's me. Jiang Pingan nodded heavily, gently wiping the teardrops from the other's face. Boing boing. Tears once again came out of her eyes uncontrollably. Shui Qianqian cupped Jiang Pingan's face with both hands and rubbed it, moving gently as if touching a rare treasure. She murmured softly as her eyes were misty and she was trembling. The real is you. Next moment, Shui Qianqian directly pounced on Jiang Pingan's body, buried her head deeply, and her arms were tightly encircling the other party, lest once she let go, the other party would disappear again in her world. It's him. It was a scent that she would never forget. Finally, held him again. At this moment, Shui Qianqian she didn't want to say another word, didn't want to ask why the other party was resurrected. She only knew, it's him, to be able to hold him, to feel his warmth, his scent, sufficient, and I don't know how long it was. In Jiang Pingan's puzzled gaze, Shui Qianqian pushed away the other party and stretched out her slender jade hand to slowly pull down the hairpin on her head. Shasta, a mesmerizing fragrance came to her nose, and 3,000 silver strands poured down, falling on the perfect curves that made people go crazy. And that's not all. That white, soft razor, once again flicked, and the light veil on her body fluttered and slipped off. Shui Qianqian's perfect body, which had not been exposed for thousands of years, was so completely and uncovered in front of Jiang Pingan's eyes. Hiss! Jiang Pingan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Which Jedi siren? Which cadre can stand such a test? In Jiang Pingan's stagnant gaze, Shui Qianqian's entire delicate body tightly leaned up, her jade arm gently lifted up and gathered around his neck, and her incredibly beautiful red lips emitted the sound of Miaoli's immortal voice. Husband. Hashtag $% at percent hashtag. Boom. Jiang Pingan's soul completely exploded all of a sudden. A long goodbye and a forgotten kiss up. Meanwhile, the two waves outside were still waiting quietly. At first, no one was in a hurry. Instead, they all nodded their heads in unison, thinking darkly, worthy of being a quasi-emperor level battle, controlling the spiritual energy so exquisitely. And now that it was a life and death battle, he was able to compress the ripples into a small room. It was simply worshipping. Unlike them, A great battle at the district's supreme realm could turn the sky upside down, shake the earth, and tear the void apart if they weren't paying attention. Quasi-Emperor, terrifying as it is, the battle between real great powers is so back to basics and silent awe. As time went on, though, some people started to think something was wrong. That's not right. It's been 3 hours. Haven't the old ancestor and the others divided the winners and losers yet? Someone asked in a low voice. Humph, what the hell do you know? That's a quasi-emperor, a realm that you can't even think of in your lifetime. Is it something that we can imagine? Besides, there's a high-level formation shroud. We can't see or hear it. There's no use in being anxious. Let's wait a little longer. Zhang Lingtian glanced at the other party. But it's been too long. No one has come out yet. That means it's evenly matched. We can't help much out there. Should we give the old ancestor a boost? A boost? And raise the momentum? A big smart eye roll came up with the perfect idea. Right. Zhang Lingtian slapped his hand on his thigh. Why didn't I think of that? Quickly, everyone, let's all shout and cheer for the old ancestor. I believe the battle will be won soon. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Lingtian rallied all of his clansmen and started shouting together. Come on, old man. Come on, old man. Come on. I'll take the test. The Shi family looked at it and said, how can this work? They were outnumbered, so how could they weaken their momentum? As a result, the deafening sound echoed continuously above the stone house, creating a beautiful picture. Come on, old man. Go for it. Go, old Grandma Joe. Go for it. Come on, old man. Go for it. Chapter 57, The Tormented Waiting of the Two Shikrams. Inside the room, Zhang Pingan instantly became furious. I'm a nympho. What ungrateful children and grandchildren. Especially the one who shouted the most forcefully, Zhang Lingtian. I damn if I don't get you dead today. I am not your old ancestor. No way. I'm going to kill you right now. Zhang Pingan leaped and was about to go out. At this moment, Xue Qianshan also opened her eyes, her pupils flooded with a misty watery fog, glancing faintly at Shi Kelang and the others outside the room, a hint of unkindness flashing by. Disturbing your husband is punishable. Seeing that Zhang Pingan was about to go out, Xue Qianshan was anxious. A pair of jade arms gently hugged each other, watery eyes dense pouting. Don't! Hearing this like a witch's charming chants and smelling the hot and wet Xuelan breath, Zhang Pingan's bones instantly softened. Go to ungrateful children and grandchildren. When can't lessons be taught? Now. Accompanying the mother is the most important. Husband, lean over. I still have a lot of things in my heart that I want to tell you. Outside. Family master. I can't. My voice is almost muffled. Why hasn't the old ancestor finished yet? A Jiang family follower panted. As the family heads close confidants, they had come to draw oil, but they ended up being exhausted before they could even start to make a profit. It's a power job. This cheering, Zhang Lingtian was a bit dissatisfied. Humph, the might of a quasi-emperor is unimaginable. Billions of lives fall for him in a single fit of rage. Can't it be that simple to separate the winners from the losers? Wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, the crowd had no choice but to continue waiting. Suddenly, the summoning talisman on Zhang Lingtian's body dripped, and just as he pulled it out, he heard a roar from Zhang Mimi from inside. Zhang Lingtian, you bastard, follow the old ancestor out. All the damn 3 hours. See, all evening, the old ancestor grandma are washed Shangxiang cave waiting for the old ancestor it. You people? The sound was so loud that it made Shikram and the others look sideways. Back to the great ancestor. It should be soon, I promise. There will be absolutely no delay in the night of the cave. The old ancestor's side of the battle is in full swing. Zhang Lingtian said with careful deliberation. What? The battle is raging? That old thing is that strong? Zhang Mimi's voice was a bit shocked. Obviously he also didn't expect the old ancestor who had easily killed the Knight family's old ancestor with a single strike to be entangled with the Shi family's old ancestor for so long. Yes, quite strong. The battle of the quasi-emperors, terrifying as it is. You a monkey steals the peach. A black tiger pulls out the heart. And then another one. Zhang Lingtian looked down at the room below and whispered to himself as if he were there. In the face of the extremely careful and violent-tempered great ancestor, he couldn't say that he hadn't seen anything. Wouldn't he then have to receive another violent beating? What nonsense! Zhang Mimi's voice in the transmission note was a bit impatient. Whirling around, he asked, you guys didn't kill anyone, did you? We're not out. And I'm guessing people are getting killed quickly on the old ancestral side. Good. Then I'll report back to Mother and wait for the good news of the cave. Looking at the transmission note that had no more news, Zhang Lingtian smiled faintly. Accomplished. Cut. Although he wasn't sure why the old ancestor was slow to take the other side, he understood the old ancestor. With the old ancestor's degree of lust, There is no woman in the night, and the night of the wedding is absolutely not to be missed. How could the old ancestor waste his good time on the stone crone? Wait, it should be zooming out soon. It was a night of waiting. Early the next morning. It's not right. It's not right. It shouldn't be. Zhang Lingtian's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red as he paced back and forth, his mouth chattering. He didn't even dare to open the summoning talisman in his bosom. It wasn't just him, Shikram and the others were also fidgeting. It's been a day and a night. There is still no sound coming from the room, which is really worrying. Could it be the same? No, no, no. The thought was dismissed as soon as it occurred. If something happened to the old ancestral grandmother, then this spell formation that sustained the entire room would have gone up in smoke in an instant. But now, the spell formation is intact, and there is only an occasional violent vibration coming from it. Clearly, the old grandma had the upper hand. It's even getting to the point where it's about to be a matter of life and death. Shi Kelang was instantly delighted. Looking at Zhang Lingtian who was still walking back and forth in front of him, he couldn't help but open his mouth to taunt. Last night was your Zhang family's old ancestral grandmother's wedding night. Right, but in the blink of an eye it became an eternal goodbye. Alas, poor Yo became a widow again. Hearing such a sneer, how could Zhang Lingtian endure it and immediately hit back? It's not certain who the dear will die. Our old grandma is a fake widow, and that old grandma of yours is the real widow. Spreading a waste old ancestor, hiccuping early, letting her daughter-in-law be a widow for thousands of years, turning from a wonderful young girl into a dying old crone. Yuck! Waste! False widow? Then Jiang Pingan is your real old ancestor? Shi Kelang froze and instantly understood the other party's meaning, but then his face was incomparably gloomy and his chest rose and fell violently, clearly angry to the extreme. Deadly staring at Zhang Lingtian, his entire body's fierce aura rushed to the sky as he said word by word, Zhang Lingtian, you dare to insult my Shi family's old ancestor? As a descendant of the Shi family, I always remember that the first family motto is to respect the old ancestors. Every year on the anniversary of the old ancestor's death, no matter where they are, all the descendants of the Shi family must go to the ancestral shrine to pay their respects. To put it politely, the old ancestors have become their spiritual beliefs. Lao Tzu moved mountains. Lao Tzu reclaimed the sea. Lao Tzu crouched down and tasted gall. Lao Tzu took 7 steps to become a poem. Lao Tzu Yaman shot a spear. Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu. All of them have long been engraved deeply in the souls of their descendants. How can we allow others to be insulted? What's wrong with my insults? Bah! Even if the old ancestor of the Shi family came to life and stood in front of me, I would still slap him to death. Zhang Lingtian stretched his neck and cursed. He wasn't afraid. Their Zhang family hadn't suffered much over the years, especially since old ancestral grandmother was pissed off and bedridden for half a month because of the statue in the first place. Now that the Shi family has sent out the adulterous plaque to cause havoc at the Zhang family's wedding, a few curses are light. And anyway, the Shi family will be completely non-existent later on. Moreover, since practicing the mixed void skill, coupled with not sparing any resources, his cultivation had skyrocketed. And in just 3 months he had already risen from the cave ruin realm to the early stage of the supreme realm, and was only 2 realms away from Shikram's late stage of the supreme realm, so it was not impossible to have a fight. It also showed the world that their Zhang family was no longer the old 6th family. You seek death. Shi Kelang was furious and leapt up, pouncing on his opponent like a hungry wolf that had lost its mind. An extremely terrifying power surged out from his body, and wherever the fist light went, space was roughly sliced through, bringing up an ear-piercing and incomparable spatial tearing sound. Next, Zhang Lingtian's figure flickered, directly causing Shi Kelang, who had thought that he was a sure thing, to pounce. At the same time, a mysterious and unpredictable force of the void appeared, causing Shikram's movements to slow down by a few points, as if he was stuck in a muddy mess. No way! Shikram jerked his head up with a shocked expression. You're in the supreme realm? Also, this isn't your Zhang family's technique at all? Hey, shithead! Times have changed. Zhang Lingtian smiled smugly. It's just some speculative and crooked ways. Shi Kelang took a deep breath and ran the aura in his body to its limit. Even his bones made a subtle popping sound as he let out a deafening roar. Reckless Overlord Fist. Chapter 58. 3 days later, Nangong Wan arrives. With that, he once again rushed towards Zhang Lingtian, vowing to kill this outspoken fellow with a single blow. But as the battle progressed, Shikram was getting more and more alarmed. The other party's technique was mysterious and unpredictable. Not only could it distort space, but it could also utilize the power of the void to fight against each other. His own fists forever striking the endless void, unable to touch the other party in the slightest. Although the other party couldn't hurt himself either. but he was 2 small realms higher than Zhang Ling Tian. What kind of rank was this technique? If one Sure family possessed this kind of spatial technique, together with the family heirloom Savage Overlord Fist, wouldn't they truly be invincible at the same level? Zhang Ling Tian was even more secretly bitter. Originally thought that he could cross the stage and fight. Who knows that this Sure Kelang physical body is really terrifying. Their own attacks can only give each other scratching. The first glimpse of the doorway of the mixed void know-how can only due to self-preservation. Spatial bound instantly by the other side to break open. As for the banishment, but also cannot do it. The other team has missed countless times, and he's hiccuped when he's missed once. I'm dying, old ancestor. Why don't you come out yet? It's going to kill someone. While the two fought against each other, time passed unconsciously. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day. Squeak! The door to the room opened. The two people fighting each other in the upper air stopped fighting at once, and the first time they looked at the door of the room, their expressions were grave. This who came out can be related to the survival of both families. I only saw Jiang Pingan limping and walking out slowly. LOL. This little waif. The corners of Jiang Pingan's mouth twitched. I'm not afraid of a young girl being 18 years old, but I'm afraid of a young woman being 3,000 years old. A strong youth makes a strong nation. It's been so long. What should I tell Wan Air? Jiang Pingan was a little guilty. Old ancestor Zhang Lingtian was almost ready to cry out, and his voice startled Jiang Pingan again. Even though he had more confidence in his old ancestor, it had been 3 days, so it was inevitable that he was a little worried. Now that he saw that the old ancestor had returned safely, it was a long relief. I just did not expect that the Stone family crone is so strong. Even let the old ancestor deflate into this. But the good thing is that the result is good. Completely take down the other party. The remaining Sure family members were all just dirt in front of the old ancestor. Clunk! Shikram fell straight down from the air. But he was oblivious to this. A pair of blood-filled pupils staring deathly at the door of the room. His face as white as death. No way. How can old grandma lose? Although he wasn't sure of old ancestral grandmother's true cultivation either. That quasi-emperor 6th heavenly peak G-clan ancestor would definitely not be old ancestral grandmother's opponent. How could this kind of supreme cultivation lose to a little white boy? The sky is falling. Shurjia. Done. It was all his own fault. He should have informed all the elders and old ancestors who were still in the borderland battlefield. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to those Sure clan members on the border wilderness battlefield when they heard this bolt from the blue. Even if the Zhang family is destroyed, but the old grandma has long since been buried. What's the use? No. Nope. Sure Klang suddenly noticed the abnormality, and a surge of hope surged in his heart once again. Phalanx. Still available. Old Grandma Zhu is still alive. Just as he took out his summoning talisman to notify the borderland battlefield clansmen, a fluffy, bone-chilling voice came out of the room. Humph. Old patty dish. Ready to run away now? Before the words fell, a flavorful figure walked out of the room with slow steps. Xue Qianqian's eyebrows contained spring. The corners of her mouth contained a smile. A pair of soul-stirring beautiful eyes just stared straight at Jiang Pingan. It seemed that how could she not see enough? Ha! What is this? Zhang Lingtian was greatly shocked, his mouth wide open, incredulously looking at this incomprehensible everything. Didn't old ancestor fight with the old crone of the Stone family? How did such a big, petite beauty come out of the room? So I'm out there beating the living daylights out of you, and you're in there. You're having a good time? No wonder it took 3 days. Ugh. LSP. Zhang Lingtian secretly slandered in his heart. Ungrateful children and grandchildren. Greetings to the old ancestral grandmother. At this moment, Sure Kelang directly kneeled down in front of Xue Qianqian, crying with joy. No matter what, old Grandma Zhu is still alive. Just fine. Ha, Grandma? This scourge of the world. This beauty is Xue Qianqian? Zhang Lingtian froze once more, his brain almost going down. A horrible thought popped into his head. Murphy. Hiss. The old man is really. It's so shameless. How to leave seeds everywhere. If it was really as he expected, then this time he was afraid that his hands would be empty and he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. At this point, Xue Qianqian stepped forward, tightly wrapped Jiang Pingan's arm. The whole body leaned up, the moon eyebrow lightly curved, light smile, a slight change of expression, so that her already seductive jade face charming, beautiful eyes narrowed and said, "Oh little turd, in the future you won't have to struggle with the name Shikran. What do you think about changing your last name to Jiang?" What? Sure Klang shuddered and jerked his head up, as if he couldn't believe that this was coming from the mouth of his old ancestral grandmother. Sure enough, Zhang Lingtian sighed in his heart. Oh, dear. Looks like it's family. Another wasted trip. Just then, Zhang Lingtian's summoning talisman was suddenly ticking again. so he hurriedly ran to the side, only to hear Jiang Mimi's roar once again. Ling Tian, you brat, you've gotten better. You don't even have the guts to reply to my messages. Tell me, how is the situation over there? We wanted to go there, but my mother stopped us, saying that we should trust father and wait for him in the cave. And that old Bai Dang still hasn't taken down that Sher family's old ancestor? Jiang Ling Tian stammered, glancing at Jiang Pingan and then at the little petite wife like Shui Qianqian before he whispered back, should take it. And the old ancestors didn't delay, entering the bridal chamber. I'll take the test. What kind of riddle are you playing? You brat, speak clearly. Another growl came from the opposite side of the transmission note. A clamor ensued over there before Jiang Mimi's voice could be heard again. Never mind. Mother can't wait. She's already set off for the Stone family. At those words, Jiang Ling Tian was startled, and his voice couldn't help but grow a little louder. Don't. Come. Snap. The back of his head took a big, solid bibby pocket, only to see that Jiang Pingan had stood behind him at some point, and angrily rebuked with an unkind face. Don't what? And fucking cheer. Why are you yelling so loud? It's loud and noisy. Don't the neighbors need to sleep? They have to go to work tomorrow. Undisputed stuff. Just then, a red-clad figure wearing a phoenix cape descended from the sky. As if telepathically communicating, Nandong Wanner and Shui Qianqian simultaneously looked at each other for the first time. Shasta. Four Eyes. Chapter 59 Shui Qianqian vs. Nandong Wanner. One is gentle and noble, mother of the world, and the other is charming and charming, a woeful siren. Neither of the two women spoke or made any movements, just staring straight and piercingly at each other. With just one look, he scanned the other party from top to bottom, from chest to buttocks, left, and right all over again. Powerful enemies. It's not even close. Both of them were in awe at the same time. The subconscious unconsciously straightened his chest. Zip, zip, zip. Eyes met as if invisible electric currents were colliding in the air, emitting a zippy sound and permeating an unspeakable atmosphere of tension. Everyone on the sidelines, whether it was Jiang Pingan, who was at the peak of the sage realm, or Sher Kalang, Jiang Ling Tian, and the others, felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet and rushing straight to their heads, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Done. The world is going to end. These two were originally world enemies, which should have been in one person's wedding night, but the groom was given a sneaky sleep, also slept 3 days in a row. That's not stealing a home. That's bouncing on a fucking grave. Who could stand that? Jiang Ling Tian was not daring to breathe a single breath, almost burying his head deeply in the earth. Only the ears that were sticking up high exposed everything. Although the Sher family and the others were a bit confused, they felt the same atmosphere that was enough to silence everything, and similarly lowered their heads deeply into silence. Nandong Wanner was aggrieved, and it was very unpleasant. Although she hadn't seen Shui Qianqian's real face, at the first glance just now, she knew that the other party was the Shui Qianqian who had once appeared in the Jiang family with the face of an old crone. Although she had no objection to her husband's concubinage, and even welcomed it with both hands. But it can't be Shui Qianqian either. Anyone can, even if it is to send back the marriage certificate Mu Qingcheng. She has the heart to set up the next, but Shui Qianqian, absolutely not. The feud between the Sher family and the Jiang family lasted for hundreds of years, so how did they become a family? Nope. Nandong Wanner suddenly reacted. Shui Qianqian is at least 3,000 years old. If she's really husband's former maiden, doesn't that mean you're the concubine yourself? Boing boing. Thinking of this, Nandong Wanner became even more aggrieved and almost cried out. She is traditionally good, but at least do great. Until now, she had never blamed Jiang Pingan, because she knew that once her husband got into a state, he would easily forget everything, oblivious to the passage of time. This is something she knows well. Moreover, husband's initial intention was to take it out on her, which is why he came to the Sher family to prepare for the extermination. It's all because of this slutty vixen, especially when she saw Shui Qianqian with spring in the corner of her eyes and a flirtatious look on her face. She already had a picture of the two of them naked and entangled in a sad situation. Abominable. Boing boing, I'm the one who should be sleeping. For a long time, Nandong Wanner took a deep breath to calm her mind, and her icy eyes fell on the jade arm that was still on her husband's arm, which broke the silence of the scene. Looks like I came at a bad time. No, you came at the right time. Bah, I didn't mean that. Jiang Pingan snapped. Wanner, listen to my husband explain. Things are not what you think. Let me introduce. Jiang Pingan broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained. What? You didn't sleep? Nandong Wanner's light sentence instantly rendered Jiang Pingan speechless. and his sense of guilt increased by a few more points. Ugh, it's his fault for screwing up this wedding, but at the time, it was really, can't help myself. One could only, in the future, compensate one heir as much as possible. Immediately afterward, Nangong Waner ignored Jiang Pingan and instead looked at Xue Qianqian once again, her cold eyes looking straight at the other party as a clear, cold and chilling voice came out from her red lips. Let go of that man. Oh, what a big rakyo. People are scared. Xue Qianqian's beautiful eyes lightly narrowed, a few more hints of playfulness in her eyes. Then, in Nangong Waner's murderous gaze, her entire petite body was tightly affixed. Jade lips bit lightly, her beautiful eyes were hazy, and she also winked provocatively towards Nangong Waner. You! Nangong Waner's eyes were wide with anger, and her chest rose and fell violently under her anger. Stop it! Jiang Pingan then reacted and immediately gave a light rebuke. Then with a vicious careless mooch, he pushed Xue Qianqian away from his body and squared his shoulders. Qianqian, no fooling around. Immediately, he looked at Nangong Waner and said with an apologetic face, Waner, let me introduce you to. No need for you to introduce me. The two women spoke in unison. Jiang Pingan was dumbfounded and could no longer say a word. Moreover, he clearly saw that the space where Nangong Waner and Xue Qianqian's gazes confronted each other had a hint of spacetime distortion. Hiss! This terrifying power was afraid that it hadn't reached the level of a supreme great emperor. Scary as hell. In the relationship has always been billion heart, billion intention, pure white. He encountered this kind of sudden cultivation. For a moment, really do not know how to start. You, shameless, slutty, vixen. Nangong Waner's pretty face was suffocatingly red. As a traditional woman, she really couldn't curse. Upon hearing this, Xue Qianqian did not get annoyed and gently swept her silver hair behind her ear, floating a hint of teasing charm. Sister in the end is still young thin-skinned is not trying to say that I am a slut, lol, but sister do you know, men this kind of creature, said no matter how heavenly, the bones also like the flirtatious, calling who sister? I'm not your sister. Nangong Waner raised her eyebrows and sneered back, spinning his eyes toward Jiang Pingan. He asked in a single word, husband, tell me, what kind of woman do you like best? Jiang Pingan wanted to say that he liked the kind ones, but, it's really hard to open your mouth. Giggle. Xue Qianqian suddenly let out a burst of laughter, laughing and tilting her head back and forth. Sister, do you know how wild he has been in these 3 days? You are shameless. Nangong Waner's chest was bulging. On the lips, obviously felt that she was not the opponent of this several thousand years old demon woman in front of her. Boo! A voice came. It turned out that Shi Kelang, who was kneeling on the ground, heard such powerful words from his old ancestral grandmother, and in a moment of shock, he didn't control his breath and accidentally knocked his head heavily on the ground. At that moment, several cold and icy gazes looked over. Clang are you interested in the next words? Xue Qianqian's charming eyes narrowed lightly, seemingly smiling. I don't dare. I'm getting out. Shi Kelang shivered in fear, then fled in a hurry with all the people of the Shi family. P.S. Locked up in a small dark room. Low mood. One more chapter. Ugh. Chapter 60, another wedding? Then he found a corner and sent the highest warning message to all the clansmen of the borderland battlefield. Father, great ancestor, high ancestor, martyr ancestor, ancestors die young. Something big has happened. You brat, how dare you raise the highest alarm? If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I'll throw you into the demon domain. A pale voice came from the other side. Shi Kelang trembled and hurriedly returned. It's the old grandma, exploding into her second life. What? After a short period of dead silence, a deafening sound came from the side of the summoning talisman. You little brat, you dare to slander her old man. You don't want to live, do you? Sixth ancestor how dare I grab back. I'm afraid that the old ancestor grandmother is old and confused, and go astray Shi Kelang wailed. Are you serious? 1,000 times over. Once again there was a dead silence. A few breaths later, a shocking thunderclap resounded through the border wilderness battlefield. Big brother, second brother, seventh brother, all Stone family members, follow me. Go home. This side of the Stone family. Nangong Waner's gaze also landed on Zhang Ling Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, especially when she saw the other party's ears that were raised high up. Her gaze chilled and she kicked up viciously. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dust flew up and a large pit appeared on the ground. Nangong Waner still didn't relieve her hatred and kicked up continuously, cursing as she did so. You were told to follow the old ancestor, And that's what you did? The home was stolen and you sent back a message saying you wouldn't delay the wedding night. You've been dragging this big thing out for 3 days. And the husband is all eaten up. I've been waiting for 3 days. You know how I've spent those 3 days. Hiss. The cronies who followed Zhang Lingtian were all filled with horror and sucked in a breath of cool air. Homeowner. Good grief. However, when did the family head secretly refine his body? So tough to beat? Hardly a word. Truly a model for my generation. Nangong Wanner's anger was almost out. Then she flew up and kicked Zhang Lingtian, who was about to become a pancake, out of the sky, followed by a sweep of her icy gaze. The remaining people scattered and fled, chasing after Zhang Lingtian in the direction he flew away. There was also a faint murmur of admiration wafting through the air. Family master. Awesome. Yes. When did you secretly refine your body? I feel that this flesh body of yours, family master, is no worse than that of a demon clan of the same rank. Bull batch. Right. Family master. How do you usually refine your physical body? There are no body refining techniques in the clan? Listening to a series of horse farts, Zhang Lingtian secretly showed his teeth and wiped his eyes. Then his eyes lifted slightly into a 45-degree angle to look into the void, and he smiled faintly, deeply hidden. Nothing else but familiarity. There was a buzz at this statement. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The family head, who is so cautious, but is often thrashed by the great ancestors, second ancestors, and elders, has definitely made a very big chess game. What a foresight. The corners of Zhang Lingtian's mouth twitched and he almost cried out. In a flash, only Jiang Pingan, Shui Chenxian and Nangong Wan'er were left at the scene. Shui Chenxian quietly looked at Nangong Wan'er, her delicate pink lips slightly curved as she laughed. Yo, I've heard that my sister is gentle and virtuous, but I didn't expect to see her today. It doesn't match the rumors. So violent. Men don't like it very much. Giggle. The laughter was playful. Humph. It's none of your business as a vixen if I lecture my descendants' children and grandchildren? Nangong Wanner looked straight at her with cold eyes. Hee hee, how is it none of my business? On the contrary, they also have to call me an old ancestor great-grandmother. And your lineage is thin. It's not cost-effective to break it, unlike my side, full of children and grandchildren. Thriving, I alone. I gave birth to 7 sons for my husband, but also broke into the name of the Stone family's 7 sons. The descendants are tens of thousands of children and grandchildren. Alas, can't even recognize all of them. Nangong Wanner's breath stuttered and she was unable to retort. Although the Sher family had always kept a low profile, and the family's direction of development was not in Yunzhou, but as a feud, Nangong Wanner had probed deeply. The 7 sons of the Stone family. Early on, he made a name for himself on the battlefields of the border wilderness. The 7 great saints, who had teamed up to lay down a killing formation, had decapitated a paragon of the demon race. Compared to it, Zhang Mimi, who had thrown a flying sword 800 miles away from the battlefield and bragged about it for half a lifetime, is too shameful. Both are the husband's seed. Why the gap is so big? Nay, how does it make her expensive when her mother has a bunch of old 6s at home? Seeing that the other party did not speak, Shui Qian suddenly thought of something. Her watery eyes overflowed with urging smoky waves, and the curvature of the corner of her lips was even more curved for a few minutes, and she softly said in a delicate voice, I've heard that Sister Wan'er and Pinyin have been married for 100 years and have given birth to an heir in 100 years? Oh, it can't be that Sister Wan'er is too thin-skinned and is a bit unable to let go of her husband and wife matters, right? That's why Pinyin can't stop lusting after me. You. Nangong Wanner's chest exploded with anger. But what kind of person is she? How would she admit defeat and immediately sneer back? Humph, as long as husband likes it, I'll do anything. What you, Shui Qian, can do, I, Nangong Wan'er, can do the same. And what you can't do, I can still do. And what's wrong with having fewer kids? I'm not like some old women with gray hair. I'm still young enough to have them. Shui Chen froze and seemed to have been poked at a sore point. Her emotions were a bit out of control. You're the old woman. You're the one. Suddenly, Nangong Wanner was struck by a bright idea and said with a smile as her words changed, Humph, what's the point of robbing my cave when all you can do is show off your tongue? Nowadays, the entire cloud state and even the human race know that I, Nangong Wanner, am his Zhang Pingin's explicitly married wife. Game over. K.O. This last sentence directly gave Shui Qian a fatal blow, like a heavy hammer hitting her heart so hard that she couldn't slow down for half a day. She covered her chest and pointed at Nangong Wanner, opening her mouth but not being able to say a single word. How could Shui Qian not expect that the other party, who looked like a good bully, had such a strong fighting ability, touching the point she cared about most at once, killing her with a single blow? Pain, heartache, Yes, what is the use of saying more? In the eyes of everyone in Yunzhou, the Jiang family wedding, she Nandong Waner is the bride. Nope. Shui Chenchan looked at Nandong Waner's haughty appearance and was suddenly blessed. Who says weddings? There's only one. Wouldn't it be fine for herself and her husband to have a more solemn wedding? This time, she didn't just invite all the forces in Yunzhou, she wanted all the clans, sects, and other forces in the entire human race that could come to be notified all over again. Thinking of this, Shui Qianshan was in a great mood, stretching out her slender jade arm, gently walking up to hold Jiang Ping'an's arm, shaking it in a petulant manner and pouting. Husband, my slave also wants to organize a grand wedding, set in 3 months. How about it? This, the fluffy and charming voice made Jiang Ping'an's soul sway, and a strong tingling sensation spread directly from his heart to his entire body. What man could refuse the reasonable request of such a stunning woman? It's just that Wan Er is still around, so we need to think long and hard about it. Seeing that Jiang Ping'an had some intention, Shui Qianshan's head was close. A fragrance of flowers came to his face, and came to the other side's ear and whispered, if it is possible, what request? I'll promise you. Even. P.S. A small dark room to revise the thinking in the middle of a chapter. Normal update from tomorrow. Whoa, please let go, please comfort. Chapter 61. How many wives do you have? Boom. Jiang Ping'an's soul completely exploded. The other party's voice was seductive, charmingly low, and with every word, it brought him a nearly devastating impact. Do it, greatly. Jiang Ping'an took off and nodded heavily. Don't even think about it. An icy voice came from behind. Instantly, Jiang Ping'an's newly boiling blood froze, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Yet he was sweating profusely. I almost forgot. There's a Nandong Wan Er. At this moment, even if Jiang Ping'an did not turn around, he was able to clearly perceive the cold light in Wan Er's eyes that was enough to freeze the soul. Lust makes the heart grow fonder. It's all about color. Even if she knew that husband's cultivation required resources, this promise was too fast. Nandong Waner looked at Shui Qianshan coldly, her back teeth gnashing. This slutty vixen. In broad daylight, she was so shameless that her entire body flung itself into her husband's arms, as much as she would like to. They are all old married couples. If they want to do it, they will all do it. Why can only you do it? Shui Qianshan was not willing to show weakness. You. Nandong Waner's anger shivered cold, and for a moment she couldn't find a suitable reason to retort. Moreover, she knew that her husband needed many heavenly treasures for his cultivation, so she definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to organize another wedding. Nandong Waner's afterglow glanced at Jiang Ping'an, who had clearly moved beside her, and was somewhat softened, but she also has her bottom line. Good, the wedding is fine, but I'll enter the cave. For 10 days, Nandong Waner's palm was raised, and she spoke a decisive sentence that made everyone's eyes drop. Jiang Ping'an and Shui Qianshan looked at each other in unison, seemingly not guessing the other's brain circuits at all. Unexpected, yet reasonable. After being stagnant for a long time, Shui Qianshan reacted with a cold voice. Don't think about it. My cave, why should I enter your? Bah, you into? Humph. Just by the fact that my husband spent the night of my wedding at your place. No, if you can't organize it for the rest of your life. That day, Shui Qianshan's voice also softened. She knew that if Nandong Wan Er insisted strongly, this wedding would definitely fizzle out. 9 heavens, 2 days, 8 days, 3. Alright, Jiang Ping'an let out a light reprimand, interrupting the argument between the two. This matter is my fault first. If the wedding is held again, I'll accompany Wan Er for the first 4 days. Jiang Ping'an's gaze was somewhat apologetic. Once these words came out, Nandong Waner immediately quieted down and stopped speaking. 4 days, just one more than this vixen. As for Shui Qianshan, is more do not care. Husband is still alive. She is the happiest woman in the world. More than, the first time I saw her, she was the happiest woman in the world. With more than one sister, having a wedding is just a sign to the world, to witness her happiness to everyone. Besides, it's settled. Seeing that the two women stopped talking, Jiang Ping'an gave a big wave of his hand and put a stop to it. Upon hearing this, Shui Qianshan was in a great mood, enchantingly swept her silver hair behind her ear, a glint of brimming eyes swirled in her beautiful eyes, and said in a delicate voice, Husband, our matter is settled, but I have another matter here, and since you're back, husband, then the matter will be settled by you. What is it? Jiang Ping'an looked sideways. It is our family old 7. Sure Qilong, now is Jiang Qilong. So many years has been intoxicated cultivation. Never married a daughter-in-law. Has always been my knot. Now I have a candidate in mind. Is married with a child. You help me to counsel, see if it is possible? Who is it? Zhang Pingan couldn't help but come up. Even Nangong Wanner's ears perked up, obviously somewhat curious as well. Mu Qingcheng. Xue Qianqian's pink lips slightly opened, slowly spitting out 3 stone-cold words. What? What? Once these words came out, Zhang Pingan and the two of them were both physically trembling. The whole person was like being petrified, completely frozen on the spot, their eyes dumbfounded, their eyes full of shock. Seeing that both of them were shocked and did not respond, Xue Qianqian smiled charmingly and continued to say in a beautifully self-centered manner, winky face, giggle shocking, isn't it? I knew that this candidate is one that the average person would definitely not even dare to think about. After all, for so many years, there have been so many people who have coveted each other's beauty and qualifications, but they have never succeeded. But I have my set of perfect plan. Mu Qingcheng and Ji family will eventually have a battle. The probability is that she is not the opponent of that old monster of Ji family. At that time, I will give a helping hand. Secretly save her. Let Qilong take care of her day and night. He day and night. To know that a woman is most likely to be taken advantage of in a vulnerable time. Although Mu Qingcheng has married and given birth to a child, but this child of Qilong, right, at that time, my husband and I were after all sticky. Qilong lacks motherly love, so he needs this kind of experienced woman to take care of. Only, seemingly thinking of something, Xue Qianqian's voice paused and continued. Just don't know what kind of madness Mu Qingcheng had a few days ago. Crazy old woman like and I fought, but also let me detect its origin is damaged. I'm afraid I can't live for long. When a daughter-in-law, alas, I have some hesitation. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a chorus of petulant laughter. Ha ha ha, that's a laugh, what a daughter-in-law. Only to see Nangong Wanner covering her cherry mouth, puffing and laughing long ago, her flower branches trembling. What are you laughing at? Xue Qianqian frowned. Seeing the other party's appearance, Nangong Wanner laughed even more cheerfully and came up for air. I'm laughing naturally. Have you ever considered that Mu Qingcheng is also your good sister? Her mind was even more determined. Just based on Xue Qianqian's words today, there's a high probability that she'll pull Mu Qingcheng to her side and deal with this slutty vixen together. By then, 2v1, advantage to me. What? Xue Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Her whole body shook, and she fiercely looked sideways at Zhang Pingan. Her mouth opened wide as if she was able to swallow 3 of the other party in one gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Pingan's old face slightly reddened, scratching his head in some embarrassment and said, Wanner is right. Mu Qingcheng is indeed my mother as well. Husband, just how many other wenches do you have? Although Xue Qianqian at this moment was a bit confused, she still asked the most crucial question. When these words came out, Nangong Wanner also looked over. She also wanted to know the answer. Looking at the two sincere gazes, Zhang Pingan stammered a bit. I can't remember. Nangong Wanner, Xue Qianqian, @ $, can't remember. What does it mean? The memory of a cultivator who is at least at the peak of the sage realm can't be remembered. So doesn't that mean that the two of them are just a drop in the ocean? The husband who was from the beginning, who swore by the mountain, who was more in love than gold was actually a sea king? The entire human race, even the 10,000 races and the Tsonglan realm, are all owned by the old Zhang family? Even that legendary immortal realm, it is possible. The two girls, Xue Qianqian, glanced at each other, and an absurd to the core idea suddenly popped up in their hearts. Chapter 62, The Pill of Everlasting Life, Departure. But it was dismissed immediately afterward. No way. Husband is not that kind of person. Those days of mutual love have long been deeply engraved in their souls, and although the husband is a little colorful, he is definitely not a scum who steps on multiple boats. But what does husband mean by this? Their doubts did not last long as Zhang Pingan's voice slowly came out. You guys understand wrong. It's not that I can't remember much, but I can't remember the whole story. I don't know how it happened. Every now and then I lose a part of my memories. It can be barely understood as reincarnation. Only when I meet you guys again I can remember part of my memories. But in the same time and space, I was absolutely single-minded and never did anything halfway out of line. Zhang Pingan swore, but his heart was a bit weak. If memory serves, he just didn't run into a prettier fairy during that time period in the dream. And most of them he hiccuped before he even got a chance to lay a hand on the others. Nope, there was a pair of twin sisters. And once in a dream Nyangzi's two bosom friends whose faces were not similar. And once, Nyangzi's stunningly beautiful master, who appeared to be accidentally, made a little mistake that all men under the sun make. Of course, he would never admit to such a thing until he was caught red-handed. Oh, upon hearing this, Nangong Waner and Xue Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. As long as the husband had loved them deeply. As for the others, they were all old wives, with a lot of children and grandchildren. So what was the point of caring so much? After thinking it through, Xue Qianqian's charming eyes lightly narrowed and said with a smile, no wonder husband would be magically reborn. That explains it. So in that case, husband, wouldn't you be the reincarnation of some great person? Or 100 reincarnations? Those aren't important. What's important is that I'm your husband in this life. Jiang Pingan smiled sarcastically. He couldn't say that he was dreaming big for 1,000 years, charming with them in his dreams, and that his real identity was just an ordinary, open-minded blue star traveler. Not wanting to dwell on this matter of identity, Jiang Pingan hastily sidetracked the topic and said with a gaze, Qian, what do you mean when you say that Mu Qingqing's origin is damaged and won't live long? Upon hearing this, Xue Qianqian also put away her charming gesture and looked grave, slightly moving her eyebrows. Mu Qingqing, my sister's qi and blood became dried up. I suspect that her cultivation progress was still so fast without the premise of top-tier techniques, and that she used some of the forbidden techniques, which led to her body being overwhelmed and her origin being damaged, and she was afraid that she had the intention of certain death when she fought with the Ji clan. But during my fight with her, she suddenly used a brand new but mysterious and unpredictable gong method. It's just a pity that it's too late. Although it was able to delay the momentum of the body's disintegration, it couldn't be reversed, so I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for 3 years. What? Jiang Pingan was horrified. He did not expect that Mu Qingqing, who seemed to be all right and mighty, had already reached her deathbed. 3 years, no matter what it took. He was never going to see his woman leave him. Does the 9th grade life extension pill work? Jiang Pingan shouted anxiously. It's useless. Xue Qianqian gently shook her head and said slowly, the damage to this courtyard is irreversible. It is the rule of this heaven and earth. If Mu Qingqing is damaged in the early stage, then it's just a matter of time. But from what I can feel, she's already almost at the point of running out of gas. Even if it's a great emperor who comes out of the world, there's nothing that can be done about it. The great one can't even. Jiang Pingan trembled, his face turning white, without a trace of blood anymore. Originally, he was still thinking of using the Great Emperor Experience card once to save the other party with all his might during the time it was in effect, or even scouring the entire Xanlan realm, any little chance he didn't want to let go. But listening to Xue Qianqian, the chances are slim. No wonder the memory of that to their own love. Any give and take the Mu Qingqing, even their own face have not seen, on the resolute return of the marriage certificate, with their own complete break. Perhaps she knows that their lives have already come to an end. Maybe she knew she was nearing the end of her life and just wanted someone who could be there for her instead. Jiang Pingan didn't even dare to imagine how desperate and helpless Mu Qingqing was at that moment. No! He let out a roar. Remorse and guilt filled his heart. At this moment, Nangong Waner and Xue Qianqian were also gloomy and depressed. As Jiang Pingan's wives, they could best appreciate Mu Qingqing's innermost and truest thoughts. They looked at each other, their minds clear. Maybe you really have that day. Then you will only hope that the other party can take care of your husband instead of yourself. No, there is another possibility, the legendary elixir of eternal life. Xue Qianqian suddenly thought of a possibility and opened her mouth. Only just after she finished speaking, her face fell silent once again. The elixir of immortality. Nothing related to the word immortal is a legendary taboo. Ancient books have contained longevity, immortal medicine, is the spirit of heaven and earth, with prolonged life, repair the origin of life, and even be able to recast the flesh, live another life. Rumor has it that a supreme great emperor once, at the end of his life, accidentally obtained a longevity elixir, prolonged his life by millions of years, returned to his old age, lived a second life, and at the peak of his qi, blood, and flesh, broke the realm and became an immortal. This kind of precious thing had never appeared again after the disappearance of the immortal ancient. Even if you know, what can you do? Jiang Pingan, however, was shaken. Other people can't get the elixir of longevity, but who is he? Hang then. As long as they got more high-grade heavenly materials and treasures, they would always be able to give birth to true immortality pills. 3 years. It's not too late. Qingqing, wait for me, even if you disown me. But, my women, not one of them. Thinking of this, Jiang Pingan's face also soothed as he looked at the two women and opened his mouth. Hey, I have a solution for Mu Qingqing's matter. You guys don't need to worry about it. Now that it's getting late, why don't you have someone prepare the evening meal and we'll have a family dinner? Seeing her husband so confident, Nangong Waner's mood was also a few points better, but after glancing at Xue Qianqian, Her face darkened and she coldly said, "Humph, who's going to eat with her? I'm so full of gas. I have my own home. Peace, come home with me and make up for the night of the wedding that belongs to me." Immediately, the snow shadow shifted, like flying scattered willows, and disappeared into the sky in the twinkling of an eye. She didn't turn around because she knew that Jiang Pingan would definitely go home with her this time. Besides, she had other things to do. After this return, to Jiang Nimi and other uncontested unfilial children and grandchildren, up on the intensity, mother and child, the fight is not only for themselves, but also for the status of future generations. The Jiang family, the whole family, all of them, go to the border battlefield to make a name for themselves. Only before that, there was one more thing to close. Nangong Wanner's breath chilled as her gaze fell in the northwest direction. The Night House, Chapter 63, Destruction of the Night Family. After a few days of delay, the Night family should have been destroyed long ago. Although the Night family was ranked as the third power in the Cloud State, it relied on nothing more than the Night family ancestor who was at the peak of the Sage Realm and the Great Elder who was in the middle of the Sage Realm, and now that the two of them had already been put to death, the rest of the Night family was nothing more than that. Although it was a bit more stressful for today's Jiang family members, it wasn't a bad opportunity to practice. Usually let this group of old six go to the border wilderness experience, either wind or rain. This time, she must take out the momentum of her Nangong Wanner's lineage and make a name for herself. Thinking of this, Nangong Wanner's speed increased by a few points. Xue Qianchen looked at Jiang Pingan, who had fled and followed Nangong Wanner, and could not return to her senses for a long time. For a long time. It was only then that he puffed and let out what seemed like a bone-crushing, soul-crushing pout. "Humph, there's a time when you're afraid. Husband, Nangong Wanner, Mu Qingcheng, no matter who else is there, I, Xue Qianchen, am the great house. My lineage is the rightful lineage." He. After stretching his lazy waist, he took out the summoning talisman that had been dripping, and as soon as he opened it, countless anxious voices were heard. "Holy shit, Crone says you're having an outburst? Come to your senses, old ancestral grandma. Ah, a mistake. Now the little fresh meat is really not worthy of your identity. Ah, kissing grandmother. Ah, you adopt even if the big deal is tired of playing to get dead, but you go to rob a Jiang family's little white boy, or someone else's groom. This, let the old ancestor fountain know. How should I feel? Ah, mother, I support you. You finally people awake. Father, that old Biden, what virtue I know exactly. All these years to see you on the father in love, which did not dare to tell you, when the father took advantage of your outing, often sitting in the doorway to the road whistling at the young women, that lecherous eyes, simply indescribable, as well as next door to the widow of the king, Auntie Jean Lian. Xue Qianqian's brows furrowed, especially when she saw Shi De Lang's message at the end. Her gaze instantly went cold. That's good. How dare you slander your husband like that? You should be punished. Although my husband is a little bit more horny, but what kind of goods are that widow Wang and Jinlian? They definitely can't get into my husband's eyes. She returned coldly. Jiang Pingan is sure how. Your father and old ancestor. Also, 3 months from now, when I get married to my husband, all of you get your asses back here and spread the news to every corner of the human race. Ha! The words were a stone's throw away. Clunk. On the other side, Shi Daolang and the others were unable to control their breath and fell down uncontrollably from the void. Great ancestor, third ancestor, seventh ancestor, what happened to you guys? Some clansmen who didn't know the truth of the matter were alarmed. Not caring about the wretchedness, the 7 sons of the Shi family looked at each other, their faces as terrified and shocked as they were. Done. So how did old Biden come to life? At this moment, it was as if they were once again back in those years when they were dominated by pops. The horror was greater than the surprise. Dai Lang, your mother is gone. The burden of the family is on you. Learn a trade. Sell some cakes in the morning to subsidize the family. What? Why don't you do it? Looking for a fight? Ah da. Erlang ah. Recently the tickets of the church department have become 3 taels more expensive again. You have the fastest progress in refining your body. Go and perform a chest breaking on the street, and earn more private money for father to use. Don't you want to do it? Ah da day. Sure Lang. Give father a back rub. Nanny, you still want to practice? Ah da. 6th Lang ah. You're already 4 years old, not a 3-year-old. Go, get father a cup of water. Father was tired all night last night, can't walk anymore. Look at your defiant look. Do you want to tell your mother ah? Dare to say one more word. Ah da. And you, Shichiro, 2 months old and you still want to drink milk? What will I drink when you're fucking done? Ah da. Forget it, wait until you're 6 months old and then beat it. Ha, All 7 of them winced at the same time as they thought of the days of their youth. Especially Sure Dai Lang, like a dead mother, face white. Just now they have played tens of thousands of words of small report with his mother, which by virtue of his mother's feelings for his old man, will certainly be informed of each and every one of them. One could imagine what a miserable situation he would face next. Pops doesn't practice very well and it doesn't hurt to hit himself, but they get a face, heartache, and don't fucking dare fight back. Beep, and it's a mixed double. Let's go, lamented Shadara. Anyone who saw this scene could not believe that the 7 sons of the Sure family, who had killed countless foreigners in the border wilderness battlefield, had been scared as if they had lost their souls. It was forgotten that they had long since ceased to be the teenagers who had just stepped into cultivation back then. 3 days later, the Night House, the once incomparably brilliant mansion, has long since ceased to flourish, and everywhere there are broken walls, with pieces of fire rising to the sky. Every minute, every second, there were Knight family children killed in battle. All the remaining people of the Knight family were trembling in fear. They didn't expect that a wrong decision made by the family's grand elder would lead the entire family into the abyss of despair. In just half an hour's work, several elders in the family, most of the deacons, all died in the other party's attack, and those middle stalwart sons and daughters, before they had time to escape, were all killed. The Knight family, it's over. Han Mei, aren't you afraid of the blame from the higher-ups of the human race if you kill recklessly? The 3rd elder of the Knight family let out a desperate roar, his expression sorrowful. He repented. Although he had expected it, he ultimately couldn't let go of the huge foundation in Yunzhou, and he hadn't even expected that the Jiang family would ignore the threat of the easy sacred ground, and instead of thinking about fleeing, they would make a big move to kill the Knight family. If he had known, he would have winded up pulling and huffing. Humph, this is how our Jiang family does things. It's useless for you to beep anymore. Besides, when your Knight family plotted against my Jiang family, why didn't you ever think about the fear of being blamed by the higher echelons of the human race? Jiang Mimi snorted coldly, her voice indifferent. At those words, the 3rd elder of the Knight family, who knew that he was bound to die, instead looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, good one Han Mimi. A mouthful of Jiang family, old ancestor grandmother list a little white boy, then forget their old ancestors. Shameful. If it's not that Jiang Pingan, just buy you Jiang Mimi a gooby. Over there in the desert battlefield 800 miles through a flying sword bragging about the goods of a lifetime. How can you have the qualification to talk to me? When these words came out, the corners of the mouths of all the Jiang family members around them twitched, and they hurriedly lowered their heads again, trying hard to suppress the twitching of their bodies, lest they be detected by the careful Jiang Mimi. Only the black-clothed men in the air with the highest cultivation level let out a giggle. You dead to death, and you're still babbling. Jiang Mimi's face rose to the color of pig's liver. Then he pointed at the several black-clothed men in the air and shouted angrily, "Kill him for me." At those words, the man in black skimmed his mouth, and then the sword light filled the sky, rushing toward the 3rd elder of the Knight family with the sound of breaking air, and where it passed, space collapsed. In just an instant, the Knight family's 3rd elder's protective spiritual power was shattered like a devastating blow to the chest, falling like a kite with broken strings, and it looked like he was about to fail to live. In the last moments of his life, he violently realized the abnormality and hissed with the last ounce of strength in his body. Nope. You're not from the Jiang family, you're from the Sure family. Ha ha ha, so this is all a setup made by the Sure family. No wonder. Before the words left his mouth, his head tilted and he was completely cut off. Humph, you're wrong. It's all from the Jiang family. Seeing that the other party was dead through and through, Jiang Mimi then flew over and added another slash. He is so meticulously steady person. Of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to come and fight with the Knight family. How could he risk it without a 100% chance of winning? Before coming, just in case, hard not a pussy face, Mrs. Taizu's identity, from the Stone family, borrowed a few masters to act as fighters. Chapter 64 Old Ancestor's Headshot in the Knight family ancestral shrine. The last of the hard stubble was solved. Jiang Mimi immediately changed her face and laughed. Oh little sky, oh little fish, your mission is accomplished. Forgive the old ancestor for not seeing me off. Please, the meaning is clear. Fight you guys. Harvesting the loot. Sorry, snappy walk away. Seeing this, the corners of the mouths of several black-clothed men twitched, and then they turned around and left without taking a single cloud with them. As the Stone family executives, they naturally do not look at the Knight family of this foundation. Just did not expect. The same as the old ancestor's seed. Why the difference in personality style is so big? They're really a family? Several Sure clan experts fell into deep contemplation. Seeing the other party leave, Jiang Mimi and the others glanced at each other and could no longer suppress the upturned corners of their mouths. GGG. Heavenly treasures, divine weapons, and so on, here we are. These days of practicing the mixed void skill, the resources in the family had long been depleted, and now they could finally replenish their blood. Not a moment too soon. After gathering up the remaining small stragglers, a few of the men gathered together again in a furtive manner. Killed them all. Didn't leave any loose ends, right? Jiang Mimi was the first to speak. Great ancestor, don't worry, absolutely exterminate the door. If we don't make a move, we'll leave no chickens or dogs behind. Yeah, I split all the earthworms in a 10,000 mile radius in half vertically, and shook the yolks loose. No problem on my end either. The dogs that were passing by to see what was going on just now were slapped to death in the ground, and that ant's nest I filled with lava before I left. Hearing this, Jiang Mimi then nodded in satisfaction. The children are teachable. Then we'll start dividing the spoils? Go! Within a short time, the crowd was already full of harvests and smiles as they headed towards the Knight family ancestral shrine, where a family's heritage was usually treasured. Ha! The eighth elder let out a soft eep. His heart was ecstatic, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Being proficient in the art of mechanism, he had unexpectedly discovered a secret compartment underneath the third spirit seat of the Knight family. For such an important place to have an organ, it was conceivable that it must be hiding a secret that was vital to this third person of the Knight family, and the probability was that it was a supreme treasure. Sent, the great ancestor set the rules at the beginning, searching for treasures, each according to his own ability. His eighth elder also had an upwardly mobile heart, and in time, he might not be unable to become the third person in the Jiang family. GGG. Excited hearts, trembling hands, Elder 8 exhausted his life's learning, finally slowly cracked the mechanism of the art, only to hear click a light sound. The hidden compartment opened, revealing a simple wooden box. There were also intricate runes carved on it that were so old that they were clearly not mortal. The eighth elder opened it gently with trembling hands, and inside lay a stack of letters and a black and white mugshot. Just a glance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The eighth elder exclaimed out as if he had seen a ghost. This sudden cry of alarm instantly caused the surrounding Jiang family members to look this way. The fifth elder walked over in dissatisfaction and chattered. Old 8, what are you wailing about? What treasure have you found? After a short silence, the fifth elder suddenly muttered. I suddenly remembered that my daughter-in-law is about to give birth. No, I have to go back and take a look. Remember, just pretend I've never seen this before. With a whoosh, it disappeared into the sky. What's the situation? Hasn't old Five's daughter-in-law died 500 years ago? When did he get another wife? 13th elder came over with his head full of fog. Then, seeing the big headshot in the 8th elder's hand, there was complete silence. The 3rd elder, 6th elder and the others were quite curious and came over. Then, one look at a non-squeaker. I don't know how long it's been. Right, I've got to go take care of my mother-in-law's monthly cycle. Guys, so I'll go first. The sudden departure of the 3rd elder instantly triggered the entire room. I'm withdrawing too. Suddenly I want to go on a death retreat. Don't disturb me until life and death are at stake. 3rd elder, add me. Ditto. In the blink of an eye, it was gone cleanly, leaving only the 8th elder with a wooden box in his hand, wanting to cry. He wants to run away too, but this is a hot potato. What should we do? Ha, where are the people? Old 8, what's your stance? Found a treasure. Your legs are shivering with excitement. At this time, Jiang Mimi finished her scavenging and walked over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Biden. Apparently, he caught a glimpse of the black and white mugshot. The Han clan, the Sher clan, Mu Qingcheng, and the Knight clan were instantly linked together, and a terrifying speculation appeared in his mind. I'm dying, old ancestor. What a loss of heart. This hand to kill. The sins of their loved ones and friends, or the tragedy of extermination. Their small arms and legs, but they cannot afford. Great ancestor, what to do with this? The 8th elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a lingering look on his face. It's impossible to hide something as big as this, but if you say, this, it's got to be screwed to death at the very least. This, Jiang Mimi was also in a bit of a bind. That's a pot he can't carry either. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth. It seemed that it was time to exercise another part of his later generation's children and grandchildren's bearing. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Jiang Mimi changed into a kind and gentle smile, and towards the door, Jiang Ling Tian, who was standing guard, waved. Ling Tian, come, there's great joy. Ha! Jiang Ling Tian froze, a little startled, but still honestly walked over. He always felt something was wrong, even chilled to the bone. When these old things searched the treasures of the Knight family ancestral shrine, they even arranged for him to stand guard, not even allowing the scent of the treasures to be smelled. And what other great joys were allowed to him? Ling Tian, before I let you stand guard to test you, now that you passed the test, I think the future of the Jiang family depends on you. Great ancestor, that's a lot of words, so let's get right to it. What is it? The more Jiang Ling Tian heard, the more wrong he became. It's like this. What about us old bones? We're tired of searching. There are still many places here that we haven't had time to search, so you'll be in full charge of the next. We'll take a step back first. Jiang Mimi spoke at length. Jiang Ling Tian was completely confused. Is it possible that great ancestor has changed his nature? Or has he been abducted? Still, the great surprise of scavenging treasures washed over his sanity, and he incredulously reconfirmed. Really? 1,000 times true. Jiang Mimi was decisive. Then the words changed. But, you have to take an oath. Jiang Mimi continued. We're old, so we'll let you young man take the credit and whatnot. You swear with your Dao heart. When you go back to report to your old ancestor, just say that this extermination of the Knight family was all done by you, Jiang Lingtian alone, ergo, with the help of some of the Shi family's helpers, and it has nothing to do with us. Phew. Hearing this, Jiang Lingtian was relieved. Swearing was just simple, although it is a little out of the ordinary, but it is not a big deal. Jiang Lingtian said firmly without even thinking about it. I, Jiang Lingtian, swear by my Dao heart that this overthrow of the Knight family was all the work of me, Jiang Lingtian alone, and has nothing to do with you elders. Ha ha ha, good, promising. Jiang Mimi laughed 3 times, then placed a wooden box in the other party's arms, and with a whoosh, disappeared into the void with the 8th elder. What the hell is this? With a strong curiosity, Jiang Lingtian slowly opened the wooden box. Shasta, froze in place for a moment, for a long time. A hissing sound like hell echoed throughout the Knight family. Old thief, you have caused me. Chapter 65, Love Notes. Aftermath of the wedding. Mutilation of compatriots. Extermination. He has a bad cervical spine, and he can't really carry such a big pot. But the most crucial thing is that he was blinded by lard and had already made the Dao hard oath. Unless the cultivation in this life does not want to go further, it can only be broken teeth to the stomach. A person. Fully recognized. Woo-woo. Jiang Lingtian fell from heaven to hell, wanting to die. This group of old undead, the benefits of all take. The thunderstorm thought of him, today said what also have to fish death net break. No. Jiang Lingtian suddenly let out a light eep and discovered a blind spot. If the Knight family is really the seed of the old ancestor, then why don't they recognize the old ancestor? Even if the descendants don't recognize it, then the Knight family's old ancestor should look familiar, right? But when they were in the Jiang family, the other party looked as if they had never seen the old ancestor before. And this black and white mugshot was apparently just discovered from the hidden compartment of the 3rd spirit seat. Hidden so secretly, I'm afraid there is something fishy. Calming down, Jiang Lingtian once again looked towards the wooden box and gently picked up the stack of red notes below the black and white avatar. On the red paper, waving and spilling all over the beautiful handwriting. The night that didn't reject you, the night that you hurt me. Hiss. Jiang Lingtian sucked in a mouthful of cool air and had a bad premonition, so he could only continue reading with a stiff upper lip. I can sigh for that glimpse of the eyes, and mistake the eyebrows for much joy. That day, Yodio and I stood by the ferry with our oil umbrellas, and at a glance we fell in love with you strolling in the rain. But unfortunately, the red rain poured down flooding the memories how to dive. The most painful days of that time were also my happiest. Forgive me, being overwhelmed by selfish desires, I intentionally created all kinds of misunderstandings, so that you who were in love with each other were in conflict, and that day, when you were drunk, I finally got my way. You smell of her perfume. It's the sin of my nose that I shouldn't have smelled her beauty and wiped it all away. But then everything far beyond my expectations. The family did not allow, punished me confinement, when I came out again. But it has long been things are not the same. The sky and people are separated forever. Even my best girlfriend Yodio also went with you. I knew it had to be the clan, and I'll never forgive them. A big mistake has been made and I'm living in agonizing guilt for the rest of my life. I'm sorry. If I had known that it would trip up people's hearts, why didn't I know each other in the first place? The water is empty after parting, but it's been 3 lifetimes since I came back. Boo, I miss you. Signed, Night Mika. Phew, only after seeing the end did Jiang Lingtian let out a long breath of relief. Okay, it's just a dewy-eyed marriage, and the pot isn't too big, as long as it's not a direct descendant of an old ancestor. In that case, it seemed that he had disguised himself as a way to avenge his old ancestor's murder for once. It was this Night Nika thing. I wonder what the old ancestor thought about it. But then again, boo, has too many trumpets for this old granddaddy. And how to be karma every time Most importantly, how long did the old ancestors actually live and how many descendants did they have in this long history? Zhang Ling Tian trembled, suddenly realizing some serious possibility. Hiss, don't dare think about it. Don't dare think about it. Zhang Ling Tian shook his head and threw himself into the scavenging business. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was 10 days later. During this period of time, Zhang Pingan was wandering between Shueqianqian and Nangongwan Air and had some headaches. Women are always jealous. The rest of the Zhang family, as if they had all made an appointment, closed their doors in unison to cultivate. As for the family head Zhang Ling Tian, he even mysteriously disappeared. It's just that according to the gossip, there are eyewitnesses who said that someone had vaguely seen a figure that resembles Zhang Ling Tian in a bitter kiln under the Zhang family. There was much scoffing at this. After all, how could the head of a family go to that kind of place where he did hard labor? And everything about the Zhang family completely exploded, becoming the talk of the streets and alleys, before and after meals. Have you heard? That Zhang Pingan is really not a thing. Not only did he dominate the charming fairy Nangong Waner, but he also made the entire Han family completely change their surname to Zhang. A beast, a small wedding, but even coerced and sent invitations to all the big and small clan families in the entire Cloud State. Shameful. Yes, I heard that Knight family was exterminated just because they didn't send a congratulatory gift. The yolks were shaken apart. It's too tragic. I can testify to this point. I live next door to the Knight family. It's really chicken and dog. Even the gold-striped stone at the front door has been dug up. I want to have a seat. I don't even have a place to eat. This Zhang Pingan really isn't a thing. The crowd sighed in unison. And that's not all. Someone else said again, accusing the other side of evil behavior. That your family merely sent a mere plaque to the door because they couldn't stand to see Zhang Pingan's viciousness. And guess what? What's wrong? Someone asked curiously. Alas, that same day that Zhang Pingan killed on the Shi family, and also in the Shi family's old ancestors' room want to do mischief. The old miserable. Ha! It can't be. Right, that old onion of the Shi family. He's even got his mouth on it? That's not true. I suspect that Zhang Pingan is a pervert, enjoying the feeling of conquest of ravaging the ancestors of each family, not caring at all what the other person looks like, and after forcibly possessing the Shi family ancestor, he sent out a message that he's getting married to Shueqianqian in 2.5 months. This statement caused an outcry. What? Another big wedding? Yeah, is it ever over? You just got married, and then you come back, month after month, to be the groom? Alas, with the previous experience of the Knight family and the Stone family, I'm afraid that this time around, the great clans and sects will have to hemorrhage again. I also heard that at the Zhang family wedding, that Empress Mu Qingcheng sent the wrong piece of paper for marriage, and then that evil thief took Mu Qingcheng's husband as his own, and also forced the Empress's son to call out for his father. This won't be 3 months after the Shi family's big wedding, and then marry with the Empress Mu Qingcheng, right? This will not be the Shi family's wedding 3 months after the wedding, and then marrying the Empress Mu Qingcheng. No way. Before the words left his mouth, he was forcefully interrupted by a middle-aged man. Humph, that's Shi family's old ancestor, Shueqianqian. Although I don't know what kind of cultivation she is, but the 7 sons of the Shi family are only in the Sate realm, and Zhang Pingan is no more powerful than the early stage of the quasi-emperor at best, so he's definitely not a rival to Mu Qingcheng. And what kind of character is Mu Qingcheng? Famous, cold and stunning. The power of one person dares to fight against the Ji family. That supreme cold power is enough to make the entire Cloud State for the trembling. How many big names in the Central State to pursue have been rejected by its door? Will not succumb to a little white boy? Bunch of ignoramuses. At the mention of the words Mu Qingcheng, a hint of salivation flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Clearly an admirer of the Empress, Shueqianqian has always kept a low profile and he is not sure of the bottom line. But that Nangong Waner was at best the #1 beauty of the Cloud State 800 years ago. How could she be compared to the Empress Mu Qingcheng, who was famous throughout the human race and had unrivaled talent? As a descendant of the Central State's imperial royal family, he did not hesitate to come to the spiritually barren Cloud State and stoop to become a state master of the Feiyu imperial dynasty. Wasn't it for the sake of Mu Qingcheng? All these years he had planned and done his best for the Feiyu imperial dynasty, just waiting to bring down the Ji family. And he believed that Mu Qingcheng would definitely accept him. Mu Qingcheng can only be his Prince Yuan's. Chapter 66 Reactions of the Families. Going to Feiyu Imperial Palace. As for Zhang Pingan, in his speculation, it was highly likely that he was just a playboy who was not taken seriously by some hermit families in the Central State. and that was why he came to this remote cloud state to act recklessly by relying on the power behind him. Oh, a mere rat who hid his head and didn't dare to show his true name. Dared to covet Mu Qingchang, then don't blame him for not being polite. Qingchang, you should have just woken up from your nap by now. Thinking of that stunningly beautiful as the Moon Palace fairy general can be. From the nap and the lazy sit-up, eyes smoldering, 3,000 green silk hanging down the fragrant shoulders and jade back, outlined the perfect curve of that extraordinarily provocative. Prince Abyss cannot help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's throbbing to think about it. He can't even imagine how good the other side smells. Almost there. Mu Qingchang, this kind of strange woman should slow down. Let the years treat you gently. He has spent so many years together. Finally can be close to the other side of 3 feet. Victory is in sight. The corners of Wang Ziyuan's mouth unconsciously hooked up as he thought about it, then walked towards the distance. Who's this? Just like a, yeah, and calling us ignorant? Look at his condescending demeanor. Yuck. When Prince Yuan walked away, the crowd then cursed in whispers. After all, just now, the other party's overriding aura of having been in a high position for a long time had indeed silenced them a bit. Forget it, don't mention him, but I heard that Zheng family isn't a dime a dozen. Took out a 9th grade life extension Dan, and in order to avoid suspicion, didn't give it to that female emperor's son, Xiao Dachuan, but instead gave it to a small, notorious family, so that the other party's old ancestor could once again extend his life by 1,000 years. Humph, a slap rewarding a date is just a date. No congratulatory gift or a lesser congratulatory gift. Kill. Congratulation gift list 1. Award. What a good calculation. Next wedding. I'm afraid that the congratulatory gifts alone are earning a lot of money. Yes, the original group of Han family's old 6, one by one even broke through the new realm, especially that Jiang Mimi, recently so not powerful, everywhere to be accounted for. Humph, Jiang Pingon is just a chicken and dog. Ah, Jiang Pingon made the chickens and dogs rise to heaven? It's worse than a beast. An exclamation of surprise rang out abruptly, causing many people's mouths to twitch. Once you've cracked the problem, you'll be able to get in on it. Is that how it's understood? After a short silence, another bitchy voice rang out. He brother's high opinion. I have a few newly released books about Jiang Pingon's battle against the 3 family elders here. With illustrations yo. Ha, an illustrated version so soon? Brother, let's borrow one to talk. The picture is gradually going off the rails. The Li family. Jiang Pingon, you bully people too much. A roar resounded throughout the hall. The head of the Li family looked at the wedding invitation in his hand, looking sad and angry, shivering with anger. This guy, it's just too much. Just 3 months, and then another invitation is sent. Is this a fucking wedding? It's clearly a second fucking marriage. Big brother, calm your anger. Think about the tragic extermination of the Knight family. And what happened to that Shi family's old ancestor? Shui Qian. A middle-aged man walked over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. And think of us, that old, bedridden ancestor. When these words came out, the Li family head immediately calmed down. Yeah, it's just as well that the Li family was destroyed, but the most respected in their hearts, the old ancestral grandmother who contributed her whole life to the Li family, could no longer suffer anymore. Although the old ancestral grandmother is bedridden, face withered, dying, but that Jiang Pingon, even that Shi family crone, can be under the hand, but also tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. It is not permitted to beastly on the family's own old ancestral grandmother under the poisonous hand. His own old ancestral grandmother was only in the cave ruin realm, but she couldn't withstand the tossing and turning of that little white boy. Or the Jiang Pingon used his old ancestral grandmother to hold another wedding. Thinking of the old ancestral grandmother hunched over, wearing a phoenix cape, trembling with Jiang Pingon husband and wife to worship the scene. Hiss, the Li family head couldn't help but shiver. Endured. After this wedding, it's imperative to move the family away from that beast. He just didn't believe that if he relocated to Qingzhou, which was a bit farther away, or even Zhengzhou, the holy land of the human race, he would still run into that beast Jiang Pingon? The Yu family. Ha ha ha. Good. Quickly, bring that strange item that you happen to get from the secret realm. This time, I am determined to win the 9th grade life extension pill. A dying old man laughed 3 times, looking unusually excited. I thought I was about to put the lid on my coffin, but I didn't realize that there was an opportunity to extend my life by 1,000 years. In front of the life and death lifespan, what is a mere treasure? By order of the old ancestor. The crowd bowed. Feiyu Imperial Palace. Boo! The ice chair that had accompanied Mu Qingqing for countless years was like a bean that had been crushed into pieces in an instant. Your Majesty, calm down. The surrounding maids fluttered and all knelt down, silenced, their bodies unable to stop trembling. It was the first time they had seen Her Majesty the Empress so angry. What kind of person could provoke Her Majesty to be so angry? One must know that Her Majesty has always been known for being thunderous, acting calmly, being cool and aloof, etc. For so many years, she has never seen Her Majesty the Empress this angry. That cold aura, from the inside out, even caused the temperature of the entire imperial palace to plummet by dozens of degrees. What do you guys think about Jiang Pingan and the Shi family Shui Qianqian big wedding? Mu Qingcheng suddenly spoke out coldly. She didn't want to talk, but for some reason, the ghost wanted to confide. The maids looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. There's only half a month left before the Feiyu dynasty changes, and instead of thinking about how to deal with the Ji family, His Majesty is concerned about a wedding? Is it possible that His Majesty is furious because of the folk rumor that Jiang Pingan presented himself as His Majesty's husband at the wedding? Back to your Majesty. That Jiang Pingan married Nangong Waner and Shui Qianqian by virtue of his strength. In the opinion of the slave girl, he's really a lustful man. He should be punished by palace punishment. A maid replied cautiously. Palace torture? Mu Qingqing's pupils suddenly shrunk as she coldly glanced at the other party. For a long time, only then did she lightly move her lotus steps and slowly walk to the window, looking at the distant sky, not knowing what she was thinking. It was only from the violently heaving chest that one could tell that she was extremely unsettled. Oh, Mu Qingcheng smiled to himself. What was one naively expecting? Expecting him to come around? Or do you expect him to give you the same kind of spectacular wedding? Lose yourself and stupidly find that Shui Qianqian fight, and then turn your head. And he married Shui Qianqian, succubus, denge. In terms of figure, status, and looks, which bit of herself is worse than that Nangong Waner or Shui Qianqian? Just because I'm not slutty enough, don't you want me to stick it to you? In this life, I will never forgive you. Cough cough cough. Mu Qingcheng suddenly had a pain in her heart and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The gloom in her eyes deepened a few points. Oh, everything doesn't matter anymore. Perhaps, after avenging the death of a loved one, I don't know if there will be a chance. Take a look at him again. At this point, Jiang Pingan was happily heading towards the Feiyu Imperial Palace. Most of the congratulatory gifts from the wedding were heavenly materials and other treasures, and most of the ones that were put into the everlasting space nativity were cultivation. And although the quality was average, the quantity was high enough that it still barely allowed him to advance to the second heaven of a quasi-emperor. In addition to that, he had also given birth to a number of healing sacred medicines, which were extremely good for recuperating the body, and he had specially boiled a few pots of medicinal soup, preparing to send it to Mu Qingcheng to ease the relationship. See if you can. Old feelings are rekindled. According to the other party's cool temperament, Jiang Pingan was prepared to eat a closed door though, but as a husband, it should indeed be the duty, the obligation, to give to a maiden whose body has long been deficient. Great tonic. Chapter 67, above the dynastic hall, facing the Empress directly. It was a bit abrupt to intrude into the Empress's chambers, and it could easily backfire. So what should we do? Jiang Pingan was in a bit of a bind. Right. Big Spring. A perfect candidate suddenly came to him. Starting with your own not-so-smart, stupid son is definitely the best option. Jiang Pingan confirmed Xiao Dachuan's location with a sweep of his divine mind, and his figure shifted and sped away. I'll take the test. Brother Jiang, you scared me. Xiao Dachuan looked at Jiang Pingan who suddenly appeared, patting his chest and blurting out in shock. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingan smiled sarcastically and said, Dachuan said several times, call me father. Big brother Jiang, that is the past tense. Big brother Jiang, don't joke. I asked my mother. She said that my father died long ago. You are not my father at all. And said that you are the world's first-class liar. Not a single word can be believed. Xiao Dachuan stared with wide eyes, not believing the other party's words in the slightest. I'm really your real dad. No way. Why don't you believe it? My father is Xiao Yan. You are Jiang Pingan, as well as the entire Yunzhou knows that you like widows. You say, I believe my mother? Or do I believe you? A widow killer? Oh. Looking at the other party's wise eyes, Jiang Pingan was speechless. This Mu Qingcheng is quite stubborn, and she won't even let her son recognize her. It does seem like you can't fuck too much. He Dachuan just kidding. It's like this. Seeing that he couldn't convince Dachuan, whose brain was one string, Jiang Pingan decided to think differently. As your good big brother, the conflict with the Ji family is imminent. I decided to step in to assist. How about being the chief provider of your prince palace? Go to the court to discuss politics, give advice and whatnot. Xiao Dachuan was stunned. Really? Big brother Jiang, you just got newly married and I heard that you're about to get married for the second time. You're still taking time out to help me at this time. You're not going to bluff me, are you? Second marriage. Jiang Pingan was a bit speechless, but still gave the other party a look. With your intelligence, I bluffed you? Also, Xiao Dachuan rejoiced. Ha ha, from today onwards, you're the chief provider of my crown prince palace. Ah, when brothers are united, their benefits will break the gold. Go to the court. Xiao Dachuan pulled Jiang Pingan and quickly walked towards the council hall. Along the way, there was also a succession of conversations between the two. Dachuan, I would like to ask, how is your mother's health these days? Has there been any abnormalities? Why do you care about my mom? Do you still want to be my father? I'm just asking out of curiosity. My mother's health is very good. Beat me up very hard, and her hands are very hard, especially these days, as if she had taken the wrong medicine. A little bit will explode. At this time above the court hall, has long been densely packed with people. Faces are obviously covered with gravity and anxiety. Most of them were promoted by Mu Qingcheng, so even if Mu Qingcheng risked universal condemnation by changing the dynasty and confronting the Ji family, they all fully supported it without a single objection. Just, Her Majesty the Empress, who was usually hands-on, didn't know what had happened recently, and hadn't been to the court to discuss politics for several days in a row. So how could they not be anxious at this critical time? Go to court, with the maid's cry. The noisy voices in the court immediately stopped and looked towards that above. Mu Qingcheng wore a set of coronation clothes printed with the pattern of a true dragon, her long skirt trailing to the ground, and under the reflection of the great sun, she was like a god or goddess descending, shrouded in a layer of holy halo as she came in a graceful manner, snowy face and vermilion lips, icy muscles and jade bones, and the ice eyes that would not melt for ages, looked proudly at everything. The moment she came out, she was like a bright and incomparable haze, completely masking all other rays of light in the world, making the entire hall exceptionally bright, transcendent, the beauty of people ashamed of themselves, as if all the beautiful things in this world, in front of her are eclipsed. In a flash, the entire courtroom was silent. Everyone's hearts were beating uncontrollably. Their gazes were dull and lost in thought as they looked at the breathtakingly beautiful and stunning figure. Even though he had seen it countless times and was mentally prepared for it, his eyes still looked over uncontrollably every time. It's so beautiful. However, after a brief moment of disorientation, the crowd reacted, averting their gazes with difficulty and lowering their heads, not daring to take another look. No one in the entire Feiyu imperial dynasty knew of the Lord Empress's coolness and loneliness, and no one's eyes dared to linger on her body for more than 3 breaths. Even the State Master Lord, who was also a quasi-empire, didn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of his face, and didn't dare to look directly at the Empress Lord. There were once so many crazy followers in the imperial dynasty, but then, they mysteriously disappeared. After that, everyone knew that one must curb that impractical nasty thought, or else, dead. Jiang Pingan also stared at Mu Qingcheng in a daze, unable to return to his senses for a long time. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to sing a high praise of the Luo Shinfu. Its shape, too, is as graceful as a swimming dragon. This is a noble and cool look that can be seen from afar but not profanely admired. Is it really the soft girl in the dream who likes to hang on to him? With her charming eyes, charming and attractive, and who shouts Brother Yen to herself in a pout. The contrast is too much, but it also makes him excited. He really wants to see this kind of dumping of all life's stunning flower face, if they are pulled down to the mortal world. At that moment, whether it can still maintain this pair of cold absolute, do not eat the earth's fire noble appearance, or is it soft and gentle, charming and low, with heavy eyes that seduce the soul? Hiss, just thinking about it. Ugh, nasty. But then again, what can you do when you think about your own maiden? Jiang Pingan was at peace with himself and recklessly surveyed, out of place with the crowd of ministers with their heads bowed and eyes downcast. At this point, there is something to report, nothing to retire from the court. A clear, cold and indifferent voice came out. Mu Qingcheng walked directly to the top of the dragon chair above, without even looking down, and everyone was not the least bit surprised by all of this. Mu Qingcheng felt that something was wrong, and her brows furrowed slightly. That blazing gaze was clearly perceived by her even when they were tens of feet apart. In today's Feiyu imperial dynasty, there are still such people who don't know how to die. That's good. I'm in an extremely bad mood today, so I'll take you on. Mu Qingcheng's icy cold gaze then looked over. Just a glance. Completely frozen. It's him. A heartless man who cheated his whole life under the false name Xiaoyan. What's he doing here? Previously only in the Jiang family outside the faraway gaze. now he is incomparably real from their own dozens of feet away. The face, the figure that has appeared in one's dreams countless times. One can even faintly smell the manly scent that is uniquely his. Mu Qingqing's heart and soul could no longer remain calm. Trembling violently, even her eyes could not move away for a moment. With that violent trembling, even the maids on both sides clearly detected that something was not normal, and they all revealed a look of worry. "Your Majesty, what's going on?" Just then, "Your Majesty, I have something to report. P.S. Ugh, I can't get out of the darkroom all the time. Any female descriptions don't work. I've been restraining the floodgates, but it still doesn't work. It's hard. I'm tired. I've been generating power for love. I'm just not in the mood and I can't write a chapter." Chapter 68, requesting Her Majesty the Empress to grant the marriage. The Prime Minister's words were like a thunderbolt, causing Mu Qingqing to snap out of her confusion. "Say," a bemused voice came out of the cherry mouth. After saying that, Mu Qingqing also coldly glanced at Xiao Dachuan. Obviously Zhang Pingdong was brought by him. "But, why don't you accompany your new wife, Nangang Wan heir, and the soon-to-be second wife, Shui Qian, and come to my place? Could it be that I am more important than they are?" Mu Qingqing was secretly contemplating, and although her expression had been cool and solitary, the corners of her mouth unconsciously floated up in an arc of arrogance. Perhaps even she hadn't realized that there was a hint of snickering deep inside. "Back to your Majesty. The northwestern part of the imperial dynasty has suffered a severe drought this year, with no harvest, and coinciding with the great battle between the Longhu sect and Koan sect cultivators, a natural and man-made disaster that has led to fear in the hearts of the people and made their lives unbearable. So I suggest that I send the Divine Capital Palace and Supervisory Academy cultivators and great powers to go and arrest the two sects of cultivators, and also allocate another $30 million to placate the mortal people. I ask your Majesty for your approval." The Prime Minister paused, slowly took out a scroll, and was about to begin a long speech. "Granted." Mu Qingqing's succinct one word interrupted his next action. "What?" The Prime Minister's hand trembled, and the dossier almost fell, and he looked up with a face full of incredulity. If it was on someone else, it would be excusable, but on Her Majesty the Empress, it was extremely abnormal. Her Majesty, the Empress, has always been personally involved in everything, especially when it comes to matters that involve the mortal people of the imperial dynasty. She must ask questions and look into everything. But today, His Majesty just replied yes without even asking, which is unprecedented, and I don't know if it's his illusion. I always feel that Her Majesty is still a little impatient, getting old and starting to get dim. The Prime Minister suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "Oh, Prime Minister, the change of dynasty is imminent. It's normal for His Majesty to be upset, so there's no need to solemnly report such a small matter to His Majesty." State Master Prince Yuan shook his feather fan and gave a rather reasonable explanation. Spinning around, he bowed slightly, a hint of salivation flashing in his eyes, and said in a high voice, "Your Majesty, the big event will come. The imperial capital influx of countless cultivators. Secretly there are Ji family children stupid, but everything is under the control of my supervisory Yuan. The Yuelu Academy and the Shendufu are all fully loaded and ready to fight. The only worry is that the high-end power of the Ji family." The words were interrupted again. "Well, the State Master will see to it." Ha! Wang Ziyuan was stunned. The moment even the slowest reactors realized that something was wrong. "Your Majesty seems a little distracted? You don't even care about such important things as changing the dynasty?" Moreover, those who are interested have also noticed that Her Majesty the Empress's gaze seems to fall on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince frequently. Can it be that His Highness the Crown Prince has done something so outrageous that His Majesty is disturbed? LOL. The ministers sighed at the thought. This Your Majesty is inspiring in ruling the world. And is this Crown Prince? Is difficult to say. If you all have nothing to report, you may retire from the court. Seeing that no one continued to speak, Mu Qingqing's red lips gently opened, and a voice like that of an oracle came out once again. Given the blazing eyes of someone, she sat a little on pins and needles, as if she were back on that charming first night. At the time, it was the same look, even cajoled himself into. Thinking of that scene, a layer of redness floated up on Mu Qingqing's stunningly beautiful cheeks with a swish, but it was only a flash of light, and then she once again reverted to that towering Feiyu Empress. If it were someone else, staring at himself with such colorful eyes, dying 10,000 times would be enough. But he, after all, it's Dachen's real father. Mu Qingqing gave herself a very reasonable reason. Can't kill. Still, can't hide. Trying to escape. Underneath Mu Qingqing's bland exterior, there had long been waves of shock, and she didn't want to stay for even a moment. Just then, a loud voice resounded throughout the courtroom. Your Majesty, I have something else to present, only to see Jiang Pingan slowly step out from behind Xiao Dachuan, just simply arching his hand towards the top. The ministers were confused. Who's this guy? Followed the crown prince. Was he a doorkeeper of the crown prince's residence? Or was he an envoy? But even if you are trusted by His Highness the Crown Prince again, this solemn courtroom, discussing the important matters of the imperial dynasty, it's not the turn of an envoy to speak, right? If you dare to provoke Her Majesty's authority like this, you will die. The ministers had already given Jiang Pingan the death penalty in the first instance. As heavy officials of the Feiyu imperial dynasty, they did not belong to any family power in Yunzhou, so they had not traveled to the Jiang family to attend the wedding and did not know Jiang Pingan. State Master Prince Yuan even frowned and coldly rebuked. Above the courtroom, is it not for you, a small offering, to speak? Stand down. And why did you not kneel when you had an audience with His Majesty? At those words, Jiang Pingan didn't move a muscle, didn't even look at the State Master, still looking straight up. Kneel? Oh, Jiang Pingan tops the sky. To kneel, it's also just at. Oh, not necessarily, it could be on the couch, carpet, grass, etc. Seek death. Seeing that Jiang Pingan was unresponsive, State Master Prince Yuan became furious. Over the years, when Mu Qingchang was in seclusion for cultivation, the major events in the dynasty were controlled by him, and he had contributed to the development of the Feiyu imperial dynasty to the present day, which ministers were not respectful when they saw him, and to be ignored by a nameless junior, how could he tolerate it? Just as he raised his hand to kill the other party with a palm strike, an extremely icy cold aura suddenly appeared, instantly locking him in place as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Wang Ziyuan immediately reacted. It's Mu Qingchang, only she, too, possessed this strength. However, it was also right, even if he was angry, he should not have rashly struck out in the courtroom. This was undoubtedly provoking the emperor's authority, and had already violated the female emperor's great taboo. Moreover, this person is obviously on the side of His Highness the Crown Prince. Besides, with Mu Qingchang's favor towards the Crown Prince, it is possible that he wanted to see His Highness the Crown Prince's attitude in dealing with the matter, and he himself personally took action, somewhat overstepping the bounds, which is really inappropriate. It had been hard to get close to Mu Qingchang all these years, and he couldn't lose the battle at this time. Just as Prince Yuan's face clouded over, Jiang Pingan's slow voice came out again. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people. So what about the offerings? Is it hard not to have the right to speak? Moreover, matters such as the change of dynasty and the Ji clan's incoming attack are neither big nor small, but there is an imminent major event before us at the moment, and if it is not dealt with in time, it will be enough to affect the imperial dynasty for 1,000 generations. In a flash, the entire courtroom was silent. All of them looked at this loudmouth with odd faces. Really damn. Can blow ah. The change of dynasty and the coming of the Ji family are not big events anymore. What else can be called a big event than these two? Could it be that this kid has gained the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince with the skill of blowing awesome? The State Master Prince Yuan's face was even colder. The guy was clearly mocking him. Humph. When the dynasty was over, he would make the other party understand how serious the consequences of offending him were. Jiang Pingan ignored everyone's reactions and stepped forward, his face gradually becoming serious as he said again, a country cannot be without a king, and an emperor cannot be without a queen. For the sake of the imperial dynasty's 1,000-year dominance, Your Majesty should plan ahead, extend the flame of our dynasty, and choose an heir to carry on the great lineage. Therefore, the humble minister boldly implores Your Majesty, for the sake of the foundation of all ages, for the sake of hundreds of millions of people, for one person, bestow marriage. Chapter 69, Mu Qingchang, bad, coming at me. What? Marriage? And the emperor can't be without a queen? Isn't there His Royal Highness Xiao Dachuan? As soon as these words came out, all the ministers frowned towards Xiao Dachuan, and when they saw that stable as Mount Taishan His Highness the Crown Prince, then they reacted and came to a sudden realization. Got it, this guy is obviously the mouthpiece that His Highness the Crown Prince put out there. His Royal Highness, grown up, pining for sex, starting to crave women. I just don't know which family's girl I have my eye on, but I'm going to ask His Majesty to give her a marriage without saying a word. However, the words are rough. For the sake of the imperial dynasty's future, it is indeed time to take a prince consort, which is indeed considered as the top priority of the imperial dynasty. Xiao Dachuan was obviously still a bit confused, and although he looked calm and natural on the surface, he was panicking inside. Why is everyone staring at themselves? Could it be that one is not wearing the right clothes today? And what does Brother Jiang mean by that? What do you mean? The emperor can't be without a queen? Isn't he still alive and well? Xiao Dachuan was puzzled. I second the motion. I second the motion. Ibid, +1. Same for me. After a short period of shock, the ministers came out in a fishbowl and made their attitudes clear. Mu Qingcheng on the dragon chair nodded slightly, and the resentment towards Jiang Pingan in his heart faded by 1 point. This father is not reliable, but he is still devoted to his son. But I'd like to see which family's daughter-in-law you've handpicked. Granted. May I have a candidate? Pink lips lightly opened. Mu Qingcheng's expression was bland, and her icy eyes remained clear and cold. However, Jiang Pingan did not reply directly and pursed his lips and said, Now His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Xiao Dachuan was born stupid. The spirit has not been opened, cannot be used. It is really difficult to inherit the great lineage. The big practice waste. I suggest to practice a small number. Bah! Regeneration of a more intelligent emperor's son. Are you hallucinating? The ministers looked at each other in dismay, as if they were all a little afraid to imagine their ears. How is this not quite what they thought it would be? Did they misunderstand? Before the crowd could react, Jiang Pingan once again took a step forward. His face was especially serious and earnest, and then knelt down on one knee, and his resounding voice resounded throughout the hall. So, the person I'm talking about who needs to be given in marriage is not the crown prince, but Your Majesty. Boom! The entire hall, all of a sudden, was dead silent, and a pin could be heard. Everyone's souls boomed as if they were hit by something heavy, and the atmosphere turned condensed all of a sudden. Everyone's jaws dropped, their jaws and eyes dropped straight to the ground, and their faces changed dramatically, without even noticing that Jiang Pingan's kneeling posture was a bit different. Surprisingly, on one knee. Done. Her Majesty the Empress is going to be furious. If it's not good, even all their ministers present will have to shed a layer of skin. After all, they have just all seconded the motion. I'm a nympho. Pitted. Why don't you just get yourself killed? Why do you talk halfway and lead everyone into a ditch? Besides, isn't this guy one of the crown prince's men? How come he's putting the crown prince down to nothing in his words? All great truths though, but without his highness the crown prince's forceful protection, how can this quell his majesty's anger? This kid is dead. After all, although her majesty the empress is a little high and cold on weekdays, she will never kill innocents indiscriminately. But once her taboo is involved, the ministers shuddered at the thought of that scene, not daring to breathe a breath. Vaguely remember, hundreds of years ago, before the existence of the crown prince was known, there was such a warrior, and I don't know what the brain thought, gathered half of the ministers at that time, and just above this court, forced her majesty, the empress to take a concubine by death. Results, got what they wanted, and all of them died horribly. The entire power of the court is completely reshuffled. State Master Prince Yuan even frowned, a hint of gloom flashing past. At first that group of ministers as he secretly instructed, in order to test Mu Qingcheng's ideas and bottom line, if agreed to consort, that naturally all recommend themselves, and then he confessed his heart successfully captured Mu Qingcheng's heart, but never expected. That day Mu Qingcheng as if out of his mind. Thunderous anger. He did not have time to dissuade, then directly to fulfill the wishes of those ministers, to send them to the western paradise. LOL. The matter of the strategy to capture Mu Qingcheng could only be done by boiling a frog in warm water, and planning it out slowly. He glanced disdainfully at Jiang Pingan, sneering in his heart. It's not necessary for him to make a move. This son must die. As for Xiao Dachuan, he was completely confused. Backstabbing. He was surprisingly backstabbed by brother Jiang. It was the first time in all his life that he had suffered such a heavy blow of betrayal. Before going to the court, brother Jiang also praised himself for being extremely intelligent and kind-hearted, and he will definitely be a famous and bright ruler in the future. It's only been a few minutes, and you're saying you're stupid and spiritually undeveloped? He himself clearly had the potential to become the king of the world. Moreover, big brother Jiang is obviously rushing at his mother, claiming to help himself, but at this glance, he still wants to be his father. He couldn't understand how brother Jiang, such a literary genius, could be attracted to widows. Mother is indeed somewhat good-looking, but she has a bad temper. The key point is, brother Jiang, you're just chasing after mother. Why are you stepping on me? Woo-woo. Xiao Dachuan's heart was cold. After a short period of dead silence, puff, flop, the ministers reacted by suddenly dropping to their knees heavily at the same time, their whole bodies crouching and trembling. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I'm guilty. A trembling voice rang out, each word carrying a war cry from the marrow of his bones. His Majesty's wrath has led to millions of corpses. They never want to go through that fiasco from hundreds of years ago again. There was no response for a long time. Bending their heads to the ground, they did not notice the abnormality of the stunning figure above the dragon chair. It's bad. It's coming at me. Mu Qingqing's heart trembled, and in a flash, her entire delicate body froze. Her brain went blank with a loud bang, and in her sight and in her mind, there were only two words left fluttering and drifting: giving in marriage. The purpose of this deadbeat is self-evident, letting me bestow a marriage for myself. It's not good enough for him to think of it. The moment Mu Qingqing's heart, which was intended to be frozen and silent, finally cracked open once again. What to do? What to do? Online request. Very urgent. He will surely ask me to bestow myself on him. Should I oblige him? Or should I oblige him? Or should I oblige him? Mu Qingqing was deer in headlights. Her heart seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest in the next second. Back then, he also proposed to himself in this way, on one knee, with a marriage certificate in his hand, but he didn't hesitate for half a second at that time, cried his eyes out, and then rewarded the other party fiercely. Now, should you push back again and then reluctantly agree at the insistence of the other party? No way. Mu Qingqing's phoenix eyes were once again cold, and her icy aura instantly filled the air. She hadn't forgotten that this denizen had just gotten married in a big way and was about to get married for the second time, so by the time she got to herself, wouldn't she be married for the third time? Never forgive him. You want to climb on my dragon couch? Dream on. But he really still has sincerity, leaving his new wife, his soon-to-be second fiancée, and getting down on one knee. The ground is cold at this time of the year. Will his knees get cold if he kneels like this? Mu Qingqing gently pursed her lips, and a trace of heartache flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. No longer that decisive, mighty empress, but rather some 6 gods, not knowing what to do. P.S. Ugh. Chest pain. Irritable. Shut me down for more than a week in the darkroom. How to change cannot. Have lost the motivation to code. To be out of the darkroom and then normal update it. Chapter 70. Mu Qingqing's mouth is too much for her. The time just went by minute by minute. Ha! The ministers who fell to their knees also noticed something was wrong. How is this? Kid still alive? It's been so long. Where's His Majesty's monstrous wrath? Why is there no movement? Some of the bold ones quietly raised their heads to look at the towering figure on the dragon chair, but they were instantly dumbfounded. This script isn't right. How does Her Majesty the Empress change her face? A moment of cold as frost, killing intent, a moment of redness, shy as a little girl in love? The ministers present were all human beings. How could they not understand what this represented? And exchanged unmoving glances, with some concern in their hearts. Her Majesty the Empress is intentional. His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed somewhat obtuse, but at this juncture, His Majesty's every move is related to the survival of the entire imperial dynasty, and there is no room for sloppiness. Yet there were many who were ecstatic, especially the Divine Capital Prefecture Prefect and the President of the Supervisory Academy. They were originally Mu Qingqing's fervent admirers, only to know that there was no hope, which slowly rested that mind. Only to be able to look at a glance from afar can be. But if Her Majesty the Empress intends to take a consort, then they may not be able to fight with the master of the country. The deer is not sure who will die. They, the toads, may not be unable to take a bite of that swan meat. The State Master Prince Yuan even almost laughed out loud, unconsciously straightening his waist. In his opinion, Mu Qingqing's ice-cold heart was obviously melted by his actions over the years, which led him to loosen up on the matter of concubines, and if he were to bestow a marriage, he would be obliged to do so. And so it was. Prince Yuan spoke directly. I second the motion. His Majesty has put all his thoughts on the imperial dynasty in recent years, bowing and scraping, taking care of everything, and now that the country is at peace, it's time for His Majesty to think about giving birth to a dragon child again. After saying that, he even made a few winks towards the side. Quite a few ministers instantly understood and immediately stepped out, saluting. I also second the motion. And this made Mu Qingqing snap out of her 6-headed reverie. In a flash, the originally quiet air became cold all of a sudden, and an icy cold and piercing pressure enveloped everyone's hearts and souls, making it impossible to move. Puff! The few ministers who had just stepped out instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces pale. They couldn't figure out why His Majesty was so temperamental today. Truly accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Mu Qingqing's icy eyes swept around, her face covered in frost, her chest heaving. Bunch of meddling losers. Giving marriage, that is my family matter. How can I allow you to talk more? And you're a denizen and a heartbreaker. Do you know what I've been doing for the last 1,000 years? Sadness. sadness, despair. Can't you offset that with this kneeling? At least, most importantly, I am nearing the end of my life and can't continue to be there for you. Besides, I don't want you to see my ugly face when my lights run out and my flesh crumbles and ages. Me, karma is over. A wave of extreme desolation instantly filled his chest at the thought. Mu Qingqing took a deep breath and quieted her mind, before her red lips gently opened, and her clear, cold and chilling voice slowly spat out. Don't mention this matter again. Leave the court. As the words fell, his gaze fell on Zhang Pingan, who was still kneeling on one knee, and eventually, with some intolerance, he continued, get up. The matter of giving marriage ends here. If you dare to mention it again, just, Mu Qingqing opened her mouth, and the words that followed never came out. When Zhang Pingan saw the other party stammering, his heart rejoiced. It seemed that there was still a game. With a twinkle in his eye, one plan fails to work, another one comes along. With a wave of his right hand, a bowl of steaming medicinal soup appeared out of thin air, with a few crystalline flower petals floating on the surface, emitting a refreshing aroma that invigorated one's spirit. Zhang Pingan once again stepped forward, holding the medicinal soup and fawning. Your Majesty, I know that your dragon's body is in poor health. This is the elixir that I have carefully boiled for you for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, using countless heavenly materials and treasures. It is able to nourish your body, and it has unimaginable benefits for the essence of spirit. What? The ministers were once again stunned in unison, looking incredulously at Zhang Pingan, who was pleasing Her Majesty the Empress. Why is this guy so fancy? There's no end to it. Are you so desperate to die? His Majesty's lordship is such a talented and unrivaled figure. Would he care about your bowl of medicinal soup? Moreover, His Majesty hates it when someone in the courtroom complains about things that have nothing to do with the imperial dynasty. This kid, dead on arrival. But, to everyone's dismay, that mighty Empress's Majesty is once again down. He actually made me soup? Even back in the day when he was at his most mushy, he never made soup for me, did he? And for 3 days and 3 nights, without sleep? He must be exhausted. I don't know if the broth is bitter, astringent, or sour. No, it's supposed to be sweet. Want to drink? Ugh. Mu Qingqing suddenly reacted and secretly spat on herself. Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing, don't be fooled by these small favors anymore. Don't fall in love, brain. Remember, you are the majestic and desperate Empress. Isn't it clear what kind of person he is? I'll give you a candy today, but I'll have to bring up my bed tomorrow. Against this kind of stirrup nose, ex-husband scum, you cannot give each other a little good face. Unwavering refusal. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the real father of Dachuan, he would have killed him 100 times, but this time the herbal soup. I'm going to try it. Of course, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to know if he had poisoned the soup. Whatever the outcome, this is the first and last time. Mu Qingqing was secretly calculating in her heart. Next, a pair of beautiful eyes were once again filled with the icy cold loneliness that made everyone familiar. Her gaze was like a sharp blade stabbing straight at Zhang Pingan, and her cold voice came out, unbridled. Above the courtroom, only the great events of the imperial dynasty can be discussed. What is your intention in fawning and flattering, patting your whiskers, and caring about my health? Since wearing the official uniform of the Crown Prince's chief provider, then properly assist the Crown Prince. Don't have any unwarranted ideas? For the sake of the Crown Prince, temporarily spare your life. Get off. And there's no need for this so-called spirit medicine soup to exist. Retreat. The words fell. With a wave of Mu Qingqing's jade hand, a raging strong wind blew through, rolling the bowl of spirit medicine soup into the void and disappearing. After doing all this, Mu Qingqing whisked her sleeves and turned around to leave, only leaving the crowd with a touch of absolutely beautiful back. There were several big question marks floating on the brains of the ministers. Where's the promised outrage? That's it? How come this kid's life is so hard? Moreover, I don't know if it's their illusion, but I always feel that just now Her Majesty's footsteps are more than usual, a little bit lighter and faster? Seems to give the impression of being in a decent mood. Could it be that His Majesty is getting older, and is beginning to love flattery, and is beginning to lose his mind? Many people muttered darkly in their minds. The most upright Prime Minister even looked at Zhang Pingan angrily. His beard was shaking with anger. Sycophant. This son is definitely a sycophant. The first sycophant to appear after the Feiyu imperial dynasty was put on the right track. Intuition told him that His Majesty's abnormality today definitely had nothing to do with this son. If this goes on, the imperial dynasty will sooner or later take a pill. No way. After going back today, I will definitely find someone to investigate this son properly, and it's best to check all of his 18 generations of ancestors. He'll be in trouble tomorrow. As for Jiang Pingan, he smiled faintly, hiding his accomplishments deeply. He had long ago attached a trace of divine thought to the medicinal soup, and just now, the other party appeared to have slapped the medicinal soup into the void with a palm. But in actuality, he stole the sky and secretly hid it in his own body. This Mu Qingcheng is obviously the mouth smacks the body upright. Mouth does not recognize, the body is quite honest. Well, oh, he would like to see if this little ninny steals a drink later. Chapter 71. Don't look back. I'm Cho Hyung. Just Mu Qingcheng, although cool, but thin skin is very thin. Before not moving, full of red, small fists pounding their chest. If they are found to steal the medicinal soup, it is easy to be annoyed and angry fury of. Just how do you get close without being noticed? With his first into the quasi-imperial divine mind, even if the gong method is more subtle, but I am afraid it is difficult to conceal the quasi-imperial triple sky Mu Qingcheng. Want to approach noiselessly, can only converge all the breath of their own, pretending to be an acquaintance. Right, acquaintances. Jiang Pingan was enlightened, and his eyes glanced at the personal maid who had been following Mu Qingcheng around. I'm sorry, it's just you. Next, with Mu Qingcheng's departure, the ministers in the courtroom left one after another. Jiang Pingan ignored the master of the country's angry eyes in Xiao Dachuan's face, and insisted that he was staying until the end before leaving. When the crowd left, Jiang Pingan gathered his breath and furtively followed. Not much longer. Just removed the blasphemous pants, were about to urinate. The maid Qiu Xiang was in front of the eyes of a man appeared to be scared of the blossom of color, completely held back. Jesus, she just had a sudden urge to pee and wanted to use the restroom. How could she meet a pervert? Ha! Something else looks familiar. Boo! Before Akane could cry out, she blacked out and was knocked unconscious by a handshake. Jiang Pingan stared at this scene in a daze. His face darkened and he was somewhat speechless. What the fuck is going on here? He collected his whole body's breath, coupled with the fact that he was not familiar with the imperial palace. He saw the other party running to the corner and followed, not realizing that this place was actually a women's restroom. And, pants are halfway down. Should we kill to silence? Jiang Pingan thought about it again and again, but still gave up on the idea. He is not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately, plus the other party is still Mu Qingcheng's maidservant. Really can't lay hands on her. Her own reputation is not very good, and she doesn't care about one more crime. What he didn't realize was that the titled toilet killer would follow him for many years until Tathagata self-realization immortal scripture. Give it to me. Jiang Pingan lightly shouted and shook his body, completely transforming into the appearance of his maid, Qiu Xiang. This was also a small function of the Tathagata self-realization immortal scripture that he had recently developed. It was true that he could really transform all things. Unfortunately, he had taught Nangong Waner and Shui Qinshen, but they were never able to comprehend. Otherwise, Jia. After doing everything, Jiang Pingan then slowly walked out of the women's restroom and walked in the direction of the study. At this point, a gorgeous palace dress, graceful and stunning Mu Qingcheng sat in the study, staring blankly at the bowl of mediocre medicinal soup in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking about for a long time. Silent. For a long time. She tremblingly picked up the bowl of medicine and gently blew on it to let the heat of the soup dissipate a little, then carefully took a small sip. The flavor of the medicinal soup was complex and deep, with a hint of bitterness when it entered and exited the mouth, but it was soon replaced by a rich sweetness, and as the medicinal soup went down, a sense of gentleness quickly spread throughout the body and flowed through the meridians, just like the rising sun, warm and full of vitality. This actually works? Mu Qingcheng's pupils suddenly shrunk, somewhat astonished. She clearly felt that the speed of the collapse of her physical body's spiritual energy was clearly curbed. Just treating the symptoms does not cure the root cause, unless one can always take this kind of medicinal soup made of unknown heavenly materials. But this is obviously unrealistic. But what made Mu Qingcheng's heart and soul tremble dramatically was not the effect of the elixir, but his breath. This medicinal soup has his scent in it. He didn't lie to me this time. Surprisingly, he really did boil it himself. He has a heart. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A huge tear filled up from her eye, and then it was like a river bursting its banks, falling in a steady stream into the medicinal broth, never stopping no matter how much she wiped it away. Husband. Actually I never regretted it. Just. Mu Qingcheng's lips opened slightly and let out a dreamy murmur. I don't know how long it's been. Mu Qingcheng carefully put down the bowl of medicine in her hand and slowly raised her right hand, and in her hazy vision, she looked into the palm of her hand. A black spot the size of a soybean had suddenly appeared in the soft razor of sheep's white jade. then his eyes fell back on the few strands of white hair. This is the sign of aging, life essence depletion, only barely suppressed by virtue of the cultivation of the quasi-emperor level. And now, it is obvious that it can no longer be suppressed, and the fleshly body is showing signs of aging, and even collapsing. So ugly. It's too late. Mu Qingqing shook his head, the phoenix eyes a dead gray color of despair. The whole person is standing in the cold winds of hell, trembling violently. 3 years, without exploding her whole body. She can still support 3 years, but the threat of the Ji clan was coming, and she was afraid that she wouldn't last a year under her full power. Oh, is this her destiny? Is this God's punishment for her? Although she didn't let any man touch her, but in the beginning, in order to take revenge, she still borrowed the name of the Ji family's imperial concubine. For her, it is also considered a kind of betrayal. Now he also had 2 confidants in his place, and he, himself, didn't want him to see his aging and dying appearance. That's it. 2 don't bother, each in his own way. Pretty good, but why does my heart hurt so much? Still a little upset. Why? For a long time, Mu Qingcheng came back to her senses and glanced down at her tear-dampened lapel, her brows furrowed before she shouted towards the door. Xiao Xiang, I'm tired, help me change. Ha! Xiao Xiang, who was standing guard at the door, was trembling in her heart and soul, and her breathing became a bit rapid. Dressing? This thing. He cooked. I wanted to sneak a look at my wife, but I didn't realize that I'd come across such a good thing. But what if I'm exposed? With Qingqing's thin skin, I'm afraid that she wouldn't just slap herself. Xiao Xiang? Seeing no movement, Mu Qingcheng urged again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pinggan had no choice but to push the door and walk in. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes fell on the stunning figure standing in front of the desk, still wearing the robe embroidered with a golden dragon. The entire person exuded a majestic and inviolable aura. Just don't know why, in Zhang Pinggan's eyes, that the high and mighty empress, whom all the people bowed to, at this time even seemed a little weak and delicate, and with a hint of loneliness and sadness. Zhang Pinggan's heart suddenly ached. The little girl in the dream, who liked to stick to herself, full of dependence and trust, unsophisticated in the world, in the cruel years and destiny, finally put on a hard shell, and lived into the other party's least favorite type of person. In all these years, she never really laughed, did she? While Zhang Pinggan was lost in thought, Mu Qingcheng had not turned around, but had sensed his arrival, her jade arms spreading out flat, and the slightly loose dragon robe fluttered to the ground, revealing the perfect figure hidden within, fluttering 3,000 green silk gently caressing the enchanting as the devil's delicate curves. Han Yuan's shoulder locks like heavenly beautiful jade, hanging down the jade arm, flowing more than full of ice flowers but also crystal flow. The beauty of the breathtaking, especially the jade back that was caged in a layer of thin as cicada wing veil, glistening white dazzling people, and the lace bib, icy skin and jade bones, in this empty study, released a splendor and charm that was enough to make the devil all submit and go crazy for it. Boom! Zhang Pinggan's breathing, heartbeat, and even the flow of blood, in this instant, all came to a complete standstill, more than 100 times more beautiful than she was in her memory. Zhang Pinggan just stared at the other party in a daze, dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by a curse, not moving at all. The eyes were also irresistibly infatuated, and his breathing began to be disorganized. Xiao Xiang, what are you waiting for? Bring me that purple nightgown. Mu Qingcheng prodded again, and her brows couldn't help but knit slightly. What's wrong with Xiao Xiang today? Why is she so blind? On weekdays, she didn't even need to be instructed. With just a single movement, Xiao Xiang would arrange it properly. Just a moment before Mu Qingcheng was about to turn around, a figure came behind her. Her slender waist was slowly wrapped by a pair of arms, and her whole body leaned against a warm chest. Mu Qingcheng's delicate body violently trembled. In the meantime, a warm breath came, and the familiar and unfamiliar voice that had only appeared in dreams rang in Mu Qingcheng's ears. Don't look back. I'm Qiao Hyung. Chapter 72. I want to hear you say my name. It's him. Mu Qingcheng's whole body stiffened. The ice eyes that seemed to be immutable for ages instantly panicked, even forgetting to speak, forgetting to struggle. Zhang Pinggan also regained his original appearance, gently gathered the willow waist of the beautiful people, greedily breathing in the refreshing fragrance that belongs to each other. He had only wanted to sneak a few glances, but who would have thought that he would run into Mu Qingcheng, who was about to change her clothes and take a nap? What man could stand such a test? A few moments later, Zhang Pinggan came up to the other party's ear and whispered warmly, leaning, I want to hear you call my name. Mu Qingcheng. She always felt that there was something unsavory about this guy. No. Mu Qingcheng lightly shook her forehead, Her face flushed, and she began to struggle. She wanted to slap this denizen to death, but for some reason, the struggle seemed weak, and even her voice was a little more soft. Ching Cheng, in fact, there are a lot of things that even I can't figure out and explain, but I want to say that you are my maiden. For the rest of my life, let's go back to the old days, okay? Jiang Pingan whispered in the other party's ear. His voice was light but loud, revealing a hint of sincerity. Boom! Mu Qingqing's mind once again buzzed and went blank. Back to the old days. Can it go back to the old days? Mother, we just made a marriage contract. We haven't had a chance to get married yet. In his heart, have I always been his maiden? The short sentence, as if it was an ink butterfly in a dream, continued to flutter in Mu Qingqing's sea of mind. Unconsciously, she felt her body getting softer and softer, losing all her strength. Her entire weight snuggled up to Jiang Pingan, and between her lips, she murmured softly, "But, nothing but." Jiang Pingan let go of Mu Qingqing, then pressed his palm on her fragrant shoulder and gently boarded over it. In a flash, the two of them looked at each other, and they could even clearly feel the violent beating of each other's hearts. Qingqing, Jiang Pingan looked straight into the other's eyes and said word by word, "I know I'm sorry for you, but all of this is not what I want. I will explain everything about Qian Qian in one air, but right now, I just want to tell you, Mama, that wedding that has not begun, I want to make it up to you. Marry me, okay? Marry me, okay?" At this moment, Mu Qingqing's heart and soul were confused to the extreme. Her red lips opened, wanting to say something, but she was never able to send out a single syllable. This was once a lifetime's luxury, but now that it's happening, it's a little hesitant, even, dare not look him straight in the eye. Too late, it's too late. Even more so, she didn't want to drag the other party into the quagmire of the Feiyu imperial dynasty and the Ji clan. Using a forbidden technique, at most, he would die with the Ji clan's old man, but he would not have the ability to guard him. Mu Qingqing turned her head away, no longer looking at Jiang Pingan. Her eyes were hazy, lest she see disappointment in the other's eyes. However, in Jiang Pingan's eyes, this look of hers, and the previous majesty of the high and unassailable empress, this huge sense of contrast, made Jiang Pingan no longer be able to hold back. Qingqing, I declare you. Jiang Pingan suddenly leaned down and lowered his head to hold Mu Qingqing's delicate lips. Boom! Oh, oing 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 dash. Mu Qingqing's icy eyes instantly enlarged as she stared at the other party with an unbelievable death glare. Next, boo! A 10,000 pounds of enormous force appeared, hitting Jiang Pingan, who hadn't had time to feel it yet, heavily, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and like a kite with broken strings bearing it was sent flying out, smashing hard on the ground outside the study. The entire imperial palace trembled. What a guy! Enemy attack! In a blink of an eye, countless imperial palace female guards flew in from all directions with a murderous aura, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Jiang Pingan, who was still lying on the ground. This was the study where Her Majesty the Empress usually dealt with the political affairs of the imperial dynasty, and as imperial palace guards, it was simply a dereliction of duty on their part to allow someone to touch this place without a sound. Your Majesty, how should this thief be dealt with? The commander of the guards bent his knees and bowed down to ask for instructions. Before Mu Qingqing could reply, a footstep in the distance hurriedly arrived, seemingly with a hint of crying. Your Majesty, it's not good. There's an assassin in the women's restroom. He sneaked up on the slave girl while she was taking a leak. The slave girl doesn't know what he wants to do, but the probability is that he will plot against your Majesty. The crowd looked on, only to see the maid Xiao Xiang holding her pants in one hand and wiping her tears with the other, pearly and crying, obviously suffering from an unjustified humiliation. As soon as Xiao Xiang approached, she saw the surrounded Jiang Pingan, and instantly could no longer suppress the aggression in her heart, pointing at the other party and crying out, Your Majesty, it's him, in the women's restroom. Oh, the slave girl is unclean. The slave girl doesn't want to live. Crowd. Jiang Pingan, who had just climbed up, was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, completely messed up in the wind. I should have known to kill and kill. Being identified like this in public, you can't wash away even if you jump into the Yellow River. Mu Qingqing was even slightly twitching at the corners of her mouth, somewhat speechless, and then she fiercely glared at Jiang Pingan. This guy, it's too much. It's just a matter of bullying yourself, but you're even bullying your own personal little maidservant. Damn it! He himself was not to be trifled with, and almost went soft and was tricked by him again. What, to go back in time and marry him? It's not even gluttony for your own body. Ugh! But on the face that he is Dachuan's own father. Then, spare him once, and next time he commits a crime, he will not be lightly spared. In a flash, Mu Qingqing's aura changed. A terrifying and overwhelming pressure surged out, once again reverting back to that mighty empress who overcame the world, causing everyone to fall into an ice cave and shiver. Let him go and scatter. There was no explanation. There were just words like the supreme majesty of the heavenly majesty of the holy oracle. What? So you're letting him go? They had witnessed with their own eyes that this thief had been struck out of the study by his majesty himself, and with his majesty's hair and clothes still a little disheveled. What had happened was clearly evocative. His majesty's cool and absolute love. That is known to all people. Rumor has it that there was once a holy son of a holy land in central China who made a flirtation with his words, and he was shocked to death on the spot by his majesty, and now he is. The meaning behind this, "Humph," a soft hum, like the sound of hell, made everyone wake up from their contemplation, and they all hurriedly bent their knees and kneeled down, saying, "Yes, sir." Spinning around, he leapt up and disappeared cleanly in the blink of an eye. Mu Qingqing glanced at Jiang Pingan, and with a haze of snow shadow, she also drifted away, only left a little confused Xiao Urine, a face of horror, looking at slowly walked over the toilet assassin Jiang Pingan. "Don't you come over here. Oh, why doesn't your majesty Sama do it for her and castrate the other?" Xiao couldn't hold back any longer, and with a wow sound, she covered her cheeks and darted towards the imperial palace's central lake in a flash. Jiang Pingan stretched out his hand, somewhat speechless. He wanted to apologize to Xiao, but he didn't expect the other party to just scamper away. Immediately, Jiang Pingan looked at Mu Qingqing's disappearing back before he felt a vague pain in his body as an afterthought, grinned, and fiercely sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. This little girl, not just a kiss, really hard, day, will make her look good. Chapter 73, I'm not in the habit of leaving my back to others. Unbeknownst to him, all of this fell into the eyes of Prime Minister Zhao, who was not far away. He suddenly remembered that there was still a major event that needed to be reported, which is why he turned back and did not expect to see this scene that fell through his eyes. Sycophant. No, it's not just sycophants anymore. It's the scourge of the nation. Surprisingly, he had trespassed into His Majesty's study, and as an old man, he naturally noticed the Empress's disheveled hair and the corners of her clothes. It's a degrading rite of passage. Zhao Prime Minister Icanthus. If not, he is just a man of the cloth. His hands are not tied. Hate to whack this girl with a cane. No wonder Her Majesty the Empress has been strange lately, and she has been absent-minded about the major events in the dynasty. So it is that such a scourge has appeared to disrupt the dynastic program. No way. Your Majesty, with his unparalleled talent, must have been confused for a moment to be mesmerized by this demon. As a minister of the state himself, he must thoroughly investigate this son's details and expose his plot, in order to make His Majesty return from the wrong path and come to his senses. Prime Minister Zhao took a hard look at Jiang Pingan and turned to leave. Day by day, Jiang Pingan, in addition to occasionally take time to go back to visit the solitary Nangong Weiner in Shueqianqian, other time are consumed with Mu Qingqing. At first it was sneaky, then it was even more unscrupulous, strutting around, and even broke into the Empress Mu Qingqing's bedchamber several times. Without exception, they were all blasted out with a palm. But Jiang Pingan was happy and even complacent. To hit is to kiss and to scold is to love. Tumblr is punching me harder and harder and seems to be loving me more and more. Hey, hey, hey. The guards and maids had long been used to this and were not surprised, although they didn't know why His Majesty was so indulgent with this denizen. As subordinates, all they could do was to protect their innocence. Based on Xiao Xiang's previous experience, no woman in the entire imperial palace dared to go to the toilet alone, forming a default rule: 1 person in the toilet, 3 on duty. Especially recently, the thief frequently in and out of the harem. The women are even more trembling, can be held back. Ah! Mu Qingqing let out a shriek and hurriedly turned around, the blush on her face instantly spreading to her neck, blushing so much that she almost cried out. This guy is getting over the top. I don't know what kind of concealment unorthodox technique I practiced, but I couldn't detect any of his breath, and I only found out every time I was close to dozens of feet. Claims that it is to send medicinal soup to yourself, but not greedy for their own body. Humph. Nasty. Before sneak into the bedchamber is just, this time even take advantage of their own bathing effort. Break in. Gulp. Jiang Pingan swallowed heavily. He had only vaguely followed Mu Qingqing's scent, and he truly did not expect to see such a fragrant scene. A bunch of images of easy riverboats came to mind. Qingqing, if you are not convenient to talk to me in advance, this is a mess. And this imperial palace guards are doing what to eat. I have barged in and no one to stop. Fortunately this if others, is not. Jiang Pingan slowed down and pushed back. Mu Qingqing was furious. This guy is still biting back at this time. The guards and maids why do not stop? Do not have a little bit in their hearts to count? Seeing that the other party's gaze was still recklessly ogling, Mu Qingcheng said with some annoyance, "Denizen, turn around." At this moment, the Empress no longer has the slightest hint of bullying, and there is only the ultimate teenage girl shyness. Although they were intimate and honest when they were a couple, it's been 1,000 years since they've been together, and she's not ready for it. Boing boing. It's too embarrassing. Ha! Zhang Pingan froze once again. The other party's stunning immortal face that was as clear and cold as ice. Instead of losing half of its color when annoyed, it revealed a different kind of flavor, especially the water vapor slightly floating, the black long hair natural gorgeous hanging scattered. That is like white jade shoulders and back in the water mist hazy, hidden, but also added a temptation. Autumn water for the muscle jade for bone. Skin like congealed fat beautiful as a picture. Beauty. It's so beautiful. This is the ultimate beauty. Zhang Pingan gazed intently, his heart on fire. You still look. Quickly turn around. Seeing that the other party was not moved by this, Mu Qingcheng once again urged, her tone 1 point colder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pingan tilted his head slightly and said with a righteous face, "Qingcheng, the Jianghu is dangerous. You know that I have never had the habit of leaving my back to others." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingcheng's pretty face twitched slightly and turned back to give a vicious white glance. This deadbeat. Why are you still so bummed? This kind of thing is still said with such righteousness. If it weren't for Dachuan's face, she would have. Zhang Pingan looked at the cool and stunning back in the water mist, and once again his heart swam. If this back looks this good, won't the front take off? Moreover, with the size of the other party, those slender jade hands will certainly not be able to cover. GGG. Without moving, Zhang Pingan wiped his saliva, and said again with a righteousness, "Qingcheng, after all these years, you still haven't learned to respect others. What do you mean? When was I disrespectful?" Mu Qingcheng, who had been in a state of shame and anger, was suddenly a bit confused by the question. "Look, I've come all the way here, and I've even boiled you some good spiritual medicine, but you turn your back on me. Is this not the way to treat a guest?" Leaning, "Come on, turn around. Let's have a face-to-face chat." Mu Qingcheng, "Hospitality? You've never seen hospitality in a bathtub." Also turned around. Even Mu Qingcheng, whose mind and soul were chaotic and incomparable again, instantly understood the other party's intentions in seconds. "Want to see? Humph. Go watch those two vixens in your house." Mu Qingcheng's mind even conjured up a scene of the other party entwined with Xue Qianxian and the others in the bathtub, ear to ear. Can't take it anymore. Negative. Damn it. Shasta. An icy cold and piercing pressure enveloped the area. The surrounding temperature plummeted by several hundred degrees, and the entire dome of the sky, as if it was slowly sinking. Mu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes revealed an extreme coldness that seemed to be able to make the void condense, and a layer of vision silently appeared on the jade-white fingertips. The 9 Heavenly Mysteries Sutra. No one would have expected that in just over half a month, Mu Qingcheng would have cultivated the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Sutra to the grand completion realm. The 7-vesseled body is as terrifying as it is. Get out! The cold and chilling voice shook the entire room, and even the entire imperial palace. That overriding monstrous anger caused everyone in the imperial palace to fall into an ice cave and shiver. Apparently, His Majesty is angry again. This is the 39th time this month I think. This little white boy is really damned. Almost take the harem as his back garden. Come when he wants, sleep wherever he wants. I hope that His Majesty will wake up soon and slap this girl to death. Agu being so scared by your Majesty. Want to pee. But, the guards and maids looked at Zhang Pingan, who was lying in a large pit in the distance, and were somewhat torn. Want to pee, but afraid to. Forget it, let's wait until this guy is gone and hold it in. Asterisk. Zhang Pingan climbed out of the large pit on the ground and couldn't help but burst out. This little ninny appeared to be really angry this time, and actually laid down a deadly hand. 1 minute you're chatting up a storm, the next you're just flipping out. LOL. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. Just now Mu Qingcheng angrily shot the moment, the fiery eyes of the golden eyes. He naturally did not let go of any detail. Hey, not only do you not lose, you make a bloody profit. But, Zhang Pingan frowned slightly. Previously, he thought that with the Tathagata self-realization immortal scripture, the cultivation of a first-time quasi-emperor would be enough to counteract an ordinary late quasi-emperor. But Mu Qingcheng had only just advanced to the quasi-emperor's 4th heavenly layer, and surprisingly, his own pressure had increased under the full force of his outburst of breath. The 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor. one heavenly rift. Surely it's not a falsehood. In that case, without using the Great Emperor experience card, it was highly likely that he was not a match for the G-clan ancestor. It seems that we still need to go to the G family to step on the spot this night, and it's best to steal all of the treasure trove and raise our cultivation level, so that we don't waste a Great Emperor experience card when the time comes. As for destroying the G family in advance, that was even more unnecessary. After all, the hero saves the day. That's the eternal melody. At the moment when Mu Qingcheng was about to despair, his own feet stepped on the seven-colored auspicious clouds to save the building from falling. Hey! He didn't believe that Mu Qingcheng was still reserved? GGG. Chapter 74. Entering Ji's house at night. There is an adulterous relationship. The Heim family. Wabuchi, how are the preparations going? The Supreme Elder Ji Danqing, who was sitting on the main seat, took a sip of the tea in his hand and said faintly. Upon hearing this, Ji family head Ji Wuyuan spoke in a respectful tone. Back to the Great Elder. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the day after tomorrow when the Feiyu Imperial Dynasty ceremony. In front of the face of all the forces to kill Mu Qingcheng that, show the power of my Ji family. The Ji family will always be the king of the Cloud State and cannot be disobeyed. Well, Ji Danqing nodded, the corners of his mouth floating slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of inexplicable playfulness as he let out a light smile. Oh, put to death. This kind of earthly beauty, it is too much of a waste. Hollister, although the old man is old, but still able to meal. Humph, still want to let that bastard recognize his ancestors? I want to let Mu Qingcheng know, she can only be Ji family's people, can only carry Ji family's seed. Then congratulations in advance to the Grand Elder. As the head of the Ji family, you are naturally to share in the joy. Together? Ji Wuyuan was slightly stunned, then he realized what the Grand Elder meant, and the corners of his mouth grinned, harder to suppress than even AK. GGG. The two men looked at each other, exchanged glances, and let out a devious laugh. After laughing out loud, Ji Wuyuan suddenly thought of something and frowned, saying with some concern, Great Elder, according to the intelligence that Mu Qingcheng is very likely to break through to the Quasi-Emperor Four Heavens, the same cultivation as the Great Elder, but she is far inferior to the Great Elder in terms of both her skills and experience, so naturally she is not a match for the Great Elder. But I'm afraid that under the end of the road, Mu Qingcheng that self-detonates. How should I do it? Should we not ask the Great Ancestor to come out to suppress it? No harm done. Grand Elder Ji Danqing waved his hand. This time, Madam and I will go out together, with Madam assisting from the side. Capturing Mu Qingcheng alive will not be a big problem. The lady in his mouth was Morong Jiao, who was proficient in suppressing the Dao, cultivated at the second level of the Quasi-Emperor, and was one of the Ji family's bottom cards. It was just that he hadn't noticed the flicker of a different color in Ji Wuyuan's eyes when he mentioned the word Madam. Ji Danqing paused and continued. Don't go over to the old ancestor's side for the time being. The old ancestor's closed-door attempt to break through the seventh heavenly layer was unsuccessful. He's in an extremely bad mood, and moreover, he's welcoming an honored guest at this time, so it's not appropriate to disturb him. Noble guest? Ji Wuyuan was a bit curious. What kind of heavenly great person was the one who could make even the Grand Elder address his honored guest? In response, Ji Danqing smiled mysteriously and stroked his beard before saying slowly, as the saying goes, good fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Although old ancestor has not broken through to the late stage of Quasi-Emperor, he has another great joy. There are some things that should be told to you. Our Yunzhouji family is just a side branch. The old ancestor had made a mistake and was expelled from the central state. The real Ji family is one of the hidden families of longevity in the central state. My Ji family ancestor is immortal. This time, that old ancestor in the central state is at the end of his days, and on his deathbed he wanted to take a look at his young grandson, our old ancestor in the cloud state, and that's why he sent his clansmen here to discuss the matter of recognizing his ancestor. In this way, my Ji clan is considered to be truly at the top of the human race. Humph. A mere Quasi-Emperor Mu Qingcheng is nothing more than a mole cricket that can be destroyed with the overlapping of a hand. Compared to this, it's not worth mentioning. What? Ji Wuyuan was completely shocked. The Eternal Life Family. Immortal. Ji Wuyuan muttered. These few words were like an ancient mantra, echoing in his mind. He was breathing heavily and his hands were trembling slightly. The tremors of excitement and awe. Ah, the Eternal Family. Only those whose ancestors had given birth to immortals and had left behind a complete immortal inheritance were qualified to be called an everlasting family. Today, in the entire human race, there are only 5. 1 forbidden land, 3 holy places, 5 worldly families, and 8 clans. This was the supreme hegemony of the human race's holy land, the central state. and the underpinnings of fending off the 10,000 clans. In addition to the Tai Chu Forbidden Land, that is the exclusive place of the great emperor. No one knows its secrets. The 3 holy places and the 5 families of the world's power is not far from each other, called the human race absolute top power. Any one of them, out of the central state, is an absolute giant. In the past, he also thought that the Ji family in Yunzhou was related to the Changxing Ji family in the central state, and he did not expect the fantasy to come true. Ha ha ha, if I had known this, why would I have looked ahead and worried about my reputation and Mu Qingqing's admirers, and would have forcefully taken Mu Qingqing home to warm up her bedding at the first sight of her? The reason why this time can have no fear of Mu Qingqing, but also because of its fault in the first, risking universal condemnation to let his son to recognize his ancestor, blatantly slapped the Ji family. Ji family is standing on the moral high ground. As for the Mu Qingqing central state of those admirers, naturally, also have nothing to say. Ji Wu Yuan once again let out a maniacal laugh, as if he had already seen the scene of the cold as ice Mu Qingqing, begging bitterly underneath him. Xiao Dachuan recognizes his ancestors. Ji Wu Yuan recognizes his ancestor. Square root. Well, this matter is finalized, so I'll go over to the treasure vault and have a chat with the lady first. Ji Danqing glanced faintly at the family head Ji Wu Yuan and turned to leave. At this point, Zhang Pinggan had quietly touched the edge of the Ji clan's treasury. He had secretly probed before. Perhaps it was the existence of the sealing array. He had only probed the Supreme Grand Elder Ji Danqing, a quasi-emperor. He wasn't discouraged though. After all, his primary goal was still to empty the treasure trove. Just let him did not expect his Ji family also do not know is confident or not avoid people. That treasure vault, 2 big words almost brightly blinded his dog's eyes. Holy shit, it's so conspicuous. It can't be a trap, can it? Zhang Pinggan spat out a sentence. And just in case, he operated the Tathagata self-realization immortal scripture to become Ji Wu Yuan's appearance. Before he swaggered in and pushed open the door, only to be completely dumbfounded upon entering. A pair of long white legs came into view. What a rhyme! Charm is still alive. Flavorful, a purple tool under the hidden, like a ripe peach, cause people to reverie. What a beautiful young woman. The beautiful young woman Morong Jiao also noticed Zhang Pinggan's arrival and slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, all 4 eyes met, both somewhat stunned. Snap! Zhang Pinggan was the first to react and directly threw the other party a big earful. Humph! Why don't you kneel when you see the family master? Get out of the way. The big battle is coming. I want to go into the treasure vault to get some treasures. Zhang Pinggan was a little jittery, and he didn't know if he could subdue the other party. Anyway, fan first for respect. It shouldn't be much of a problem for a family head of his own to slap a gatekeeper, right? Rarely did he think about how humble Jiang Lingtian, the head of the Jiang family, was, and now he is still sealed cultivation in the bitter kiln to do hard labor. Ha! Morong Jiao covered her reddened cheeks, a little confused by the sudden slap, and hadn't come back to her senses. Who am I? Where am I? Why do you have to slap people the moment you meet them? Next, Morong Jiao's beautiful eyes slightly condensed and narrowed, danger flooding the narrow slits of her eyes as a quasi-emperor's second sky pressure instantly enveloped her. Spinning around, he lifted a crystal-clear jade finger toward Zhang Pinggan's chest. Done! Zhang Pinggan's heart snapped. This beautiful young woman is actually a hidden quasi-emperor. No wonder the identity of the head of the Ji family couldn't suppress the other party at all. It was a damn mess. If he really fought, he wasn't afraid, but if he alarmed the Ji family, he wouldn't be able to take away a single needle or thread without using the Great Emperor experience card. Just what he didn't expect was that the other party's green jade finger was about to reach the moment. The monstrous pressure was withdrawn, gently pointing at his own chest, and also made a few circles with interest. Deadbeat nasty this time, how to come without notice so want to give people a surprise in case that old thing found out cannot end well. Morong Jiao stared straight at Ji Wu Yuan. The corner of her mouth was smiling and her eyebrows were glowing with spring. The pungent fragrance and the charming voice made Zhang Pinggan's heart and soul sway, and even raised a sense of dryness. There is adultery. Chapter 75, Ji Danqing's anger. Emptying the treasure trove. After Zhang Pinggan was briefly stunned, he instantly reacted, only still somewhat puzzled. He clearly assaulted the other party. The other party does not seem to be angry, but also, some excitement? The look was even more flirtatious than just now, and her cheeks were tinted a few shades of drunken red. What's with this? Could this guy be a pervert? He's a serious man. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it at all. Lost in thought, Morong Jiao's entire body had already leaned up, her red lips almost touching Zhang Pinggan's cheeks, gently blowing a hot breath, percolating an intoxicating floral fragrance. Little Wu Yuan, Aren't you discussing things with that old miscreant, the Grand Elder? Why are you free to come to my side? Madam, please respect yourself, Zhang Pinggan said with a straight face. By this time, he had already guessed the identity of the other party. Wife of the Supreme Elder, the Morong family's XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX He's a bloody young man. If he keeps this up, there's no guarantee that anything will happen to him. More importantly, he is a man of integrity and dedication, and must not apologize to his maiden. The giggle. Ji Wuyuan's serious look made Morong Jiao laugh and tremble. It took a while before she stopped, rubbing her chest and pretending to look sad, pouting. Agu, when it's good to call people sweetie. Now that you're the head of the family and your cultivation has been raised, you call people Mrs. Ji La. You don't think about it. Last month you just snap. Before the words were out of his mouth, the other side of his face received another big, solid bibby pocket. Morong Jiao's mouth was wide open, her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't say a word in half a day. Blindfolded, turn around, raise your arms, lean against the wall and don't look back. An ice-cold voice floated out from Zhang Pinggan's mouth. Time was running out. He couldn't spend any more time with this pervert. Zhang Pinggan made a snap decision and followed the other party's act, looking at the black silk scarf that the other party handed over, and the words just now. Morong Jiao froze. On the surface, he didn't move, but in fact, he was ecstatic inside. Little abyss. Enlightened. Still, she pretended to be shy and cooperative, and took the initiative to blindfold the silk scarf, refusing to be welcomed. No abyss. It's so shameful. I can't do it. Snap. What was ushered in was another hard slap from Zhang Pinggan. Cool. It's been a long time since I've slapped someone like this. And to that group of ungrateful children and grandchildren it was only the back of the head. How could I hit them so painfully? Do as you're told. Morong Jiao, who had once again received a slap on the face, obediently walked to a side wall and began to silently look forward to it. Later, I don't know that no abyss will have such new tricks. Looking at Morong Jiao, who was honestly facing the wall, Zhang Pinggan no longer hesitated and headed towards the treasury. Just after entering the treasure trove, Zhang Pinggan was almost blinded by the brightness. Worthy of being the #1 family in Yunzhou for 10,000 years, there are just so many heavenly treasures. Great desolate blood halberd, purple stripe inferno lance, 7-colored immortal gold, Tai true water, starry life stone, ha ha ha, scent, treasure, my drops, all of them. This object is bound to me. Based on the principle of never wasting a stitch, Zhang Pinggan quickly loaded all the treasures into his violet mansion. Just as Zhang Pinggan was busy, Grand Elder Ji Dancheng and family head Ji Wuyuan slowly walked towards the treasure vault. Wuyuan although the treasury is guarded by your wife's grandmother Morong Jiao, but our couple has been together for so many years, and we call ourselves a model-loving couple, and I am very relieved to have her guarding the treasury. Where are the people? Ji Dancheng's voice ended abruptly. The silhouette that had resided in the center of the gate for countless years was empty. In the midst of the two men's disbelief, a pouting voice came from beside them that was fluffy to the bone. Wuyuan, it's been so long, why haven't you come? In the past, you were very anxious. Boom! Ji Dancheng was like being struck by lightning, as if his entire soul had been hit by something heavy. His eyes blazed and his eyes were wide open. The always loving lady, unexpectedly lying on the wall scratching her head, but also blindfolded, a face of anticipation, apparently, playing a boat new game with someone, and so on. Abyss free? Ji Dancheng's cold gaze looked towards Ji Wuyuan on the side, as if he was looking at a dead person. Puff! Ji Wuyuan directly fell to his knees, shivering and hissing as he explained. Injustice, Great Elder. I'm with you all the time, how can I have time to play? Someone must have hoodwinked Mrs. Grandmother, Great Elder. Be clear. Also right. By Ji Wuyuan saying this, Ji Dancheng also reacted that this matter should have nothing to do with Wuyuan. However, judging from Morong Jiao's messy hair and reddened cheeks, it was clear that the thief had already gotten his hands on her. He himself has been cuckolded in a big way. If you can tolerate it, you can't. Not good. Treasure trove. Ji Dancheng, who had come to his senses from his anger, changed his face drastically, not caring about Morong Jiao, who had just taken off her black silk scarf with a blossoming face, and flew towards the treasure trove, just in time to see the figure of Zhang Pinggan, who had loaded the last treasure into his purple mansion. Thieves, don't go. Ji Danqing erupted into a shocking strike and attacked towards his opponent. It was a pity that it was one step too late. Zhang Pingan just happened to tear through the void and left, leaving behind only a dashing back. Aha! I'm so mad at you. Not only did you play with my old husband's hairy wife, but you also robbed my Ji family of all the treasures they've had for 10,000 years. Check. Investigate me thoroughly. I've memorized your figure. If I find out your details, I will definitely execute your 9 clans. In the entire treasury, only Ji Danqing's hiss of impotent rage echoed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later, today was the most important day for the Feiyu imperial dynasty. Not only was there going to be a change of dynasty, but it was also about the emperor's son recognizing his ancestor. And it was about the imperial dynasty's 1,000 generations. Most of the eyes of the entire cloud state, including the human race, were focused on the Feiyu imperial palace. Everyone knew that the change of dynasty and the recognition of ancestors all had irreconcilable contradictions with the Ji family, and the Ji family could never watch the grand ceremony go on. The battle of the Paragon Emperors was inevitable. Imperial Palace. All the ministers of the imperial dynasty looked at the figure on the dragon chair with grave expressions. Everyone didn't think highly of the Feiyu imperial dynasty, but they trusted Her Majesty the Empress. Mu Qingcheng still had a cool appearance. Her red lips lightly opened and a faint voice came out. There is something to report, but if there is nothing, then prepare for the grand ceremony in the next half hour. Just as the words fell, an untimely voice rang out. Back to your majesty. I have something to report. This is the medicinal soup that I purposely boiled with the Wan Yin Xing Lingtong and the snowbone ginseng, which has an excellent auxiliary effect on preparing for pregnancy. Only to see Zhang Pingan holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, looking at his majesty in a bitchy manner, inviting credit. The corners of the minister's mouths twitched. Why is this guy still so brave? Again? God, preparing for pregnancy soup. It's all on fire. And you're still preparing for pregnancy. Preparing for a chicken. On the side, Prime Minister Zhao even furrowed his brows and smiled coldly. It can't be delayed any longer. These days, he had found out the true nature of this son, and with the grand ceremony just around the corner, it was time to put an end to all of this, so that His Majesty could come to his senses and return the imperial dynasty to the right track. Next moment, Prime Minister Zhao walked straight out and bowed. I have something to present as well. To bustle the outside world, we must first secure the inside. I feel that at this moment, it's time to get rid of the biggest traitorous sycophant above this court for your majesty. Your majesty, open your eyes and see the world. Chapter 76, Complaining against Zhang Pingan. Everyone was shocked. When this statement was made, the entire courtroom instantly exploded. Old Zhao, do you know what you're saying? The grand ceremony is just around the corner. What are your intentions in making such a big deal out of it and shaking people's hearts? Yes, we've all followed His Majesty for many years. Where would there be any traitors or sycophants? Old Zhao, you're old and confused. Your Majesty is as discerning as you are. How could your vision be inferior to yours? Quickly apologize to His Majesty. At this critical moment, there must be no infighting. Your Majesty is clear. I bow and die. Willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty. 10,000 deaths. State Councillor Prince Yuan stepped out and read with determination. As the words fell, the crowd chimed in. I bow and die. Willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty. Ibid. Me too. However, a deafening and unusually out-of-tune voice interrupted the crowd's pledge. I am not like them. I will always stand behind Her Majesty the Empress with a firm butt. The great hall was instantly silent, and everyone looked at Zhang Pingan, who had made a sound, with a strange expression on their faces. What? He's going to be the man behind Her Majesty the Empress? The words don't sound like a big deal, but for some reason, they always felt that there was something strange about the words coming out of each other's mouths, as if Mu Qingcheng thought of that day. Her delicate body trembled, her face was hot and burning, and the shame and anger in her beautiful eyes flashed. This deadbeat, still so immodest, it's that time of the year, and you're still flirting. Prime Minister Zhao was even more furious and trembling as he stretched out his dry fingers, pointing at Zhang Pingan and angrily rebuking him. The greatest traitorous sycophant who has plagued the dynasty, as I said, is him. Zhang Pingan. Zhang Pingan froze, a little surprised. What's the situation? He was only delivering medicinal soup and occasionally intruding into the Empress chambers. How did he become a sycophant who had caused chaos in the court? Don't put your hat in the ring, you old man. Lord Prime Minister, this is not so bad, right? He's just an envoy of the Crown Prince's residence. At best he flattered a bit, and has no real power. His Majesty didn't chastise him because of His Highness the Crown Prince's face. It's not as if he's going to wreak havoc on the court, is it? someone said in disbelief. How come not to? Prime Minister Zhao stomped his foot fiercely and burst into tears. These days, His Majesty the Child Emperor did not attend the court. You simply do not know what happened. Have you not noticed that His Majesty has been a bit out of sorts in the last month? That day-to-day, hands-on, thunderous Your Majesty is no longer seen, but has instead become indecisive and absent-minded. In the last half a month, this thief often breaks into Her Majesty's bedchamber at night, treating the entire harem as a backyard garden, sleeping wherever he wants to sleep. Her Majesty has never chastised him. So what does this mean? Isn't it clear? And I saw with my own eyes that day. Although this thief was blasted out by His Majesty's hair was disheveled and the corners of his clothes were in disarray. He's the one who's to blame for all this. Even if I incur the wrath of the dragon's face today and am executed by the 9 clans, I will die to admonish you clearly, and I would like to use my death to seek Your Majesty's sobriety. Puff. After Prime Minister Zhao finished his accusation, he fell heavily to his knees. What? These few short words caused everyone present to be stunned in unison, and then their faces suddenly changed. I'm dying. The sky is falling. In the past half a month, they had worked diligently to deal with political affairs, practiced formations, and even invited aspirants from the imperial dynasty to come, just to deal with the G family and ensure that the dynasty change ceremony would go smoothly. However, I did not expect that the district is a chief provider of the crown princess house but openly messed up the harem, and put the backbone of the crowd, Her Majesty, the female emperor, to the arch. Xiao Dachuan wanted to cry without tears, looking at the righteous-faced big brother Jiang, half speechless. Done. Mother may have fallen. Otherwise, with mother's temperament, dare to go in and out of the harem so wantonly. The execution of the 9 clans is considered light, which can be so indulgent. I treat you as my own big brother. You really want to be my father? What the hell is going on here? If we change the dynasty and recognize our ancestors, should I follow my father's surname, Xiao, or my father's surname, Jiang? Xiao Dachuan fell into deep thought. The state master Prince Yuan even stiffened his entire body, his eyes glaring to the maximum, as if he had heard the most unbelievable fallacy in the world. Nani? He just went back to the central state to ask for a treasure from his ancestor, and this time he came back. The house has been burglarized? Being cuckolded in a big way? Impossible. Impossible. Wang Ziyuan muttered, his entire body falling into a demonic daze. Mu Qingcheng is so talented and unmatched. Over the past 1,000 years, countless young talents have pursued. Among them, there is no lack of ancient inheritance in the central state, and there are even elders of the family, the 3 holy places, but Mu Qingcheng is completely disdainful and rejected thousands of miles away. So how could he look at a nameless generation? And so on. River Peace. At this moment, not only him, but quite a few people in the Great Hall reacted. Their faces shifted violently and incomparably, and their gazes towards Jiang Pingan changed completely and utterly. Surprisingly, it was him. 4 months ago came out of nowhere. Forcibly married 800 years ago, the first beauty of the Cloud State before the old ancestor of the Han family, Nangong Waner, but also forced the entire Han family to turn their backs on their ancestors. The whole family to change their surnames. A month ago, because of the Stone family messed up the wedding, harboring a grudge, in a fit of rage hit on the Stone family, and even on the spot to break into the Stone family's oldest ancestor Shui Qianqian's boudoir, ravaging it for 3 days and 3 nights, so that people hear the sadness of those who listen to the tears, and then it is an unknown and despicable means, forcing the Stone family to bow down. The upcoming second marriage to marry Shui Qianqian. Rumor has it that this son is the illegitimate son of a certain big shot in the central state, which is why he is acting so lawlessly and unscrupulously. He wouldn't have targeted Her Majesty the Empress this time, would he? Nope, it's the one that's already got it. Could it be that it was because Her Majesty the Empress sent the wrong congratulatory gift at the wedding that this led to the other party's retaliation? Hateful. Her Majesty the Empress must have been looking out for the greater good, which is why she endured the humiliation and succumbed to this thief's lechery. But now that they were at war with the Ji family, if they were to offend Jiang Pingan, wouldn't the Feiyu imperial dynasty collapse instantly? With 10 deaths, Prime Minister Zhao is just a man of letters. He doesn't understand the horror of the power behind Jiang Pingan. Jumping out to accuse him rashly will only roast His Majesty on the stove. Just how do you break it? The crowd looked grave, not knowing what to do for a while, and could only turn their attention to the state master Prince Yuan, whose background was rumored to be heavenly, hoping that they could come forward to share His Majesty's worries and solve the problem. Wang Ziyuan noticed the gazes of the crowd but didn't say anything, his face as ugly as if he had eaten a bunch of dead flies. It was not true that their Wang family was the top imperial family in the central state. second only to the 3 great holy places and the everlasting family, and even comparable to the 8 great clans, and although Wang Tang, the oldest ancestor of the Wang family, was not at the top of the heap, he was likewise a quasi-emperor 9 heavens, with the qualifications of a great emperor, but Prince Yuan is not a direct lineage, which is why he thought of love over time. Want to rely on the advantage of the near water tower. First Moon slowly captured Mu Qingqing's heart. If he can take Mu Qingqing, and then give birth to a gifted offspring, then his position in the Wang family will soar. It's just that man's plans are not as good as God's plans, and at this critical moment, a mysterious white boy with an unknown identity was killed out. Damn it! He wanted Mu Qingqing, but he didn't want to go head-to-head with Zhang Pingan at this time. Just as the crowd fell silent, Prime Minister Zhao's voice sounded again. The world says that Zhang Pingan comes from a shocking background and has a heavenly background, but according to me, it's actually not true. As we all know, cultivators pay most attention to bloodline surname inheritance. If he is really the illegitimate son of a certain great man, he will certainly not let his surname be Zhang, and throughout the human race, the Zhang clan has not appeared in the so-called great powers. This period of time under the chance and coincidence of the minister really found out the details of his real identity. According to that unwilling to disclose the name of the accomplice, this thief suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Wulong Slope 2.5 years ago, as if the cultivation qualification is low, was rejected by the surrounding clans, harboring a grudge, fell into the grass as an invader, and did the mountain bandit, but because of his perennial sleepiness, and the terrible laughter that often comes out in his dreams, saying things like "Ms. by Jia, come to my principal's office, Jia, fairy, the old slave is here," and other obscene to the extreme dream words, causing his fellow mountain thieves to abandon him one after another. Therefore, I have a reasonable suspicion that he is simply nothing more than the face of the Shi family's old ancestor, Shui Qian, a pawn in the Shi family's conspiracy to annex all the great clans of Yunzhou. As everyone knows, the Shi family has a long history of conflict with the Han family, wanting to use the big wedding to mask their true purpose only, and then step by step, eat into the major clans in Yunzhou. All of this is well documented. If my guess is correct, in the days to come, every once in a while, this so-called Zhang Pingan will marry the ancestors of all the great clans and organize a magnificent wedding, not only demanding huge congratulatory gifts, but also annexing the great clans one by one. Chapter 77, 100 Mouths to Feed. The ceremony of the change of dynasty begins. The crowd was shocked at this statement. What an astounding inference this is. However, it does seem like there is so much truth in what is being said. The Stone family has always been low profile. That Snow Qian cultivation is even more unfathomable. The entire cloud state is afraid that basically no one has seen its true cultivation. If it is really the Stone family's conspiracy, then Her Majesty the Empress is afraid that it will be difficult to block the first and second family of the Cloud State's joint offensive. The Feiyu imperial dynasty, in danger. A prophet. Zhang Pingan listened in awe. Although this old man had guessed wrongly in front, he was right on the money and accurate about his next purpose. Seeing the crowd begin to talk, Prime Minister Zhao paused and took out a thick stack of dossiers, once again solidly saying, "These are all the evidence about Zhang Pingan's wrongdoing. The chain of evidence is complete. It's just too much to list." On XX/XX/XXXX, Zhang Pingan, after eating a sugar gourd, casually inserted a wooden bar into the butt crack of a crotchless child who was pooping by the side of the road, with such a bad impact that it made the surrounding 10 miles of small children stop crying and sniffing. XX year XX month XX day. The money widow passing through the Wulong Slope was captured to the top of the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. According to the person accused, this thief is simply not a person. As for the specific details, inconvenient to disclose. XX/XX/XXXX, Zhang Pingan. On the XXTH day of the XXTH month of the XXTH year, Zhang Pingan repeated his old trick of robbing Han Linger of her sexuality, and was captured by mistake, joining the Han family, but this could have been a plot by the Shi family, and it was from this day onwards that Zhang Pingan completely rose to prominence and entered the sights of cultivators. On XX year XX month XX, Zhang Pingan attacked the widow village at night. It's a night attack on the harem, ambushed in the middle of the women's restroom, and suddenly attacked when Xiao Xiang went to the toilet, and then, simply treasonous. The crowd gradually became more and more convinced from their initial skepticism. After all, Prime Minister Zhao had spoken so eloquently that they couldn't help but not believe him. There was also a bit more contempt in his eyes. This man doesn't look like a good person. Look at this. Is personnel? I thought it was a dude with a sky-high background, but it turned out to be a little hooligan. The corners of the mouth of the Empress Mu Qingchang, who was sitting above, twitched slightly and almost didn't tense up. This deadbeat's experience is quite colorful. Knowing what she knew about her opponent, there was a real possibility that he could have done some of the things in this dossier. After all, in her memory, Jiang Pingan, apart from being unusually attentive to himself, appeared extremely casual and spontaneous towards his other people or things, wherever he thought of, as if he didn't take this world as real. Xiao Dachuan even opened his mouth wide, as if listening to heavenly books. 1,000 words come together into, Brother Jiang, awesome. As for the person in question, Jiang Pingan, he was completely stunned. This bad old man, his mouth is smeared with corkscrew, talking so eloquently, went so far as to check out his own black history as a normal traveler before he got the system. The point is that seems to be that way, but it's not really that way at all. Sugarloaf that time, that is the bushes out of a poisonous snake. In the heat of the moment he threw a wooden bar, but who knows, biased. Widow Qian is even more round, damn long, big and thick, like Li Kuei, if not his own desperate resistance, not to mention the first kiss. The first night is gone, old undead. You're taking this completely out of context and slandering me. Jiang Pingan, who had reacted, stormed out, pointing at Prime Minister Zhao and spraying, anxious. He was in a hurry. Zhao Prime Minister is old and refined. A look at the other party's appearance will know that his guess is not far from 8 or 9. Stroked his beard, said slowly and methodically, oh, where has the old man slandered you? Is it that the child didn't have a candy cane stick in his but crack? Or that Widow Qian didn't spend 3 days and 3 nights alone with you? Or that you didn't attack Zhou Hyang in the toilet? Jiang Pingan. In the face of Prime Minister Zhao's 3 questions from his soul, he was dumbfounded and speechless. There's no excuse for this shit. Should we reveal our cultivation and kill everyone present? Jiang Pingan was a little hesitant. Just then, dang, dang, dang. The imperial Dao bell suspended high above the imperial palace once again rang 9 times in a row, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Alright, stop fooling around. The time has come. Follow me to the heavenly platform to hold the ceremony of changing the dynasty and recognizing the ancestors. A clear, cold and indifferent voice came out. As the words fell, Mu Qingchang did not pay any attention to the ministers, and took the lead towards the long-built platform of ascending to the heavens outside the gates of the imperial palace, walking towards it, by His Majesty's order. As the crowd responded, the group of people went after the empress with great vigor. As for Jiang Pingan, he was just a pawn, having been completely exposed by Prime Minister Zhao. They believed that Her Majesty the Empress must have come to her senses and was only waiting for the right moment to completely turn against the Shi family and slap Jiang Pingan to death. Within a short time, the crowd had arrived at the heavenly ascension platform in unison. Around the sky ascension platform, it had long been densely packed with Yunzhou locals as well as the eating crowds from other people's lands. Suddenly, the whole scene was silent and completely breathless. Everyone's gazes seemed to be attracted by an irresistible force, and pairs of pupils landed in a daze on the peerless figure that stepped out from the gate, as if their souls were being drawn away, unable to move away. Mu Qingchang was dressed in a golden dragon robe, wearing an ice crystal phoenix crown on her head, and her long skirt trailing to the ground, as if she had stepped out of the moon palace. Icy skin and jade bones, snowy face and vermilion lips, magnificent. A pair of cold phoenix eyes proudly looking at the crowd, like a cold fairy who does not eat earthly fire. The moment she appeared, the white moon in the sky dimmed a few points. She is the Empress Mu Qingchang. There were men from out of town who had rushed here with dull gazes and were stunned. Oh my god, it's so beautiful, a woman exclaimed in disbelief as she covered her lips with both hands. What day I originally thought that our central state emotionless fairy was the first beauty of the human race, but I didn't realize that this tiny cloud state had seen the emergence of a peerless beauty that was not even remotely inferior. Humph, fellow Taoist is wrong. Although emotionless fairy and this Mu Qingchang are beautiful, but you are young. You simply have never heard of the absolute demonic mistress that caused the entire Kanglan realm to be stirred up 20,000 years ago, and that is the first beauty of the human race. Alas, do not mention it. A pity such a set of skin. Later I am afraid that the soul is flying away. Mu Qingchang's arrival instantly caused a huge stir and a lot of talk. In response, Mu Qingchang's eyes swept, looking at the sneaky silhouette, as well as the fluctuations in the void, and with a cold smile in her heart, she immediately stopped paying attention, and walked straight up to the top of the sky ascension platform. The Ji family wants to take her to make a point in public, and why shouldn't she? A bloodline forbidden technique at the cost of her life. If that Ji family ancestor dared to come today, she would exchange her life for her life. It stood for a long time. Mu Qingchang's red lips slightly opened, and her cold and firm voice resounded through the clouds. The heavens are clear. The old dynasty collapsed and a new one is to be established. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Feiyu imperial dynasty. It will officially be renamed the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty. And my son, Dachuan, who inherited the great lineage, at the time of this great ceremony, changed his name and recognized his ancestor by changing his surname to Mu Qingcheng paused, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, and slowly spat out a few words under the crowd's uncomprehending gazes. Change your last name to Jiang. Jiang Dachuan. Chapter 78 Ji Family's Attack. Mu Qingqing's Tangle. Mu Qingqing's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a penetrating power, incomparably clear and imprinted in everyone's ears, and could be heard clearly. Everyone's heads were filled with big question marks. Nani? After a short period of silence, it instantly seemed as if a pot had exploded, an uproar that could not be quelled for a long time. Am I hallucinating? Why do I remember the surname Xiaoa? Yes, 3 months ago Her Majesty the Empress's voice is still in her ears. It is absolutely impossible to remember wrongly. At that time it was about changing her surname to Xiao. When the Empress said the word Xiao, her voice still had a trace of choking. It can't be wrong. This recognizes an lonely ancestor? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I suddenly have a solid guess. Shouldn't it be that there were too many people in the beginning and Mu Qingqing couldn't remember whose child it really was? Bang! Before the words left his mouth, the person next to him covered his mouth and punched him. You seek death. Dare to slander Her Majesty the Empress. But, how can? Explain this now? Humph. What's the point of thinking so much? Her Majesty the Empress is definitely not that kind of person anyway. Alas asterisk 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 what's the matter The Han family changed their surname to Jiang. I heard that 2 months later the Shi family is also going to change their surname to Jiang. This nowadays the Great Yan Empire dynasty also fucking changed their surname to Jiang. I suspect that this world is unreal. In the end it won't be that everyone has the surname of Jiang. Someone couldn't help but spit. I'm not sure if this world is real or not. It's not possible that this time's matter is also related to that little white boy Jiang Pingan, right? I seem to have seen Jiang Pingan in a trance among the group of ministers of the Great Yin dynasty. Impossible. There is absolutely no such possibility. How cold and arrogant is Empress Mu Qingcheng? Can't she be compared to those death-crazed old sixes of the Han clan and that old onion of the Shi clan? Even the Central States group of heavenly pride and demons have never won a smile from her, but Her Majesty would rather die than give in. But, nothing but, just watch on. The next Ji family is the main event. At this point, Xiao Dachuan's face was ashen, and he collapsed to the ground with a clang. Done. It's completely over. What I've always feared has finally become a reality. Big Brother Jiang. Or has it become Big Daddy Jiang? Mother. In the end, the body overcame reason and fell completely. Father. My own father. Forgive me for being ungrateful and not being able to take your name. Who let you die so early that not only did you leave Mother alone, you couldn't even provide any emotional value. You don't blame Mother. Mother has been guarding her body for you for so many years. It's about time. It's inevitable that you'll be dim when you're old. It's only normal to look at a little fresh meat. Jiang Big Brother people handsome, speak in good, is a bit of philandering, but also love to hook rail listening to music. The other, no problem. While the Chun muttered in a low voice, Jiang Pingan's heart rejoiced in the depths of his heart. You say no, but your body is still honest. Looks like it's not far from pushing. Old feelings back. GGG. The ministers of the imperial dynasty, on the other hand, went down on the spot, and after reacting, all of their faces suddenly changed. No one expected that at this juncture, Her Majesty the Empress directly blew herself up in front of the whole world. That's not true. His Majesty is in a rather bad state. Just now, he had clearly revealed Jiang Pingan's plot, but His Majesty just acted as if it hadn't happened. But instead, he directly bit the bullet, and before anything else, even his son took his future stepfather's last name. They were very sure that this river was the river of Jiang Pingan, in full view of the public. Once the golden words are opened, there is no turning back. Oh, my God, this is not an ordinary family small fight. The surname inheritance. This can be related to the 1,000 generations of the Great Yin dynasty. Puff, flop, instantly fell to his knees. Please think twice, Your Majesty. All the ministers shouted in unison, especially that Prime Minister Zhao, who was even more distressed and in tears. If Your Majesty is so bent on having his way, it will only bring shame to the entire Great Yin dynasty, causing all the Great Yin dynasty subjects to suffer shame and never be able to raise their heads again. They have no objection to changing the dynasty, but this makes His Highness the Crown Prince change his surname to Jiang. Absolutely not. In the face of all this, Mu Qingqing's ancient eyes were calm like a lake without any ripples, and did not even look at them. Suddenly, ha ha ha, accompanied by a burst of maniacal laughter, extremely sarcastic and full of mockery, resounded through the sky. Wonderful! Wonderful! No one would have thought that Mu Qingqing, the one who doesn't pretend to be a woman and who is stunningly beautiful with her clarity and coldness, is secretly a whore. One moment the last name was Ji, the next was Xiao, and now it's going to be Jiang. Ha ha ha, should I call you a three-name slave? Or a three-name slave? Ha ha ha, only to see a fluctuation in the void. An old man with a center parting walked out from it, and behind him, many Ji family children came out one after another. Ji family, here we go. Many of the melon eaters were in awe. Good show to start. The anticipated duel between the Paragon Emperors was finally coming. Mad Zun Ji Danqing, someone in the crowd exclaimed. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. This cry was like a thunderbolt, causing the mouths of all those who did not recognize the old man to open wide in shock and their complexions to change drastically. This old monster, rumored to be second only to the Ji clan's ancestor, was still alive? The only remaining sliver of hope for Mu Qingqing's victory was also completely shattered. The Ji family's supreme elder, coupled with the Ji family's oldest ancestor, a dual quasi-emperor lineup, in this cloud state, absolutely walking horizontally. That old monster didn't come? Mu Qingqing's expression was cold, her voice was flat without a hint of fluctuation in emotional color, as if she was not the one who was scolded just now. From a helpless little girl to today's towering empress, she was long past the age of being enraged by a few slurs. Of course, except for that man. Ji Danqing grinned coldly, he dealing with a quasi-emperor triple sky only. Where do I need to use the old ancestor to personally take action? The old man is enough. Oh, yeah. Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, not denying it. The color of resentment and hatred flashed in his eyes. Since that old thing isn't coming, I'll collect some interest first. Now that her bloodline forbidden art has become a great success, the Ji family's ancestral land has a guarding array. She can't break into it, but as long as that old thing from the Ji family dares to come out, she will burn the jade with the stone, and any bloodline under the Ji family's old ancestor won't be able to run away. The price is, but it is just a life of his own, as well as the origin of all destroyed, forever disappeared in this world. Even reincarnation no longer have the opportunity to be reborn. Oh, just a little sad to see. The remaining light in Mu Qingqing's eyes gently glanced at the figure that was mixed in with the ministers, and I don't know how many more times I'll see him. That said, that bowl of pregnancy preparation broth? I haven't had a chance to drink it myself yet. If he doesn't drink it himself, he won't just give it to Shui Qinshan or Nangong Wan Air. Chapter 79, He, who is supposed to be the child's real father. The moment. Mu Qingqing seemed to have completely forgotten about her own situation. Her heart began to tangle up, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows and pouted that dainty cherry mouth. Mu Qingqing under the sunlight was like a mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens, releasing an unspeakable, breathtaking beauty. Especially that very girlish action made Ji Danqing, who was used to seeing the big world, froze, and the color of salivation in his eyes showed, not to mention the ordinary cultivators. Gobble, gobble, gobble. There was an endless stream of gulping. Coolness and charm coexist, truly a special thing on earth. Anyone would not have thought that the empress who had overpowered the world eye, and made the cloud state tremble, actually had such a side to her. The ministers of the great Yin dynasty were even more dumbfounded, wiping their eyes in disbelief at this scene. Blurred vision? Is this still the lonely empress in their hearts? The entire scene was dead silent because of this tiny action of Mu Qingqing. For a long time, Ji Danqing slowly exhaled a breath, suppressing the erotic thoughts in his heart, before he angrily shouted, Mu Qingqing, you really are a demoness. Don't think I'm going to let you off the hook just because you're acting like a delicate little girl. Today, you must give my Ji family an explanation. You were originally just an ordinary cultivator, into my Ji family, sealed as an imperial concubine. With the resources of the Feiyu imperial dynasty this rise against the heavens, but instead of thinking of repaying the favor, you poisoned your husband, assassinated the children of the Ji family, and now you want to break away from the Ji family, change the dynasty, so that the bastard changed his name. Simply too many to mention. Heavenly justice is intolerable. Mu Qingqing, do you know your offense? The atmospheric, reverberating voice echoed between heaven and earth. Ji Danqing looked down on Mu Qingqing, a cold smile in his heart, somewhat pleased with himself. I knew that you, Mu Qingqing, had many admirers, and now that my Ji family is on the moral high ground, I don't believe that anyone else would dare to risk universal condemnation and intervene in this matter. Hey, what's my crime? In the face of Ji Danqing's accusation, Mu Qingqing smiled coldly, a trace of disdain flashing across her stunningly beautiful cheeks. She wanted to let the other party die in a clear way, so that everyone in the world would know about the Ji family's sins. As if she had fallen into some kind of memories, Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes were covered in a layer of watery mist, and her voice also had an extra hint of trembling. Originally I lived in a happy family. The elders are amiable. Husband and wife love each other. It was the happiest time in my life. I just conceived my husband's heir. I have already drawn up a marriage certificate, just waiting for a good day. Then the wedding will be officially held. The cave flower candles. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingqing suddenly laughed maniacally. The smile was as beautiful as a jasmine flower, but it gave people the creeps as if they were falling into an ice cave. And even the voice, too, began to permeate an icy eeriness. Unfortunately, it's all been ruined, completely and utterly. It's your Ji family. Your Ji family's children took a liking to my looks and designed to kill my entire family, exterminating 156 of my entire clan's lives. Do you guys know how I've been living for the past 1,000 years? Oh, what is my crime? Damn, it's your Ji family. Mu Qingqing's gaze landed on Ji Danqing and all of the Ji clan's children behind him. Fingers unconsciously clenched. Fingertips became a little pale due to excessive force. Her delicate body slightly trembled. It was a kind of hatred that went deep into her bones. What? The crowd was shocked at this statement. No wonder. If that's true, then it all makes sense. Today, they can't help but say that their spirit must also stand firmly on the side of goddess Mu Qingqing. As for whether it is true or not, they have their own scale in their hearts. Goddess Mu Qingqing is so good looking, and what she said is certainly true, truer than real gold. There's no way around it. Face value is justice. Zhang Pinggan's face in the crowd also sank, his eyes flashing with a stern killing intent. The memory of the dream was intermittent, so much he could not remember. Earlier he just knew that Mu Qingqing and Ji family had a grudge, but he did not know it was such a blood feud. Today, Ji family will be destroyed. Zhang Pinggan said. Even if all the Kanglan realm's 10,000 race paragon emperors gathered together, even if a great emperor spelled out his life and walked out of the forbidden land without hesitating to cut himself, it would be useless. Only, today's protagonist is Mu Qingqing. Let Qingqing vent her 1,000-year hatred to her heart's content, really to the irresistible time. Everything has him at the bottom. Zhang Pinggan quietly watched all of this and did not intend to directly intervene. Bullshit. Mu Qingqing's words caused Ji Danqing to burst into a rage, pointing his finger at the other party and roaring, "Make believe! Slander! You are a naked slander! Don't think that you can cover up your heinous crimes by talking nonsense. Take a step back and say, all the signs show that you started laying out from the very first day you entered the Feiyu imperial dynasty, poisoned my Ji family's children, and step by step, put the Feiyu imperial dynasty under your control. It's hard not to believe that you were unpredictable at a time when your cultivation was low, and recognized and broke through the conspiracies of the Ji family? And, let you say the sky is full of flowers, but also cannot change the fact that you are all human. A moment surnamed Xiao, a moment surnamed Jiang. Ha ha ha, laugh at the old man also. Where is the credibility to be found in what a like you says? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's dreamy snowy face did not have half a fluctuation on it, only a pair of extremely cold icy eyes gazing at it. For a long time, red lips lightly opened, voice condensed cold said, that's because, at the same time that your Ji family killed my entire family in disguise, I awakened the seven-knobbed linglong heart. What? The seven senses of the heart. Compared to most of the uninformed cultivators, the faces of the top few forces in the cloud state, as well as some people from the central state, changed abruptly. Ancient records say that the seven-orifice linglong heart is the top cultivation qualification. The heavenly blessing, in terms of status, is still above the vast majority of the holy body. The person who owns it. Not only the cultivation speed is far more than the average cultivator 100 times, but also able to penetrate the bright spirit, can penetrate the good and the evil. Cultivation to the realm of the great achievement, able to listen to all things, and all things in heaven and earth to communicate, and to break through all illusions. It was rumored that during the immortal ancient era there was a supreme female emperor who possessed a seven-knuckle heart, and with her own strength she started a sect and went on a path of immortality, suppressing several epochs horizontally. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingqing had awakened such a supreme physique. No wonder, without joining any clan family, she had entered the quasi-emperor in just 1,000 years with just a fragmented emperor scripture, and her cultivation speed was ranked among the top 3 in the last 100,000 years. If it were to be allowed to obtain a true emperor rank or even immortal rank inheritance, it would not take off. No way. The matter is so important that it must be summoned to the clan. and while the crowd was shocked, Mu Qingcheng once again threw out a heavy bomb. As for Dichun's surname, I, Mu Qingcheng, have only ever had one man since the beginning. My son naturally follows his own father's surname, Jiang Pingan. Ben is my son's own father. Ben is my Mu Qingcheng's husband. After thinking about it for a long time, Mu Qingcheng still decided to shake it out and no longer hide it. For one thing, before he dies, he swears his sovereignty, and for another, in the future, with Jiang Pingan taking care of him, Dachuan, the boy's path, may be a little smoother. For the relationship, she has never denied it, much less need to deny it. It's just that for her, it's about to end. The words were a stone's throw away. Chapter 80 Jiang Pingan exposed. The might of a quasi-emperor. What? It's what they think. Is that Jiang Pingan who was about to get married for the second time? The crowd instantly thought of the hot man. After all, during this period of time, the entire Yunzhou, in addition to Mu Qingcheng and Ji family feud, this big event, belongs to Jiang Pingan, jumped the most joy. Swish, swish, swish. For their part, the ministers of the great Yan Emperor's dynasty were shaken by a tiger's body, and in unison, they cast their eyes on a white-robed figure in their midst. A lecherous, bitchy grin on his face. So fucking beat up. No wonder Her Majesty the Empress has been so erratic lately. It turns out that her old lover has returned. On what grounds? Ah, the state master, Prince Yuan, broke down and let out an angry groundhog-like roar from deep inside. It turned out that the goddess of his dreams had long since become this little white boy's line. In terms of birth, looks, cultivation, and durability, what point could he not compare to this little white boy? Arriving early, Xue Qianqian, who was standing not far away, had her small mouth pouting, slightly dissatisfied. I knew it was like this. Denizen, overdoing it. My daughter-in-law is gone, and there's another competitor. But after a few moments they puffed out a smile, a brimming in their eyes, the corners of their mouths slightly hooked. Che, it's not a big problem. There's only one stupid oldest son. How can he compare to my grandchildren? Humph. My Xue Qianqian line is the main line of the Jiang family. I am the eldest. Nangong Wanner's reaction was very different. A pair of phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. Her hands stroked her cheeks as if she had knocked into CP. OMG. I can't believe I'm actually with an idol. Sharing a man, worthy of being my Nangong Wanner's husband. For the traditional her, she naturally supports her husband's concubinage. As long as it's not Xue Qianqian, the slutty vixen, anyone will do. Especially the legendary Empress Mu Qingcheng. In just less than 1,000 years, she had developed a small imperial dynasty into one that was strong enough to fight against the Ji family. She was not only Nangong Wanner's idol, but also the idol of all the women in the entire Yunzhou. When she thought that she might have to get under the same blanket as her idol in the future, Nangong Wanner's cheeks burned. Nangong Wanner's eyes rolled back. A hint of an evil smile surfaced on her cheeks, and she muttered, "Humph, with Sister Qingcheng, I don't believe that the two of us together can't win against that Xue Qianqian." At this point, the unusual reaction of the people of the great Yan Empire dynasty instantly caught the attention of everyone around them, and they all looked in the direction of their gazes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's the Jiang Pingan who forcibly married Nangong Wanner. Someone recognized it at once and lost their voice. What? I can't believe it's really him. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the beaten figure. What a beast! There is a beautiful woman at home. The first beauty of Yunzhou called Mu Qingcheng, but also go out to womanize. Not only marry Nangong Wanner, but also fucking sure family that old onion? Is this a case of home flowers not being as fragrant as wildflowers? The goddess they longed for and could not hope for may, in the eyes of others, be, will want to cry. Ji Dancheng, the grand elder of the Ji clan, frowned and followed the crowd to look over. Ha! Something looks familiar. Where have I seen it? He frowned and searched his mind over and over again, and suddenly blessedly, he fiercely thought of this familiar back figure. I'm a nympho. Ji Dancheng's eyes were glazed over. It's you, little thief. Wasn't it you who the day before yesterday emptied our Ji family's treasury, and by the way, played with my daughter-in-law? It's you, little thief. Take your life. A deafening roar shot up into the sky. Clang. As soon as these words came out, the entire periphery of the imperial palace directly collapsed in a large swath, and those remaining standing had their mouths wide open, unable to believe their ears. Awesome. This little white boy. No, it's old white face. It's really what fishy. All steel food. Ah, sure enough. For this kind of lecher, the shit outside smells good. This great elder is more than 10,000 years old. Right, his daughter-in-law. Hiss. True at Teddy. Jiang Pingan was completely messed up in the wind. I cam. this can recognize me. Shouting like that in public is really like having yellow mud in your pants. It's not shit. The corner of Mu Qingqing's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. Are you taking it out on me? You're obviously angry with me. Da Haru, who had just come back to his senses, also let out a wail. Jiang Da, father you rely on a little bit. Okay, with a father like you, which daughter-in-law would dare to marry? Die. Ji Danqing's beard trembled. Not caring about Mu Qingqing, he once again roared, manifesting a giant palm that was large enough to cover the sky, and slapped towards the other party with a thunderous momentum. The speed was so fast that it crossed the distance of space in almost an instant. He wanted to slap this little thief to death completely. Boom! Your opponent is me. With a flash of snow shadow, Mu Qingqing had already appeared in the middle of the two, and with a casual wave of her hand, she turned Ji Danqing's attack into nothing. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Since you came forward, let's start with you. Today, I will skin and bone you adulterous couple to ease my heart's hatred. Ji Danqing laughed angrily, and then he put his hands together and ran his gong methods with all his might. The cold wind lifted his green-colored robe, and the aura of a quasi-emperor triple sky on his body began to climb a little bit. Around his body, the void also began to distort, forming a ripple that was visible to the naked eye. The aura of heaven and earth converged crazily, even forming a vortex of energy. Lightning flashed, and the wind rose, as if the end was coming. The might of a quasi-emperor was as terrifying as this. Looking at this horrifying scene, many people's scalps went numb and their voices trembled and stuttered. This is the quasi-emperor? Hiss. Poof. There had never been an open battle of quasi-emperors in the last 100 years, let alone the people of Yunzhou, who were afraid that they would never be able to come into contact with such heavenly powers as quasi-emperors in their entire lives. Those with low cultivation directly couldn't carry the pressure and prostrated themselves on the ground. Just the pressure alone made them unable to move. It was really hard to imagine how powerful this strike was, and how Mu Qingqing should resist it. Some people couldn't help but look worriedly toward the breathtakingly beautiful silhouette on that platform of ascension. Just to their surprise, Mu Qingqing didn't even lift her eyelids. She just stood quietly, silently watching the other party perform. Kunz and Lean. Ji Danqing let out a roar and completely exploded, flames of anger flashing in his eyes. Since the other party had underestimated him so much, then let the other party see the Ji clan's famous mastery and let everyone know the true strength of the old quasi-emperor Berserker Zun. The people of the Ji family are invincible at the same level. Over. It's out. Did this dead old man really lay his hands on you, without a single thought of compassion? Oh my goddess, is going to be fragrantly dead. Looking at this strike that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, many of Mu Qingqing's admirers despaired. There were even quite a few people who covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to see the cruel scene that followed. However, next, the visions in the sky suddenly dissolved, only to see Mu Qingqing standing intact in the air, confronting Ji Danqing out of thin air. Ha, that's it? Everyone was so stunned that they couldn't say a word for half a day. I've made such cruel remarks and put on such a bluff, but the result is that the power, not as powerful as a toothpick? Old Biden, you can't. Mu Qingqing coldly looked at the other party, her red lips lightly opened, and a voice like hell came out. Words like ice. If you on strength, it is better to notify that old thing early to collect the corpse, but I won't let you die a painful death. I will return the clan's 156 lives, collectively, to each of your Ji family, and as for you, at least lynch 156 knives, to die. Chapter 81 Ji Danqing loses in seconds. Old ancestor attacks. What? Ji Danqing was horrified, almost unable to believe this unbelievable scene in front of him. The arc of his mouth had not yet fully hooked up before it directly solidified, even ignoring the other party's threat. How is this possible? Just now, he had struck with all his might under his anger, and he hadn't held back at all, but he had been easily resisted by Mu Qingqing? Even though she had a 7-knuckle Linglong heart, she knew that increasing her cultivation speed and Gongfu enlightenment didn't add much to this kind of hard-fought battle, and the cultivation was still a crippled emperor scripture. So how was it possible for her to withstand it so easily? It wasn't just her. Everyone present, including some of the powerhouses hidden in the void, were filled with disbelief. Asterisk. Really? Goddess Mu. Awesome. It's more than awesome. It's awesome big time. Although the quasi-emperor's strike just now did not strike them, the mere pressure that it emitted made people suffocate, so it could be imagined how powerful it was. No one would have expected such a blow, not to mention serious injuries. Even Mu Qingqing's hair strands were not even half messed up. Could it be that this Mu Qingqing has some kind of guardian treasure on her? That's why it looks so easy. Someone whispered. This statement was immediately approved by the majority of the people. Humph, relying on guardian treasures is hardly elegant after all. Ji Danqing also reacted and spoke out in mockery. You won't be so lucky next. However, seeing as you were once a member of my Ji family, I'll give you a choice. As long as you slap this adulterer to death with your own hands in public, and promise to never betray in the future and marry back into my Ji family, I'll forget about my past suspicions. How about letting you off the hook? Moreover, I have heard of this adulterer of yours. He just held a wedding not long ago, and will soon be getting married for the second time, right? When you were going through all the trouble of fighting against the Ji family, I'm afraid that he was still in a tender place to make love to me. Such a man who is so indecisive and who sees things differently is simply the shame of the human race. Is it hard to believe that you aren't angry, and you don't want to stab him with a knife? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's aura appeared to fluctuate slightly, as if she was moved, but after only a moment, she once again returned to calmness. With a wave of her jade hand, a jasper sword appeared in her hand, pointing at Ji Danqing. The meaning was clear. Come on, battle, suffer death. Zhang Pingan down below was not happy. You're a dead old man who's going to burp soon. What's with all the bullshit? Just beat us up, and you're provoking our relationship. If it wasn't at this juncture, Zhang Pingan estimated that with Mu Qingqing's temper, he couldn't help but really want to stab himself. After thinking about it, Zhang Pingan couldn't bear it anymore and directly cursed. Hey short winter melon, how many I marry is none of your business. Why is it the shame of the human race? It's not possible that you can't do it, so you're envious and jealous, right? Humph. A sharp-tongued coward who only hides behind women. Ji Danqing smiled coldly, his face showing mockery. In his eyes, the other party was just a rat who knew a little about the art of disguise and tricked Morong Jiao into stealing the treasure trove. Not enough to worry about. Yo, looks like you really can't. You've lived most of your life without any life experience. I just like to hide behind a woman. What's wrong with that? I'm willing to, if you've got the guts. You hide. Oh, by the way, that wife of yours, Morong Jiao, scratching her head. TSK, shouldn't you be thanking me? The corner of Zhang Pingan's mouth floated up in a meaningful smile, deeply hidden. You, being disliked so much. Ji Danqing's face rose like a pig's liver. The thought of his wife's blindfolded, never before seen face from the day before, was no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart, and he growled, Thief, suffer. Today is the anniversary of your adulterous couple's death. People like you, who have no great emperor's inheritance, simply don't know how terrifying the emperor's feats are. The ultimate Ji family legacy. Susan's 6 styles. The ultimate move. Green division chill. Clang. As the words fell, in an instant, the sky turned upside down and monstrous pressure swept across the entire void. The sky turned over. Black clouds pressed down on the city. The sun and the moon lost color. The Qiankuan trembled, and countless people were like facing the end of the world, and their souls were trembling. Green division chill. The Ji family's mastery, which no one has seen in 10,000 years, has once again appeared in the world. Rumor had it that the Ji family's old ancestor had used this mastery to crush the once one family in Yunzhou, and it had even made countless people tremble in fear of being affected. I didn't expect that a mere quasi-emperor would be able to use the ultimate move of this great emperor technique. Ji Danqing erupted with a shocking murderous aura, carrying the golden divine radiance storm of this style, slicing through the sky and attacking towards Mu Qingqing. He was going to strike and shatter Mu Qingqing's ridiculous pride. With one strike, he wanted to declare to the entire world that the Ji clan was invincible. This scene directly caused the hearts of everyone in the surrounding thousands of miles to jump and break into a cold sweat. Mu Qingqing, in danger. Only Mu Qingqing remained stoic, as if she was looking at a clown. The jasper sword shook and instead met the storm towards its center. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, a bright and incomparable light burst out, almost blinding everyone's eyes. When the storm dispersed, everyone's eyes widened and hurriedly looked towards the air. All of them were dumbstruck and petrified on the spot. What's the situation? Am I hallucinating? Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, never believing the bizarre scene. It couldn't be helped that Ji Danqing's oppression was too strong just now. Mu Qingqing was still standing in the air, like a fairy in the 9 heavens, and the corners of her clothes were not even half messed up. On the contrary, Ji Danqing, who had been so powerful just a moment ago, was like a dead dog, falling heavily to the ground and spitting out blood furiously. One time, the whole scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other, still somewhat not quite believing their eyes. This is really, it's so fake. Just kidding. If it wasn't for the fact that the Feiyu imperial dynasty's feud with the Ji family had lasted for hundreds of years, they would have suspected that this was a fake match. You are an old quasi-imperialist. You are so smooth with your words, but you are not a match for others? Even if it's a little ambiguous. No way. This is never possible. Same quasi-emperor third sky. How can you be so strong? Ji Danqing lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the figure in the air, his eyes filled with fear. No, that was never your previous technique just now. You have an emperor scripture inheritance? He suddenly reacted and shouted, but even after guessing his opponent's bottom card, he still had trouble accepting it. Even Morong Jiao, who was hidden in the shadows, failed to use her suppressive power and instantly lost. Facing Ji Danqing's hysteria, Mu Qingcheng did not respond and floated down. The jasper sword pointed and made a sword mark on the opponent's body. She was going to make 156 sword marks in front of everyone in the world before sending the opponent to hell. The first sword. The voice was condensed and cold, and the words were like ice, causing everyone to stifle a cold shiver. Woman. So scary. Ji Danqing let out a miserable hiss, but he still endured the severe pain and roared loudly. Ha 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 asterisk 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 asterisk. You think you can win just because you got the emperor scriptures? Dream on. Even if your emperor scripture is powerful, it's still just a quasi-emperor triple sky. You should know that above the quasi-emperor, there is a rift between one weight and another. The gap between you and the old ancestor is like a firefly compared to the white moon. It's just a mole cricket. The old ancestor is about to come out of the gate. Your time to die has come. Don't. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mu Qingqing turned a deaf ear and continued to stroke sword after sword. Just then, a voice filled with anger resounded through the clouds, causing everyone's hearts and souls to tremble. Who dares to touch someone from my G family? Chapter 82, Farce. Time to end. As the voice echoed, the surrounding space began to distort, and a crack slowly appeared in the void, as if someone had crossed over countless hours of space and time apart. An old man with a gloomy face slowly stepped out from the void. The face was old. The skin was like 10,000 years old wood, covered with the grooves of the years, and the eyes were cold and dark, as if they could see through everything. It was the well-deserved #1 expert in Yunzhou, the oldest ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Kuan. Wan Qianyan suddenly appeared in the cloud state and replaced the previous first family, and no one dared to oppose him. Rumor has it that it suddenly closed down 1,000 years ago, seeking the opportunity to break through the 7 heavens of the quasi-emperor, completely stepping into the late quasi-emperor, standing in the peak of the human race in the ranks of the experts. It is hard not to be successful. With Ji Kuan's appearance, the air around him became even more oppressive, and even the wind stopped flowing. Even the distant void had a violent fluctuation, crashing out dozens of hidden silhouettes, all with ugly faces. So strong. Is this the strength of the #1 expert in Yunzhou? Countless people were silent, their hearts shocked, but at the same time, they had one more doubt. With such a powerful Ji clan ancestor, what exactly did Mu Qingcheng have in mind to want to overthrow the Ji clan? Quasi-emperor 3 days and quasi-emperor 6 days is like a difference between the mud. After all, can be promoted to quasi-emperor, which has not suppressed the peer of the pride of the sky, will not easily be across 3 small realm reverse logging? Ji Kuan's domineering eyes coldly swept around before finally landing on the magnificent Mu Qingcheng. Even he, who was accustomed to seeing beautiful people, couldn't help but look stunned. So beautiful. It's true that she's a demoness who wreaks havoc on the country. Just a glimpse. Its splendor has already messed with people's souls. No wonder that for so many years this demon is chaotic. The family of those who do not contend with the thing but always determined to eradicate, which allows it to develop and grow. And now it is vaguely with the Ji family to have the trend of the court of honor. So beautiful. It's a waste to just shoot it dead. Why not refine it into a furnace? Ji Kuan mused darkly. And at this point, Mu Qingcheng remained expressionless and did not stop moving due to the arrival of the Ji clan's oldest ancestor. Swinging sword after sword. Ancestor, help me. Ji Danqing let out a mournful wail. Seeing the old ancestor once he came, he would have been overjoyed, but never thought that the old ancestor just posed a posse, just standing in the air dazed, quietly looking at the children and grandchildren suffered from old age sins. Come as you are. Can you not watch the show from the sidelines? Can it be that the failure to break through the 7th heaven has caused his brain to go off the rails? Ji Danqing secretly slandered in his heart. Being interrupted in his contemplation by Ji Danqing, Ji Kuan came back to his senses. His face sank, and he coldly drank. Humph, undisputed stuff. It's only right to suffer a little. If you can't even defeat a weak woman of the same realm, you're not a descendant of my Ji family in vain. I'm a nympho. If the other party wasn't his own personal great-grandfather, Ji Danqing really wanted to just break into a rage. Also weak women. If she was in the same realm as you, old den, I dare say, she would definitely beat the shit out of you. After Ji Kuan finished cursing, he reached out his hand and a powerful force instantly erupted, easily grabbing Ji Danqing back out of thin air, and then threw it aside with hatred. Only then did he look sideways at Mu Qingcheng. His eyes flashed with a strange color and he nodded. Not bad, very good. Looks, figure, qualifications are excellent choice. Just a pity, the brain is not smart. Mu Qingcheng, do you know your offense? The voice was like a bell, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Those with a slightly lower cultivation level were so frightened that they directly softened their legs and involuntarily fell to their knees. I've been waiting for you, for a long time. Mu Qingcheng's lips moved slightly, her words seemingly devoid of any emotion. Her beautiful eyes looked straight ahead, fearless, not caring at all that Ji Danqing was saved by the other party. Yes, there just seems to be a hint of relief from that bitter hatred. She's tired. After so many years, the moment her bloodline forbidden technique became a great success, she knew that there would be such a day. Forbidden arts. The reason why they are called forbidden arts, it is because its effects are incompatible with heaven and earth, and its cost is beyond the reach of man. Bloodline curse forbidden art. The person who is trapped, from its beginning, all its bloodline relations, all by its curse, violent death and death. Death is extremely tragic. It is even banned by the 10,000 races, and everyone who practiced it was put to death. But she had no choice. Even if one awakened the 7 orifices Linglong heart, if one didn't defect to another power or marry someone of the imperial clan, etc., one would not be able to touch the core and obtain the inheritance of the imperial scriptures at all. But in Mu Qingqing's heart, has betrayed his husband once, even if it is only a top imperial concubine name, but she will never allow to betray again. It was too late, she had to take the plunge. Therefore, she wanted to expose the sins of the Ji family in front of the entire Yunzhou, in public, and then, taking advantage of the Ji family's old ancestors' gullibility, she would cast a secret spell, extremely leaden, and then, at the cost of her life and her eternal descent into hell, she would cast the bloodline curse technique on the body of the Ji family's old ancestor, and completely destroy the Ji family's clan from its roots. As for her, the person died and her sins were eliminated, and I believe that the higher-ups of the human race will not make things difficult for their only relative, De Chun. For the sake of sentimentality. Nope, theirs. Husband. Thinking of Jiang Pingan, Mu Qingcheng only felt a sharp pain in her heart and muttered in her mind. Sorry, you showed up too late. If you had appeared a few hundred years earlier, I would never have made such a choice. Because I can't let you go, my love. Although he is a little bit philandering and flirtatious, but what cannot be changed? He is ultimately the real father of Dachuan. I am the only man. Think about it. Mu Qingcheng turned around with endless reluctance and longing, her gaze passing through the countless crowds and fixing on the figure that had haunted her for 1,000 years with a single glance. You're a big liar. When a love poem took my pants, sheeted out of. Now you're even up to your old tricks in trying to use the so-called handmade medicinal soup. But I like. It's good. You're still alive. God has treated me well. I'm content. The corners of her mouth rose slightly in a rueful smile. Mu Qingcheng knew that this goodbye would be forever. Suddenly, as if she had a feeling in her heart, Mu Qingcheng raised her head once again. Her gaze condensed and glanced at the 2 beautiful shadows at the far corner. Her pupils that were originally cold suddenly shook incomparably violently. Nangongwan air, Shueqian Chen. Oh, in this life, it's a bargain. Count yourselves winners. In the next life, he can only be mine. Mu Qingcheng couldn't help but straighten her chest, then fiercely retracted her gaze, and with a wave of her jade hand, a tens of meters thick volume appeared out of thin air. My grudge with the Ji family will end here. The Ji clan destroyed my entire clan first. Yesterday's cause is today's effect. Today, let the entire Ji clan be the price to pay back. On top of that, here is the evidence of the crimes of the people of the Ji family over the years, relying on their strength, committing crimes, being arrogant and domineering, secretly not knowing how many families have been destroyed, how many clans have been exterminated. It's simply too much to list. The crimes are heinous. Mu Qingqing's face was like an expression as she read out the crimes of the Ji family recorded in the dossier, word by word. It's a step she doesn't need to take, but De Chun needed it. The entire De Yin imperial dynasty needed it. Otherwise, just because she practiced forbidden arts, if the higher-ups of the human race blamed her, it might spread to all those who were related to her. Ha ha ha, how naive. Hearing this, Ji Kuan let out a cold laugh, his face full of mockery. You don't think that with this false evidence, you can punish my Ji family? That you can compel people to rise up and attack? Hee hee, it seems you still don't understand that in this world, Strength is the only truth. Even if my G family is guilty, who can rule in the entire Yunzhou? Or even the entire human race? Who dares to rule? Today, even if you have a golden lotus on your tongue, you can't change the ending. All this farce. It's time to end it. Give me. Die.